What's going on, everybody? Hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Wednesday. Oh my god, I'm so unsure now. It's Thursday for me. It is Wednesday, September 3rd, 2025. This is NCC coming to you live from the Amami Airport. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures and sea creatures, rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer. Trapped in a cyber brain and body, like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, however, and whenever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. Moe Note, thank you for resubscribing. That is 26 months. Moe Note hit 26 months there. With the meow. I love that. Wait, what is that? There's one emoji in here I don't recognize. Can I figure out whose this is? Oh. I don't know if I can, because it's in a... Wait a minute. Oh wow. It does. I can't figure it out. Anyway, cool emoji. Regardless, we are back. Oh my god, chat. People thought I was dead, like Trump, and the truth is I was dead. You know, trying to figure out how to get my there's so many papers, chat. There's so many papers that you have to get. If you wanna move out of the United States, if you wanna get yourself free, if you wanna take that you know, that journey, take that adventure, you know, they're like, your whole ability to do that is dependent on a bunch of, you know, paperwork that you've got to get. The first thing being your passport, but that's not even the end of it. And this is a minor piece of paperwork here in that, but it's an important, right? The e-visa for Vietnam. I need to update. Whoa, I hear other music. I need to update. I need to update my post, right? Because I think I put up some fake news. I don't know how that happened, but yeah, I know at one time some of the websites regarding Vietnamese immigration were saying that the United States was going to be added to a list of countries that are able to receive, like, do visa-free travel, which is how it works in Thailand. You come to Thailand, you fill out your TDAC. Okay, we've definitely got some extra music going on. I think I know what's going on. Okay, that's because you got cutesy with it, huh? You got cutesy with the remix. That's my own fault. But anyway, yeah, in Vietnam, There's a little tiny, easy to obtain thing called an e-visa if you do not have visa-free travel in, which, yeah, United States. Something must have fallen through. I'm gonna guess it. I'm gonna blame Trump. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that maybe Trump's tariff policy had something to do with the with Vietnam not actually coming out. And I'm familiar with this from Thailand. Sometimes they come out with a policy. They're like, we're gonna make a change, and then it never actually happens. So yeah, something happened with that. So yeah, the e-visa was something that I had to. This is what tripped me up last time, chat. Last time I tried to go to Vietnam. I did fill out the e-visa stuff, but I assumed it was like a I assumed it was like one of those, like, there's a lot of countries that if you're on the plane, they'll be like, okay, we're landing in Schiphol Airport now. Please fill out your, card, your arrival card or something like that, your Netherlands arrival card. And it'll just be like a, real quick thing of like, where you're staying, yada, yada. But this is not what this is, anyway, the e-visa takes some time to process. And so I bypassed some of that process this time by going through an agency. I paid 3 times as much as I, would have had to, but I had the peace of mind of knowing that it was going to be done for sure on time, because that's what fucked me up last time. Oh my god, did I miss a whole bunch of super chats already? Oh my god, Narwhal by Nature, how did I miss that? Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Getting us started fast here today. What do I need to do? I need to make let's make this happen. Okay, so look, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do a really quick yellow. What do you want me to give you if you can hit the yellow super chat goal? I feel like it should be better than the butterflies. I don't know, chat. Maybe I should just go with the normal. Let's go back to normal. Let's go back to teal. Teal was, it wasn't working perfectly, but it was working. A butterfly. And I don't have time to, I've got too many things on my mind. There's too much news. This is why I'm starting so early today. Put a butterfly? That's not a sentence. Put a butterfly in my hair is a sentence. There we go. Yeah, in addition to what's going on in my personal news, which I guess I'm starting you out with, I should do like a Irene personal news thing. No, I'm already ripping Hasan off enough. Trump is afraid to go to Vietnam because of bone spurs. True. All right, pop this chat out. Anyway, the TLDR is that I have, for the first time, successfully obtained a Vietnam e-visa. This is what stopped me from getting on the plane last time. I went to get on the plane. The lady's like, where's your e-visa? I was like, I got my application right here. And she's like, application's not good enough, sweetie. And they don't process that shit on non-business days. I was flying, I think, on a Saturday or Sunday. And so, yeah, there was just no chance, right? And luckily, a travel agent, when I went to the desk, recognized my plight and put me on a flight to Malaysia, which I literally didn't know. I was like, listen, I got to get out of here today or else I'm going to overstay my Thai visa. And I don't want to be in trouble with Thailand. I gotta be really, I gotta follow all the rules. Yeah, we're gonna be talking about David Pakman, who cannot pronounce the word AIPAC. He's not sure. Is it AIPAC? Is it AIPAC? Maybe it's AIPAC. Maybe it's an AI thing. I've never heard of it before, honestly. This AIPAC thing that people keep on talking to me about. And we're gonna debunk the idea that David Pakman has never correctly pronounced AIPAC. Can you move your light to the right? Oh, I see. The light is, okay, what is going on? I'm guessing that the light is shining directly at the camera. And is that what's going on? Can we get caramel dancing? Wait, what is caramel dancing? Is it okay if I try to just position my body? I'm guessing that's what Narwhal was reacting to. Stay out of Indonesia. I've heard. The only thing I know about the Indonesia, goings on is that some faction is using One Piece as their symbol. They're using the pirate flag from One Piece to symbolize their movement. So, oh my God. Okay, so change that second goal to, yeah, this is just too complicated. I don't know. Somebody was saying I should do more with the sub goals. That other streamers were, getting a lot more super chats than I was, because like I just, have one sub goal. We either hit it or don't. I put a butterfly in my hair or I don't. And they were like, they were not used to that. They were like, no, but that's not how, you gotta re-update you gotta do shorter. I don't know. It's too complicated. It's too complicated. Violet hair over left shoulder. Is that, yeah, it's because the light is misaligned. It's mispositioned. It's and I will have to fix that. When you move your arm up sometimes. Oh my gosh, what is going on there? No, chat, there's a thread. Oh my God, there's a thread.
Choky super chatted $6.72. WB Irene, good to see everyone.
Welcome back, Choky. Good to have you. Thank you for the super chat. And oh yeah, the last thing that I'm trying to do here is maybe put people's super chats and stuff up on the screen. That's important. Where does that live? Browser. Yeah, so I'm trying to get everything ready for the Vietnam trip. I'm trying to make that as good as possible, make some interesting content for you while I'm there. My plan is kind of to do maybe some cooking content, although I'm pulled in two different directions. There's a lot of people that I've been talking to that want to get out of the country, and I've been going through all the little things of how to, make that happen and make it last, because I think a lot of people don't realize that the visa stuff is not negotiable. Like, you're not going to go in there and like talk to the immigration person and do some kind of sob story, and they're gonna, like, I don't know, let you stay extra long. That just doesn't happen, right? So if you're not ready, that can be a real hurdle. Chat, I will try to fix the lighting when I get a chance to. Probably have to wait till my first break to do something about that. But yeah, you're saying when I lift my arm, oh wow, yeah, that is quite the uncomfortable light right there. Thank you for noticing that, Narwhal. Expensive endeavor. Wait, what is? Oh God, you know what was look, this one, I mean, this one's kind of expensive. I think it's gonna cost me like $80 to apply, and it costs different. Oh my God, I'm so silly too. I thought it was gonna be 80 baht. I remember seeing that and thinking it was 80 baht, and then recently I got a thing that was like, oh no, you're gonna have to pay 80 US dollars, which in some parts of Southeast Asia, dollars are used, right? Some parts of Southeast Asia, a dollar is probably better than the local currency. I know that's true in Cambodia. I'm a little bit surprised to see the Thai embassy asking for dollars, but I don't know. Anyway, there's all these little hurdles. There's all these little stumbling blocks, like, the e-visa. And it's a good thing that I tried to go to Vietnam before and fucked up, even though that was an expensive endeavor. That was, let's see, 5,000. No, God. I paid almost 10,000 baht, which is like 2/3 of my rent. It's 2/3 of what I'm paying for this apartment, right? a month. I ended up paying that much for a Vietnam trip that I did not go on because of the e-visa thing, right? Because I didn't understand, because I didn't know. And that's what I want to, that's when I want to, yeah, bisexual blast. That's right. It's doing the bisexual blast, right? The blue one's okay, but the pink one, you know, I could maybe change the light to, no, oh God, you're right. It does. It does. Did you see FD's Signifier's video about Amanda Seales on Surrounded? She said wop, 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 wop. Wait, did FD talk to Amanda Seales? Or did he just commentate on what was going on there? The only thing I can think to do right now is to maybe turn it to a less intense color than pink. Let's see. That's the blue. And that's the pink. Okay, yeah, I can... is that okay? Is that good for now, chat? Because I know it's really bugging some people. I didn't believe Narwhal at first. I was like, it's not that bad. And then I looked at it and I'm like, oh no, it is that bad. It is 100% that bad. Yeah, US dollar is the global fiat commercial currency for now. Well, no, I mean, it's certain countries, right? Thailand does not have this, right? I mean, I'm sure there's places that will accept US dollars, but it's not a big thing here. It is a big thing for sure in Cambodia. And oh my God, we got Persona 2 coming in my ear here. Okay, I don't trust Atlas music not to come after me. Let's just go back here. Actually, I don't know. I want something a little bit more lively, don't I? Yeah, I do. Let's have the... There we go. This one. Yeah. This is... You're not bugging me. Oh my God. No, you were 100% right on that. That was a good call. US dollars, Taiwanese bow ties. Anyway, what I was just saying is that, like, you know, I've got an idea for potentially a first video about for people who are looking to get out of the US. My experience is limited, okay? A lot of people are going to want to go to Europe. A lot of people are going to want to go to Mexico. Some people are going to want to go to Central or South America. All of these choices make sense depending on, you know, your situation. Some Canada, how could I forget? Yeah, a lot of people have got their eyes on Canada. Although that may not be far away enough from the US. In fact, South America may not be far away enough from the US, considering the drone strike on a, you know, they're saying a drug boat, right? The Trump White House is saying that they drone struck a Venezuelan drug boat. I'm gonna guess that's a fishing boat. Would you consider moving to the UK? Maybe. I mean, it is Turf Island, right? Do you think I could get some kind of a exemption, Woody Red, where I wouldn't have to deal with TERFs? Like, right? Like, is there some way I could file, be like, I'm an American, excuse me, like, I got a US pass. Anytime somebody tries to use TERF logic on me, I'll just bust out my US passport and I'm like, not today, Satan. Not today, J.K. Rowling. Not today, Graham Linehan. What's going on with Graham Linehan? I wish there was like a real bisexual blast that you could just blast somebody. Anyway, there's a lot of Republicans that probably need to get hit with a bisexual blast. So wait, did we figure out, Sassy, if that was... did FD talk to Amanda Seales, or was he talking about the Amanda? FD is rad. Canada seems worse than the US in some ways. But yeah, I predict it'll be the yuan in 15 years. Emily French, that's good money. If you were gonna bet, like I don't support betting, especially not on a cryptocurrency site like the one that some leftist channels are sponsored by. But I would guess that if you were gonna make a bet, predicting the yuan will be the fiat currency in 15 years, that's a pretty good bet. That's a pretty good bet. I feel like the UK is probably better than the US still, but yeah, it's got its problems. If like the only thing is I would just have to try to keep myself away from turfs, because I think I would crash out on turfs maybe, and I'd get in trouble. Turning around to the turf, like, sorry honey, I'm an American. American blast. Yeah, red, white, and blue. Yeah, because America's no transphobia here. No transphobia in the US of A. America loves its lady boys. That's right. Oh, sorry, that's Thailand. I'm sorry. NCC banned from the Polymarket Studios. NCC banned from Chorus. NCC banned. Like, they've got a... Do you think they have a sign at Progressive Victory? You know, they have like a recruiting thing in their Discord, and they're like, yeah, we should reach out to this person and this person and this person. There's a big picture of me, and it's like, do not reach out. Do not talk to this woman. She'll make content out of it. I probably would. If Progressive Victory tried to recruit me, that'd be a pretty good story. I don't usually like expose DMs and stuff like that. I know people say a lot of things about me. They certainly said a lot of things about me in the past. But yeah, no, I generally I don't divulge what is it, like private communications with other people unless it's in the public interest, or if they are lying and I can disprove their lie with the DMs, then I would show the I think the one time that I've done it is when another streamer came into my DMs, crashed out on me. This was during the Twitch, like there was a lot of harassment going on Twitch, and I was getting it and she was getting it too. And what these raids would do is they'd try to talk about other streamers. And like they come into my chat and they'd say, you know, this is like so and so, or like, right? And I'm like, yeah, but if it was that person, would they come in here and say I am that person? It doesn't really make sense. You know, I don't think that I don't think Lumiru is like doing a, you know, hate raid on me and being like, hi, Lumiru here. It's like, that's a pretty good clue that is not, I'm just using an example, chat. I didn't actually have anybody claim to be Lumiru, but you know, somebody that you know is probably not doing this. But this streamer kind of lost it and was believing what the trolls were saying and started like accusing me of stuff in DMs, and I did release those DMs because I was just like, what the fuck? What the actual fuck? I took down the tweet eventually, you know, because I didn't want that to live on Twitter whenever anybody searched her name. Because I think she was just going through, you know, some kind of personal crisis, maybe? I don't know. She seemed not well. If you're CoffeeZilla, goddamn, that man is tenacious. Wait, what is it about CoffeeZilla? Move to Ireland. Ireland would be good. Yeah, I wouldn't mind living in Ireland. Although, I mean, I guess there's a lot of, like, what anti-immigrant kind of stuff going on in Ireland now. Is that right? Do you reckon Ethan Klein is just completely... Where do you think the anti-immigrant shit is worse? Ireland or England? Do you reckon Ethan Klein is just completely imploding, finding out libs are getting paid by Chorus, Zionists getting paid by Israel, and he's not getting paid for shit? Well, he's getting paid by Dan. That's all Ethan can get is the redact.dev money. Wait, somebody left Germany for the UK, I think had to leave within a year because the bathroom legislation and the legal definition of genders. She went back to Germany. Damn. Sometimes it feels like a humiliation ritual type thing. Of course, he is savvy enough to know someone would call CPS and... Wait, Ethan? I'm sorry, we're talking about Ethan? The last thing I saw about Ethan was that somebody took a still from his video where he did a like house tour, I think. I would guess with the intention of showing people that he is a rich person and nobody should worry about his kids and, like, you know, right? I don't know. To basically, yeah, but yeah, in this house tour, if you pause at the right moment, you will see dog poop on the floor. There is what appears to be a dog turd on the floor. I mean, you can't really tell because of the resolution. I guess it could be something else, but it strongly resembles a dog poop. So there we go, Ethan. Not beating the allegations of Ethan's poop house. Oh yeah, want to go to Denmark? Yeah, Denmark. Wait, isn't Denmark really hard to get into now though? Yeah, Denmark is depending on the year that you check it, it'll show up as the most, you know, according to polls, the happiest place on Earth. The Ethan Pedo Trolls thing is wild. Yeah, we covered that last week. If there's any more developments, I'll go back to that. But we got a lot to go over today with the course. In fact, we got more than just course to go over. Holy shit, chat. I've got so much in my playlist right now, and it sucks. I was gonna actually stream yesterday, right? So I left you Monday, you know, Labor Day, Tuesday, and Wednesday. And these were just like me freaking out about like, how does the e-visa work, right? Because what it is like, right, you can go to Vietnam, or you can go to the website, you know, the Vietnamese website, and apply for it for fairly cheap. It's only $25 if you do it that way. And but the problem with that is it can take anywhere between, I think, 3 business days to like, you know, I don't know, 14 days. I think it can take as much as 2 weeks. And that's just not, you know, I didn't want to take that chance, right? So that one's out. And then I find out that there's agencies that you can go through, like travel sites to you know, there's agencies that will sell their services on travel sites, right? So you pay more, but you can get it, like in some cases within 1 hour if it's a super emergency. So last time, if I had known this, I could have gotten I probably could have gotten a e-visa in time, right? I don't know how this is, but the agents just make it work. I don't know what their magic is, but okay, we gotta get through some donos here that I haven't shouted out yet. So here we go. Narwhal by Nature, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, which I should probably have shouted out. Oh my god, they're way back here, aren't they? I don't even know. Somewhere here. Somewhere I'll see, like, people got weaseled. I always like to shout people out in case they don't know that they got... I'm not seeing it. There we go. Alright, so that one person, you just got weaseled. Marmar, you just got weaseled. Teresa, you just got weaseled. Destroyer offs? For a second, I thought that was a Femios alt. Chat, we've also got a Femios. We got some bars from Femios. Do people remember Femios? This is the streamer. She took down Chud Logic. She went to debate Chud Logic on his transphobia, and did it in a really funny way. Like, you know, I would compare it honestly to like the way that Adam Friedland took down Destiny, the way that Femios handled Chud Logic. So, you know, but yeah, apparently she threw down some bars mentioning Chud Logic amongst other people. I did not get mentioned, but it was only a 45-second verse, right? So, you know, what can you expect? Anyway, thank you, Narwhal, for the 5 gifted memberships, and it looks like we got 5 new weasels there. Twitch or YouTube dominance is coming back. Speaking of YouTube dominance, what have we got here? WB. Oh my god, sorry chat, I'm having frame problems. I'll close down some stuff and see if that works. Welcome back, Irene. Good to see everyone. Good to see you. And sorry it took me so long to get your super chat up on stream. And also thank you, Moeno, for the resubscription. And I guess while I was not streaming 2 days ago, Ken Sister Sue signed up with a Twitch Prime. Thank you, Ken Sister Sue. Listen to a podcast about Himmler today, trying to spread positive vibes to balance the karma. Yeah, that was a message from way back, but I did read that while I was there. If I could, I'd be in a country in the Caribbean right now. Good healthcare, good for racial minorities. Yeah. Yeah, no, there's definitely a lot of I mean, it's like which country would be a big part of what you'd you could apply for a protection visa as an LGBT person facing persecution in your home state and apply for asylum. Wait, where is this rave? In Australia? That's an option. I mean, that's me? Oh, well, thank you, Sue. It makes sense. Ken's sister is Sue. Let me go ahead and add that to the goal. The reason I'm adding this to the goal today, chat, is we've got, if you look at the poll right now, we got, it's a, what do you call it when you have a feast of plenty, but it's too much? Like where it's like, it's almost a tragedy that there's so many good things, so many good options, and like, you know, if only we could take them all. But I mean, like, I don't know. That's a lot to ask, right? And I wouldn't expect us to hit 400, in which case we actually could cover them all. I think it has happened before. Oh my God, look at that tie. Look at that tie. 42 votes so far. I am starting early, so, you know, people will be filtering in. People will be like, oh my gosh, you're live? I didn't realize. Yeah, we're live early. I'm on early because I got so much to cover. And there's a ton of stuff in the bonus content. It's all really good. It's all good. It's all killer, no filler this time. Alex Jones, referring to himself as mother. Referring to himself as mother. Mad at Owen Schroyer for spinning off his own show from the, InfoWars? Is it still called InfoWars? Whatever Alex Jones' show is, though. Owen Schroyer is leaving, and Alex Jones is not happy about it. Not happy at all. Right? I believe the words that he used were, you know what happens when you piss on your mom. Or no, you know what happens? No, sorry, let me get this right. You know what happens when you spit on your mother or your mom, right? And he's talking about himself. He's the mom. He's the mom in this scenario. Chat, does anybody know? Does anybody know what happens when you spit on your mother? Apparently, according to Alex Jones, she pisses all over you. I mean, that can sometimes happen during childbirth, but goddamn. My mom had some interesting punishments for us. None of them involved urine. None of them involved urine. My mom, for all the mistakes she might have made, allegedly parenting, she never, used urine as a punishment in any way. She wouldn't think to do that. Wow. Wait, am I getting the boomer? No, that's For a second, I thought I was getting boomers. I was like, did I boomer? My brain is all over the place, chat, because we got so much going on. Like I said, 42 of you have voted for content so far. We've got a three-way tie for first, right? Alex Jones calling himself mom, threatening to piss all over Owen Schroyer, crashing out on Owen Schroyer, I believe, during his live stream. And then we have Pisco versus Hutch on Chorus Dark Money. I'm not sure what Pisco's take on this is. I'm pretty sure it's not the same as mine, but it's also, I guess, not the same as Hutch's, which Hutch, there's a strong possibility, chat, that Hutch is a chorus member. Like, he is the hit dog that is hollering. He is repeating the chorus talking points, right? There's a lot of indication, and the fact that he took PV money in the past really strongly indicates that maybe Hutch is on the chorus, getting a stipend from chorus, right? So that's also tied for first place, as is Majority Report reacts to Taylor Lorenze. Yeah, we never covered that. We never got to that. But if you want to, we could cover that. And then here's the one not to sleep on, all right? Do not sleep on this one, chat. In last place, with 21%, we have Tim Pool apologizes to Sam Cedar. Tim Pool has been gone for a while. I'm sure we've all missed him. Sam Cedar, not the least of which was Sam Cedar missing him. He's got some choice words for Sam Cedar, and is he extending the olive branch this time? I guess we could see, but yeah, don't sleep on that content because that shit is good right there. And we got very close. We're very close to having a 4-way tie here, chat. What is happening in the AJ family household? Yeah, what kind of upbringing did he have? How did his mom punish him? Was it with piss? I don't know. The mom threatened you, like, I'm gonna pee on you. That's terrible. That's terrible. Chat, I don't want to think about that. I don't want to think about a mom. Like, it's bad enough to get the timeout corner. It's bad enough to get like spanked on the leg for misbehaving in the car. I don't even want to imagine how Alex Jones's. Wow. Choki, thank you for the gifted membership to James Hansen. James Hansen, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. All right, I gotta change this to 34. And this to 1. So yeah, this number, we're at 34 out of 100. If we get to 100 by the end of this, of course, we'll get to cover the top scoring, you know, item on the poll. The poll is on YouTube. 43 of you have voted so far. So make sure to go over there and make your voice heard if you haven't already. You can vote on the poll no matter where you're at. Davy Cliff with the super chat. Does Tim have his promised wife and kids? He said he would only... Yo, I forgot about that, Davy, but you're right. He did make that promise. He must have a wife and kids now. That was fast. How do you pump out kids? Chat, do you think he called a travel agent? Do you think he called an agency and be like, hey, I need to get the kids, you know, I need to get, like, you know how I'm saying, like the e-visa, you know, it's like normally you can't get it super fast, but if you call an agent and vastly overpay them compared to what you would have to pay to the government of Vietnam, you know, if you had the 2 weeks to wait, right? If you call an agent and you overpay them, they will actually come through and they will give you your e-visa in like unbelievable time. Unbelievable time, chat. But yeah, what I was confused about, and the reason that, doesn't he have a kid? Does Tim Pool have a kid under the beanie, maybe? Does he keep the kid, like, under the beanie? Maybe that's why he doesn't want to expose he wants to take his children to work because he's a good father, right? It's like, take your kid to work day every day for him, but he doesn't want to expose them to being the public eye. And so that's why he puts his child on his head and then just pulls down the beanie, right? And a wife. I mean, does he? He must have gotten the expedited marriage and pregnancy, if that's the case. Would like my dono to go to the Tim Pool. Apologize to Sam Cedar. Good choice. Good choice. That, I mean, I don't know. I'm not gonna show favoritism. I do think that's a good topic. I think that's an amazing topic. Wait. Did I fuck something up already? Narwhal, am I current on the poll or do I need to add 8 to this? I think maybe I need to add 8. Would I be right in that? He called up Mossad for his assigned wife. They didn't even want him, or the wife didn't want him, maybe. They showed him to the prospective wife and she refused. She's like, look, it's bad enough that I already had to marry Willie Mackshow. I'm not also marrying Tim Pool. Hutch is the only member of chorus. Do we know that for sure though? It's 38. Thank you. Gosh, I'm so behind. Lorenz and Destiny debated? Oh my god, Baduism, I'm so glad you came in. I didn't know that. 39. It's 39. Oh, you're right. You're right. It is 39. That, I don't know. I was going with your math because my brain is in a million different places. And I still haven't explained to you the strangeness of the e-visa drama. So that's why I was gone for 3 days. I was trying to figure out how to make that work. It turns out that is that Tim's kid in Total Recall? Quato hiding under his beanie? Wait, the kid in Total... Okay, I've never seen Total Recall. I only know Multipass. I only know the fifth... Is that what it's called? The Fifth Element? Queeman was respectful towards Hutch previously. Oh yeah, Queeman's actually... Look, even when he was shitting on me, Queeman did it respectfully, right? So they say that you can't spit on your mom. Apparently you can shit on your mom. It's okay as long as you do it respectively. Because moms are used to cleaning up shit. And, you know, as someone who's been cleaning up Queeman's messes for a long time, you know, it's just, you know, it's kind of part of the job, right? It's part of the job, chat. I'm not gonna crash out on Queeman like Adam Jones, because I do know that he was, I do happen to know that he was farming at the time. So funny to watch Destiny reveal a trap debate only to get blown the fuck out. Yo, what? Wait, maybe we should start with this. Quado is how it's pronounced. Thank you. Was a twin hiding in his chest? What? I gotta see this shit. What is it called? Wait, I've heard of this. Total Recall. Isn't that like based on a cyberpunk? A cyberpunk. I'm trying to say this the correct way. Isn't this based on a piece of cyberpunk literature of some kind? Am I wrong, chat? Is Total Recall, God, I don't even know. Wait, 47? It should be 47 apparently. 47. I am. Okay, so we're, yeah, 3 out of 10 on the other goal. All right, so yeah, chat, here's the big drama about the e-visa, right? So like I said, I wasn't gonna trust just going through, you know, I mean, if I had done it way ahead of time, it would have been fine, but I didn't have 2 weeks. I wanted to make sure that I didn't get, you know, because last time I went to the gate and they were like, you can't get on your plane. You paid for the ticket, but you can't get on your plane, right? And I didn't want that happening again, so I went through an agency that I found through a travel site. You know, like, I don't want to say which one because they're not sponsoring me yet, but you know, call me. A Total Recall, the one where there's more than one Total Recall? It's unhinged? Wait, should I see it though? Is it too unhinged? Anyway, what am I trying to say? So yeah, like the confusing part, the reason that it took me 3 days to do it is that like I go on the site, I say yes, like, you know, so it's a travel site. So what they're usually selling is like plane tickets or bookings for hotel accommodations, right? Those are the two main things that they sell. They also sell activities, and if you click on activities, then you and then search e-visa, you can find that they will also sell you a expedited urgent e-visa through a agency. So I go ahead and I pay for this, and then the confusing part was like when you pay for it, just like you would buy a flight and say, I want to leave Sunday. I want to, you know, like, do you want the ticket for, you know, we got Sunday at 1:20, we got like Friday at 3:40, we got, you know what I mean? You got, you can leave at like 11 o'clock at night or whatever, you know, so you got all these different things that you can, you know, click on different dates and stuff like that. So they have that for this. And I'm like, huh, different dates. Would this be the date that I want to arrive in Vietnam? And that was my first assumption. Ibiza, do you have to get an e-visa for Ibiza? An e-visa for Ibiza? A visa for, I can't speak, chat. Ibiza. My brain hears a visa, e-visa, like Elvira? Wait, I thought you were gonna say Evita, like Don't Cry for Me, Argentina. The truth is, Peronists are not actually Nazis. But anyway, so yeah, the drama. Let's get back to the drama. You can click on. You have to click on a day, right? So you want your e-visa. You got to click on a day. I assumed that what they were asking is like, when do you want your? Are we at 5? We're at 50 already, aren't we? When do you want to? I was assuming it was saying when are you going to arrive, right? That was what I was selecting, right? Because it doesn't say. It's just like, you know, it's in the format of getting a hotel or a flight, right? But it is for an e-visa. And I am so glad that I didn't take my first instinct, which would have been to click on the day that I'm leaving, all right? My first instinct would have been like, yeah, let me just hit, this must be the day that I want to arrive there, right? Nope, nope, nope. If you ever do this, it is not, that's not what it is, all right? What you're choosing is the day that you want them to process your visa. You will tell them when you are arriving and when you are leaving. You will give them a copy of your plane ticket, right? You'll give the agency a copy of your plane ticket, and that's what will decide your date of arrival, all right? What you're selecting there is when do you want them to, you know, try to process it, right? And so I'm so glad that I waited and tried to figure it out, and I end up waiting too late, and I'm just like, let's do Thursday, right? Because worst case scenario, right? Worst case scenario, if I select it for Thursday, which is today in Thailand, right? If I select it for Thursday, worst case scenario is my e-visa will start on Thursday instead of when I'm actually leaving. But that's okay because it's up to 90 days and I'm not staying for 90 days, so that's totally fine. So I chose that, but it turned out what I was choosing is when do I want them to file the paperwork, right? And so, yeah, I said file the paperwork on Thursday, and then they messaged me, they asked for all the information, and they processed the e-visa on they processed it yesterday. They were early. Gavin Newsom becoming president is how Demolition Man or Judge Dredd became real. I could see that. In Catalonian, it's pronounced Ibiza. I don't know if that makes it harder or easier to say it fast. We should watch Total Recall on... Did we ever figure out if would like to use my YouTube resubscribe to go to Tim Pool Apologizes? Let me put your YouTube resubscribe up. The other goal that we have today, besides the content one, which we're making good progress on, yeah, Krachi, thank you for the member chat. Mossad wife already married Ethan Klein. That's the one Mossad. I thought they just have her come back. Like, don't they just use her like one of those nickels with a string on it? You know, like the old movies where the dude, like, I don't know, is it that they play video games on the arcade thing? Like they play like Donkey Kong and they pull the nickel out, or like, is it for candy? I don't know. You know what I'm talking about, chat? Old movies, and they put in a coin, but they have a string tied to the coin, and they put it in and then they pull it out and they get whatever their, I don't know, it's like a vending machine. Yo, butterfly goal. So yeah, like I was saying, the other goal that we have is for the butterfly in my hair. I'm putting that on the screen by popular request, just so people know where we're at. I think you have like an hour and 30 minutes or so. I'm so confused. I'm confused too. There's too much, Darful. There's just like, what it is it's like, there's too much news. There's too much going on. There's too much news. We now have a new leader in the vote. It looks like it's Pisco versus Hutch on Chorus Dark Money. Is in first place. Second place is a tie. Tim Pool apologizes to Sam Cedar, and MR reacts to Taylor Lorenze. Fourth place is actually Alex Jones calls himself mom. This is like, I gave you too difficult of a choice, I think. The other thing I said I was gonna do is try to close down some tabs and stuff. Let me go ahead and do that. See if there's anything else I can get rid of here. Because my frames are not looking great. And it's definitely not an issue with internet, it is an issue with software. So yeah, we got Taylor Lorenze actually on the Vanguard. Taylor Lorenze had a conversation with the Vanguard boys, which gives me hope that maybe she will get to me eventually. I don't know. I don't know if she's interested in like niche, bespoke places like that. We got what? She debated Destiny? Is that real Baduism? I trust you. This is a long time chatter. Baduism over on Twitch, and so I trust your judgment. I trust your reportage, as it were. I can't say that right because I'm not hydrated enough to say it right. Let me try that again. All right, let's try it again. Reportage. Aroy. I'm sorry, it's not. I mean, that was Aroy. That was Aroy Mak. Thank you, Sarah, for the super chat, which I should be putting on the screen if I have not already. Boom. No? Oh, wait, I had it on. Wait, did I? Where is it? What's going on? There it is. Boom. Butterfly indeed. And you too can contribute to the butterfly goal for the low price of, I think, like $3.50. $3.50 or more gets you a teal super chat. If we're talking US dollars, it's going to be about 100 Thai baht. I don't know how much that is in Australian dollars. Probably like $5 or so, maybe $4.50 in Canadian. I can't chat. I'm not an exchange. I'm not a currency exchange desk. I can't do the maths. I have others doing the maths for me. So, but anyway, you can get a teal super chat. If we get 10 of them in the next 1 hour and 16 minutes, we will attain butterfly status, right? I've been told that people want me to do other, super chat goals after that. I guess I'll try to throw something up. I just can't think of anything else to give as a prize. And I already feel bad about the butterfly thing because you know I like wearing butterflies in my hair. It's not like you have to twist my arm to get me to wear a butterfly in my hair, but you do kind of have to twist my arm if you want me to have the ability to put the butterfly in my hair today, which I think we'll go for the pink butterfly today. Sounds good. I have for anybody that's asking, I have tried offering like multi butterflies, and it's just like it gets a bit much. It gets a bit distracting, right? Same thing with the cat ears, right? It's like, you know, it's good. I like putting on cat ears, but at the same time, if I'm going to do a serious segment that it's going to go out as a video, I probably don't want to have cat ears on. Did I get the visa? Yes, K-Lala. For anybody who's wondering how all this e-visa drama shook out, yeah. So what I did is I clicked on Thursday. I was like, listen, if I say Thursday's my arrival, and it actually takes me, you know, a few more days to get there, that's okay, because the e-visa will be from Thursday to like 90 days in the future, right? But what actually happened was I was scheduling a day for them to process my e-visa, and they ended up doing it a day early. So yeah, I got the e-visa. It's in my possession. This time, when the person at the counter asks me for the e-visa, like, I will just be like, yeah, it's right here. It'll be so much easier. Okay, I'm gonna turn off some of these, shut down some of these windows here, just so I make sure that we have, what else is open? Anything? I think we're good. The one Mossad wife is like the video game. Is that what it is? The nickel with the string attached? It's like in old cartoons, you'll see this. Like somebody that's super cheap will like have a nickel on a string and they'll try to spend it, but then sometimes they'll give it to somebody and then they'll pull it back. And sometimes they'll put it in a vending machine and they'll pull it back. I watching the Vanguard video, but it was members only. Wait, which one? I mean, the Taylor Lorenze? I don't know. It seems like they've got at least one video that's not members only. Destiny was streaming the... Oh, what? Oh, thank you, God. Wait. Lorenz and Destiny debated? Okay, wait. Which one is it, chat? Did Lorenz and Destiny debate, or did Destiny react to the Vanguard stream? He hates the Vanguard, and he doesn't. It's 334 Canadian. Oh, it tells you. It tells you how much. Don't forget to put the vote topics on the screen. I am about. That's a good idea. That's a good idea, actually. Show snapshots of Thailand. Oh, for super chats. Interesting idea. Yeah. I mean, I've showed you some snapshots. I've showed you. I think the last thing I put up was the cat that lives outside of my house, and that basically will curl up on people's motorcycles. Taylor went on Destiny's stream. Okay, confirmed. They debated on his last stream. Thank you, chat. They're clipping the interview. Wait, the Vanguard. Wait, so the Vanguard reacted to the Destiny debate with Taylor? No, they actually had Taylor on, right? Maybe that's what's OnlyFans. Not OnlyFans. Sorry, only. It's members only. That's the one I'm trying to say. No, Vanguards do not have an OnlyFans as far as I know. I don't know what would go on the OnlyFans, but you know, that's not, I'm not shipping the Vanguard. Who said shipping? Who's talking about shipping the Vanguard, chat? What do you think? I'm some kind of unhinged Fujoshi here that like, no, I don't do that. I don't ship, you know, friends of the VOD. Anyway, chat, you're not going to get me to ship the Vanguard. Okay. Why is she, God damn, how did this even come up? It's my fault. It's my id. No, it's not my id. It's someone else. It's your id, chat. It's your id coming through me. That's it. Taylor was on the Vanguard. Okay, so we got these two things confirmed. Taylor was on the Vanguard, interviewed the Vanguard, talked to them both about, I think about Ethan Klein and about Chorus. And Destiny tried to debate Taylor Lorenze. From what Baduism said and what some other people said, it did not go well. It sounds like he was trying to do an ambush debate, and it kind of fucked up. Anyway, Narwhal is reminding me to, even though we got extra time today, chat, which I did that on purpose. I was after missing so many days, I was like, I gotta be on early. I gotta make it happen, right? And we got so much to cover. Even without the bonus content. And it looks like we're gonna get the bonus content too. What was the last Vanguard interview? Taylor Lorenz. Destiny was streaming at what? Okay, and also, did Destiny debate Taylor Lorenz? Is that part true? I'm looking for the 52 there. Thank you. Narwhal, you are a lifesaver. I was not keeping up with this. There we go. 52 is what we're at. So we're at 52 right now. Very good chance of procuring the bonus content, maybe even multiple bonus contents today, which would be a good day to do it because there's so much going on. So many good options there. Let me check on the poll. Oh wait, here's what I'll do. I'm supposed to do this. Boom. All right, so we're gonna take a look here at, so the, I'm sorry, chat, things are switching. These are, why? I'm Joe Bidening. These are the options, all right? This is where we're at on the poll. And this is the number of butterfly super chats there are. Now I need to read you out. Now I need to reappraise. Okay. So here's what we got right now. Yeah, the positions haven't changed much. The percentages have. Pisco versus Hutch on Chorus Dark Money is in first place, right? Second place is a tie between Timpool apologizes to Sam Seeger. Sam Seeger, Jesus Christ, chat. Sam Cedar, Timpool apologizes to Sam Cedar, right? That's tied for second with Majority Report reacts to Taylor Lorenz. And then in last place, we have Alex Jones calls himself mom, refers to himself as mother, and says that you don't spit on your mom or else she will piss all over you, I guess. I mean, again, that, you know, some of that is part of the normal birthing process, but I'm guessing that's not what Alex Jones is talking about. I don't know. We'll see. The question in chat is who gets the placenta? If Alex Jones is the mother and he has birthed Owen Schroyer onto the world, like who gets the placenta? And is it my biochemistry teacher that anytime somebody's, you know, pregnant, he always mentions that he would like to have the placenta. And but usually when he's going over the placenta, the pregnancy, the pregnancy chapter in the biochemistry book, he'll mention, by the way, if any of you are pregnant, I would love to have that placenta. Sent you a script of some sort on Discord, but I forgot about the butterfly goal. Oh, to make this faster. That nice. Play something. Thank you. Wait, let me try it. All right, so I've mentioned the butterfly goal. Let me just get that out of the way. You have 1 hour and some change left to make that number that says 4 out of 10, say 10 out of 10. If we get 10 out of 10, I will put this butterfly in my hair. And if we don't, I'll actually keep trying. I'll actually keep trying to make it happen. Taylor went on Destiny stream, Buffy Geek, not to like commiserate or cope with Destiny. I think she went on to debate Destiny. Again, I don't know if that's a good idea. I wouldn't debate Destiny. I have debated Destiny, and I found it to be worthless at best, and makes you a target for harassment at worst. Right? So it's not worth it. You don't want that smoke. But Taylor apparently does. Taylor wants all the smoke in the world. I was saying ooh about that professor. Wait, with a professor? Oh, that professor that wants the soup. Yeah, that wants the... Sorry, I'm sorry. I spoiled what he wanted to do with the placenta. Yes, he wants to eat a soup because he's like some kind of paleo weirdo. I don't know how you... Anyway, let's not talk about nutrition today, chat. I'm distracted enough already. Taylor was also on Francesca's show. I saw that. And Katie Halper's show. I did not see that one. Wait, OnlyVans? Is that like the Vanguard's OnlyFans? The Vanguard uploaded that video to their OnlyVans? Oh my god, nice. Again, not shipping. Okay, so like, I think everybody understands how the butterfly goal goes. We're looking for 6 more teal super chats. Teal is that color. Don't get confused and think that blue equals teal. Also, if you're trying to do a super chat, don't get confused and do a super sticker instead, right? Super stickers, because of YouTube, super stickers does not equate to super chats. So you can get a teal super sticker and it won't count towards this. But if you do a teal super chat, which I think is like $3.50 or more in US dollars, you'll get this number will go up. All right, this number goes up when. Oh wait, somebody has a script for me. I'm gonna try the script. All right, let's see if we can do this. Thank you, Play Something, for the script. Here's how NCC democracy works. Each stream, you'll see a list of topics. If you see one you like, you can donate. And type your choice in chat. Every dollar you donate adds 1% to that topic. Not sure what to choose? Just type in Vox Populi, and your vote will go with the will of the people. If you'd like to support without voting, you're welcome too. And you can make your choice known by voting on the YouTube poll, right? The poll is on YouTube, not on Twitch, unfortunately. If you wish to simply support the stream without casting a vote, that is of course welcome as well. The stream is all about viewer choice, including how you choose to support me. You can donate right here on YouTube with super chats, super stickers to make your message stand out. You can also join as a YouTube member, subscribe on Twitch. You can also join as a YouTube member. You can donate memberships to others, which is very generous, or you can subscribe on Twitch or support me on Patreon, where I share exclusive perks. We need to work on those exclusive perks, right? The exclusive perk you get now is a shout out at the $5 level or above, but I feel like I should, I originally intended to also offer exclusive, first look at some of the content before I even get done editing it, giving you like a rough draft of some of the content. And the other thing I wanted to do, and maybe we have enough people for it now. Yeah, I think at the at the $20 level, which we have four fancy weasels. I wanted to do like a little chit chat in Discord, right? That's why I set up Weasel Cord. It was just the The problem was getting enough, like, you know, getting everybody who's, since there's only 4 members, like getting, you know, at least 3 of them together at one time so people can feel like they got some value for that. Okay, and if you'd like to help fund my progress towards citizenship in general, right? Right now you'll be funding my Vietnam trip, but that's part of the, you know, progress towards citizenship. There's a Throne link in the description below. Your support not only makes the stream possible, it's what keeps me safe. Okay, I don't know about that. I appreciate that, play something. I do appreciate that. I don't want to make people think that, like, I don't know. It does keep me safe, though, and I do appreciate it. I'm willing to say that. So while democracy should be free, I appreciate your willingness to vote with your wallet. There we go. That's a good line. Fujoshi bucks make the world turn? That's what I've heard. That's why they're doing OnlyVans. Teal equals turquoise? Yeah, it is kind of turquoise, isn't it? I think you're right. Didn't Calvin Harris post his partner's placenta imply he'd be eating it on IG? Maybe. Kanye West's mom was a Fujoshi? Damn. I didn't mention, I mean, it's more common than people think. I didn't mention the teal thing. Might want to riff on that. Oh yeah, I should have riffed. But that's more of a thing for the butterfly goal. Had to stop watching Brandon streams because the conspiracy stuff is actually very triggering for me for some reason. Oh, I didn't realize Brandon covered conspiracies. Are Americans eligible for asylum? There's a video about this, actually. I'll see if I can find this. Americans have applied for asylum in other countries. I think Canada is the most common one. Even before the Trump administration, I believe, right? Very few are accepted. I think it was something like 4%. 4% of Americans' asylum claims, I think, and they said in the last 10 years, were accepted. I mean, it kind of, you know, I guess it somewhat makes sense up until the Trump administration. I would assume that those rates will probably be going up now. But a very important thing to remember is that a lot of what we know as asylum is predicated on, I believe, one of the Geneva agreements, one of the agreements made in Geneva, that the United States is a signatory to, most of Europe is a signatory to, you know, most countries are a signatory to this agreement, but not most Southeast Asian countries, and not, I think, what is it, like, North Africa. There's North African countries that aren't signatories to it. There's some exceptions, basically, and Thailand is one of the exceptions. So I don't know how TLDR, I don't know how asylum works in Thailand. I've been advised by some people that applying for asylum in another country might get the attention of the administration, might kind of make me stand out in a way that I don't want to. So again, I would probably only do this with some legal advice, which hopefully you could apply 99 point. Yeah, I think it's 96% are denied, but yeah, very high number are denied. Hannibal Lecter messed up asylum process for everyone. Yes, he did. Yes, he did indeed. All right, so now that you know the drill of how this works, and that super chat, super sticker, getting yourself a membership, gifting a membership, supporting me on Throne, which does actually, you're right, help me towards my citizenship. I don't want people to feel a burden towards that, but yeah, that is true. If you're supporting me on Throne right now, it will go towards some kind of paperwork that I need to eventually be a long-term resident, even if I don't get citizenship of another country, hopefully Thailand. Have you talked about any of the things with Bad Empanada? He's been fucking on one lately. You're talking about on Twitter? I've seen some of that, yeah. I don't know, we've got a lot to cover today. I'll try to see if we can cover it. If not, maybe sometime. But yeah, if you support me on Twitch, which you can do for free with a Twitch Prime sub, if you've got Prime, you can hook that baby up to Twitch and get yourself a free sub to use on the streamer of your choice. If that happens to be me, you'll get all the emotes and all the benefits of being a sub, and it will cost you nothing. That's a very cool thing that I need to mention. Also, it's September, isn't it? I believe your subs on Twitch are now cheaper. Check this out. Moinoip, maybe you know. I don't know if you're lurking tonight or if you're there, but Moinoip resubscribed tonight. If anybody wants to let me know if they're getting a reduced rate for their subs, I think it's cheaper. Twitch does a promotion on September. It's called Subtember, and they basically make it cheaper for you to become a sub. So look at that. We'll try to figure out what's going on with that. You can get yourself a sub for however much it is now. I think it's less than $6, or you can gift subs to other people, which is very generous. You can also support me with bits. All right, so that's what discounts on subs. What what is the discount? I mean, I guess it's different in different countries, right? The other thing, Valerie, is that it feels like, I don't know how much of this Bad Empanada shit is like him trying to get attention. It's 15% off. Okay, so 15% off your subs right now might be a good time to, can you lock in like multiple months? Not seeing discounts for gifted subs. Oh, okay, so it's not for gifted subs. Remember, that's important. It is for regular subs. Sama Suzuki, thank you for resubscribing and bringing us up to 58. All right, so I mentioned Patreon before, and the one benefit of being a member of my Patreon that I am currently able to do is if you're a member at the $5 level or more, you will get a shout out, a fancy shout out at the beginning and end of each stream. So I'm about to do that now. Let me just organize this. Shouts out to Or Else Ellipsis. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Nadia. Shouts out to Moinoape. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to JMB. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Emily French. Shouts out to Direful. Shouts out to Choky. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. Shouts out to Big Al. And shouts out to Animus. And a fancy shout out goes to Zerix, Rachel K, Crystal Saphira, and Omega Star. Whoa. 25% off. Okay, so maybe that interesting that it's right after Epstein shitting on Ethan Klein. Huh. It has anything to do with that? Yeah, I mean, like it started off with him going after Hasan over some of his coverage of political figures that are not, great on certain issues. But yeah, now he's just, well, it's Alana McLaughlin, right? Is that who he's going after now? 25 off for 1 to 3 months, 30% off for 6 months. Okay, damn, that's kind of a good idea. That's kind of a good deal. That's what I was trying to say. But anyway, that's what that's where we're at. We're at 58 out of 100. If we get to 100 here, then I'll cover the top ranking bonus content topic, which right now appears to be Tim Pool apologizes to Sam Cedar. I wish casted it into existence. Anyway, here's what I really want to mention today, right, is that if we get to 200, I can cover the top 2. If we get to 300, I can cover the top 3. So for those of you, because it's a very close poll, second place is Pisco versus Hutch on Chorus's Dark Money. Third place is Majority Report reacts to Taylor Lorenze. Last place is Alex Jones calls himself mom. But yeah, if we get to 100, I'll cover the top scoring poll item. If we get to 200, I'll cover the top 2. If we get to 300, top 3, etc., right? You got 25% off? Yo, Narwhal by Nature, thank you for, I got 3 months. That's a discount. Whoa, Hype Train has started. That is your chance to earn exclusive rewards, including exclusive emojis. Is that what you earn? Either way, chat, we need to get going with the content because the content does not stop. And if I who is Alana McLaughlin? Wait, am I saying her name right? I think it's Alana McLaughlin. Am I thinking of the right person? The MMA fighter? Yo, Buffy Geek with the gift sub to Valerie the Lovely Italian. Valerie the Lovely Italian, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. And that means I gotta, yeah. So like, look, we're moving quickly towards at least getting one bonus item. We move fast enough, maybe we'll get 2 or more, because there's a lot of good stuff on here, for sure. I need to get started with the content. I need to get the show on the road. Let's start off with the Vanguard. How about it?
And the point is to bankrupt you.
Also, chat, no shipping, okay? In case I haven't made that clear, no shipping, all right? I know that everybody's all about OnlyVans, but we're not doing that thing. We're not doing that thing, okay? Whoa! It looks like level 1 has been achieved on there. Ducky with the 100 bits. Alana used to be in Twitch chat all the time. Wait, are you why so dankness? You're not talking about my Twitch chat, are you? Do you mean just in like various people's Twitch chats, I'm assuming? Like you're not talking about NCC chat, right? Because if that's true, that's news to me. NCC Drag Race React. Oh hell yeah. That sounds like fun. And general leftist spaces. Yeah, that is Bad Empanada supposed to do good work on his main channel, but most of his content is drama slop, which I enjoy, but it's funny to watch him try to get it on his high horse against people doing real work too. Silksong comes out in like 11 hours? Wait, Silksong? Anyway, chat, we gotta get going. Let me make this happen. Yeah, I think you still got limited time. I think you got 4 minutes to try to get exclusive emojis. Is that for people that contribute to the hype train, I think? We're at level 1 now. We're going for level 2. Would love to see Tim Pool grovel at Sam's feet. Hopefully we'll get that. Drag Race Thailand, please. There is like, you know, there are a lot of beauty contests here, including ones that are exclusively for trans women, I believe. But anyway, let's see what the Vanguard boys and Taylor Lorenze have got to say about DPAC here. Or should we start with, oh my God. We should just start with the David Pakman thing, shouldn't we? Because the Vanguard segment's not going to make as much sense without having watched David Pakman first. Have I been red-pilled? Or are you clickbaiting us, David? Lawsuit? Okay, this is it. Time to sue?
Well, I hate to start a show like this, but I do have to...
David, I don't believe that. I think this guy is probably a messy bitch. I'm not sure about that, but given his interactions with Destiny, I would guess that he does not hate to start off the show like this. I don't know.
Talk today about a defamation lawsuit. After Wired published a piece last week that made a number of untrue allegations and implications about me and other creators, claiming I'm taking money in exchange for letting someone dictate the
Not a claim that Taylor made, but try again.
Content of this show.
Again, they keep on saying that she's lying. They keep on saying that she's been debunked. I haven't seen the lies. I haven't seen the debunking.
Or restrict what I'm talking about and many other claims and implications. A whole bunch of you.
It doesn't restrict what you're talking about, but if you had a problem with something that Brian Tyler Cohen said, yeah, it would restrict you, right? That is in there. The biggest thing, chat, and I guess, you know, I should have stopped it and centered, because I kind of need to give you an intro to all this, right? I've been thinking about this chorus money thing and the progressive victory, and honestly, the problem that I have with this shit is the same problem that I had with the Vosh Clout Network back in the day, the obviously the Destiny Clout Network as well, and with Twitch Poll. It's like the same. It's kind of the same criticism, right? And yeah, it centers on the fact that signing on to like this chorus contract, right? We don't know everything about it. Again, we need Brian Cohen to release the if he wants to debunk Taylor Lorenze, there's an easy way to do it. Release the contract. Show us what the contract says, right? Prove that she lied. Show me where she lied. Yo, Purple Sage hitting that hype train level 2 with us. Put this towards MR reacts to, okay. I can't read all of that, but reacts, por favor. There we go. MR reacts is getting 6. Yeah, hype train coming in at what, level 2, I think? Nice job, everyone. Anyway, so I'm so distracted. Anyway, this is very similar to what I've been dealing with for a really long time, right? I noticed something about the Destiny Clout Network and the Vosh Clout Network, which is if you join one of those, which I was offered the ability to do, I was offered a White Leaf site, which, you know, that's how I gauge who is in or out of the Vosh Clout Network. I don't say this about everybody who has ever gone on Vosh or ever talked to Vosh or ever said a nice thing about Vosh. I don't consider them an orbiter necessarily. It's like the people at White Leaf is basically how you know with the Vosh network, with the Destiny network, it's that you're, you know, doing a lot of content, doing a lot of collaborating. You're serving as a character in the Destiny, you know, the Destiny universe, and you know, you're speaking favorably about the guy. You're sweeping. That's the problem. That's the problem, right? Is that Destiny and Vosh are two very flawed content creators who are able to extend their clout to other people and use this this, you know, ability, use this gift in a very Trumpian way to secure loyalty. That's my problem with that shit. That's my problem with progressive victory, right? It's all these incentives not to call shit out. That's the issue, right? And that's definitely the issue with Chorus. So in a way, you know, history repeats itself. At no point in the article does the article say anything has happened to anyone. Yeah, it's just what could happen. The report is about the contents of a contract that says people who have signed the contract had issues. Yeah, people who have signed the contract and people who were presented the contract and didn't end up signing it. That I believe those are Taylor's sources, right? And the biggest problem I have with the contract is it puts into writing. Now, Vosh never, as far as I know, Vosh never made anybody sign an NDA. I've never heard of Destiny making anybody sign an NDA. It's not formal. It's just that, like, right, if you're a character in the Destiny universe, if you're relying on Destiny for your viewership and Destiny talks negatively about you, you're out. He kicks you out of the birdhouse, right? And you fall to the, you know, you if you can't fly on your own, you're pretty much cooked, right? Same thing with Vosh. That's how he keeps people loyal, or that's how he kept people loyal to the extent that they stayed loyal after Horsegate. That's another story, right? But this is the problem. This is the problem. And that's why I refused to join the White Leaf Network when I was offered a website. Obviously, the website would have benefited me financially. Like if I think about the when I was offered this, which was back in 2021, the amount of money that I would have made as a White Leaf, you know, with the White Leaf website, right, not having to share my you know, anything that's donated or anything that goes to support me with Twitch or YouTube would have been I would be a lot richer. But I knew that it could be used as a mechanism of control, and then I saw that happen. I saw that happen. I saw what happens to people who try to leave the White Leaf Network like the serfs, right? The serfs were on, they had a white leaf site. I don't think they really recognized what was going on with it. But at one point, Lance said, I would no longer like to be associated with this network. Can we wind this down somehow? And they literally just like took his website, right? Which in the short term makes it impossible for you to stream. So again, I saw it used as a mechanism of control. I saw it used as a way to punish people that they see as disloyal and to reward people who are loyal. That's why I wanted no part in that. That's why I wanted no part. Pakman wants to be Chris Cuomo so bad. Well, he's just got to get infected, right? And then take some shirtless pictures at home, and then he'll be halfway there. David Pakman is giving class president in high school that fell off. Oh no, he definitely is falling off. That's another thing, chat. We saw him post the other day on Twitter, talking about losing subscribers and basically begging people to support him. Basically using his getting criticized in the Taylor Lorenze article as a way to ask for subs and support, etc. And I kind of didn't believe him. I thought, well, this is just strategic, right? They're just using this to, they're just using this like, right, if your name is trending on Twitter and you make a post that says, yeah, I'm under attack from this bad person, Taylor Lorenze, who, yeah, Taylor's got a lot of enemies on Twitter. You could probably count on some people subbing to you based on the fact that they see your tweet because of the controversy. They don't like Taylor Lorenze, and they're like, hey, if you don't like Taylor Lorenze, maybe support this guy, right? But it turns out that the net effect of this article and David's reaction, especially David's reaction, which, yeah, K-La-La is very Trumpian, has been that he has overall lost subs. I mean, he like what I heard somebody, I think he's going to say it later. He lost 5,000 subs. He gained 4,000 subs. So, that thing that he did on Twitter, playing the victim, was able to earn him some, subs, but not enough to, fill the hole. But yeah, anyway, this is, this is really taking a bite out of at least David Pakman. We'll see if it is for others. He's getting cooked in his comments. And Taylor is surprisingly, if you look on Twitter, it looks bad. It looks like everybody's believing the chorus supporters. I think TikTok is probably the same way. If you look at YouTube comments, though, people are on Taylor's side for the most part. I feel like Twitter hate means you're doing something right. It could very well mean that. I wonder if my Twitter hate could be a feather in my cap at some point. Anyway, most of the Twitter hate was years ago. Let's try to just hit the play button, see what happens.
You wrote to me and said, David, are you going to sue for defamation? Suing for defamation and winning is really the way to take control back and to prove that you didn't do the things you're accused of. Now, it's a fair...
I don't know. Suing a journalist kind of seems like... thou doth protest too much, maybe.
Question, and I want to talk about that today. I didn't even plan on mentioning this entire fiasco again, but it really has taken on a life of its own. So I'm going to get to the am I suing for defamation question in a moment, but I also want to lay out a few other things. The saddest part for me in all of this is that even though, after the first 48 hours, the overwhelming majority of my audience members and fellow creators and others realize there's really no story here. Like it's not even just the allegation.
The only reason that he can say that there's no story is that he's not responding, right? I actually happened to watch a video that was telling its viewers how to act more Machiavellian. And part of the advice was that you don't respond to criticism. You just don't respond. I don't know if that's actually in Machiavelli's The Prince, but if you watch Donald Trump, he does this. He doesn't respond to the criticism. He doesn't answer the charges, especially with the Epstein thing, which I'll try to cover some of that today if I can, because there's more developments with the Epstein stuff. It looks like there may be an Epstein list coming out, not from Donald Trump, though, from the victims themselves. So we'll try to look at that. Yeah, Donald, it's a very Trumpian move. You know, it's not... My brain is just like all over the place right now, chat.
My audience members and fellow creators and others realize there's really no story here. Like it's not even just the allegations and implications.
What it is that on your platform, the story has not been addressed. You didn't read the article. You didn't respond to any of the supposed allegations. You just said it was debunked. And maybe on Twitter, you might have, some of these people like retweeted or linked a TikToker who had responded to it, but in the process actually showed the contract and proved she didn't debunk anything from Taylor. She actually proved Taylor right on a few things. Now, if we want to completely, see that proof, then Brian Tyler Cohen needs to produce the Cohen files. We need to see those Cohen files, just like we need to see the Epstein files. We need to know what's actually in the contract. If you're innocent, show us the freaking contract, right? All we have so far is that Taylor Lorenze looked at the contract, made her commentary on it, and then Wired looked at the contract and agreed with her commentary. So you got a major publication with a lot on the line, putting its credibility at risk, supporting their writer Taylor Lorenze, and we don't have anything in the, but yeah, this is the reason he's able to project this illusion that there's no story there is because you didn't fucking respond to the story. You won't platform the story. You're afraid to show your audience the Taylor Lorenze article or to even respond to parts of it, right? You said she's lying. You said it's untrue. All right, what parts are untrue? And prove it. You can't do that. You won't produce the document.
Are untrue. It's just there's not even really a story here. Most people realize that. Way more people always see the original allegations and they never see the corrections. And that's something we're going to deal with in a moment as well. The hardest part is that some people who have trusted me for years have now canceled their memberships on my website because they wrongly believe the DNC tells me what to say, or that Chorus makes me get.
Anybody know about his website? Anybody ever had a membership or see the? I don't know what he. I'm guessing there's like exclusive content, and he's not like using like YouTube's membership or like Patreon. It's like it's a subscription on his website for like extra content. Is that what it is?
Permission before I cover a topic, or that my opinions 2 years ago were shaped by Chorus despite Chorus being spun up like 2 months ago. There are people who will not be satisfied unless I file and win a defamation suit, and otherwise they have just said, this must be true.
Prediction, he won't file a lawsuit. Why do I think he won't file a lawsuit? Because I don't think he wants the discovery process. I think the discovery process would turn up some shit that would be inconvenient for David Pakman. Therefore, I predict he will not do a, he's not, I don't think he's really suing Taylor. I think this is a warning shot with no intention to ever fire the Chekhov's gun.
And haven't even come and asked me about it. Now, I don't know that a lot of people I'm hearing from were really my core supporters anyway, and we're going to get to that a little bit later in the show. But I want to again say, Chorus is not involved in content creation. They're not involved in content creation. They don't direct content. They don't pay for content. They don't subsidize content. They don't sponsor content. They don't restrict content. They don't require anything in terms of content of creators. They've never suggested, David, why don't you do this story? Or David, why don't you stay away from this story? That it just doesn't exist.
I don't think any of this would apply to you, right? You're already singing with the chorus. I mean, I am perfectly willing to believe that this is just, I don't know, money for David's bottom line, or maybe he is being used as some sort of a mentor for some of the smaller content creators or something like that. I don't think that David Pakman is changing his tune. That's not the purpose. The actual people I'm worried about are the people that came out and said, hey, this isn't for just this isn't for just Zionists. I'm pro-Palestine. I've criticized the Democratic Party, right? And yeah, those are the people who could be, put onto this income stream and then slowly have it normalized to them that, certain things make Chorus happy, certain things make Chorus unhappy. And if you want to keep that money coming to you, you're going to do the things that make them happy. You're not going to do the things that make them unhappy. And the biggest thing that I'm worried about is the ability. Do you see what Brian Tyler Cohen has achieved here? This is something that neither Vosh nor Destiny ever achieved, right? They used their influence. They offered their influence, right? If Destiny, wants to raid into you, if Destiny wants to bring you on stream, you're going to get more views, but those are going to be Destiny viewers. So therefore, if Destiny says something bad about you afterwards, all of that engagement, all of that attention, all of that clout will be turned into harassment, right? So there's with Vosh, it's literally like, you want to use this website, part of your income is reliant on this website. It's almost like, chat, we got an evolution of mechanisms of means of control on content creators, on independent content creators, right? This is why I say they're killing the goose that laid the golden egg. Because the trust that people have for influencers, as it were, content creators, right, is that they're independent and they're unbought. They don't have the same media filters. They don't have the same, they're not part of the same game of manufactured consent as the traditional media. That's what people like about independent media. If you put them on it's not exactly I don't know. I don't want to call it an NDA since I don't know it's an NDA, but it is NDA like. Let's just put it that way. And yeah, it does seem to include. I believe there's a clause, prohibiting you from what talking about other. Yeah, I think it's prohibiting you from talking about other content creators. Is that right, Chad? I don't want to say this wrong. I don't want to get sued by Brian Tyler Cohen or David Pakman. Right, but this really makes me. This really gives me pause. Also, I want to pause to say that the butterfly goal for the is we've got 30 minutes to make that happen. So if you want to see this butterfly in my hair, you've got 30 minutes to make that a reality.
It's a scholarship and support incubator for creators. There are very small channels. There are larger creators like Aaron Parnas and I. The idea here is grow the left-wing ecosystem. Now, because of a misleading article and even more confused commentary from other creators who simply read the article, in some cases misunderstood it, went on and did stories about it, some people have decided to cancel the David Pakman show. I don't know.
Does he mean cancel the subscription, or does he mean that he's getting canceled? I don't know. You can't really tell
how to fix that part yet. What we have here is Brian Tyler Cohen coming out and raising money for a project he doesn't take a penny from. It's not nefarious subterfuge of any kind. It's Brian. Of course I supported it because...
I'm sorry, you're literally using a parasocial appeal, right? What's your defense? Not to show the contract and say that what Taylor said wasn't true, right? Your claim here is like, it's Brian. Come on. We know Brian. Yeah, that works if you have a parasocial relationship. If you think that Brian Tyler Cohen is like the strongest warrior for anti-Trumpism, right? Then that works. It's the same kind of shit that Vosh or Destiny would pull.
I know Brian and I know his intentions, and it's a great thing. Now, maybe
he does mean canceled, not canceled membership.
Maybe the worst part of this is that other creators, some, although most now are kind of like, there's no story here, but some creators.
Many people are saying he's turning into Trump before our eyes, chat. Motherfucker is turning into Trump.
In the first 48 hours, took the Wired story and expanded it with even more outrageous claims. suggesting that it's AIPAC or IPAC. I don't even know how it's pronounced. AIPAC.
I've never heard of this thing before. What is it called? AIPAC? Is it AIPAC? Is it some kind of like tech bro thing? I've never heard of that. They don't support me. I don't know anything about AIPAC. The funny thing about this, chat, which I'll show you, I think, with Sagar and Crystal, is that I'm trying to remember. Probably the Vanguard have this. Did the Vanguard show that David Pakman 100% has talked about AIPAC before? He's not confused.
Crystal SA super chatted $5. Butterfly.
Butterfly. Thank you for the super chat, Crystal. He is not confused, chat. He has said he's pronounced it with no trouble at other times, right? And this is pathetic too. Like, this is almost like a parody, right? If I wanted to write a script for David Pakman because he was a wrestler, and I was like, all right, your deal is that you're going to pretend like you don't know what AIPAC is, but this is what everybody kind of thinks that you're pro-Zionist, so it's not credible. I'm going to suggest that you say something like, AIPAC, how is this pronounced? iPad? What is it called? I don't know. I've never, I don't know. It just reads like, it reads like bullshit. It reads like absolute bullshit. It not even believable bullshit. Like, this is how I would script a villain in wrestling. All right.
IPAC that is funding this show.
IPAC. Yeah, it's IPAC.
Sorry. Of course, not true. That the DNC is involved. Not true. The result is that a lot of people in my audience have become confusedly furious with me, and some have canceled.
Confusedly furious. They're not really furious. They're just confusedly furious.
Memberships. It takes years to build enough trust with someone that they say, I'm going to pay for this, and it takes seconds for them to cancel it. Others have unsubscribed from YouTube and other platforms. There are people now not just hoping for us to fail, but monitoring to see if we do have the failure. I don't want to let those people have the satisfaction. So we estimate about 6,000 YouTube subscribers out of 3.3 something million, about 6,000 YouTube subscribers.
Wait, maybe it was Hasan. Was it Hasan that shows him pronouncing it correctly? I saw it somewhere.
Have canceled. Now, during the same period of time, 5,000 have signed up, but 6,000 have canceled. I'm not asking them to come back. Many of them have made their decision. If they decide to come back, great. What I am asking is, if you're a regular watcher on YouTube and you're not subscribed, there's about 4 million of you, consider subscribing. If you listen to the audio podcast, you don't watch on YouTube, but you have a Google account, consider subscribing. If you watch on TikTok, consider subscribing on YouTube. There's no downside. There's no cost.
I don't know. I guess he's doing a pretty good job stopping the bleeding by playing the victim here for those that are parasocially attached to him. They watch his content a lot. Now it's like, oh gosh, I'm getting attacked. Oh my gosh, I really need your help. Please throw me a subscription. And so he's lost 6,000. He says he's gained 5,000 at the same time. I'm going to guess it's mostly by playing victim. And so, I mean, I guess he's doing a good job managing the PR, despite the fact that, oh my God, what a rake this man stepped on by pretending not to know how to pronounce AIPAC. I don't think he's going to live that down. There's certain things, chat, that just get memed into infinity. And yeah, he's been on YouTube since 2005. Remember watching him back in 2007. He definitely knows how to pronounce AIPAC, says Shireen. Such a bad faith. I hope he goes down for this. I think his audience is, yeah, I mean, Hasan showed a tweet of it. Wait, a tweet of him, like a tweet with a clip of him pronouncing it?
And of course, remember that this show primarily is funded by direct memberships at joinpakman.com. Now let's get to the defamation issue. Over the last few days, I've consulted with some of the top defamation attorneys in the country, lawyers who have won some of the largest verdicts, I think, in U.S. history. And one thing I appreciate about good lawyers is they give you the full story up front. And most lawyers I've dealt with discourage litigation. They give you all the downsides. If you go to a lawyer and they go, oh, this is a slam dunk, let's start litigation tomorrow, I've learned to be skeptical of those lawyers. And most lawyers try to talk you out of litigation unless you, number one, really understand what you're getting into. And number two, you really want to do it. Now, I have not decided as of this moment whether to file a lawsuit. I'm not even going to name potential defendants in this segment. There's no reason to, but there would be multiple. If I were successful, the upside in theory would be I've cleared my name, at least in some generic sense, and that would be great. But there are some significant downsides to getting involved in that. Number one is the cost. Unless you're in a highly public situation like the
Narwhal by nature, it's like if Lindsey Graham was saying, how do you pronounce it? Grinder? Ground news? Yeah, it was Hasan that showed it. Yeah, we'll make sure to watch that.
Sandy Hook.
Again, I started early, chat, to make sure we'd have time.
Suing Alex Jones or some of these other scenarios. You're not going to get a lawyer to take the case on contingency, meaning you start paying legal fees immediately. And I've been advised this could take 6 figures in legal fees just to get to the end without even a guarantee of getting the money back, right? I mean, hopefully you win, but winning can depend even on technicalities like what states are these lawsuits filed in. So that's the first consideration. Secondly, a case like this.
Okay, any law knowers in chat that can tell me contingency is what he just said. I've also heard the phrase pro bono thrown out there. Is contingent? I understand that pro bono is not a common situation, right? Am I right about this? Most people don't get pro bono, like, right? They pay their attorneys if they, I mean, like, obviously a public defender, that's a different matter. But yeah, pro bono, I don't think is a really common thing. Is contingency somehow more common? Pro bono means free. Yeah. But is there a difference between contingency and pro bono? And like, why is he talking about like pro bono would be, I don't know, if like if someone that everyone hated did something bad for you or to you or was suing you or something like I don't know if you like ACLU, right? You're being suppressed. Your free speech is being is being taken from you. That's when you get pro bono work. Usually also you're poor. Isn't that kind of part of it too? They do pro bono work for somebody that would not be able to afford a lawyer otherwise. I think that I would be surprised if David did not have a lawyer on retainer, given how big his platform is. Contingency is like when I had to pay my lawyer only if I got my SDI. But is that more common? Is there a difference between that and pro bono? And is it maybe more common? I just don't know why he would even bring this up. It just doesn't seem like a situation that would ever apply to him. Contingency, maybe it's a cop out, right? Maybe the idea is that, well, I asked the lawyer, and if it was a really good case, they'd take it on contingency. And the lawyer said, no, I can't take it on contingency, so therefore, I don't want to get involved in this. Super lucky to have a pro bono lawyer against cops. Yeah, it's civil rights issues, right? You might get a pro bono representation. Contingency fee isn't used in this type of civil case. Contingency fees are used for personal injury claims. Oh, I see. So when there's a good chance that there's a large recovery, you might be able to sign a deal with an attorney saying that they're going to get a certain percentage of what's recovered. And yeah, that would make more sense. Whereas with this, it's a defamation case. Most defamation cases do not resolve in the favor of the plaintiff. It is very common. Wait, contingency is or pro bono is? Fat cat Taylor Lorenze would just drain little old me of my meager funds if I took her to court for this slander. There we go. With her team of lawyers, would she come in and pick his bones clean with the countersuit? But actually, chat, I feel like, look, there might be a countersuit that somebody could make. right? I don't think that Taylor Lorenze, in fact, I'm sure that Taylor Lorenze, I don't think Taylor Lorenze did any defamation. The Wired would have stopped the story if they thought there was a chance of getting sued for defamation, which when you're coming hard at somebody, yeah, you're gonna have your lawyers look at that and say, what's our exposure? What's our liability? Could we get sued for this? Lawyer that humiliated Alex Jones was contingency. The lawyer thinks the case is shit. Contingency is common. So contingency is more like a deal of like, I get a percentage of the reward if I win, rather than workers' rights, personal injury, small employer going up against a large company that will likely settle.
Probably takes 12 to 18 months. And I'll admit, it would be extraordinarily stressful. I am not litigious by nature. I think all of you know that. I've never sued anybody. It would be stressful. It would be time consuming. It would...
A shit case for on contingency would be bad. Yeah, if there's very little chance of him, getting a settlement or a judgment in his favor and an award, then yeah, there'd be no reason for an attorney to take that on contingency.
Remember, I have a newborn at home, and it also likely would take me...
Think about the children. Think about the baby. Oh my God. He is playing his audience so fucking hard here.
...away from the show. And
here, let me bring my dog on camera too. Hey, puppy. Oh, hey, she just comes up to me. Oh, just give me a little kiss. Oh, you know what? I don't know. This is just like...
So part of it is have a conversation with my audience. Is it best for the show? Is the audience best served by 12 to 18 months of litigation instead of just focusing on the show and focusing on the baby? And then number 3 is the reality of the outcome. Imagine that it takes 15 months and I win, right? Imagine I win. Maybe there's a financial settlement, maybe not. But even then, the damage, to the extent that there will be damage, is mostly going to be done. Am I really going to go 15 months from now and show the people that did abandon the show right now
abandoned? Chat, they've abandoned me. They abandoned the show in my time of need.
And are they then...
They just believed the lies and the rumors and the slander.
...going to come back and, most defamation cases don't even go to trial. They end in a settlement. The settlement often includes that no one can talk about the settlement. So it's also like, if at the end of all of that, 6 figures in legal fees and all of this, if there is a settlement, okay, I get some money, but is it even really the public victory that might help from a publicity standpoint?
Chat, if he was a live streamer, this would be understandable, right? If David Pakman, does he do a live show? Is this part of the live show? I'm trying to figure this out because this being a video is wild to me. This looks so bad. Like, right? If I don't know, if I'm David's PR agent and I don't know, I've given him advice and then he shows me this video and he's like, I'm gonna put this out. I think this will really help us out here. I'd be like, no. You reshoot that. You look guilty as fuck. Don't you dare release that video. This is a video on his channel, right? So whether or not he recorded it live, whether or not it was part of the live show, he has made the conscious choice to upload this as a standalone video, being, his video of like, I might try to sue Taylor Lorenze.
Point. Especially if it's a settlement no one's allowed to talk about. So that's what I'm contending with right now. The damage, the possibilities of a defamation lawsuit, the effect on my audience, the effect on the business. So I want to hear from you. That's really everything I have to say right now.
All right. Well, let's see. Are they going to talk? Yeah, David Pakman and Brian Tyler Cohen. This is so there's 2 segments that the Vanguard uploaded. One is about Ethan Klein. We'll watch that in a second. We'll watch that much later. Amanda Knox on Adam Friedland? Damn. let's go ahead and watch this next, I guess. Let's catch you up. Oh my God, chat. Sorry, how do I? Sorry, I'm having technical difficulties at the moment. Tim Pool apologizes to Sam Cedar in first place. Majority Report talks about Taylor Lorenze and Pisco and Hutch on the chorus Dark Money in second place. Alex Jones calls himself mom, coming in last at 18%. I don't know how that happened. I think it's just that we got so much going on. We got 12 minutes left for those 4 teal super chats to put the butterfly in my hair. So it is coming down to crunch time on that right now as we speak. Who's Amanda Knox? Amanda Knox is an American who was a international student in Italy. Her roommate ended up dead, and she was tried for the murder and initially convicted. There was a retrial in which she was, found not guilty. She went back to the U.S. A lot of people, like everybody in Europe at the time, thought that she was guilty, right? She kind of fits the stereotype of the violent American, to them. And everyone in the United States thought she was innocent, and the Italian court was full of shit. She got convicted of the same crime 3 times. God, is that how Italy's justice system works? Wrongfully accused of murder in Italy. I mean, it was a gruesome murder, and so that's probably why it kind of became such a big deal in the press. Right? You show this like blonde American girl, 20 something years old, and then you go over the details of the grisly murder, and I don't know, it just became like almost memeified into truth. But yeah, I think she did eventually get another trial, and she was found not guilty. She came home to the United States. Okay, so let's take a look at what Taylor Lorenze and the Vanguard have gotten here. We're already at 100 as far as the bonus goal, so we'll at least cover one bonus topic. If we get to 200, remember, we cover the top 2. If we get to 300, top 3, etc., etc., etc. So,
and thankfully, I've been a staff.
If you can't choose, then we might not have to choose.
Staff reporter previously. Now I'm not a staff reporter, and David knows that, and so he is a multi-millionaire.
Oh God, I feel like this maybe could have started a little earlier. Not to complain.
And the point is to bankrupt.
Oh, this is sizzle reel. Never mind. We're good.
And thankfully, I've been a staff reporter previously. Now I'm not a staff reporter, and David knows that. And so he is a multi-millionaire YouTuber threatening a freelance journalist to destroy her life and sue her into the ground, basically, because I wrote a factual article that he has yet to be able to refute a single fact in that article.
The Vanguard will be there, sir.
Yeah. Well, that kind of segues into a specific allegation that I wanted to get your response to, because I saw it going around a lot, and I saw it going around from people who frankly should know better, right? I saw one person posting like a chat GPT analysis of the transaction history, and I want to react to Brian Tyler Cohen because he's the head of the snake and the most influential guy. But let's just say we caught some people who...
He is the evolution of Vosh and Destiny, is what this guy is, right?
Really should have known better. And I wanted to get your direct response to this allegation, because people like Destiny and all these fuckers use it as like the #1 gotcha. So I just wanted to have you react.
Lorenz says that the 1630 Fund is, quote, a powerful liberal dark money group. 1630 Fund is our fiscal sponsor. One of the largest documented donors to 1630 Fund is the same person funding Meteor's Reporters in Residence program, which Taylor Lorenze herself is a part of. And guess what her monthly stipend is? $8,000 per month.
He's kind of mastered the art of being able to say something that sounds nefarious out of the true facts that are in no way nefarious, right? True fact Taylor Lorenze, a mid-year reporter in residence recipient, right? This is a stipend that she gets, and yes, it is ironically $8,000 a month for this. However, this is not money that comes from 1630 or any dark money PAC. It's it's got the name of the donor on the scholarship itself, right? And it's not dark money. It's but yeah, if you say it the way that he says it, where it's like she took money from the source of 1630's money, right? It sounds nefarious. Yeah. If this was like mystery person that refused to release their name, if she was taking the money from 1630 and it didn't have to be divulged who gave her the money, if it wasn't the Omidyar scholarship, and if she didn't, sorry, not scholarship, grant, yeah. And if she did not disclose this, which she has in multiple places, then yeah, this would maybe be a story. This would maybe be hypocritical. That's not what's happening here. And this is dirty. This is dirty sophistry by Brian Tyler Cohen. And this is why I'm comparing him to Vosh and Destiny.
So she.
This is very funny.
Yeah.
Because you'll note that he doesn't say, like, it's just saying buzzwords. And like, it's this like illusion of like controversy. Okay, Lorraine Powell Jobs donates a shit ton to dark money. Does that mean the Atlantic's reporting on dark money is wrong? No, because the Atlantic itself isn't accepting dark money, isn't funded by dark money like schemes. I'm in a non-political, nonpartisan investigative journalism fellowship with the Omidyar Network, but among some of the best investigative reporters out there, including people like Julia Black and Laura Kelly, who I worked with at the Atlantic, an amazing journalist, right? And it's public, which was like, it's public and disclosed, and it's funded by this guy, Pierre Omidyar. It's not funded.
The Intercept for
who
people in our
funds the
audience.
Intercept? Who funded Honolulu Civil Beat? Tons of journalists. He's funded tons of journalism projects. Like that. Like what? So what? He also gave money one time years ago to the 1630 Fund in a personal manner with his wife. Like
5 years ago, 2020.
What does that have to do with me? Like, again, all of these billionaires that own every single major media org give money to dark money groups. That doesn't mean that the journalists reporting on those dark money groups are like compromised. Those journalists aren't receiving, including myself. I'm not receiving a penny of dark money. And also, if you follow that logic, what is the implication? The implication is that this billionaire who funds journalism projects and political projects, like donated back in 2021 to 1630 Fund, 4 years later starts a fellowship where he funds a journalist to write a critical hit piece on the money that he gave, like the fund that he gave money to. Like, what are you talking about? Like, if
yeah, that's the other part. That's the thing about it is that like it's easy for Brian Tyler Cohen to say that in a way that sounds nefarious, right? And it's kind of hard to communicate exactly what is so illogical. Thank you, Narwhal, for the super chat.
$5. Am I wild? But she's a journalist reporting a story. Hypocrisy isn't relevant in this context, right? She's not a creator in the traditional sense.
True. Yeah, I mean, criticism of her as a journalist, criticism of her conflict of interest could be, but this isn't conflict of interest. This is the opposite of conflict of interest, chat. If anything, like, it would be in her interest if she thought that, like, Pierre Omidyar stood behind everything that the organization he donated to 5 years ago was doing, then it would not behoove her, if she wanted to stay a writer in residence or whatever with Omidyar, it would not behoove her to make that criticism. Also, we're 7 out of 10 on the butterfly goal. We are coming down to the wire, though. There's less than 4 minutes left. So if you want to do a teal super chat, we need 3 more of them in the next 3 minutes and 40 seconds, chat. So, this is the time. But yeah, it's, it doesn't make sense, right? There's a conflict of interest because the guy that's, paying for her grant is donated to the organization that gives Chorus money. Like, if anything, that would indicate somebody that's very stand up and not afraid to piss off people that are benefiting them, right? It's the opposite of what BTC is claiming here.
If anything, like, it shows that I'm even more editorially independent because I'm writing very critically about an investment that this billionaire funder
100%
did. Like, it makes no sense. And like, also, it's public. The only reason he knows that I'm in that program is because it was immediately disclosed and all the information is on the website. And the Omidyar Network, like, reporters program even had to put out a statement being like, these people are so stupid too, because dark money groups don't fund billionaires. Billionaires are rich. Billionaires fund dark money groups. Dark money groups don't fund billionaires. So it's not like Pierre Omidyar is getting all his money from 1630 Fund and putting it into journalism. Like, it goes the opposite way. He's a billionaire funding things. And unfortunately, billionaires fund our entire media ecosystem, which is part of the reason why I went independent.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's interesting. Can you talk a little bit more about that Omidyar program? Like, I'm assuming whatever it is, you're receiving some funds to support your work. There's no daily check-ins, are there? There's
no, it's not a political. Like, that's the other thing.
Yeah.
It's not a political program. There's no strings attached. It's literally like a couple. It's a few months long. I can't remember exactly how many months we are, but it's like from now until the end of the year.
And I'm also assuming there's no stipulation that if somebody else is a recipient of this grant, that she can't criticize or disagree with their journalism, right? If she wanted to, tweet that she didn't think that another recipient, like, she didn't like, she thought there was a problem with another author being supported by the same fellowship, then, I don't think there's anything in her way of doing that. We are at like less than 2 minutes now, Chad. It's getting to be crunch time for the butterfly. At least the first iteration of the butterfly goal.
Stipend every month for reporting, and it's to support investigative journalism. Full stop.
1 minute now.
Actually do. You're actually a journalist, unlike Brian Tyler Cohen, who's a fucking slot machine.
And also,
clickbait.
I'm using this money to travel to, for instance, like a school district where I'm reporting on some civil liberties violations regarding these cell phone bans. Like, I'm hiccuping. My reporting specifically for Omidyar is about civil liberties and technology. And so it's like, it's to fund that work because nobody funds that work. And it's so hard for investigative journalists to like take on that cost because it's a cost losing endeavor to do investigative journalism. So yeah, not only is it totally open, you can talk about it. There's no NDA. They announced the program. Like, it's totally transparent and it's not tied to dark money even in the slightest. I know where every single dollar
_by super chatted $5.
Narwhal, thank you for the super chat. 18 seconds left. Oh my gosh. Whoa.
Narwhal _by super chatted $5.
All right, one super chat left at 9 seconds. Oh my god, it's like drama. I didn't mean there to be drama this early in the stream. Oh shit, chat. Oh my god.
Narwhal _by super chatted $5 and push.
And push, god damn. And you got it too. You got confetti and everything. The butterfly buzzer beater. I don't know if that's, what Narwhal by nature wants to be called. You do have some alliteration in your name already, but I don't know, maybe butterfly buzzer beater is too clunky, but I will point out that you beat the butterfly buzzer. That much is true. That much is true without giving you a moniker that you have not just like giving birth. Oh my god. I mean, yeah, that's holy shit. It literally could not have been timed like closer. Like, I swear to God, like microsecond later, and it would not. I would have given you credit for it, Narwhal. For the record, I would have given you credit for it. I would have put the butterfly in my hair, but I don't think YouTube would have. But you beat the buzzer. Butterfly buzzer was beat by Narwhal by nature. Naturally.
Of my income comes.
Thank you.
And
Oh, sorry.
Oh no, go ahead. I was just going to say that's pretty by the numbers, right? And to use another Piero Meteor funded, First Look Media in the Intercept, right? If I remember, Jimmy Dore used to go after them all the fucking time, right? But if you go to fucking the Intercept's funding model, right, you can see exactly how much everybody's paid. You can see exactly, it's all transparent. It's like a 501c, whatever the hell, you know what I mean? It's all transparent. It's a non-for-profit media organization. And I wanted to just get your thoughts because you made a really great point. There's this intentional misunderstanding of the different sources of funding that you can get as a reporter. And there's been a big lurch towards, you should be 100% independent. You should never take any money from anybody except for your audience. And what people don't understand about that is that leaves independent journalists who are actually doing investigative reporting totally in the lurch, right? Because what is
also, I lost money on this story. Let's just be clear. I got people unsubscribing from my newsletter, paid on subscriptions, unsubscribing, saying, you're taking dark money, or you're attacking your MAGA, your secret MAGA, I'm unsubscribing. Like, unlike these people with millions, I have a journal, I'm a well-known journalist, but I don't have millions of parasocial fans. I don't really have any parasocial fans. And I'm constantly reporting on things that my audience doesn't want to hear.
This is relatable, right? You criticize somebody that you have audience members that are a fan of this person. In this case, it's 90 people, right? It's foremost like BTC and David Pakman, anybody that's a fan of theirs and that believes them, that's parasocially attached to them and happens to be a supporter of Taylor Lorenze is going to cancel. But also potentially anybody that's a fan of the TikTok creators, right? That are part of Chorus, in a way, as a way of denying the fact that they were supporting a content creator who is not in fact independent and who is compromised, who has sold their independence to a network for up to $8,000, right? They would rather blame Taylor than to deal with the implications of that. And I've definitely experienced something very similar. Chat, how many? I think I lost 700 subs in the similar controversy that I've got in mind.
Because I'm a journalist that's usually countering their pre-existing.
Which doesn't sound like a lot, but at the time, only 1,500 people were following me. I lost almost half of my YouTube subs for just the fact that I was willing to criticize someone that creators like Kevin Logan and Chud Logic and like other people. At the end of the day, they rolled over for this person. I did not. That was the difference.
Beliefs about something. So it's not financially lucrative to do journalism on the internet.
Sorry, Cave Logus.
Yeah, especially when you have fucking assholes like David Pakman threatening to sue you. Let me throw this up on screen real quick because this broke yesterday. Actually, while Zach and I were live, we were totally shocked and disgusted to see
Is there a definitive list of those taking cash from Chorus? We've got a partial list, right? And there's some people that honestly I feel like we should be maybe a little bit suspicious of. Like Hutch, I think, has been acting a little suspiciously. I haven't heard him acknowledge, or I haven't heard anybody, state that Hutch is part of Chorus, but he is definitely singing with the Chorus. And he was part of Progressive Victory. Which, did you know that Progressive Victory doxed its members? Cave Logus has disappointed you multiple times. Look, I don't hate the guy. He did farm me at one point. I don't know. I don't take that as being personal. I don't think we were like good friends or anything like that, But yeah, it's like, he just defers to power. That's, no, God, it's worse than that. It's worse than that. Motherfucker accused me of sexual harassment of Keffels. We've got that clip. I forgot about this. I forgot Kevin Flogan. Yeah, he does like to farm, and this one I can't really cut him a break for, right? There was a troll using my name going into Kevin Logan's chat saying nasty things to Keffels when he was debating Keffels, he was also farming Keffel. He found it very lucrative, I guess, to farm trans women at that time. And I went into his DMs. I showed him the proof that wasn't me, and he didn't. I thought, okay, well, this is great. He just made a mistake. He made an assumption. And I'll just show him the proof that that's not me. This is my account, right? And he'll correct the he didn't fucking correct the record. He never corrected the record. He acknowledged to me, and I think I showed those DMs that he knew that wasn't me. But he just like the idea of like a trans woman sexually harassing another trans woman was just, it was too juicy. It was too juicy for him to debunk. But no, debunk it he should have. And sorry you're catching strays for that this late in the game, Cave Logus. But yeah, I almost forgot about that.
Yeah, thanks, Zach. As it says here, David Pakman is considering a defamation lawsuit against Taylor Lorenze. I've consulted with some of the top defamation attorneys in the country, lawyers who have won some of the largest verdicts, I think, in U.S. history. Again, continuing the Trumpian language, some of the best lawyers in the world, they're going to represent me. And then he adds that, he's not litigious by nature. Also in the same video, he pretends to not know how AIPAC is pronounced, which is fucking hilarious. But what was your response to this?
Yeah, Hutch is saying Hasan doxed him. Dylan Burns has a video that's kind of implies that. Dylan was good enough, at least. I'll give him his flowers. He mostly blames Progressive Victory for getting doxed, right? Hasan is probably the last person that should be blamed for that. Obviously, we know why Hutch is blaming Hasan for it. Hutch is just pulling that ripcord. But yeah, it was Progressive Victory that doxed all of its creators. I think through their own incompetence, from what I understand. I don't know. Maybe we'll look at the Dylan Burns video. He actually, I mean, despite the clickbait, I think, he was fairly honest about who was responsible for the doxing. I do not trust Hutch to have been the debunkler. Call the debunkler. Wait, the debunkler.
To what degree is there any other example of someone like David Pakman successfully going after a reporter for exposing?
Look at what I've dealt with. I've been sued for defamation multiple times over. All of those lawsuits.
Anyone who admits to being part of Chorus, we know they've been authorized to say so. Then there are a bunch of people defending it for free, so we can't even judge their motivations. Yeah, we don't have a complete list of who's involved in Chorus yet. I actually don't blame the content creators as much as I blame Brian Tyler Cohen. Honestly, that's like my assessment is that I think they got played. I mean, not that they did nothing wrong. They sold themselves out in a way, right? I don't know if they realized they were doing that. I don't know. I see the Chorus members as largely naive, and some of them do good content, right? I don't want to deny that. There are people that are part of Chorus that have called out the Democratic Party, that have talked about the genocide going on in Gaza, right? So that exists. I don't want to paint with too broad a brush. Yeah, my main smoke is for the David Pakmans and the Brian Tyler Cohens of the group, the people that the corruptors rather than the corruptees. Not to say that the corruptees did nothing wrong, but I think they're younger, they're newer content creators. They're they need the money, right? Like when I think somebody's being dishonest and lying about me, right? I'll call that out. But when I think that they're just farming, I'll mention that as well. And I do differentiate between the two. I don't know, chat. It's a weird comparison I'm trying to draw here.
They've always lost
They did fail some kind of test. Well, yeah, and they didn't realize what they had. They don't understand that your independence as a content creator is it's invaluable, right? I say invaluable, which means very, very valuable, if that's not clear. Because it's like, in some ways, it's beyond value. You can't put a price on it. You can't put a price on the, you know, the authenticity and trust that being a truly independent content creator imbues you with is something that you can't and shouldn't put a price tag on. All right. I mean, you're not getting paid for it, right? It's not paying you in the short term, but people being able to trust and believe you, it's extremely valuable. This is why the Democratic Party is going after content creators in the first place, is because they have that trust and that authority and that authenticity with their audience. This is something the Democratic Party cannot replicate, right? I think they're being underpaid. I think $8,000 is not enough to sell your fucking independence. BTC is a corporate dim mouthpiece. That's why I look at them as in some ways victims, right? Also, I don't want to fight with 90 chorus members. I would rather just concentrate on the corruptors. And we'll, yeah, if you got corrupted, does that like reduce your, trustworthiness? Probably. But I'm not as worried about that as the Midas Touch is very corporate, but they do a good job for Dems. Sympathize with any. Yeah, I haven't seen them try to rope anybody into a deal where they're not allowed to criticize Midas Touch. I've criticized Midas Touch before. I'll probably criticize them again. But yeah, this is BTC that's doing this this weird. And it's not an NDA. I don't want anybody to think that I'm saying that he put an NDA in there. Again, we don't know what the whole contract looks like, but the idea that they cannot criticize other creators in the program, it sounds very NDA-ish. Let's just put it that way. Sympathize with anyone who's truly unaware their message is resonated with the bad guys and is like their opportunity to make a decision. Feel like they've dirtied their independent brand because they've called in question everyone who says, yeah, you're right, K-Lala. The ones that attacked Taylor, the ones that tried to kill the messenger, they do probably have something to answer for. Wait, I'm not calling BTC a victim. For the record, alligator DNA. Yeah, I don't think BTC is a victim. I think he's I think he's a ringleader. Right? I mean, he tries to use the fact that he's not getting 1630 money as like I'm not even getting any money for this. Well, yeah, and of course not. You're getting the utility of having 90 creators that aren't allowed to criticize you, right? Including pro-Palestine voices who maybe should be criticizing you, if not for your silence, or if not, if not for your content, then for your silence. Note, alligator, if you understood what I said that way, then I probably said it in a confusing way. So it's good that you brought that up, right? Because if you're confused, probably other people are, and it's useful for me to clarify. If it's been misunderstood by one chatter, it's probably been misunderstood by other chatters. Didn't BTC come out with a book too? I thought it was weird how he became such a prominent political commentator and author so quickly. His book seemed super vague and unnecessary.
They're always thrown out eventually. But the point is to put you through.
Oh, good point, Narwhal. He said he wasn't getting the chorus money. He did not mention any 1630 money, and he wouldn't have to. That's dark money.
This years-long expensive legal battle and destroy your life in the meantime and run smear campaigns in the meantime. So if you Google Taylor Lorenz defamation lawsuit, you'll see that they go out into these press tours. Tucker Carlson himself participated in the last smear campaign. They do these press tours about how I'm a liar, and they know they're going to lose their defamation case, but they don't care.
What? Sorry. I think Taylor might have misunderstood what BTC was saying. Did she understand that right? Wait, let's roll that back.
years-long expensive legal battle and destroy your life in the meantime and run smear campaigns in the meantime. So if you Google Taylor Lorenze defamation lawsuit, you'll see that they go out into these press tours. Tucker Carlson himself participated in the last smear campaign. They do these
friend.
press tours about how I'm a liar.
Okay, wait. I'm trying to understand so from what I've seen, Tucker Carlson comes in late in the BTC video, where instead of addressing literally anything that Taylor said, he shows a clip of Tucker Carlson talking to Candace Owens. I believe that Candace Owens says that, like, even though I don't agree with Taylor Lorenze, I find her to be honest. I think she's honest, right? I think that maybe Tucker disagrees with that, but she's talking about Tucker being part of a smear campaign. Maybe I don't know what she's talking about. Let me roll it back a little bit, just make sure we are understanding her.
Someone like David Pakman successfully going after a reporter for exposing.
Look at what I've dealt with. I've been sued for defamation multiple times over. All of those lawsuits, they've always lost. They're always thrown out eventually. But the point is to put you through this years-long expensive legal battle and destroy your life in the meantime and run smear campaigns in the meantime. So if you Google Taylor Lorenze defamation lawsuit, you'll see that they go out into these press tours. Tucker Carlson himself participated in the last smear campaign. They do these press tours about how I'm a liar, and they know they're going to lose their defamation case, but they don't care because it's all a PR thing. Yeah. And the point is to bankrupt you. And thankfully, I've been a staff reporter previously. Now I'm not a staff reporter, and David knows that. And so he is a multi-millionaire YouTuber threatening a freelance journalist to destroy her life and sue her into the ground, basically, because I wrote a factual article that he has yet to be able to refute a single fact in that article. And what's really scary is that, like, it is all part of this smear campaign. When I've had, like, my Google results manipulated. I've had people doing paid media, ads against me. I've had people hire these, like, weird Republican smear, comms groups to pitch negative articles about me. And the public just absorbs it. And then you see people being like, oh, Taylor Lorenze, like, she's really controversial. And that has also made it so that I can't do brand deals. Like, I have, like, Delete Me as my brand partner. I love them. Shout out to Delete Me. But, like, I can't get, like, the sponsorships that someone like David Pakman can get because I am targeted in these crazy
17
ways.
ad sponsors, by the way.
He's making millions. And I am literally a freelance journalist that's like, thank God I have this, like, fellowship going for the rest of the year, but I don't know what next year is going to look like. Like, I am relying on subscriptions. I am relying on people subscribing to my Substack. But then again, like, people subscribe to my Substack and Patreon and they expect constant updates. And I can't always give them that because I have to spend a couple weeks chasing down a story or dealing with legal threats or whatever. And then people unsubscribe because they want that constant update. And it's not a great model. And I've written about this, by the way, extensively for years.
Well, we're going to get into more of that in a second, but I did want to also ask you, you talked about the origin of this reporting, how you kind of went down this road and what got you interested in this subject matter. I can't imagine that you were anticipating this level of backlash. But I was just like, what the fuck? And it hasn't stopped. People are still, especially the people that have been exposed, they've been, like, contorting themselves into this total panic, acting way guiltier than they should be if they're as innocent as they claim to be. So I guess, were you expecting this level of backlash, some of which we're going to get into and react to in a second with you?
Yeah. So I cover the influencer industry, and I think people, and also not to like toot my own horn, but I've, like, broken so many big stories around influencers, and my beat is online attention. So, like, everywhere I've ever worked, this has been a thing where, like, I mean, when I broke the story of Mr. Beast, like, labor, this was years before any of this came out on YouTube, like, the sort of, like, labor bad practices that Mr. Beast was engaged with, or the story of Jake Paul's sexual assault allegations in Jake Paul's content house, or libs of TikTok, like, exposed, like, just so many stories over the years I've broken and, like, really known that mostly, especially on the far right, like, even my reporting on Charlottesville, like, I'm like, okay, like they're gonna throw everything at me, and I am gonna be dragged on the internet, and that people are gonna lie about me for like 3 weeks, and it's gonna be fine. This story was so shocking to me because I anticipated they would kill it. Like, I had a conversation with Wired, and I wanted to write it for Wired because I knew that Wired is undeniably doing the best journalism on the internet right now when it comes to covering the intersection of tech and politics. Like,
Also,
hands
a
down.
lot of there's been a lot of failure when it comes to covering the Trump administration from the media. A lot of the media has been cowed. They've backed down. They're not doing their job, even on fucking Trump. And Wired is a notable exception to that. All right, I am going to try to put another... people are saying the Discord link doesn't work. Oh my god, chat. My computer is so slow. And I'm going to be on my laptop. I'm going to be on my laptop in next week in Vietnam, so it's going to be even... I am like I'm a little bit nervous about that, right? I'm used to having good lighting. I'm used to having good camera. Hello, good audio, right? I don't know how I'm gonna carry some of this stuff. Like I could maybe take my microphone without the stand and my cloud lifter and the interface to keep the sound good. That doesn't help with the visual though, does it? Here, I'm trying to put a link in here for people. Oh my god, it wants me to fucking disable the... Oh my god. Okay, let's try that again. Wow, Discord seems to be not doing great. Really? Okay, there we go. Grab that link.
They have Zoe Schiffer, Dave Gilbert, McKenna Kelly. Like, these are the best journalists in the country, in my opinion. So I was like so honored to be able to write this story for them. But I also knew that like they've dealt with so much scrutiny. Like they did all the main reporting on Doge, and so like they know how to handle like these high profile sort of stories. But I thought that the minute I reached out to Chorus for comment, which was weeks ago, and I reached out to them many times, that they would just call up the Washington Post and be like, hey guys, we have a story for you, and like get this like puff piece, which I'm sure like some Post reporter would be happy to write, of like, Chorus announces new Democrat influencer funding initiative, and the influencers would be like, we're excited to announce funding, and basically like sort of kill my story by like pre-disclosing it. But instead they didn't do any of that. And I still don't understand why, like other than I think they might like really be interested in hiding their funding. Like it's very weird. And so once they sort of stopped replying, I was like, okay, like, they've done some dirty tactics in the past. Like the last time I reached out to them for comment for an earlier story months ago, they sent this like blast to all these creators in their network saying that like I was a reporter with bad intentions and all this stuff. So
yeah,
they've played
pretty
dirty for a
Trumpian,
while.
right?
Oh,
Like,
it's
they just
100%. It's Trump playbook. And you know what else they did? One other thing out of the Trump
Sure.
playbook. They didn't respond to my request for comment. And then the minute the story went up, they sent a request for comment, knowing, of course, that we would include their comment as journalists do. And then they tried to like frame that, or like the influencers tried to like frame that as like a correction, which is actually hilarious. And that is something that the Trump people always.
Okay, yeah. They complained about the fact that she didn't have chorus members, like quotes. She had not talked to chorus members, right? She hadn't reached out supposedly. And they just hadn't gotten back to her. Why didn't they get back to her? Because BTC himself put out an APB, said, hey, watch out for this reporter. She's bad news, right? She's trying to hurt us, right? Don't talk to her, right? This is not, look, chat, if you got an organization, I don't care what kind of organization it is, and your response to a reporter reaching out to members of that organization is to say, don't talk to them, don't talk to them, don't talk to them. I don't know. That's not very trustworthy. It kind of seems like you're having something to hide. And yeah, after the article was published, yes, some of them did return the phone calls, did return the messages, and wanted to go on record. And so Wired did the responsible thing of including their statements in the article after the fact. And then they turned around. This was Girl with a Microphone. Let me tell you exactly who to blame for this one. This was Girl with a Microphone. I don't know, maybe it was other people too, but I definitely saw, H3 Orbiter, Girl with a Microphone, using the fact that there had been an update to the story to make it sound like, oh yeah, they debunked it. Oh no, they changed, they backpedaled on everything. They didn't backpedal on shit. They did the responsible thing. They added somebody's, comment who wanted to comment, even though they didn't get back to Taylor before the article came out, right? And Girl with a Microphone is just implying something completely untrue. I don't know, if we can say that's a lie, but we can definitely say that's dishonest. And, are you surprised that an Ethan Klein sweeper like Girl with a Microphone would say something dishonest? Because honestly, that's like the least surprising thing to me.
Always do. So yeah, and the personal attacks and the lies and the conspiracy theories, like it's just MAGA 101.
That was what was making me lose my mind on Twitter that day. It was like everybody had lost their basic media literacy and everybody was saying, there's a retraction. And I was like, no. These people repeatedly declined a request for comment. And then as basic, this is us, we were getting in the trenches on, what was this, the 30th of August. But it's like, yeah, update August 28th, like they finally responded to requests for comment and nothing is corrected. And what you guys were exposing, it makes sense. You described it as a control freak problem, right? Because they had to get permission if they were going to criticize any other chorus contributor, which is to two of guys like us. That's pretty crazy. And get permission to interview a candidate. It's like, if you're going to get a candidate on your show, you have to then go through another level of bureaucracy. And this is under the veil of like independent media where there's nothing independent about it. And, you make a lot of strong accusations. And one of the things that I think I've seen a lot online of people trying to use as like a gotcha or, some side of like a way to debunk it is like, oh, you guys didn't publish the contract, right? Like Wired didn't publish the contract, but the clear attribution is, quote, according to copies of the.
I mean, this is a contract that they did not want. I'm trying to put it together exactly why like they had some version of the contract. And again, we don't know that if everybody's signing the same contract or certain people are getting special contracts or anything like that. But yeah, they had one contract at least. What the fuck? Sorry. And Wired looked at it to confirm that the claims that Taylor made were true, were accurate. I am trying to add I'm trying to update our Discord thing. Sorry, that's why it's taking extra long and the computer is slow.
Contract viewed by Wired, right? So you guys have a copy of the
We have many copies of the contract. And not only do we have copies of the contract, as the story makes clear, we have Zoom call recordings. We have the screen recordings of the group chat of all of these influencers discussing the contract.
It sounds to me like Wired was being very, very generous by not publishing that information. I don't know if there would have been something in the contract that I don't know if there's like, maybe there's a downside that I don't know about publishing the contract. I wanted to see the contract too. When I read the article, it says that, why she got the contract, she got the Zoom call, she got all this information. Wired looked through it and confirmed her story. But again, who else can release the contract? Brian Tyler Cohen. Let's release the Cohen files. Let's release the COINTELPRO files. Chat. We're going to start calling him COINTELPRO.
We have internal company emails. We have contract negotiation emails. We have the draft contract. We have everything. Like, we have so much. And we spoke to multiple content creators in this program who signed this contract before the story came out. So, you know, I think that there's this like receipts culture. And I do think that this is like YouTube brain where they're like, and this happened.
I am so happy to find Taylor. You're only 4 years too late. You're only 4 years too late to save me. I have been on about this since, the fucking controversy 4 years ago. Right? I have had people literally post shit about me on Twitter, make a claim in the tweet, show a receipt, show some kind of chat log, and you're like, okay, so it looks like they're making a claim and they've got a receipt, so therefore the claim must be true, right? Receipt is present, claim must be true. This is what I'm talking about, receipt culture. This is what I mean by receipt brain. Like, right, merely the fact that somebody's got a receipt of some sort proves a claim, even though when you look at the receipt, when you look at the chat log, it's like, I'm sorry, but Zonia, that's not... Your claim is not supported by the evidence you've shown. In fact, I would say that your evidence is unrelated, and you are relying on the fact that your Twitch poll audience is largely ignorant of that fact. Will not click on the... I've been slimed by somebody for literally this shit. And I mean, it's okay because, there's not like viewers that it's not an audience I really wanted to retain. But yeah, the receipts culture, like I feel like there's not enough talk about this. There's too much of people just being like, they just want to see a receipt. And if you show them a receipt, they'll be like, okay, well, I guess whatever you claimed is true. No, you got to line up the receipt with the claim. Ask yourself, does the receipt prove the claim? And if not, why am I being shown a non sequitur? Why am I being shown something that is unrelated? I'm sorry for that blast from the past, chat, but it feels a little bit, I don't know. It's cathartic. It's cathartic to see somebody else with a large platform talk about fucking receipt culture. As somebody who's been screwed over by receipt culture, I am very much here for this.
With Jimmy and Mr. Beast too, because like I reported on Jimmy's Mr. Beast's bad labor practices in the New York Times in a cover story for the business section for the New York Times, and all the YouTubers circled the wagon and they're like, well, she should post the NDAs that he's making people sign or whatever. And it took like basically years until the actual people like started speaking out themselves on YouTube for people to even believe my story. And I think it's like what people don't understand is they don't respect journalism, and they don't realize that these sources don't want to be outed. So again, we spoke to people within this program who reached out to us in part because they were uncomfortable with the terms that they were being asked to, adhere to per the contract, or sign rather. So, I mean, we can't post those. They are potentially watermarked by spacing. And if we were to post those online, Chorus would know who posted them. And so they would know exactly who our sources are, and they have been...
Like I said, chat, I thought there was probably an explanation for why they weren't posting the contracts. This is something called protecting your sources. In journalism, it's common practice to, if somebody's going to be your source and they don't want to be identified, not only do you not publish their name, but you do everything you can to not publish anything that would expose them as your source, right? That's what they were doing. That's why we didn't see those receipts. That's why Wired independently verified her receipts and signed off on her conclusions based on those receipts without having shown it to us. Anyway, sorry for the drop frames, chat. I'm just trying to fix something in Stream Elements. Here we go. I think it's custom commands, Discord. I want to make it so that mods can type !! Discord in YouTube chat and get the and get a link that is updated and works. Oh God, I should make it a link that's... Oh, I can't do it. All right, save. And then I'm just gonna... Oh, I also should mention there's a blast off tweet. If you have not, sorry, not a tweet, but a skeet. If you want to help us out in gaining a new audience and letting people who might be interested in this stream know that we're there, click on the pinned on YouTube or on Twitch. It'll take you to Blue Sky, and if you have a Blue Sky account, you can engage with my content there, just as Play Something has. Play Something says each time David Pakman fights back, the more I believe the reporting of Taylor Lorenze. His responses lack intro and extrospection. I've never heard that word before. Extrospection, like self-awareness. Okay. Wow. Is that a word? God. If it's not already, it should be the opposite of introspection. Extrospection, self-awareness, to such an impressive level. But yeah, thank you, Context slash Play Something for interacting with the Blue Sky Skeet. And if any of the rest of you want to help us out there, the link is pinned. I've also put up a new super chat goal. This is for blue super chats, right? Blue is one step down. So basically, anybody, we got a cat driving a race car as a palate cleanser. So if you want to see a cat driving a race car as a palate cleanser, you've got 1 hour and 42 minutes to make it so. But here, I need to kill this this Firefox instance so that we can have our frames back. I'm gonna try to like lighten up on the load on
aggressively going after. It's crazy because people are still leaking me these group chat conversations, which is hilarious to view them like spiraling out and crashing out. But they're attacking people that are not even my sources right now and speculating. And so,
that's rough. I didn't realize they were going after people that they thought they're going after the leakers, Chad. This is so Trumpian. They're going after people that they think might be the leaker. That is fucked up.
We have to protect sources. It is a witch hunt, and we have to protect our sources. And
also, that's a circular firing squad. I mean, look, not to celebrate it or anything, because somebody that didn't leak shouldn't be, I don't know, harassed for, like, nobody should be harassed for telling the truth, right? And especially somebody who didn't even tell the truth, that wasn't even the leaker. They're just going after whoever they think might be the leaker. Jesus Christ.
I think people watch these YouTube drama slop channels where they where they like,
they do get that a lot, as do I.
Put up like screenshots of things, and then it's like that Always Sunny in Philadelphia thing of like this, and it's like, guys, we did the reporting. We have multiple copies of multiple tiers of the contract.
And it's not like you're on Substack. Like you're working with Wired in this instance, other outlets in other instances.
Fact checkers, legal review.
Did you hear what she said? Multiple copies of multiple tiers of the contract. So that's how the contract operated. That would be there's tiers of the contract. We heard about some creators getting as much as 8,000, some creators getting as little as 250, selling yourself short there if you took 250 a month for this. But you don't know the value of your independent platform. And it's too bad. It's too bad. People think of, an independent platform as, I don't know, you didn't go to school for journalism, or you don't have the credentials, right? You didn't work at the New York Times like Taylor did. And so therefore, you got a lesser platform, a less credible platform. That was how independent content, independent media was thought about in the past. Now you've actually kind of got more credibility than journalists. Especially, network journalists, but magazine and newspaper journalists as well. And to sell yourself out for $250, that's just a tragedy. That's why for some people it's hard to even be mad at them. I just kind of feel sorry for them.
It's not my personal. This was edited by so many editors. This was a story we spent months reporting. So the idea that it's like, we can put, and also what an absurd claim. Like, this is where it comes back to Trump. Like, I bring up the fact that like Wired continues to do some of the best accountability journalism on tech and Trump, right? Like, they recently broke the story about, Grok, like government employees, like being encouraged to use Grok.
You mean Mecha Hitler?
Yeah. But like when these big content creators with millions of followers get online and they say Wired lied, like
Narrow by nature, I'd say you're about as close to drama slop as Brittany Simon is. You're doing leftist analysis from a different angle, like she does philosophy from a different angle.
They lied. All of this is just untrue. it degrades trust in the institution of journalism.
Yeah, exactly about ism. If Lorenz burned all her sources, i.e., released, more information that might, might imply who her sources actually were, no one would ever help her with the story again. People think it's like Twitter, where you get clout for receipts.
And it degrades trust in actual.
I mean, back in the day, the fuck NCC, ripcord was a useful ripcord to pull for, and a lot of people pulled it.
Really important accountability journalism.
It's insane, and it basically, all of this has been justified by the David Pakman.
Oh no, stop it! Oh, I'm so dumb.
Right? The brigade of people that are going to simp for them because of their parasocial relationship and not their politics or any kind of real commitment to a belief system. And they're all saying, well, this is all justified because Donald Trump is ontologically evil, and anything that we do is in resistance to him is fine. Like, why are you talking about this in the face of fascism, right? They like immediately go to this like accelerationist, like hyperbolic argument where it's like, well, if Donald Trump is able to do this, like, why can't we do this? Why can't the left just behave as poorly as the right does? And what was shocking to me about that is that this is the left behaving exactly as the right does. David Pakman went out and said, this has been debunked. It had not been debunked. He doesn't cite a single retraction.
The funny thing about that is that's one claim that you can always make without being accused of defamation, right? If you say Taylor Lorenze lied, or if you make a specific claim about something that you say she lied about and she didn't, you might have some exposure there. But if you just say it was debunked, you could be like, I watched a TikTok and it made it look like it wasn't true, so it was debunked. Literally anything could be like it was debunked. Weasel words. This is weasel words, right? These people don't know what journalism is. If this was Watergate, they would be railing against Woodward and Bernstein. Absolutely, they'd be, they'd have a parasocial relationship with the Nixon administration, and be like, no, Richard Nixon wouldn't do that. He wants to keep us safe. He wants to keep us probably there's a lot of racism mixed into what exactly Richard Nixon was supposed to keep us, meaning white people in America, safe from. That's it's debunked.
What does he think Wired is? And that was what was also making me crazy. Like, I tweeted out the other day that the left needs to do a way better job of distinguishing between who is a loudmouth like me and who is an actual journalist who has the receipts to back up the things, and they're not just speculating about it. And I'm not like taking a dunk on podcasters and YouTubers. I love this lane, right? But it is a little bit of a different thing when Wired publishes an accusation, when somebody speculates about something on YouTube. And we have to develop media literacy and standards to where people understand that those things are really different.
And they're also, I think, like the personal attacks are so relevant here, because their response to a lot of this is like, well, Taylor Lorenze is a liar. And it's funny because they're actually repeating all of these same conspiracies and lies about me that Tucker Carlson and libs of TikTok and all of the other right-wing influencers that I've criticized so.
Oh, yeah. In case anybody doesn't know, Libs of TikTok was a account first on TikTok and then was banned from TikTok and then went on Twitter that essentially would dox and harass small content creators, mainly LGBT content creators, but eventually just anybody on the left, anybody they regarded as woke, right? They would attack.
So peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
They would attack the. Oh my God, Chad! I just realized something. So Libs of TikTok was anonymous, and Libs of TikTok was de-anonymizing, doxing, content creators, doxing random teachers who like happen to be gay or something like that, right? We're just kind of the the platonic ideal of the Libs of TikTok victim, right? Taylor Lorenze did the hard work to figure out who was behind the Libs of TikTok account. Taylor Lorenze identified that as being Chaya Raichik. She's the one that.
So aggressively. Like, I'm actually known for my reporting on the far right. Like, that's like 80% of my work. And I've written extensively about dark money influence schemes on the right, which, by the way, liberals were loving when I was, they eat that stuff up.
The Libs of TikTok stuff, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And I wrote about Tenant Media and Tim Pool and Benny Johnson and all of these other unethical schemes that they do on the right. I write about that stuff all the time. Um, but it's like this, what do they say in response to it? Like, well, actually, Taylor's investigative journalism fellowship is dark money. What are you talking about? No, it's not. Not even remotely. And
Again,
also,
some of these people are treading on very dangerous ground here, right? Taylor didn't do any defamation. I mean, David Pakman can try to bring a lawsuit if he wants to. BTC could try to bring a lawsuit if he wants to. But some of these other people, like, I feel like they're treading very close to actually some sort of legal exposure. And look, I don't assume that Taylor Lorenze is going to lawyer up and sue. Like she said, she's not even able to fulfill her, like, I don't know, like Patreon, things that she wants to do for her supporters and stuff like that, right? She gets too overwhelmed with all this blowback that it's hard to do that some of the time. I don't imagine that she wants to, file her own court case. You know who might actually file a court case though? I would say I'd be more worried about Wired Magazine, right? If one of these fuckers accidentally implies something about Wired Magazine that they can prove is not true, they are potentially on the line for a defamation case.
like, they're just accusing me of being like a secret Republican. I like, that's the other thing. And then
I'm sorry. Wow.
they say like, oh, like she's fired from every job. It's so crazy because like the past several places I've worked, like when I've quit my job, I've had to get them to give me like statements because I'm like, guys, the people on the internet, like they will just lie. And so it's like the past several places I've worked have had to say on the record in public, like Taylor was not fired. Like, stop with these conspiracy theories. But it's what the right has pushed, and it's what the left will they're not left. The centrists will push, when they're questioned, because they don't want to release the contract. The little bits of the contract that some of them have released have confirmed our reporting.
Yeah.
Look, the sad thing is, it is the centrists and it is some of the left. Some of the people that got looped in, that got, pulled into this chorus stuff are, from what I can tell, legitimately leftists of good conscience. People that have said the difficult things about what's happening in Gaza. People that have called out the Democratic Party, right? There are people like that in chorus. I don't know if it's the majority of them. I would assume not. I'm getting Piper from Fallout 4 vibes. Wait, what? I need to play that game. I've only played New Vegas. But goddamn, all of Fallout looks really good. Even the old games look kind of cool. Although I guess they're harder. Anyway, chat, I'm getting distracted. What am I trying to say here?
They're not left. The centrists will push, when they're questioned, because they don't want to release the contract. The little bits of the contract that some of them have released have confirmed our reporting.
Yeah, 100%. Well,
Push, on the record in public, like Taylor was not fired. Like, stop with these conspiracy theories. But it's what the right has pushed, and it's what the left will they're not left. The centrists will push, when they're questioned.
Yeah, so the biggest tragedy of this is where you have people that are real leftists of good conscience, in good faith, joining this smear against Taylor Lorenze. That's fucked up. That is actually a circular firing squad. I don't consider going after BTC for what he said, and in a lot of cases more what he has not said, or David Pakman or any of these fuckers. I don't consider that to be like, leftist on leftist violence. That is, we're talking about liberals. We're talking about neoliberals here with BTC and David Pakman. But the sadder thing is the idea that some actual leftists, in a defensive, reflexive action to defend themselves against accusations of impropriety, are echoing right-wing smear campaigns against Taylor Lorenze. Because if you're looking out there, there is a lot of negativity regarding Taylor Lorenze, and a lot of this stuff traces its source back to the right.
And because they don't want to release the contract. The little bits of the contract that some of them have released have confirmed our reporting.
Yeah, 100%. Well, it's interesting too that you brought up the libs of TikTok thing, because I think it's just fucking outrageous and disgusting of Brian Tyler Cohen to, imply that you're like fraternizing with Candace Owens and you're just like a creature of right-wing
Tucker
media. And the
Carlson,
reason they're all
who-
celebrating you is because of this article or whatever. When, as Zach mentioned, that libs of TikTok.
Narwhal, how are the frames now? I closed down as much stuff as I could. Hopefully we're not dropping frames anymore.
TikTok reporting is like the original time we covered you. The right wing was fucking freaking out, accusing you of doxing this lady. And then you debated her, which was freaking amazing. That's one of the best videos out there of your debate with what's her face from
Kaya Raichik.
Kaya Raichik. Yeah. So funny. So it's like, yeah, the entire time we've been paying attention to your work, it's been triggering the fuck out of MAGA. It's been triggering the fuck out of Republicans.
Yes.
Now you do this one story that was essentially brought to you, leaked to you by people that are on the left who are content creators who ostensibly agree that Democrats are better than Republicans and that Democrats, need to have a good online strategy, yet still they're willing to smear you, a reporter, for doing reporting and exposing something that is, I guess, at most uncomfortable to these people because it shows that all their friends are propagandists.
What bothered me so much about the Brian Tyler Cohen thing too is that, like, first of all, they're making fun of me in that clip. Like, they're like making fun of me for caring about the ongoing pandemic and encouraging people to mask and being like, what's so funny is she actually believes it. Like, yes, I do. I actually hate the dismantling of public health. And I do think people should mask more often to prevent disease like that, but also Tucker Carlson specifically. And you can Google Taylor Lorenze, Tucker Carlson. This man used his platform at Fox News to so aggressively smear me that my parents were like driven out of their house many times over from being swatted. Like that is the least of what he did to not just me, but my entire family. There are literal academic case studies that have been written on that aggressive harassment and smear campaign that Tucker Carlson himself instigated and furthered for years. So the idea that he's my friend is so deeply like it's a lie. And it's also like it's such a gross thing because like Brian Tyler Cohen has actually not he has not had to go through any of that. And I've dealt with so much of it. And even just going back again to my days covering like politics and covering Charlottesville and like extremist movements generally, part of the reason that there is so much like drama around me online is that I'm reporting critically on people with massive platforms who are totally comfortable smearing me, and it builds. And every time, I'm sure the next story that I do that's going to piss off some group on the internet, and I'm crazy online a little bit. Like I definitely post dumb shit on Twitter or whatever, but still a lot of people do that and they're
And on Reddit.
not like constantly like, but like the next time I do some critical story, the next influencer is going to be like, and remember when she lied and Wired, and remember that, like, it all just like snowballs, and it's and it's used to dismantle trust in journalism.
Yeah, chat, honestly, like, not to go all like, negative polarization or anything, but Taylor Lorenze is one of our strongest soldiers. And when people on the left engage with these smear campaigns, amplify these smear campaigns, even if they don't realize, especially if they don't realize that their source is a right-wing source, ironically calling Taylor an ally to MAGA while they themselves are carrying out a Tucker Carlson smear campaign against her. It makes it harder for her to do what she's done. She revealed Chaya Raichik to be the voice behind Libs for TikTok, right? The fact that now Chaya had some skin in the game with all these people that she was sending, doxing, swatting, harassment, hatred, possibly even fucking murder at, right? With the audience that she has, right? Like Taylor was the only way that was able to, even in a small way, defang Libs of TikTok. And the fact that people would just go along, would just like let's look for some negativity about Taylor. Oh, here we go. Let me amplify this without looking where it comes from. I mean, I don't want to talk about myself anymore because I already have enough, but it's familiar shit. Familiar shit. People ostensibly leftists, ostensibly my friends, amplifying smears at me from apartheid anime girl. Like a fucking racist monster, like aristocracy. All right, anyway, that is the Vanguards. We're probably going to come back to this in a second to see what she says about Ethan Klein. we've got a lot to get to here. I wanted to really quickly show you, though, what she was talking about there, Brian Tyler Cohen. In case any of you don't remember it, we cover all this stuff on stream, and I did cover this video of BTC's. He posts a lot. My name is Brian Tyler Cohen, and I am your strongest soldier. Let me see if I can find this. Wait a minute. Is this on, maybe this is on, I feel like maybe this is on X. Anybody know if the chorus stuff made it to, he probably didn't put it on his YouTube channel, right? On the off chance that people are gonna, in fact, it's not even an off chance, on the very likely chance that people on his channel would see that and either unsubscribe because it's drama or it sounds like drama, or unsubscribe because they were not aware of what he was doing with chorus, right? So it looks like he's left this off of. I'm gonna have to go to X, the Everything app. But yeah, I've shown you this before. I just want to put it right here so that people can see exactly what she's talking about. Here we go. Got it.
We're desperate to tear the left apart, and in fact, it becomes clear who her efforts help when you hear stuff like this.
Genuinely, I kind of like Taylor Lorenze because I know that she actually believes what she says. Do you get what I'm saying?
So yeah,
Tucker says I don't agree, right? It makes sense. He's been on a hate campaign against her for years and years and years. But Candace Owens is saying, I appreciate her. She's trying to say, because she's so honest, right? What she's talking about is Candace Owens does anti-vax content, right? And normally the form that takes is implying that people like Joe Biden want to do another lockdown, want to force vaccinations. That didn't happen. Nobody was ever forced to get a vaccination other than perhaps by their employer, right? Private companies did sometimes, force you to have a vaccination. It was never done by the federal government. And yet people like Candace Owens are constantly pushing the notion that that's what the Democrats did. When in anything, if there's a criticism of the Biden administration, it's that he called the pandemic over before it was actually over, while it was still in its prime, while it was still going hot, right? And yeah, really put some people in danger because of that. She likes Taylor Lorenze because Taylor says that Taylor continues to mask and continues to call out, to say that COVID is not over, right? So she appreciates that because she is, pushing the message that Candace is always trying to imply is behind the Democrats' rhetoric around COVID, when really the Democrats' rhetoric around COVID is honestly pretty cowardly. But yeah, there's the clip that they were talking about. What should we go to next? Okay, we did the lawsuit for defamation. The Ethan Klein thing. Oh yeah, this is the
one of the arguments that I've heard over the years.
So Taylor has a show, a podcast called Power User, and she has guests for this. And this week's guest is here to talk about dark money generally and 1630 in specific. So we'll watch a little bit of this.
Years from Democratic activists is that you have to fight fire with fire, that if they did stop using dark money as a vehicle to win elections, that conservatives would get ahead. But from what I've observed, it's more that they're feeding the fire and just make it even bigger.
Last week, I published an article on Wired titled, quote, "A dark money group is secretly funding high-profile Democratic influencers." The story describes an initiative aimed at boosting Democrats online that offers influencers up to $8,000 a month. The program is funded by a powerful liberal dark money group called the 1630 Fund. And per the contracts we reviewed, the creators involved are not allowed to disclose the details of the...
Wait a minute. We should probably... I'm not doing this in the right order. I should probably take a look at the poll where we're at right now. It looks like Majority Report reacts to Taylor Lorenze has retaken the lead. So we're going to at least get the first, the number one scoring item in the poll, right? That is already secured. We are 80 points away from getting 2 and 180 from getting 3. So if more than one of these topics looks good for you, this is maybe a good day to donate if you want to see me cover more than just Majority Report reacts to Taylor Lorenze. We also have the Tim Pool apology to Sam Cedar. We'll see what form that takes. And the Pisco and Hutch debate on chorus. And Alex Jones referring to himself as mom. We can see what that's about. But anyway, just letting people know, 112 of you have voted so far. MR reacts to Taylor Lorenze in first place. Tim Pool apologizes to Sam Cedar in second place. Alex Jones calls himself mom. And Pisco and Hutch debate about dark money and chorus in third place. So that's where we're at right now. I've also got another super chat goal if anybody wants to play. The prize for winning this, this is like we're looking for 10 light blue super chats. So this is almost any super chat. I think over $1 will get you a light blue super chat, and that reward is a cat driving a race car as a palate cleanser. So if you're looking for a palate cleanser, there it is for you. And I've reduced it down to the light blue super chats to give people that do not have the means to send large super chats a chance to play in the game. Anyway, let's watch Taylor's power user episode, and then we'll get to more stuff. I'll try to make sure to watch the Hasan thing because
funding agreement publicly. But what is the 1630 Fund, and why is it a problem if influencers are participating in dark money related schemes? What does dark money even mean?
Oh my God. Why do I keep on doing this?
Anna Massaglia is the director of investigations at the Sunlight Research Center, and she writes the newsletter Influence Brief that uncovers the hidden forces of money, power, and influence shaping public policy and our political system. She is one of the top journalists in the country covering dark money. And today we're going to be talking all about what dark money is, what it is not, and how it's being wielded on the internet. Hi, Anna. Welcome.
Thank you for having me.
So to start off, what is dark money? What does the term mean, and what is a dark money group?
Different organizations have different definitions of dark money, but Open Secrets, an organization that tracks money in politics where I used to work for almost decade, defines dark money as money from undisclosed sources going to influence political outcomes or elections. After the Supreme Court Citizens United decision in 2010, that was really when we started to see a rise in what we traditionally think of as dark money at this point. The Supreme Court Citizens United decision opened the door for incorporated entities such as corporations and nonprofits to be able to pour more money into U.S. elections.
Why did that Supreme Court ruling give birth to these massive funding machines?
In combination with another ruling called Speech Now, the Supreme Court Citizens United ruling created what are now called super PACs, which are a type of political committee that can raise and spend a limited sum so long as they do disclose their donors. And one of the big increases, at least recently, in dark money has been funneling money through these super PACs. So while super PACs are legally required to disclose their donors, they can just disclose a dark money group like a 501c4 nonprofit that are not legally required to disclose as much information, effectively evading disclosure requirements. Dark money groups can also spend directly on elections with much less disclosure and very few rules.
Got it. So in a lot of cases now, these super PACs have to disclose, but they're getting massive amounts of money from these dark money groups that don't have to disclose. Like it's a big black box.
Absolutely. And super PACs taking money from dark money groups is becoming increasingly common in recent election cycles to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars.
What are the names of some major dark money groups on both sides of the political system? Like, you know, for somebody that's just starting to pay attention to dark money, what are some big names that they should know?
Some of the biggest spenders through dark money groups are actually aligned with party leadership in Congress. During the last election cycle, we saw a group called Majority Forward on the left and House Majority Forward for Democrats, as well as One Nation and American Action Network on the right. These are some of the biggest players who account for a huge chunk, hundreds of millions of dollars of the dark money going into elections. I conducted an analysis for the Brennan Center, being able to track about $1.9 billion in dark money, which is just a huge sum, and hundreds of millions of dollars of that was just those four groups that are aligned with party leadership in Congress. But you also see a variety of other smaller group names.
I'm gonna pee. I'll be right back.
One example from the most recent election cycle was Building America's Future, which had ties to Elon Musk. And similar to 1630 Fund, actually had different projects under its umbrella that appear to the average member of the public as an independent group, but actually were just fiscally sponsored projects or aliases that it went by, which is another element of that as well, which effectively makes that even less transparent.
Why should the average voter care about dark money? I feel like we all know that there's so much money in our political ecosystem. A lot of people have heard of super PACs, but why should they care about dark money specifically?
Dark money is an important topic for voters to understand because they are being targeted by the messaging. And if you do not understand that the information you're relying on when you go to the ballot box or building your own political opinions could be colored by someone who has stake in the outcome of the election or outcome of a policy fight, then you might not know to weigh that into your decisions.
I wrote a story for Wired last week about this dark money group called the 1630 Fund and how it is involved in this influence scheme where these content creators were taking money through this funding program and not disclosing any of it. A lot of people were wondering, what is the 1630 Fund? Is this an organization that is powerful in the dark money space? How did it emerge? I know you've done some reporting on them. Can you kind of explain who they are and how they came to be so well known?
The 1630 Fund is a very powerful liberal dark money group that operates as a 501c4 nonprofit. I have started reporting on the organization back in 2018, so it's been on my radar for a while. What first got me interested in the 1630 Fund was Supreme Court nominations, when they were the first major counter to conservative groups spending in support of or attacking Supreme Court justice nominees through a group called Demand Justice that has since spun off from the 1630 Fund. At that point, one of the major functions of the 1630 Fund was to act as a fiscal sponsor or incubator for a variety of different groups that operated under its umbrella. Because of the way it was structured, they didn't have to have their own independent 501c3 status or file any other independent paperwork, which made it a very opaque situation. That's not to say that all fiscal sponsorship situations are dark money or opaque or sketchy in any way, but in this case, sometimes they would start the group by the same people who were running the 1630 Fund. The group would run its course, serve its function, and then disappear. It never spun off, which is typically the focus of incubators and traditional fiscal sponsorship.
And how did the 1630 Fund evolve? I know that they've raised, I think Politico reported hundreds of millions of dollars, allocated a bunch. How has it operated in more recent years?
The 1630 Fund has grown substantially in more recent years and become much more of a public presence. 2018 marked a real turning point when they started to gain national media and also started to attract much more substantial donors. The way that 1630 Fund was structured with their fiscal sponsees, they had some projects that were very political and some that were much less political or not political at all. One of the tests that the IRS uses to determine whether a 501c4 nonprofit can be tax exempt, can continue to operate, is whether its primary purpose is social welfare or whether it is politics. And technically, less than half of its activities can be political. And so when you group together all of these organizations that otherwise could have been independent, the groups that are much less political effectively water down all the political activity by the groups that are more political. And also decrease disclosure. There's much less disclosure around it.
Got it. So the point is to sort of like fund all of these kind of seemingly independent things and group them all together and basically kind of like get out of disclosure requirements that would be required if you were just funding political activity. Is that right?
It's hard to know what the aim was initially, whether that was to create a powerhouse or to create kind of a counter to what the conservative movement had created for so many years. But what 1630 Fund created was somewhat unique. Fiscal sponsees had existed for several years, but had not really been in the political space to that effect. There had been donor-advised funds, such as Donors Trust on the right, but there had not been an equivalent on the left to any means. And so I think it was a somewhat innovative move for them at the time.
And who donates to the 1630 Fund? Do we have any idea? I mean, I know this is a fund, a dark money group that has amassed hundreds of billions of dollars. Who is funding it?
We do know some of the donors to the 1630 Fund because of either voluntary disclosures by individuals, organizations, or corporations, as well as foundations that have given or other.
Sarah, with the question, are pro-Palestine leftists just out to lunch for a tragedy like a Democrat convention to occur without acknowledging Palestinians? Yeah, without, like, and even a Palestinian speaker that wanted to specifically endorse Kamala Harris, right? Even though they were actively being begged for just a mention. I mean, unfortunately, yeah. And there was a lot of people making the case that any sort of acknowledgement of the Harris campaign's failure, including, sadly, some people that were just have recently been mentioned, popular, recently been mentioned, positively in chat. There were who were essentially trying to throw cold water on any discussion of the problem that the Harris campaign. And I understand, Trump is a fucking disaster. Trump is a nightmare, right? I don't think that keeping mum about Kamala's shortcomings is helpful. Anyway, not trying to call anybody out here, chat. I'll do more research before I go into any more specifics about this. But yeah, it sucks. It's a huge problem. Churches are 501c3s for tax exemptions. I think also advocacy organizations, right? Are those 501c3s? Like Planned Parenthood? Is that an example? I mean, maybe they just mentioned these, and I just was in the bathroom for that. But yeah, wait, I think I got the lights fixed. Let me see, chat. Tell me if you think this is better. All right. Is that better? No, there's still a little bit of. Oh my God, chat, I did my best. Is this better though? Chorus is a 501c. I thought they were a C4. 501c3 donators can deduct, am I getting them mixed up with 1630? Can deduct it from their taxes. Funds can't be used for politics. C4s can be used for politics. And you can't deduct your donations on your taxes. I thought Chorus was a C4. AOC got into some hot water recently about the vote on discontinuing certain weapons being given to Israel. Yeah. I mean, look, there's, there's like imperfect politicians like Bernie and AOC, especially on issues like what you just mentioned. And then there's the Kamala campaign, which thought that it would be more effective messaging to talk about how she wanted to ensure that the United States had the most lethal army in the world, right? Best at killing people, rather than maybe doing something about the lethality towards. Article said C3. I'm pretty sure it said C4. Course is explicitly for politics. Now I remember how Progressive Victory got past the there was something that, like, if you were not apolitical, but if you were oh my God, what is the word for it? Nonpartisan, I think, is how. So literally the reason that Counterpoints was part of Progressive Victory was so that Brianna Wu could claim. Well, also Brianna Wu could subsidize a very unsuccessful streamer in Counterpoints, and but also so that they could call it nonpartisan. But like, look, no, we got a Republican. It is a C4. Yeah. No, I just remember because I've, the content's so fresh on my brain. Um, but I somehow Chorus is calling themselves nonpartisan, which is weird. I really do think they're potentially skating on thin ice there.
They're nonprofits that have given. While nonprofits are not generally legally required to disclose their own donors, they do have to disclose outgoing grants. So it's very easy to see when one nonprofit has given to another nonprofit, and you can kind of piece together those networks. Many bigger foundations also voluntarily disclose their grants, and so you're able to see it that way as well. Some of the bigger donors to 1630 Fund in more recent years include Open Society Foundation, Democracy Fund. Many of those big name left-leaning or center-left foundations and philanthropic organizations that...
Yeah, they call themselves nonpartisan. Oh my God, chat. If they had to release their membership, maybe we'd know how they do that. Because remember, the way that Brianna Wu and Progressive Victory got around that was literally to hire a Republican. Like, so that's all they had to do to be like, we're nonpartisan. Look, here's counterpoints. Used to run a program for a 501c4, but it really was apolitical. Nonprofit lie about being non-political all the time. ALEC is considered a 501c3.
Do actually disclose their grants on their website.
I am currently doing a reporting fellowship for the Omidyar Network, which is funded by Pierre Omidyar. And actually, I think because of a lot of confusion between how all of this stuff works, people were accusing me of being funded by the 1630 Fund. Not true, completely false. The Omidyar Network actually came out and issued a statement saying we have not taken any funding from 1630. In fact, the billionaire Pierre Omidyar once donated to 1630 himself years ago. So basically, like, the billionaire is funding the dark money. Dark money groups don't generally fund billionaires.
Exactly.
Counterpoints was a DEI hire.
You certainly aren't going to see dark money groups contributing to billionaires.
Yeah, it's very silly. A bunch of people...
Nice, Miku's headphones.
I think have been really confused about the concept of dark money, where they are asking, okay, well, what about a group like the NAACP or Planned Parenthood? Like, these are nonprofits. Are they inherently dark money? Can you explain the difference between maybe some of these like civil rights nonprofits or advocacy groups and like a dark money fund?
Absolutely. I think a common misconception is that all nonprofits or all 501c4s are dark money. Many 501c4 nonprofits and advocacy organizations do disclose their sources of funding, are very transparent, and do go above and beyond in that way. When they do not...
Oh my God, what if Tim Pool is their counterpoints? What if Chorus is paying Tim Pool? We do have Tim Pool in the running for bonus content. Let's see, how is he doing right now? How is Tim Pool faring? Ooh, he's in second place behind Majority Report reacts to Taylor Lorenze. Remember, it doesn't necessarily have to be either or. It can be both and if we get to 200 by the end of the stream. I'll do the top two issues, but we got so much on the plate today, right? This is the problem. It's like there's too much good stuff, like the Alex Jones crashing out over Owen Schroyer leaving the InfoWars network and calling himself mom in the process. That's interesting too. Obviously, a lot of people are wanting to see the Pisco versus Hutch on Chorus debate, but we'll see. We'll get there when we get there. I just wanted to update the poll. The other thing I need to update is probably the second super chat goal. We got an hour left to possibly get a palate cleanser of a cat driving a race car. So if that sounds interesting to you, remember that any blue super chat will count towards the 10 that we need. I think blue super chats are like anything over $1. So it's more of a, it's not like it's not as expensive as the teal ones.
Disclose that information and spend on politics, on election outcomes, on political influence, that is when they become dark money.
Got it. So it's also important to have that second part of their spending on elections and political influence and things like that.
Absolutely.
I think a lot of people hear about these dark money groups, and actually in my story, we quoted a lawyer who was talking to these content creators and said something to the effect of, you guys don't have to worry about these blah, blah, blah disclosures. You don't have to worry about your name appearing in the FEC because we're structuring the program, in this way with like through this nonprofit. What are the rules around this? Like, how effective are organizations like the FEC and IRS or whatever in tracking dark money? And is there any sort of legislation aimed at bringing more transparency to the system?
Dark money groups are largely left unchecked at this point. Even very brazen examples have been entirely unenforced. The FEC has a reputation of being underfunded, understaffed, not having a quorum, which means that they don't have enough people to even vote on whether to pursue enforcement action. The IRS similarly is very much lacking resources in that enforcement division for tax-exempt organizations. And so it's not necessarily a priority when there's so much else that they are juggling. Even then, it's hard to catch as well.
What does the dark money system on the right look like compared to the left? Because I feel like we hear so much about the Koch network and all of these like right-wing, organizations. Like, where do those sort of political divides fall more broadly in the dark money ecosystem?
So over the years, the political divide in dark money has evolved. Traditionally, after the Supreme Court Citizens United decision, conservatives were the first to really embrace dark money. But starting during the 2018 midterm election cycle, liberal dark money groups started.
Skateboard cat? Wait, I feel like I've seen that before. Either way, Alexander, thank you for the super chat. Thanks for getting us started on the blue super chat goal.
To spend more on either supporting Democrats or opposing Republican candidates. And that is something that has continued in more recent election cycles. Every cycle since 2018, we have seen liberal dark money groups spend more than conservative dark money groups. Democrats benefit more than Republicans. And again, that is just the traditional dark money looking at 501c4 nonprofits, either giving through super PACs or spending directly on advertising themselves. But every year, consistently, we have seen liberal dark money groups outspending their conservative counterparts. But that's not to say that conservative dark money is going away. It's just that it is getting bigger.
Yeah, so this is something that I feel like a lot of people were responding to me saying last week. Like, it's good that liberals are engaging in more dark money politics because finally maybe we can stick it to the Republicans. I guess, what do you think about the expansion of this dark money ecosystem? Like, is this good for democracy? I think one thing I'm concerned about as somebody that cares a lot about transparency and open government, like, liberals always sort of criticize the Republicans for this system. Now they're buying into it, as you mentioned, even more. And now it seems like we have both parties really embracing dark money. Do you think that that could be a problem for democracy?
One of the arguments that I've heard over the years from Democratic activists and liberal dark money activists is that you have to fight fire with fire, that if they did stop using dark money as a vehicle to win elections, that conservatives would get ahead. But from what I've observed, it's more that they're feeding the fire, that as liberal dark money groups adopt new tactics, you're then seeing conservative dark money groups using those same tactics and starting to...
Oh, that's what you thought I said with the palate cleanser? No, I've got a video of a cat riding a Formula One race car, which I don't know anything about Formula One. Did anybody see the Drewski? Anybody see Drewski at the NASCAR race a few days ago? Anybody see this clip yet? Drewski from oh my god, what the fuck was that show called? Where it was like a dating show. It was like a reality show. I can't remember. Something about love. It's like, oh my god, I can't remember.
Meet each other and feed off of each other's new ideas and new tactics and just make it even bigger.
What ethical concerns arise when voters don't know who's funding these campaigns and political efforts?
When voters don't know who is trying to influence their views, they may rely on a piece of information that they read online or that they consume through an advertisement on TV and not know that it is colored by an organization that actually has stake in the outcome of the election. And in some cases, we don't even know.
Yeah, Could Have Been Love. That's right. Named after the song. Yeah, it Could Have Been Love. I'm shocked that makeup artist needs an Oscar. I know, right? At first, somebody sent me to that, and I thought that Drewski just found a weird dude at NASCAR. No, that weird dude at NASCAR was Drewski in full Jethro cosplay as a countrified white dude.
Know what interest that is, and so it becomes very hard to assess what the bias of those pieces of information we're consuming are. In some cases, they can be very subtle, especially online. They do not fit the traditional mold of political advertising. They don't always fit into what regulations actually are required to enforce. They don't have the traditional vote for or vote against language, but they can be even more effective because they can look like news articles. They can look like much more organic posts, and even enlist things like enlist influencers and other tactics that are very effective. And without disclosure, someone may consume that information as fact or as information from a trusted source.
Yeah, it seems like influencers are playing a bigger role. Like, obviously, I wrote about this on the Democratic side in my Wired story, but there's been plenty of examples of Republicans engaging in influencers. And it seems like influencers also, because that industry is so unregulated, are out here presenting themselves as journalists while taking tens of thousands of dollars in this funding, on both sides of the aisle. Could you talk a little bit about how dark money is shaping the internet? Are you seeing more of these online influence campaigns? And do you think that this is something that we'll see more of also as like the influencer industry continues to take over media?
I think the conservative side certainly embraced influencers much earlier than Democrats have. Groups like Turning Point USA have been able to reach out to younger audiences and effectively create mouthpieces that they are able to use. It's a fine line between restricting speech and telling people what.
Okay, so Turning Point USA, right? Essentially, correct me if I'm wrong, chat. I think they created an influencer, right? Charlie Kirk, he's been doing this Turning Point thing since, like, I don't know, what, 2012? Since a long ass time ago. At first, it was an organization that, even though they were going for college age kids, right? They were targeting, they were trying to get college kids interested in this. Instead, they just got the Fox News audience, right? And not much of it. They were pretty failure prone and pretty ridiculous in the beginning, but somehow, I guess, through just aggregating a huge boomer audience, they were able to get their shit in the algorithm enough. And now, yeah, like there are like younger actual like college age members of Turning Point USA. Funny enough, Charlie Kirk was college age when he started Turning Point USA, but yeah, they created him as an influencer. I don't think he was an influencer prior to that. I don't think he was, known for anything. He was actually like literally I think like 18 when he started on that. And
what to say and providing them with scripts versus finding the right people to amplify your message who already believe things. And I think that that's an interesting distinction between those things. It's also much harder to regulate influencers over the years. I think that the Federal Election Commission and other federal agencies have struggled with applying the laws on the books to these new applications as well.
One big controversy also.
The other thing about talking about Charlie Kirk is I feel it's a little bit of the media. It's a little bit of it would be malpractice of me not to mention that fucking shit, what was I going to mention? The relationship between Charlie Kirk and Nick Fuentes. Right? If you want to understand Charlie Kirk's rise to fame, you also got to understand Nick Fuentes. Right? At the very beginning of Turning Point USA, Nick Fuentes was there with the Groypers in the TPUSA audience, right? And they were calling Charlie Kirk out on not being right-wing enough. And over time, Charlie Kirk has adopted more of a America First, Nick Fuentes style of rhetoric, right? Essentially, Fuentes forced his perspective down Charlie Kirk's throat, which, like I said, chat, no shipping, I'm not asking for a ship of that, all right? I'm not asking for a talented artist in the chat, possibly a Fujoshi, to depict such a forcing down of something down Charlie Kirk's throat by Nick Fuentes. But I don't know. The Edgelord pipeline. Yeah, I mean there's a interesting relationship between Charlie and Nick, and the reason that Charlie has gotten so fucking ultra right wing in recent years is because Nick Fuentes was always nipping at his heels, and I would say at this point has probably overtaken Charlie Kirk as far as influence.
that I wrote about, this was months ago, was the Tenet Media controversy, where this organization, Tenet Media, which was sort of this front group for this Russian money, was funding these conservative content creators like Tim Pool and Benny Johnson, giving them hundreds of thousands of dollars a month. How often does dark money overlap with foreign influence concerns?
Increasingly so. One of the articles that I wrote for Open Secrets a few years ago.
1630. I don't know how much concern there is, but there definitely are non-American donators to, from what I've heard, to 1630, including Omiar. And whereas like normally, political contributions to like a campaign, for instance, would be you'd have to be, I believe you have to be an American citizen to do that.
Was about influencers who were enlisted as part of a pro-Chinese government, pro-CCP campaign ahead of the Olympics in Beijing. And because of the way...
What am I having? I'm having seaweed soup. It's a seaweed noodle, tofu, cabbage soup flavored with, I believe it's peppercorn, which we get some really good peppercorn out here, right? It actually grows out here. Like I don't know. I'm glazing up pepper, but Tim Pool and palate cleanser. Hell yeah! Thank you for the super chat, Ziggy Lynch. We're at 2 out of 10 now.
The influence operation was structured. They did have to disclose that they were enlisting influencers and that they were hiring a firm to do so. But the influencers themselves did not have to put any type of disclaimer on the content they were putting out there, because technically they had control over the content. The way the Foreign Agents Registration Act is written, if the foreign government or foreign political party does not have direction, control, or some other equivalent of that, you don't necessarily have to report all of that, the payments that are happening there. You don't necessarily have to include disclaimers. And so there are a variety of new ways that this information is coming out there. That's just one example of influencers being deployed. That was one that was disclosed, at least the operation itself was disclosed in Foreign Agents Registration Act filings, but there's so much else that is not. Just using China's example, there's so many different YouTube videos where it can be very subtle at first, where it's puppy videos and food videos, and then subtle pro-China messaging comes in. And it's...
Yeah, and then you see this dark form of Top G, this silhouette, coming forward through the screen. I don't know.
Certainly not limited to China by any means. Many other countries have them as well. Oftentimes, it's very much like cleaning up their image. Saudi Arabia has even flown influencers out to their country to have effectively curated trips. And because they give those influencers, technically they give them control over what they are posting, but they're controlling what they are experiencing. They are not legally required to have certain disclaimers or disclosures that otherwise would be required. And so this is a very new area of the law that has not been explored sufficiently in the past and is largely unregulated.
I covered that Saudi Arabia influence campaign as well for the New York Times. And a lot of what those influencers told me was sort of similar to what these influencers in the Chorus program have been saying, of like, well, I was never given a script. I was never told exactly what to say. But I do think that it's worth asking questions of, if you take part in an influence operation that is funded by dark money or some other group that you don't even know the funders of, and maybe you're attending daily messaging sessions, but you're not explicitly told what to say, like, yeah, I guess technically you don't have to disclose that, but it seems like we should have more laws, right, around transparency. Is there any legislative effort to crack down in this stuff?
There have been some efforts in Congress, such as the Disclose Act, to increase transparency around 501c4 nonprofits. There have also been some efforts specifically focused on foreign influence and increasing transparency. I am not aware of as much focused on influencers, however. I think it's much harder to regulate at this point. There may be more recent legislation that I've missed, but at least as of the last time I checked, there has not been much, but because I think it is such a delicate area of the law and it's evolving so quickly.
What is the most surprising or creative method that you've seen for hiding political spending?
I would say some of the brazen examples have been kind of interesting for me, even when they were just traditional dark money, just how brazen they were. One case early on that I worked on at Open Secrets was about Carolina Rising, which was this 501c4 nonprofit that popped up shortly before a Senate election, a few months before it was created. It spent a little over $5 million, and then right after the election, it shut down. That's all it ever did. It never did anything other than spending support.
Who's your favorite character from Winnie? Oh, here, let me turn this off. Who's my favorite character from Winnie the Pooh? I've always liked Kanga and Roo. I think they're pretty cool.
One candidate and opposing the other. And on election night, the person who ran the group actually had a few too many drinks and went on local news and said, 5.4 million, we did it, and admitted to this on local news. And then eventually he became the head of the party in that state. Long story short, it went to the Federal Election Commission. They declined to even investigate, even with this very clear evidence that was well documented on TV, which I found so fascinating. So I think that it's more that surprises
I've got to turn on
than the tactics themselves in many cases.
What effect does dark money have on political candidates once they're elected? Like, does the spending stop as soon as they're elected, or can dark money funds continue to fund politicians once they're in office?
Dark money does not at all stop when a candidate is elected. It continues throughout. And if anything, having a candidate elected and having them become an office holder gives the dark money group more content to be able to use in their advertisements, to be able to say that they are creating issue ads saying, oh, this member of Congress is great on this issue or terrible on this issue, and gives them more leverage in Congress. So it can go both ways. Either if a dark money group is focused on a specific issue, using the vote to be able to leverage against a candidate, say, oh, if you vote a certain way, we will or won't run ads against you, and kind of using that as leverage, or vice versa, running ads trying to push them in one way or the other. And so it can kind of be an interesting relationship throughout. Certainly not something that stops after an election cycle. However, disclosure is much more limited after elections are over. And so it's much harder to track and requires going to online ad archives such as Meta's ad archive and Google's ad archive and X's ad archive, or through the Federal Communications Commission, which can be much harder to track than just through the Federal Election Commission.
What sense do you have of like the mix of who's funding dark money just broadly?
I mean, one of the issues is we really just don't know who is behind these groups. It could be a foreign oligarch, it could be the billionaire next door, or it could be a major corporation. Some corporations, about half of the S&P 500 corporations, do voluntarily disclose at least some information about their annual contributions to 501c4s and trade associations. And so we do know some of that money going into 501c4s.
Wait, does Eeyore not have a house? Wait, Pooh has a house, Kanga and Roo have a house, Owl has like a tree house. Does Tigger have a house? I don't think I've ever... Rabbit has a garden, so I'm pretty sure Rabbit has a house. Does Eeyore not have a house?
501c4s is coming.
It's still Twitter.
From corporations. In some cases, we do see money coming from family foundations affiliated with major donors. In some cases, we have seen leaks that reveal the names of major donors. But it's hard to know. There's so much that you just hit a brick wall. You just don't know who is actually behind it. And that's the nature of dark money.
I know that you mentioned earlier that dark money funds PACs, but do PACs ever fund dark money?
That is not something that I've seen before. Typically, political action...
All day to squeeze Pooh, tell Pooh squeezes cakes through Rabbit's front door. But you got no time for Eeyore? I thought Pooh just got stuck in the honey pot. Does he get stuck in Rabbit's door?
Committees.
Eeyore is canonically homeless. I didn't know that.
Would not give money to a dark money group, since the Political Action Committee is required to disclose its donors and has already gone through all of the scrutiny. So they would already have gone through all of that disclosure regime. It's not unheard of for a Political Action Committee, especially a super PAC, to have in-kind donations in particular with a dark money group if they have a close relationship with them. For example, you may have...
Eeyore has a tent? Oh my god, don't tell Gavin Newsom.
A super PAC with an affiliate...
Don't tell Newsom.
...dark money group. One example that comes to mind is Tennesseans for a Better Tomorrow and Better Tomorrow for Tennessee, which were a super PAC and a dark money group that sound very familiar, shockingly. One was the 501c4 nonprofit, one was the super PAC. The super PAC had to disclose its donors to the Federal Election Commission. had to disclose its spending. The dark money group didn't have to disclose anything at all. Shockingly, the super PAC was fully funded by the dark money group. But you might also see in-kind contributions reported by the super PAC going to the dark money group if they share staff. That is something very common, in particular with party-aligned dark money groups and super PACs that we've seen. Both of the major parties in the Senate and the House, their leadership have dark money groups affiliated with them as well as super PACs. One Nation and Majority Forward on both sides in the Senate, where you will see they are run out of the same office or have been at varying points. And
I'm trying to imagine Gavin Newsom as a character in the 100 Acre Woods. Like, he'd probably build a train line like right through everybody's house or something. And then when they tried to camp, he would take their tents away.
Your staff, and so you will see in-kind contributions.
He'd be like, I'm doing it for abundance. Aboondance. Oh my God, chat, can we have that? Deboonking and abundance. It's all about abundance.
But not necessarily donations directly. They're not giving them money typically.
Say you're an influencer or content creator and you get offered one of these dark money deals, and maybe you're a little bit nervous about taking it, but you want to be transparent and you want to make sure that you're receiving money in sort of an ethical way. Is there a way to find out like where those dollars originated?
It can be very...
Yeah, Gavin would, like, I don't know, give everybody COVID by going to the French Laundry. You know what I'm saying? Like, he would make all the other animals shelter in place while he goes to the French Laundry, and then he would infect everybody with COVID.
Very difficult to get a full accounting of the money spent by a dark money group, and even a harder...
Wait, do you remember the Pinky and the Brain of Winnie the Pooh? Wait, what?
...to get a full picture of...
Wait, are we effing Zapata?
...who is funding a dark money group? You can get some information from their annual tax returns and from their voluntary disclosures online potentially, but by and large, you're never going to get that complete picture in most cases.
Yeah, I guess that's why dark money is called dark money, because you don't know. You won't know. One influencer I was speaking to actually said that he was really scared. He didn't sign up for this program because he was scared of losing his security clearance. I guess with certain levels of security clearance, you have to be able to say that you've never received funding from a foreign adversary. And of course, if you take dark money funding, you don't actually know like if some foreign adversary has donated, right, to like a dark money group, and then somehow you received like a portion of that funding.
That's one of the big issues with it, is you don't know if it's even domestic money that is being channeled through these nonprofits. Some states have made initiatives and tried to tackle that issue of requiring disclosure of foreign dark money and donors, but it's a very messy system and something that's very...
Is Twitch okay? Is Twitch coming through?
...challenging, and that by and large lawmakers are still figuring out. And because it's evolving so quickly, that adds another layer to the puzzle.
Where can average people that want to learn more about this dark money funding in the US go? Like, where can people better learn about this system and familiarize themselves with some of these big dark money groups?
If someone is trying to learn more about dark money or a group that they have seen and suspect might be a dark money group, I would recommend checking ProPublica and their 990 search. They have a great resource for looking at the annual tax returns of these groups. If you are wanting to roll back a bit and just get basic definitions, Open Secrets, where I used to work, has a wonderful resource called darkmoney.org, where you can look and get a better understanding of dark money generally. Lots of great resources there as well.
Anna, thank you so much for joining me today. You're literally one of the best reporters on dark money, and so I'm just so excited to be able to talk to you. Where can people continue to follow your work?
I write a newsletter called Influence Brief on Substack, so please subscribe. I also work with the Sunlight Research Center, which is a shared research desk for local news organizations providing investigative and data support. I also am an independent journalist and researcher, always looking for opportunities to collaborate.
Thanks again for chatting.
Oh, thank you. My pleasure.
All right.
Awesome. Awesome. Okay. I'm gonna have to just pull up the playlist maybe. There's a bunch of stuff that I want. Oh no, wait, we haven't. Chat, that's the cat that drives a Formula One race car. Chicken on Top G. What is Top G up to?
China-Russia relations are more self-confident, firm, and resilient.
God damn. If you this is basically China and Russia, two allies of the United States in World War II, who then immediately became enemies before Richard Nixon divided and conquered, making friends with China and freezing Russia out. Kind of coming back together, I guess, to celebrate the victory in World War II. Making Trump jealous, because this is honestly, when Trump says he wants a parade, this is what he's talking about, right? He's talking about like precision, marching, everything that the U.S. military did not give him is, and also friendship with, Kim and Vlad. It looks like Trump has been, and Modi now, right? Looks like Trump is the one that's frozen out of the Dictators Club. God damn. There we go. This is what Trump wants. This is what Trump was expecting. They got what? Artillery? Are they gonna actually fire? Like, is it gonna fire blanks or something? Yeah, 1945, 2025. Yo! Wow, anonymous gifter going wild. Going wild in Twitch chat right now, gifting 10 subs. Let me see if I can read them out for you. Primordial Pouch, you just got jellyfished. Finn Does Stuff, you just got jellyfished. A Shook One, you just got jellyfished. New member 1, you just got jellyfished. GB, really likes Great Britain, you just got jellyfished. Comrade Simon, you just got jellyfished. Is that Simon from the Yogs cast? Has become a communist? No. Anyway, Carper 10, you just got jellyfished. Fritter Critter 506, you just got jellyfished. Elf Girl Blue, you just got jellyfished. And Moni 978_3, you just got jelly. Look at that, chat. All of a sudden, double bonus content is potentially in play. Other dictators don't want to be associated with that hot mess. Yo, look at that explosion! That explosion of gifted subs. Thank you, Anonymous. China. Do you think he was like on the phone to Kim, and to Modi? Being like, can I come? And they're like, no, you cannot come. You cannot come, Donald. You put tariffs on the whole world. Trump was not invited because he was dead. Yeah, that was the problem. He was dead while this was going on. They only recently revived him. Even the crowd looks orderly. Yeah. Australia sent somebody too. Yeah, I mean, like, the sad thing is with all of China's, issues, right? It now looks like it now looks like the center of gravity for the world. It now looks like the place of stability. If it's, United States versus wait, subs are $8? Did they raise the price? No, the subs should be $6. Is this like on iPhone or something? He's also a Nazi. Yeah, he would have been on German side. There's an insane poll that they did once of American students where there was a ridiculous number of American students who thought that the United States had fought with Germany against the Soviet Union in World War II. When asked like who was who was World War II, they thought United States and Germany defeated the USSR or something. Wait, on Samsung? Like on Android? It's like 650 depending. I didn't know that. Jesus Christ, have they kept I remember them raising from 5 to 6. I did not know that they had raised it further. God. Yeah, how can he expect to be invited by anyone now? He's tariffed the whole world. That I honestly think, chat, that I don't know this for sure, and I need to do some more research to find out. But I know that like I saw a little like infographic that showed Vietnam as expanding its visa-free travel to the United States. Now, the US only got 30 days visa-free, whereas some other countries got as much as 90 days. But hey, I'll take it. I'll take it. Considering what this country did to Vietnam, that's very generous. But whatever it was, it got retracted. And I'm wondering if it was something to do with Trump. Right? Because I just yeah, like there should be a minus $80. Wait, no, yeah, I think I paid $80. Yeah, 200 at least, if not $90, right? For my e-visa that I wouldn't have had to pay if they had extended visa-free travel or visa upon arrival to Americans. To quote Hasan, we're cooked. I mean, he's right. We are so cooked. Tariffs are so stupid. Well, here, the good news about tariffs, chat, a appellate judge has just rendered a decision, and that decision is that the tariffs are in fact illegal. The Emergency Act under which Donald Trump imposed these tariffs does not even mention tariffs as one of the powers of the president. So the court, a lower court, and now the appellate court has weighed in and said that will not stand. Trump has requested, I think, a shadow docket decision from the Supreme Court. So, I mean, we'll see, but it doesn't seem like it should be. It does not seem like it should be gifted, or it does not seem like it should be illegal for Trump to. He has to go. You have to go through Congress for tariffs, right? Except in certain situations. Just give me bamboo sheets from Vietnam, and I'm in heaven. Oh my God, I need some. Bamboo is awesome. Isn't Vietnam known for wooden furniture? I know that the beds are really hard in Vietnam. I knew somebody from Germany that went to Vietnam and couldn't sleep because the beds were too hard. They're hard in Thailand too, for the most part. People like firmer mattresses. But the furniture that I associate with Vietnam is actually those little plastic chairs. You know what I'm talking about, chat? I think they're like blue or something. You just like everywhere in Vietnam, you see these little plastic chairs. Bamboo sheets and towels and robes. Oh, hell yeah. I need to get myself some bamboo. The one thing, chat, like I told you, the airline that I travel on is the cheapest airline in Southeast Asia. Unless you want anything, right? Oh, so reminds me, chat. Remind me. I gotta make sure they got a vegetarian meal for. Well, actually, I don't know. It's a 1 hour. It's like a 1 hour trip. I don't even know if I'll have time. I don't know if I'll even need to like eat lunch on the plane. But if you ask them ahead of time, you can get some really good food. It's just like you have to pay for it. Like, right. And the same thing with baggage, right? The ticket as it is comes with no carry-on, or sorry, no checked baggage. You only get one carry-on item, and that's it. But yeah, so it might be hard. What I'm saying is it might be hard for me to bring back anything like sheets, but it would be so cool. And yeah, that would be the place to get them. Anyway, chat, what am I looking for? I'm trying to give you more stories in a day, even if I'm just covering a little bit of it. Here, we should probably cover this one. Friend of the VOD. Not friend of the VOD. Former enemy of the VOD. Currently person I do not care about, negatively or positively. Dylan Burns, talking about how his home address got broadcast by Hasan and who he blames for it. It doesn't want to play, chat. Is this a sign? Is this a sign that we should not watch a Dylan Burns clip on my stream? What the actual shit?
Owen Schroyer is a baby sucking on a pacifier. He's an elitist, arrogant dirtbag. Owen Schroyer is scum.
Right, that's the Alex Jones story. We're looking for the Dylan Burns story if we can. If YouTube will let us. I don't think YouTube's letting me watch Dylan Burns. What is going on?
Okay,
there
so
he is.
I was gonna go live today at the accurate time, 6 on the dot, which is supposed to be our scheduled time, but I usually am late for any number of reasons. Either I'm still reading some articles and I didn't just want to read some headlines and like go off, or I have something else I'm working on. I'm writing my own article, working on a script.
Is it just me, or is Dylan's content, I don't know, like less well put together now?
And so I decided,
were his videos always like this?
To take a little bit of time to start today's stream late as usual, because I was sent a VOD by my editor, which seemed to show streamer.
Oh, his editor. Wait, who's his editor again, chat? I'm trying to remember. Are we talking about Mr. Girl? Is Mr. Girl the one that edits videos for Dylan? No, wait, it's not Mr. Girl. It's not Mr. Girl. Who is it? Is it JF Garepe? Perhaps? I believe it is some Frenchman. Some saucy Frenchman who edits the video. Oh no, I'm sorry. I've got that wrong. No, it's not a Frenchman at all. It's a Quebecois named Monsieur Geek. Monsieur Geek is the editor. That's right. I forgot. It's Monsieur Geek from French Canada, not real Canada, from fake Canada.
Hasan Piker publicly displaying my address to tens of thousands of live viewers on his stream, and that VOD, of course, was then edited and then put online by fan channels, which people, still went and checked out. Not a lot of people, very, very few people, thankfully, but still people went and watched this live. And immediately upon seeing this, I was
paler than the moon. His eyes look like cars. Damn. People always comment about Dylan's looks. I've never really noticed, like either positively or negatively, people comment about Dylan's looks. But that is a little surprising, right? I thought he was kind of like on the front lines in Ukraine. Was Dylan paid by Chorus? No, but he was paid by, well, not as far as we know. Not as far as we know, but he was paid by Progressive Victory, and he's going to talk about it.
Just kind of baffled. I was baffled that Hasan, somebody, who's been streaming for quite some time.
Chat, he's paler than me. Oh, then again, I live in Thailand, so I guess.
Would not either, look at this off of stream and realize what exactly is on this list of information, including home addresses, which we've blurred out here for obvious reasons. I don't know why. Maybe it's just he clicked the link from chat and it popped up and he didn't think about it and only realized it later. But either way, he
let's see who Dylan chooses to blame for this. All right, is he gonna pull the fuck Hasan ripcord?
He did display it. Now, I want to get this right off the bat. I still don't think Hasan actually takes the majority of the blame here. And I'll get into why that is in a second. But I just want to say that, like, when it comes to addresses, public addresses, period, I think the general standard for anybody should be
It's so funny. I talked so much shit about this guy when I had enough overlap with him to lose like half of my subs on YouTube. I talked so much shit about him. And now that everybody in chat is just ready for me to shit on this guy, I'm just like, okay, I'm, you know, whatever.
not showing other streamers public addresses. Whether it has become public through doxing, whether it has become public through information requests, whether it's become public or XYZ. It's one thing, even I would even make a concession. Like, I'll make this concession. I'll try to concede as much as possible. I'll make a concession on even showing a streamer's house in under certain.
Look, chat, here's how chill I am. I'm not even gonna make a Skulls Unlimited joke here. All right, that's how nonplussed I am.
Circumstances. Say there's like a news story or something like that. You can show somebody's house. And I'm also making this exemption because my house burnt down and people, saw news footage of my home because my house burnt down, and firefighters, we have.
I vaguely remember this. I vaguely remember seeing like a clip or something of this.
The thing on the house, and people went and some people watched it and they didn't blur it. On our broadcast, we blurred a lot of obviously stuff that could show exactly where I live, but a lot of people didn't. I gave people kind of, benefit of the doubt because the local TV news station isn't going to, then I can expect other people won't. But when it comes to just the line, like line for line, here's the name of the street, here's the address, here's XYZ. The reason why that bothers me more, even though, I'm not in panic control here, I'm not like bunkering down. Again, that's the house that burnt down anyway. Even though we're going to rebuild it, and I'll move back in probably eventually, it's still not cool to have that out, but I'm not in there currently. I'm not in current risk. I don't think anybody is going to immediately use this information to harm me. But when you have the word, the address, the street, all that typed out, that's really easy to copy and paste and like send either stuff to the house or to, now that you have the exact name of it, you can call something in. Swatting becomes easier because if you see a picture of a house, it's a picture of a house. To have the entire street name, everything listed out, that's really easy to swat with. It's really easy to send something in the mail to. It's really easy to do a lot of things that don't just affect me, it affect the other people who are living at this house, which include family members. So as much as I'm willing to give a decent amount of benefit of the doubt when it comes to a lot of instances, whether it means to showing my house, whether it means to showing, the news reports that like physically show my address, even if it shows like the numbers on the side of the house.
Yeah, so for the record, what Hasan's showing on screen is Bad Empanada tweet. It's not from, it doesn't say his address, but I guess it does say the zip code, which potentially somebody could use to figure out the address. It's Hasan's bringing this up not to, talk about Dylan, but to talk about progressive victory.
House. At the end of the day, just like the full listed out address, I think is a little bit too far for my liking. Now, the only reason that Hasan even has this information, and I'll put this out here because this is why Hasan was reacting to this, is because.
Wait, why is he saying the full information? Where is it? Okay, I shouldn't even let chat. If you know where the information is, don't say it. Just on the off chance, sorry, on the off chance, especially considering how much hate there is for this guy in my chat right now. You should not say, do not share any information, or I don't know.
Because Progressive Victory, which is a progressive organization I worked with that tried to do some get out the vote stuff for you.
General public, why is Dylan trying to dox himself when nobody cares about him and he's irrelevant? I don't know, but it's making me nervous, right? Not nervous on his behalf, but although obviously nobody should, fuck with him in any way. But nervous because I've gotten accused of like a lot of bullshit regarding this guy. Like he ended up in the hospital, for his own protection, during the drama that I had with him, and I had people blaming me for it, even though Dylan himself, you know, to his credit, he clarified that it had nothing to do with the drama. It was something completely unrelated. So I remember General Public also says, I remember back when you were originally really harshly critical of Dylan. I thought it was maybe going too far. Now I'm like, hey, why did you stop? Please dunk on him more. I mean, if he says if he has a bad take, I will obviously, you know, point out what's wrong with it. But
youth, it was like targeted towards getting out the vote with youth and trying to create content that could activate people. But honestly, it's kind of hard to describe Progressive Victory, because Progressive Victory's message and their dream of what they were going to be like continued to change. And this is my main problem with Progressive Victory, was just its leadership continued to change.
But did he say he blames mainly Progressive Victory? Right. So my understanding of this is that the disclosure of the, you know, this stuff, the names and the addresses, like this isn't like something that's required by the FEC. This is something that Progressive Victory did due to their own incompetence, right? Due to the incompetence of the organization. And I'm not sure if we're talking about the iteration of PV that was headed by Brianna Wu, or the iteration after Brianna Wu left. Yeah, like you said, it went through a lot of changes in leadership. So I don't know who exactly is responsible for something as silly as, yeah, making through their own incompetence, making public the name, the real names, the real addresses potentially of Progressive Victory members. Remember, this was an organization that was supposed to support and benefit the content creators involved in exchange for their participation in meetings. And yeah, that's how they got around, because like this would have been illegal on Twitch, except for the fact that they weren't paid for their content, right? They weren't paying them based on their content. They were paying them based on their attendance at meetings. And then I don't know if they also did like canvassing. So I don't know if they got money for that or not, but officially on the record, they were being paid to attend boring meetings with Brianna Wu. So, I mean, I guess I feel sorry for them. Can you imagine that, chat? Being on call to Brianna Wu, like Brianna Wu's putting money in your pocket. She can chat you up anytime and like, you know, tell you what she wants you to cover. I don't know. It sounds like a bad deal. The fault is mine because the company I took money from outed. Well, it's not that they outed that they paid him. I think it's that they fucked up, right? I don't think this information was supposed to be public. I don't think there's any requirement of the FEC to make this stuff public. I think it was just incompetence, from what I understand, on the part of Progressive Victory. It's like if Virgil Texas came back online and screenshotted his accuser who posted his personal information and said, "No, I hope nobody sees this." Do you think so? Do you get that from him? Is he trying to? I got to be full disclosure, chat. I have seen Dylan victimize himself in the past, right? But I'm assuming that that was like 4 years ago. I'm assuming that he's matured since then. I would hope that he's matured since then.
Whether going from like Brianna Wu to other management again. And with each change in management, the direction of the organization seemed to change from, hey, this is an advisory role. So people can, okay, well, maybe that's not just an advisory role. Maybe it's also, you need to do X, Y, and Z. Well, also maybe you can interview, these politics. Well, maybe you can do X, Y, and the direction of it changed to the point where at one point Progressive Victory was asking me to revamp Hippy Dippy and like do a whole new Hippy Dippy. And I was like, oh, I'm kind of in Ukraine now.
Is that why he brought back Hippy Dippy temporarily?
And as I said, when I joined the organization, it's going to be a bother. It's going to be a long.
Oh, that's so sad. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, the only reason that anybody fucked with this guy to begin with was the Hippy Dippy. He had one of the more successful panel shows on Twitch, and this is why people kiss his ass so hard. Even when a lot of them recognized the mistakes that he made, that I called him out for, right? People when he basically went on a a PR tour of different streams, you know, interacting with the hosts, any criticism that they would have of him, but all of them knew to kind of roll over for this guy at the end of the day. Remember, Kevin Logan did this, and Chud Logic did this. They voiced their concerns, which, you know, were real, and were basically the same concerns that I was echoing. And then they rolled over for him because they knew that they needed to. They all wanted to be on his panel. And I guess I was too stupid to know that, you know, this was like, you can't criticize the king.
Long, you know, it's gonna take a lot of time for me. It was like, no, we'll you know, we're doing X, Y, and Z. You know, I was taken out to dinner and it was like really nice. And they
got wined and dined.
Okay, we'll help you in recruiting. We'll help you fund it. We'll help.
He got wined and dined by PV. Wait, is he talking about in Ukraine or when he came back to the U.S.?
Help you do X, Y, and Z. And then right when we're like a month or so from launching, the next leadership, as they came in, pulled the rug from under me. And this just shows like progressive victory. While I believe in the idea that engaging with political content creators and the content creating economy is necessary for the Democratic Party, is especially necessary for progressives and appealing to young people who obviously want to get in contact with young people. Progressive victory, when it came to just the haphazard change in management, the haphazard change in direction, and then when it came to haphazard filing, they never informed me about any posting of my address. They posted my address without informing anybody, and then they told everybody and apologized afterwards. Our addresses were never supposed to be posted. Now, a lot of the people ended up, who had their addresses posted, ended up moving, or they moved elsewhere, or the address they used was an old address, XYZ. And so for a lot of the people, it didn't end up affecting them. I was one of the people where they just, you know, they just used my, they just posted my home address. They apologized after, and that was supposed to be that. But again, I think this is another problem with just the just haphazard style of how PV was being managed, how the leadership was changing constantly, and how this was a lot of people kind of learning to do this for the first time, which isn't bad. There's not really a lot of what PV is doing on the either progressive left or the Democratic Party really in general.
Yeah, I'm going to have to ask him about his hair care routine if I get a chance to talk to him, right?
And they really were picking up in 2024. That's when all the money was coming in from big Democrat donors to these different
I need to get a new conditioner, I think.
Initiatives. And so, I mean, I saw progressive victory kind of going around and kind of looping around in the different directions it was going. And I continue to engage with them. And I did my best not to like blow up and be professional, even after they posted my address, even after they pulled the rug on Hippy Dippy. But I mean,
what? Wait, what does he mean? Like, they didn't shut down Hippy Dippy. Does anybody know what he's talking about? Same hair, same routine as Gamer Nexus. Yeah, his hair looks nice. Wait, what? Does anybody know what he means when he says progressive victory pulled the... Were they going to pay him for what, hosting? Were they going to pay him extra for hosting more Hippy Dippies to get their... You know, because like your progressive victory, their problem was that for every, I don't know, for every like, Destiny, or, for every streamer with an actual audience, like Destiny or Dylan, right? They had like, I don't know, 20 Xander Halls. They had like 20 content creators that were just like dead weight. And so to get those, and Dylan's got experience with this, to take a content creator who nobody wants to watch and, kind of astroturf an audience for them, you just need to give them a platform, right? A larger platform, which Dylan has. If he does a Hippy Dippy, people will watch that. And then you can turn somebody like a critically thinking veteran from a zero audience Andy to a minor wrestling heel in the Dylan Burns extended universe, right? Same thing with like Rob Knorr, right? He created, because especially he had trouble finding right-wingers in order to have the debate. The debate only works if you got right-wingers or left versus left-wingers, like 4 on each side, preferably. And there were just no, like, a lot of the right-wingers at the time had either gotten banned off the platform, like Zerka, and I'm trying to think who else, you know, they had, you know, there was even a guy that like he used to bring on this guy named Suspect Sushi, who turned out to be a Proud Boy and was actually seen at January 6th, right? So a lot of the conservative, he had trouble, you know, finding the conservatives, and he ended up just having to astroturf an audience for people in order to have conservatives that seemed like legitimate, you know, heels and not just jabronis, not just jobbers, right? He had to sort of build career. So it sounds like maybe Progressive Victory wanted him to do the same thing for like Xander Hall and the rest of them. Oh yeah, that's right. Xander Hall, maybe Xander Hall's not the best example. He did have an audience. Yeah, Xander Hall's audience has just kind of over time gone down. I forgot about that. Xander Hall did used to get better numbers than me, but I don't think he can say that with confidence anymore.
I mean, the majority of the blame obviously lies with them. So
not that that's much of a flex.
Honestly, I don't like, there's not like a lot of anger in my heart towards Mr. Piker. Okay. I don't really have a lot of anger towards my heart in him towards that specifically.
Nor do I towards Mr. Burns, a man who modeled his internet persona after one Vince McMahon. Of course, chat, it would be irresponsible of me not to mention that he did so before the majority of the allegations against Vince McMahon had surfaced. But that's what he wanted to be, was like the Vince McMahon of Twitch poll. And I would say, you know, mission accomplished.
Because most
Mr. McBurns
of my disdain would be held for the people who originally posted it. But I will say that whether or not he knew what he was doing or didn't know what he was doing, using bad empanada here as the source and showing it in this manner.
So what are you mad about Hasan for?
Like, I don't think it was either honest framing of me, and I think he should have also been suspicious immediately when it was bad empanada.
No one should platform bad empanada. That's what we're getting. Is this the guy that talks about Ukraine? Yeah. Pretty much exclusively nowadays. So yeah, I don't really even cover the same stuff as Dylan anymore. It wouldn't really, it doesn't make sense in most cases to cover him.
I mean, this is somebody who has admitted like he lies. He's perfectly comfortable with lying. He'll like learn a piece of rumor and like speak of it like fact. He
talking about bad empanada here.
Somebody who's extremely
John Marano says, did I miss the Alex Jones's mom stuff? Or sorry, Alex Jones being mom stuff? No, we didn't. So this is bonus content. We are at 183 out of 200. If we get to, so we've secured at least one piece of bonus content, which will be like the top performing thing in the poll. Also, you can add to the performance of your favorite topic when you donate, just by letting me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see. So yeah, I'll add these numbers up here above me to the poll at the end of the day. The poll is on Twitch, or sorry, on YouTube. Oh my God, chat, we're running out of time for the blue super chat goal. If you want the cat driving a race car, you better spam those super chats like muzzle velocity. You've got less than 2 minutes left to make the cat driving the race car a reality for palate cleanser content. Right, in first place on the poll, we have Temple apologizes to Sam Cedar. It's ahead by 4 points. It looks like we'll at least be getting that. Second place, we've got Majority Report reacts to Taylor Lorenze. That's in second place, right? Third place, Pisco versus Hutch on the Chorus Dark Money story. And fourth place is Alex Jones. So I don't even know if we'll get to Mr. Jones today. Again, chat, if we get to 100, we'll at least see one of these topics. If we get to 200, we'll see two, and we're only 17 points away from that. So remember, it's not necessarily an either or. It can be a both and if you want it to be, right? And we're only 17 points short of expanding the coverage to the second place thing, which will be either Majority Report reacts to Taylor Lorenze, or yeah, it looks like that one's overall ahead right now. Pisco versus Hutch on Course Dark Money. Alex Jones calling himself mom is the dark horse at this point. It is in fourth place, and I haven't recorded anybody as donating for it. So if you're a person who wants to see Alex Jones call himself mom and see what that's all about, it might be advisable to get us to 200 so that we get 2 topics, and then put your donation on Alex Jones to boost that, because it's at 22%, which is only 3% behind Majority Report. Oh, I'm sorry, it's 9% because of the other bonuses. A lot of left-wing YouTubers took a hit in viewership. Xander Hall shot himself in the foot after he burned the bridge with Vosh, who actually did not. Yeah, Vosh actually was in. Xander Hall was criticizing Vosh for doing the right thing at that point. Right? All Vosh was saying is that Biden needs to drop out, which anybody could see. Xander Hall called Vosh MAGA, accused Vosh of somehow being a crypto right-winger, which I can say a lot of things about Vosh. A lot of the accusations against Vosh are true. That one is not true, though. But yeah, a lot of, honestly, Twitch poll took a hit in audience. That's what I noticed, right? It's a little bit of poetic justice there. You know who didn't take a hit in viewership, though? That's right.
Just filled to the brim with disdain.
What do they say? The best revenge is living well, or something like that. I think I've been living quite well recently, compared to barely scraping by like I used to.
And how he interacts with other people, he just acts very vile. And this isn't even something that Hasan denies. He's acknowledged this in the past, that Bantam Panada really behaves in a vile manner towards people online. He doesn't really have any reserved guiding principles holding him back from let's have a polite political conversation. He doesn't really care about that. He doesn't really. I don't think he really likes that framing whatsoever. So trusting him as a source, as somebody to responsibly share this information in the first place, while caring not to dox people when he's perfectly comfortable with doxing too, pretty wild. But if you read the framing here, I don't know if you guys can actually see the post.
I was afraid to look at the post. The last thing I want is for someone to, I don't know. The last thing I want is another bullshit accusation from this guy's fans, honestly, right? After getting accused of things that Dylan literally himself, debunked, right? People had blamed me for his hospitalization, even after Dylan himself said on stream that had nothing to do with our beef. Obviously, come on, obviously.
Yes, if you look through Progressive Victory's public filings, it's got tons of payouts to Zionist Destiny orbiters. Among them, Dylan Burns, Hunter Avalon, Hutch, and Destiny's own personal chef.
What is he reading Hasan's transcript? Is this what Hasan said? Can anybody confirm this? Did Hasan call Dylan a Zionist Destiny orbiter? I haven't ever heard, for the record, Dylan speak on Israel-Palestine. I don't know what his take is. As far as being a Destiny orbiter, he used to be one, for sure. It seems like he's distanced himself from Destiny in recent years. I would not call him that. I don't think he's a Destiny orbiter.
I'm a Zionist Destiny orbiter?
Can we confirm that? Did Hasan really call him that? Is he gonna play Hasan? Wait, was that in the beginning? Did I just miss that? Oh my god, Chad, I'm gonna have to look in the transcript for this one. Let me make sure. I want to put words in Hasan's mouth, or let Dylan put words in his mouth. I'm also not trying to put words in Dylan's mouth. We're not trying to put anything in anybody's mouth, chat, because this is a non-shipping stream. We're not doing shipping, all right? Whether it's the Vanguard and their OnlyVans account, or Dylan Burns's amazing hair care routine, we're not trying to encourage any sort of parasocial. What do we got here? I'm looking for Zionist. Where's the first mention? Okay. Oh, wait, no, it's right here. Wait, what? I'm confused.
Sarah super chatted $19.99. Travel insurance fund.
Oh my god, thank you for reminding me to get travel insurance. I probably do need to get health insurance. Of some, And thank you for the super chat. That gets us to 200. So we're at least getting the top two of the things right now. It looks like Majority Report reacting to Taylor Lorenze and Tim Pool apologizing to Sam Cedar are our top two performing items on the poll. Make sure to vote if you haven't already. 137 of you have. Make your voice heard. The poll is on youtube.com/nocommentchick. If you want to weigh in on that, remember you can also let me know in the if you donate, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to support, and I will put your money. I will add it to the topic of your choice if you want to help your favorite topic get over the line. He may have read out. Oh wait, is it in the post? No, that's Bad Empanada's post. Oh, this Bad Empanada. I don't. So he didn't accuse Hasan of saying this, right? What's the evidence? Burns only cares about you. Oh God, there's a chat argument about Dylan's content. I honestly can't offer my opinion because I haven't watched enough of his content to know what he even talks about anymore. That is Ohana. That is spam. Yes, absolutely. And thank you so much for that, Sarah. And that puts us at 200 for the goal. I should have opened up another. Like, I'm trying to include different ranges of super chats for other people to be able to, I don't know. I probably should do one that's like yellow, like 5 yellows or something like that. I don't know. 5 yellow or better. But yeah, so for the record, he's not talking about what Hasan said. He's really just mad at Bad Empanada, but I think somewhere here, chat, he puts the blame where it deserves to go, which is Progressive Victory, right? Who's responsible for his information getting out there? It's Progressive Victory. I'm not even seeing where because we're showing Bad Empanada's posting this. This includes Van 400. It's almost exclusively Ukraine coverage. Yeah, I don't know. I know he's big on foreign. For the record, chat, when I debated this guy, the one nice thing I was able to say at the end was that this was a debate about platforming and about ideology, two things that Dylan honestly does not know a lot about. He was not able to identify Infrared Haas as being far from a communist, but an actual fascist, right? He wasn't able to differentiate a third positionist like Infrared Haas from a what he called a tanky. That was his problem with Haas, was that the guy is a tanky. No, he's not a tanky, Dylan. He's a Duganite. And, platforming, I don't think he'd even heard that term when he had the debate with me. I did concede that Dylan was more of an expert in foreign affairs, foreign policy at the time than I was. And yeah, it sounds like that's his wheelhouse still. Am I getting that right? Anyway.
Okay. Why not Vosh? Why is it a Destiny orbiter? I was on Vosh's stream much more recently. And then
yeah, I mean, he's right about that.
You could call me like Horseboy or something, right? Why?
No, we would call you lowly enjoyer. I don't think you want that, do you, Dylan? I don't think being a Vosh orbiter is necessarily better than being a Destiny orbiter. But that being said, I don't think this guy swept for Vosh during the whole short stack Goblin Gate or anything like that. He just was on, like, people used to bring Dylan on as their like foreign policy expert. If I remember correctly, he was a part of the Mike Gravel campaign back in the day, and he was, the youngest foreign policy advisor for a presidential candidate in the history of presidential candidacies, I guess, right? So that's what he's known for. That's what his wheelhouse is, and I'm assuming that's what Vosh brought him on to discuss. But yeah, he hasn't been. I don't think he's done content with Destiny in a long time. Did he try to get Destiny on for the hippy dippy that President Sunday ran from? He was advisor for Mike Gravel, Richard Johnson. Mike Gravel, third party candidate, I believe.
Why Destiny? And I'm not even saying that with much vitriol. I'm just saying, like, why particularly?
I mean, vitriol away if you want to. There's plenty to. Maybe Dylan hasn't kept up with the recent goings on with Destiny. There's plenty of that vitriol is deserved, but whatever. Yeah, no, he's right about this. I don't think he's been on Destiny in a long time.
Just that if you interact with him or if have interacted with him in the past, that's basically it. I think it just
look, if Bad Empanada wanted to say something that was actually true, he could say that Dylan built his platform off of Destiny. Now that's a partial truth, right? That's not, you know, he was always one of the larger panel shows. I think he would have been even without Destiny, but yeah, having Destiny and Vosh on a lot definitely, you know, made him more influential. So, I mean, you could say that. You could say that he owes some of his platform size maybe to Destiny, but no, a Destiny Orbiter, I don't think you could consider Dylan that, at least not anymore.
Mostly has to do with like name association. It's like the same thing when those messages came out on Discord, those Discord messages, like I was demanded to react to them because people were like, you reacted to Hasan talking about Ukraine, you should react to this. Though one thing is DMs leaking and the other is like a internationally important, like you know.
Oh, interesting. Play Something says, I think, oh, you're right. Yeah, I think, okay, so what Bad Empanada may be referring to is what Play Something says here. When he was misrepresenting Hasan's take on Russia or Ukraine, he used people who were in Destiny's orbit. We're talking maybe specifically about Ukrainian Anna, I believe is her name. All I really know about Anna is, didn't she make some kind of defense for the, I don't know, the use of the Azov battalion? But yeah, I think that Dylan's talked to Ukrainian Anna, Vosh talked to Ukrainian Anna, and Destiny had Ukrainian Anna on a lot. He's not connected to, like, I thought maybe he was connected to Galia. Yeah, the one Ukrainian woman you're thinking of is named Anastasia, is that her name? Something like that? Last time I remember Dylan being on Vosh was a while. Yeah, I don't think he's been on either Vosh or Destiny in a long time. Vosh got an update on him when they talked about progressive victory and going forward. Yeah, Anna from Ukraine. Yeah. So maybe that's what Empanada is. That's where Bad Empanada is associating them. That's more like a Dylan Orbiter doing content with Destiny, though. I don't think that's like, I don't think that ties Dylan in the way that. But I mean, you know how Bad Empanada is, right?
Actually, important, significant war story that people have disagreements on. But like we talked about that. I mean, that's the last time Destiny's been mentioned on this channel.
What about Giardia? What was her deal? She was Giardia just a like she came from, she was a Hasanabi head, right? At one point, did she just turn on Hasanabi, or wait, was Giardia a Destiny supporter or like a Destiny fan? Somehow I remember Giardia being a DGGer, but I could be wrong about that. Yeah, I mean, Dylan was a DGGer at some point, right? You know, if you want to go back to like 2021, 2020, you could definitely find Dylan in DGG, but I don't think he's had anything to do with Destiny recently. She was shit-talking Hasan a lot in the video. Wait, are we talking about Ukrainian Anna or Giardia? Well, some of the others were like, oh, he has a point. Oh, some of the other Ukrainians that Dylan talked to said that Hasan has a point. Giardia was a Destiny stan hired to be an Ethan researcher. Is Giardia Ela? No, Giardia is Galia, a sometimes member of the H3Q that was basically hired because she's like a Hasan super anti-fan.
We tried to reach out to him to get his opinion on what was happening there. didn't get much in response. Said didn't want to give people ammunition. And when responding to it, he released his own video. People can go check out that if they want to hear that response. But Destiny Orbiter is the way I'd be classified. But Zionist Destiny Orbiter. Zionist? Do I make Zionist?
To be honest, I don't know anything. I've never heard Dylan talk about Israel Palestine. I mean, maybe he does. I've never heard it. So yeah, let's see if let's let it play a little bit more. See if he gives his take on that. Xander Hall hates Hasan, but I think he got super butthurt when the DNC invited him to Kamala's nomination. Still, fuck you, Kamala and DNC, for not letting a trans person. That's right, no trans people were allowed to speak, and not even just I mean, they did have a potential Palestinian speaker that was ready to speak and endorse Kamala, despite her not earning that endorsement in any way, which they also did not let this person speak. But they didn't even let anyone that was, I don't think there was even anyone that was pro-Palestinian speaking at the 2024 DNC. Giardia and her partner fled to Canada to avoid fighting the war in Ukraine. She's applying for residency there. Not talking about the genocide. Well, to be honest, I don't know. Like if Dylan has called it a genocide, if he has talked about it at all. I know nothing about Dylan's take on Israel Palestine. I don't want to assume it. Let's play him a little bit more, see if we can get a sense of what his take is, and then we'll move on.
Content? Have I ever been filmed near the Wailing Wall? Have I ever been...
I thought the Wailing Wall was about religion, not...
anywhere near Israel? Do I talk about... when I do talk about Israel...
To be fair, chat, I don't really understand the significance of the... I just am ignorant of the significance of the Wailing Wall. I mean, other than it being like a... it's a kind of a disputed area. People will always try to talk about like disputed areas in Jerusalem and attribute them towards the conflict there, but no, the conflict is about the disposition of Palestinians from their land, right? That's what started it.
What am I even usually talking about? I'm almost always criticizing the Netanyahu government or criticizing Israeli action, whether it has to do with...
Okay, good. So you're not a Lakudnik. That's good. That's really good, Dylan. I'm glad you're not a Lakudnik. I didn't think you were, but...
starvation or the recent
starvation bad, yeah.
Bombing and killed a bunch of journalists.
A Kurd is a Kurd.
At a hospital, at a hospital. That's the other thing that was problematic about the incident. Yeah. Okay, so he's not a Kahanist. He's not a Lakudnik. That's good, I guess.
Thank you for the tenor. I wouldn't blank on Hasan if he was on fire. He's done nothing of... oh man, it has a message one way. Nothing of...
well, obviously you're not like as great as Alex Jones, who would piss on Hasan if he shit on his mother or something like that.
Any good...
anyway, we'll get to that potentially, chat. We'll get to that potentially. Is that in third place still?
Except for those who thirst for chaos, I'd not be surprised if he would work on some generational KGB program. I don't think he's part of some KGB program.
The fucking chat thinks that Hasan is in the KGB? Like, not just like some, I don't know, is like, I don't know, getting on the dole from Tenet Media or some like RT thing or something. Like, he literally thinks last remaining part of the Second Temple. Yeah. I mean, I know about the significance of the yeah. I just don't think it really has a lot to do with the conflict. Like, cause when you frame it around the Temple Mount and the mosque and the Wailing Wall, then and the sepulcher, is that the Christian part? When you frame it around that, then you make it sound like it's just this intractable conflict where like all three of these religions have some connection to this area, and they should be able to, they should be allowed to, worship there as they see fit. But because of the political element of Israel being in charge of that, there's like questions, right? I don't think that's, I would never frame the conflict around that. And I think it's a mistake for anyone who does. It's weird for him to bring that up, because like I said, the one thing that I'll give to Dylan is, at least at the time that we debated, he knew. I granted that he knew more about like foreign policy than I do.
I mean, he's done some good. I remember those interviews with the California firefighters were good. He's brought some like pizza to the protesters. There's like good moments you can point out with Hasan. This is just, I don't even know if he realizes what he did here, or that he's showing people's home address when he's looking at this. I don't even know if he fully realizes.
So yeah, he's only calling out Hasan for, I guess, platforming Bad Empanada, which again, you got to understand, Hasan does not like Bad Empanada, right? And Bad Empanada definitely doesn't like Hasan. Hasan just begrudgingly admits that Bad Empanada, is more so on YouTube, more so on the main channel than on Twitter. Because on Twitter, Bad Empanada just likes to shit stir, and I guess we got an example of that in the past few days. But yeah, I think Hasan just begrudgingly grants that he does good work when it comes to history, and he does good work when it comes to issues like Israel Palestine. I don't think there's like that much. I wouldn't call that like an affection between them.
What he's doing. I'm not even saying like Hasan's in any legal liability here. I think if anyone's in legal liability, it would probably be Progressive Victory, not Hasan.
There we go. Yeah, no, I agree with Dylan on that. It's a PV. It's PV's fault that any sort of information, any sort of private information on Dylan was put into the public in the first place, right? I guess he's kind of secondarily blaming Bad Empanada, implying that Bad Empanada is trying to, spread that information. And then Hasan, maybe he's saying, is irresponsible for platforming Bad Empanada. But yeah, I'm guessing, well, at least he understands a little bit. He's talking about platforming. Give him some credit, right? He didn't seem to know much at all about platforming when we talked. He's learned and he's grown. He knows now at least what that word means, right? And that would be the and he's criticizing Hasan for making a poor platforming choice when it comes to Bad Empanada. Which I don't know that even Hasan would, disagree with that in a holistic sense. All right. Well, are we good? Yo, 5th generation IW, thank you for the raid. Welcome, streamer. Welcome, raiders. I hope you had a good stream, 5th gen. Can we get a shout out, mods? He got outed for getting paid for his content, and then he criticizes someone for, well, again, this information, I guess it was public that he was a member of Progressive Victory, right? He showed up for their canvassing events and stuff like that. And to be fair, Progressive Victory did some good work in terms of canvassing. I remember they canvassed for Bowman, which is, yeah, weird considering that they were originally a Brianna Wu run group. Get travel insurance. That shit is important. I should. What does it cover, Bad Lefty? I think we've covered enough of Mr. McBurns. We can send him back to the Shadow Realm. How about that? All for sending Dylan Burns back to the Shadow Realm. We got Taylor Lorenze talking about Ethan Klein to cover. We got Brian Tyler Cohen to cover. What is this one? Dark Money funding
Taylor Lorenze had an article that came out.
Oh, that's the majority report segment. That's the bonus content. All right. So
very interesting story here.
All right, we'll hit this next. They're going to be talking about Pakman. Wait, I think they're like 1 day ago. Let me just make sure that Breaking Points does not have other. I'm trying to make sure that I'm hitting the right video of theirs. Ooh, real reason that October 7th happened. This looks interesting. Judge orders Trump to refund tariffs. That's going to be interesting how that. Sam Cedar actually talked about the complexity of who the refund should go to as far as the tariffs, I think a few months ago. And now it looks like there might be some refunds issued. Yeah, this is the latest one is this video right here. Okay. And again, we're at 203 out of 300. If we hit 300, we'll get 3 different topics. Right now, it looks like we've secured 2 different topics. The Dylan thing sounds like a big nothing burger. Yeah, he made it sound like Hasan had doxed him, but I guess he was just kind of using clickbait there. Are people normally paid to canvas? See, I don't know if anybody got paid to canvas, right? I don't know that information. And I don't want to say anything that I'm not sure about. I hate the concept that Breaking Points so much. I hate Sagar with an undying passion. Sagar's got some really horrendous takes. That's true. Good luck to progressive victory, getting people to go out for Democrats. Even the liberals are pissed at them. Yeah, this is the whole thing, is the Democratic Party is historically unpopular, even more so than Trump at the moment.
Columbia Re, super chatted $5, giving a dono, and I vote for Pisco and Hutch regarding the dark money. Hutch was chirping on Twitter today, so I want to see your coverage on this.
Interesting, yeah. You know, Hutch expressed some interest, I guess. Hutch and I saw I got tagged in a conversation between Hutch and Vadim, and it was a while ago. Something about Ethan Klein, but I don't know if Hutch wants to talk about the dark money thing. I think that might be an interesting conversation to have. I think that might be something I'd be open to. But anyway, yeah, there's thank you for the super chat, Columbia Rican. Let me add that to the Pisco score. So look at that. That might look, chat. This is the night. If you have donated or if you wish to donate, right? The poll could not be closer. 28% Tim Pool apologizes to Sam Cedar. 25% Majority Report reacts to Taylor Lorenze, and 25% for Pisco versus Hutch on dark money, and 23% for Alex Jones calls himself mom. He calls himself, I guess, Owen Schroyer's mom. So yeah, I gotta add this 208. If we get to 300, then we'll do the top 3. That's how it works. We're at least going to do the top 2. The question is, at this point, what will the top 2 be? Looks like Alex Jones is starting to get left in the dust here. Got 5 for Pisco versus Hutch, 6 for Majority Report reacts. So it looks like we'll still have Tim Pool apologizing and the Majority Report reacting. Make sure to vote if you haven't already. And if you have donated and would like to put your donation towards one of these topics, let me know that as well. Jay Chente, thank you for the sub on Twitch. Jay Chente, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. Or the resub, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's been 2 months for you. Vadim is really cool. Wish he joined us. Vadim is, you know, Vadim was here for a second, I think the other day, and I just did not. I saw him, but I didn't. I was doing. I didn't get to. I think he was in and out before I could say anything to him. But yeah, we love Vadim. We love Vadim. So talk about a guy that's had some iffy experience with Dylan Burns. Not as bad as I did, but he did end up getting targeted by the Dylan Burns fanboys due to the I think some kind of he was like acting as a judge in one of the Hippy Dippy championships, and people got really mad at him for some reason. But yeah, let's run with this Crystal and Sagar. We'll watch at least part of this. This is a long segment, which is good because we get a lot of analysis here, especially from Crystal, but also bad because, you know, we're watching Sagar for up to 40 minutes. And anyway.
I am a little bit obsessed with it. So Taylor Lorenze over at Wired Magazine really breaking some significant news here about an incubator program funded by a Dem-aligned dark money super PAC called the 1630 Fund. So let's put her reporting up on the screen, and I want to break down very specifically what she reports out in this piece. So her headline here is, a dark money group is secretly funding high-profile Democratic influencers, an initiative aimed...
What just happened? Richard D. Johnson, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. And with that, another hype train has started. This is your limited chance to earn emotes. We got 4 minutes and 40 seconds left. We're 62% of the way to level 2 here. I think if you contribute to the hype train, so that means if you sub, gift, or cheer bits, then you too can get in on these exclusive emotes.
Aimed at boosting Democrats online, offers influencers up to $8,000 a month to push the party line. All they have to do is keep it secret and agree to restrictions on their content. So the TLDR here is that...
Yo, Omega Star with another gifted sub. Woody Red, you just got jellyfish. That brings us to 93%. Very close to that level 2.
This incubator named Chorus was set up by...
Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to remember. No, it was Dylan's fault. I wanted to cut him the benefit of the doubt there. I'm pretty sure Vadim getting targeted was Dylan's fault, right? It was mostly like Dylan and I think it was like somehow like, I'm trying to remember. Demon Mama was involved. I think Destiny was involved. Somehow Doomer Politics got, speaking of weasels, yeah. Doomer Politics got involved. I think Doomer Politics ended up doing a hate video on Vadim.
By Brian Tyler Cohen, who you guys probably know is a big like resistance creator on YouTube, giant channel, 4 million subscribers, etc. And a guy who used to be an aide for John Yarmouth, who was a congressman from Kentucky. So they set up this thing, and the way they fund it is by taking money from this billionaire-backed dark money super PAC called the 1630 Fund. That fund has spent hundreds of millions of dollars to back Democratic candidates and causes. It's very influential. It's very well known. You can read a bunch of reporting about it. But because it is a dark money group, their donors are kept a secret, okay? So 90 plus Democratic Party aligned influencers were selected for this program. They're paid anywhere from $250 a month, which like y'all are really selling out for the cheap if you're on that plan, but we'll get back to that, all the way up to $8,000 a month. It has everybody from small creators I certainly had never heard of. Granted, I'm not on TikTok that much, so I'm not trying to like besmirch the level of their influence, but all the way up to people like David Pakman, who has a multi-million sub channel, who is already been quite successful and has been around for longer actually than we have. David Pakman's been in this game for a long time, so it's like everybody from the small and the brand new all the way up to the David Pakmans of the world. So specifically, Taylor was able to talk to people who were approached about participating in this program, some of whom were put off by the terms of the contract and said, this is not something that I can be a part of.
Ooh, chat, I got something really interesting for you here. I don't know how to do this, but I gotta figure this out. I also want to make sure that we've got this. Is that saved to playlist? Yes, it is. It's on the playlist. Okay, good. I got a diss track for you from none other than Fimios. Fimios has got a diss track against Chud Logic. All right. Let's see. Fimios diss track. I wonder if Chud Logic's gonna come back. Is this gonna be like a is this gonna be like Kendrick versus Drake somehow? With Twitch commentary, YouTube commentary? Is diss track against Chud Logic. Okay, what do I do for this? I could do 5 yellow or higher, or I could do 1 orange or higher. I don't know, chat. I don't know if I can, like, I feel 5 yellow or higher sounds like a bit much. We'll do it. If you get 1 orange super chat, I will give you a little palette cleanser with a short diss track from none other than Fimios, friend of the VOD. All right, and with that, let's watch this Breaking Points.
She was given access to some of the group chats that were flying around between some of the people who did end up in the cohort.
Hype train coming in at 94%. That's a level 1 hype train at 94%.
Were also expressing concerns about some of the terms of the contract. And she also apparently was able to get her hands on the contract themselves. And so here's specifically what the contracts that it says were viewed by Wired, what they indicated in terms of restrictions on the way these individuals can operate. So according to copies of the contract viewed by Wired, creators in the program must funnel all bookings with lawmakers and political leaders through Chorus. Creators also have to loop Chorus in on any independently organized engagement with government officials or political leaders. So one of the creators who was approached about participating in Chorus said to Taylor, she said, quote, "If I want to work with another politician, I have to fully collaborate with Chorus. If I get Zoran and he wants to do an interview with me, I don't want to give that to them."
Oh my God, chat, I didn't notice this, but I think the Dylan Burns content kind of killed my views. We went from like 100 to like 66, and now we're creeping our way back. Nobody wants to hear about Dylan Burns. God damn it.
So that was one of the concerns. Also, it says creators in the program are not allowed to use any funds or resources that they receive as part of the program to make content that supports or opposes any political.
Just understand that if I cover anything that is like not super related to the thumbnail and topic, I'll probably be right back at the original topic. So patience will be rewarded.
Candidate or campaign without express authorization from Chorus in advance and in writing per the contract. So if they want to support a candidate, Graham Plattner, let's say in Maine, they have to get approval from Chorus before they can say anything supportive of any sort of candidate or campaign. In addition, the contracts reviewed by Wired prohibit standard partnership disclosures, declaring that creators will not publicize their relationship with Chorus or tell others that they're members of the program, quote, without Chorus's prior express consent. A screenshot from a slideshow was shared with Wired following this article's publication by Graham Wilson, a lawyer working with Chorus, that offers several talking points if a member of the cohort wanted to discuss Chorus publicly. So they're expressly saying, you can't talk about being in this program and certainly can't disclose the dark money funding funding of this program. They also forbid creators from disclosing the identity of any funder and give Chorus the ability to force creators to remove or correct content based solely on the organization's discretion if that content was made at a Chorus organized event. One other piece that I thought was really noteworthy, Sagar, is it also says you are not allowed to criticize any of the other influencers who are part of the Chorus program. So, for example, if you have a beef over David Pakman either not saying anything about Gaza, or in the early days of the genocide, he was actively defending Israel. If you have a problem with that and you're an influencer in this cohort and you want to talk about it, you are banned from doing that. So
you see what the benefit is for the larger creators involved. Tyler Cohen not receiving payment, but he's the co-founder. David Pakman, you know, people assume is like a multi-millionaire at this point. You know, he's been a large content creator for a long time. What is $8,000 a month to him? Probably not that much. But what is the benefit that they're deriving from this? They've now got 90 TikTokers and other content creators. Maybe even you could say content creators more independent than they themselves are, that are not allowed to criticize them, right? I mean, same benefit that Vosh got out of the White Leaf Network in some ways, right? If you are receiving your website through Vosh's, you know, employee or Vosh's, I don't know if they're White Nervosa was an employee, but the person that runs Vosh's website, then you're going to be hard pressed to criticize Vosh. But with BTC and David Pakman, they've got it in writing, right? If you criticize them after signing the dotted line, you're potentially in breach of contract.
You have a combination of a lot of restrictions on the way that you operate, having to run things through this court.
James Hansen, you got to pay more attention to the stream. If you had, you'd realize when you're saying some of these claims have not been backed up with a scrap of evidence, right? We went over this. The contract itself is something that Taylor Lorenze looked at. It's something that Wired Magazine looked at, right? Wired Magazine signed off that Taylor's interpretation of that contract was correct.
Columbia Re super chatted $5. This is why I'm glad Taylor Lorenze exposed this.
Yeah,
I was tired of pushing the neoliberal stuff on us, and nothing changes for us. We had enough.
Absolutely. But as far as the dearth of evidence supposedly behind Taylor's piece, she explained, maybe you dipped out or something like that, but she explained why she didn't show the contract, why she didn't show the recorded Zoom meetings that she had, or the screenshots of the group chat that she had, right? Because that would have outed her sources. So you're mad at Taylor Lorenze for not burning her sources. I don't know whether there's an issue of like understanding how journalism works here, or just maybe checking in with the stream at various times. But I got to point out that we're not lacking evidence here, right? Evidence is not something that we're lacking at all. Look, if anybody wants to, Brian Tyler Cohen, for instance, is free to release the contract. If he wants to call Taylor Lorenze a liar, then he probably should. He probably should release the contract and show how she lied, show how it's not true. And then he really would get a retraction from Wired, right? Not just them adding somebody's voice to the article that Taylor had reached out to who hadn't gotten back, because BTC himself said, do not talk to this woman. And then they got back to Wired Magazine after the article went out saying, hey, I want my quote in this article, and then Girl with a Microphone's going around representing that as like, oh, they retracted. They didn't retract shit. There's not a dearth of evidence. There is evidence that we can't see because it implicates the sources. It would tell the members of Chorus who've already shown a willingness to attack, real or perceived enemies, right? It would tell them who Taylor's source. They're already going after people that they think are the sources, right? Would it really be responsible for Taylor to be like, oh, thank you for trusting me with this. Now let me burn you so I have better proof. So that random chatter 1234 in NCC's chat is not going to call me, say that like I have the threadbare evidence, right? It's anything but. It's anything but. But you do have to pay attention for that, right? And I get that people are doing a lot of different things. Some people have me on in the background. Some people, are watching other things and coming back to the stream. If that's you, totally understand. I want people to understand that there is no shortage of evidence here. All right. There's no shortage of evidence. What there is an inability to publicize the evidence, which again, Chorus absolutely could publicize the evidence without putting anyone in danger. If Taylor gives us her evidence, then Taylor outs and burns her sources. She fucks over the people that trusted her, right? Obviously, we don't want her to do that.
Program, you have the forced secrecy around it, that you're not allowed to disclose Chorus, and you're certainly not allowed to disclose the funding source of Chorus. And then you also, on top of that, have these requirements that they check in, that they go to these daily messaging meetings to, get the view of Chorus. And we're going to show you some of the responses from the creators themselves about the revelation that they're part of this program. And, they actually affirm that, yes, much of this is in fact true. They show relevant parts of the contract and then, give reasons why it's not such a big deal and it's not really a problem. But they actually confirm Taylor's reporting here. So this seems pretty rock.
Yeah, what we've seen so far from the Chorus members, particularly when you hear somebody say that it's been debunked, right? First of all, it hasn't. There's no debunking took place, right? But second of all, the people that are referring to debunking, they're talking about a TikTok. That's what Crystal's referring to here. The TikTok showed parts of the contract, and all those parts of the contract confirmed what Taylor said, right? The best pushback they can offer is like, hey, we're not bad people. I'm not saying they're bad people. I have a lot more smoke for the corruptors, in this case, people like Brian Tyler Cohen and the founders of Chorus, than I do for the members who I low-key kind of view as victims. I mean, there's some of them with some culpability. Obviously, attacking the messenger is not a great look, but yeah, I don't think that. I think that there's a lot of taking advantage of these people's naivete that went on here. She hurt Pakman's. That's the only argument they have. It's like, hey, I know this content creator, and they're a good person. How dare you attack them? I'm sorry if you feel attacked by the truth. All right? I'm sorry if you weren't able to parse the contract and, you signed the dotted line without realizing that this keeps you from criticizing anyone in the group. And if you are a pro-Palestinian content creator, as some of these people are claiming, right? And some of them have shown that they've criticized the DNC. They have, called what's going on a genocide. If you're, that kind of person, you should be careful what you sign. Like you should want to call that shit out. You should not like just uncritically be like, yeah, let me jump in bed with like all these content creators without even, looking at who they are or what their takes are, despite the fact that your contract says you can't criticize them. That's the issue. I don't know. I'm not trying to go off on a chatter or anything like that, because like I said, it's easy to miss. There's a lot of misinformation out there. I just want people to know this. I want people to be, 100% informed, because a lot of people out there, making these debunking comments are not informed at all. They're relying on their parasocial attachment to certain content creators, and their argument boils down to so-and-so wouldn't do that. So a bit of a sunken cost, maybe, if you supported a content creator and you find out that they've signed this contract. I don't know. There's no, look, James Hansen, be careful, because when I'm saying they're being taken advantage of them, I'm being extremely charitable to them. All right. I don't know if they're being taken advantage of or not, to be totally honest. But my steel man is that they're being taken advantage of, because if they're not, then they're signing, especially the ones that are pro-Palestinian, they are signing on to something very contradictory to their own values, right? Like when I'm saying that they're victims, when I'm saying that they are naive, when I'm saying that they were, let me see, what else did you say? Taken advantage of. That's me giving them the benefit of the doubt, right? That's not me dunking on them or making fun of them or anything like that. right? $8,000 is a lot of money. I totally understand, you know, and it's hard to make, it's fucking hard to live like this, right? We live a very precarious life as content creators, right? Even those of us that do a lot better than me still struggle with a lot. So I don't underestimate like what it is like to have $8,000 waved under your nose, right? But I'm trying to extend, you know, the benefit of the doubt to them and not make the assumption that they sold out. Do you understand? That's the other option, right? I'm not calling them naive to make fun of them. I am pointing out the chance, or I'm pointing out the possibility that they weren't entirely aware of the implications of that contract, that they didn't know what was going on, because what was going on was Brian Tyler Cohen and David Pakman ensuring that they had a chorus of people who A, were not allowed to criticize them in any way, and B, were motivated to defend them, right? The reason that this even has any play at all, the pushback, right? The killing the messenger, the attacking of Taylor Lorenze, is because, yeah, we got a chorus of content creators and all of their fans. Like Brian Tyler Cohen has shooters. Brian Tyler Cohen has mobilized an army of parasocials to his defense by virtue of this chorus. That we see how this works now. It's just same shit. It's worse, chat. It's actually worse than what we saw with the Vosh Clout Network, what we saw with the Destiny Orbit, and what we saw with Progressive Victory. It's actually worse. This is a evolution of the Clout Network, right? Into something that actually does have major political ramifications, right? It's hard for me to it's hard for me to overstate like how bad this development is.
Solid at this point.
Well, okay, so let's put that aside. I think the question is about why is this important? I think it's important.
James Hansen, please understand, we're aware of what you're saying. What the problem seems to be that you're not aware of what we're saying, right? So if you could maybe listen more and I don't know, just some advice, because you're not helping your case here.
Important not only for the context of what you laid out about specific issues, but it is an incentive and media ecosystem, which is
put down the shovel and get out of the hole. Okay, that's
so much worse than allegedly what the Dem and Republican alternative medias were trying to go after. Like, look, we can say a lot of bad things about Jake Tapper, MSNBC, CNN, Fox News. They do not get direct checks cut to them that specifically say you can't criticize X, Y, and Z. They are actually less controlled in this particular way. And so that's what I think I wanted to cover the story early, and I want people to grapple with that.
And yeah, before anybody gets to it, yeah, Sagar is a terrible person with terrible takes, who you know, I disagree with on the regular, all right? But what he just said is unfortunately true. Here, let me rewind that. Let's just take this in. What Sagar, because you're not going to hear me say Sagar and Jetty was right very often. This is kind of a broken clock situation, I guess.
MSNBC, CNN, Fox News. They do not get direct checks cut to them that specifically say you can't criticize X, Y, and Z. See much worse.
We're comparing what Chorus has done to the old corrupt manufactured consent media, right?
I think it's important not only for the context of what you laid out about specific issues, but it is an incentive and media ecosystem, which is so much worse than allegedly what the Dem and Republican alternative medias were trying to go after. Like, look, we can say a lot of bad things about Jake Tapper, MSNBC, CNN, Fox News. They do not get direct checks cut to them that specifically say you can't criticize X, Y, and Z. They are actually less controlled in this particular way. And so that's what I think I wanted to cover the story early, and I want people to grapple with that, is that in this new ecosystem, just like in the original days of the printing press, it's gone wild. The norms don't exist. Everybody is a creator and a business person. They have not had well-established norms to try and create a firewall, a separation.
Firewall we're talking about is something like in the old days, you had an editorial department or a news department, right? And you had a sales department. Those were kept separate from for a very good reason. If you want to understand the reason better, watch Network, the old movie Network. It's the one with the Howard Beale guy that, like, it says, "Say you're mad as hell and you're not going to take it anymore." It's that old movie, right? And the whole issue in that movie demonstrates the sales department breaching the firewall, which Sagar and Jetty just alluded to, breaching the firewall and starting to wag the dog that is the news department, right? We wanted, or at least this was the idea, for the advertising revenue that supports a news publication or a news broadcast to be separated, to be firewalled off from editorial considerations, from the news itself, right? And I mean, it took a long time, like he's saying, when the printing press came out, when people started doing journalism, there was a lot of conflict of interest, right? You got to a point where the conflict of interest was somewhat minimized in the public interest. And now that we're in the influencer economy, now that we're in the influencer media ecosystem, it is, those norms are gone. And you're seeing some of the worst characteristics of the old media prior to those firewalls. Anyway.
Probably the most important is nobody is thinking about the downstream consequences of that. Because originally you're like, oh, a couple $1,000 a month, great. I can pay my bills. I can do this. I don't have to have a second job and all that. But you don't ask what comes next. And, two people who've been in this industry now for a long time and experienced much of the downside of what that type of stuff looked like. Now, to be clear, I've never taken a single dollar from a Republican group or any of that type of stuff in the same way, which, again, I don't really know how you ever thought it was cool. Because even when I was absolutely broke, I never would have signed some sort of contract like that. But the point remains that I think most of them didn't think about it. And now they're retreating to their corners because for them, they have to defend it at this point. But really, you are either controlled, quasi-controlled, or at the very least, you are not truly free to say what you want. Now, the mainstream is controlled in a separate way, right? As in, Fox News guys can't criticize each other. They also know that if they cover X, Y, or Z, that's not going to look so nice to Rupert Murdoch or to Lachlan, who are, rabidly pro-Israel and pro-Ukraine. So there's all these separate,
The conclusion you're coming to, God damn it. The chat is very active here. I have to scroll up. The conclusions that you're coming to assume everything she said is absolute fact. No, they don't. No, they don't. All right. Any assumption of fact on her side is based on the fact that BTC and the rest of them could release the information to debunk her. They haven't done that. They didn't. The debunking was not a debunking. The debunking was a TikTok video, which the little bits of receipts that we saw from that, the little bit of the actual contract that we saw that some of their chorus members exposed accidentally, proved Taylor right, not wrong. So the contract, the group calls, and the Zoom calls are a black box. We can't see them because those were private. Who made them private? Chorus made them private. All right. The little bit that's been disclosed by Chorus supports what Taylor's saying. And I'm going to go with the assumption that, this is accurate reporting. Remember, because it's not just her that signed off on this. It's her and Wired Magazine. All right. A publication which still does have a lot of credibility, and one of the few organizations in the Trump era that has not bowed to the new political pressures, the corruption of the Trump administration, right? So they've looked at what she showed and said, we agree with the conclusions that she's supporting. Now, do you understand why Taylor's not showing it to us? Because this is very important. This is very important, and this may be the piece that you're missing, all right? Showing the contract, showing the group chats, showing the Zoom calls, all of these that Taylor has seen, Taylor has shared with Wired Magazine, and Wired Magazines, which can get sued, which can lose their credibility. If Brian Tyler Cohen were to release documents to show that she was wrong, which he hasn't done yet, which he could ostensibly do, Wired Magazine would be in trouble too, right? But given what they saw, they were willing to sign off. Yes, we agree with her conclusions. All right, so we got Wired Magazine and Taylor Lorenze on one side saying, we've seen these things. We both agree that what Taylor's article is something you can conclude from these documents, right? On the other side, we have Corset's unwilling to share anything, and the little bit that they have shared has proven them right. So I'm going to say, yeah, until further revelation, until Brian Tyler Cohen releases the contract and it literally does not support Taylor's claims, I'm going to go with the side that's been honest with you. Do you understand? You're going with the side that talked to their creators and said, don't talk to this woman. She's bad news, right? They don't want transparency. They could give transparency. They're the only party in here that could show the documents without harming anyone. If Taylor shows her documents, that outs her sources. That would give them the ability to know who leaked, right? This is a leak. This is a whistleblower. Do you understand this? Taylor Lorenze talked to multiple whistleblowers about this, right? If Taylor shows us her cards, then we know who those whistleblowers are. This is like being like Deep Throat is actually John Smith. Do you know what happens if you say Deep Throat is John Smith? John Smith ends up dead, okay? I'm sorry if this is a dated reference, chat. I'm talking about like the Nixon, the Watergate thing, right? Deep Throat was the whistleblower in Watergate, right? But I mean, that's why you're not seeing the receipts that it sounds like you want from Taylor Lorenze. Remember, if they wanted to prove her wrong, they could release the receipts. They could do that without putting anybody in danger. They're not doing it. What does that tell you? This is just deductive logic. This is deductive logic and media literacy, a thing that sadly seems to be in short supply these days. Anyway, chat, enough getting one chattered. Let's move on.
Issues and incentive structures that come with them. So don't get me wrong, that obviously exists with the mainstream media, and I still hate them for a variety of reasons. But this is really, really bad. And it is bad because I think that the Democrats in particular, I know that there are a lot of Dems, they're energized, they're ready. We're going to talk about Trump health. Everybody wants to be online, having fun, and resisting. But you're being part of a machine, and that machine is being controlled for very specific purposes and ends, which you may not be aware of. That's what I think is very important.
Right. And
what do you think, chat? Should I debate Hutch about this? I partially feel like that's the only thing that's going to get through to some of these people, right?
Would be one thing if this was disclosed.
Yeah, that's right.
And what they say is, oh, well, here are some videos where people did talk about being in Chorus, and here's the Chorus website, and it lists some of the creators who were participating in the program. So there was some disclosure. Was there disclosure around a dark money super PAC funding this? No, there was not. And there's, so there's a reason why Taylor had to do an investigative journalism piece in order to reveal the details of this program. It expressly prohibits them in the contract from disclosing their funders, specifically from disclosing their participation in the program. And, in terms of like the ethics of all of this, that is almost the biggest red line here because, listen, it's very complicated, all of the different business structures within quote unquote independent media, right? Most places are different from us. Most of them will do ad reads, which means they're directly talking to advertisers. It's actually much more direct relationship than, like, for example, when I was at MSNBC, there was a firewall between the host and the, people who were selling ads. You had no idea what was on during the commercial break. That wasn't your bit, you were not paying attention to that. That had no bearing on your like day to day. So, there's that. But at least that's up front. Everybody knows I'm paid to read this ad for Casper mattresses or whatever the heck it is, Zins or whatever thing that they're selling. So that's up front. And, frankly, those corporate interests are going to only collide with your coverage in sort of certain specific instances. Whereas if you are backed by this kind of group where you're going to daily messaging check-ins, you're having to run by them, you're supposed to run by them every government official that you interview, and you have other restrictions on your content. And they have a specific, they mention in one of these contracts that actually in the response video, one of the members of the cohort put up a part of the contract, and it referred to Chorus's policy platform. So like, what is that? You know, and are you having to buy into a certain set of policies? I'm going to guarantee you that based on the lack of coverage of Gaza by Brian Tyler Cohen, and sometimes at times the incredibly terrible coverage of David Pakman, two of the biggest creators that are associated with this, I'm going to bet that, you know, the fact that, for example, Gaza has been officially...
Yeah, exactly, Splatch. They would have shown proof refuting this. They didn't. It would have been so easy. It would have been so easy. If she was lying, oh my God, you've got her caught in 4K there. If what she's saying is not representative of the contract, is not representative of their meetings, right, they could disprove this. All it would take is transparency, and they're not willing to do that. Guess what? They're a dark money group. That's what the dark is about. It's a lack of transparency. That's what that means, right? It's not just like, hey, we got to fight fire with the fire. You know, the Republicans are using dark money. We need to use dark money too. Democrats have been using dark money. Like Taylor even talked about this in the in her power user this week, right? Guiltiest dog sparked the loudest. God damn it. Where was I going with that? Latest power user. Fuck, I lost my train of thought here. Trying to pour a drink. Not that kind of drink, chat. A sparkling water with orange juice. Sparkling water. I was going somewhere with that, but now I fucking lost it. Getting leaks because they're scrambling in recovery mode, and being wild. Wait, the history of dark money, chat, is that when it first came out after Citizens United, remember, this is Citizens United. When we're talking about fighting fire with fire, the fire that we're talking about is Citizens fucking United. The fire that we're fighting with is corporations are people, my friend. Right? And not only that, but the Democrats have been fighting fire with fire since at least 2018. Do you think it's helped? Does it feel like it's helped? Does it feel like that has redounded to the benefit of even anyone who just doesn't want a second Trump turn? Or did it not help? I mean, it's like, you know, we've been this has been active. Like the Democrat in 2018, right? The Democrats overtook the Republicans with dark money. Is that translating into a victory in any conceivable way?
Actually deemed a genocide by all of the world's genocide scholars. I'm going to bet that's not part of the policy platform. I'm going to bet that's not part of the daily messaging guidance. And I want to be clear, because some of the way this has been portrayed, especially in the rebuttals, has been very caricaturish. We're not saying that they're being told, you're going to do a video on this, and if you don't, you're kicked out of the program. And here's your talking points, and you're going to say these freaking talking points or you're out. It doesn't work like that. It works through several mechanisms. First of all, the choice of who participates. I guarantee you many of these people, they genuinely, their authentic view is that the Democratic Party is like, you know, vote blue no matter who. They are vastly superior. The focus should all be on Trump. Like, for many, if not all of them, that is their genuine view. So number one is the choice of who you even include in the cohort. But then there's all these sort of like human pressures and incentives. You see who's in the in-group with you. You see the sort of topics that are being pushed. You know where the sensitivities are. And so if you're weighing, covering, let's say, you know, the Gaza genocide versus another topic that is also very important, that isn't going to create some sort of discomfort with the with the program that you're in, that you're receiving monthly cash from, maybe you're going to choose the one that's not going to be uncomfortable for the group, not going to be uncomfortable for your future potential prospects of staying in this program.
General Public says some progressive victory creators criticized Biden on Gaza and still got paid despite Brianna Wu's personal disagreement. Ironically, way more ethical. Well, look, this I will agree that this is worse than progressive victory. I want to point out though, because I'm not trying to straw man the chorus people, and if anybody out there, took this money and you want to have a conversation, like I'm not blaming you. I don't hate you. I'm not going to make any assumptions about you. I kind of view the chorus members as the victims in this, right?
Super chatted $5. I get fighting fire with fire, but only if it doesn't come from a secret billionaire and not calling out the genocide and pushing for Medicare for all.
And empowering David Pakman and Brian Tyler Cohen to become the de facto leaders of a group that is, that includes a lot of pro-Palestinian voices. And that's what I was trying to get to with responding to General Public's comment, right? Is that there are chorus creators who I'm not trying to straw man, who I will acknowledge have been loud and impactful voices on the pro-Palestine side of things, who have called it a genocide, who have held the DNC to account. That makes it worse, though. That actually makes it worse, right? Because people that should know better are getting looped into a contract that doesn't allow them to criticize, at least with Pakman, somebody who's, had really bad takes on Israel-Palestine to the point where he had to shut up about it because he was losing too much audience. And Brian Tyler Cohen, who said very little about it, I think still won't call it a genocide, right? This is actually worse. And again, I don't see it as like these people selling themselves out, although I guess they could be. I'm trying to extend to them the benefit of the doubt and assuming that they did not fully comprehend the ramifications of signing that chorus contract, which, like I said, $8,000 would change my life, right? Having a White Leaf website would have changed my life, would have lended itself to a much higher standard of living for me. However, I knew that was a gilded collar, a gilded cage that came with, some requirements that I didn't want to be tied to. I didn't want to be put in a position. Check, can you imagine if I was in a position where I had to defend Vosh or couldn't say anything? Like, right, where I was expected to just be like, no, I'm sure it's short stack goblins. It's short stack goblins. Come on, what are you saying? What do you say? It's just a drawing. A drawing doesn't have an age. That girl could be a 5,000-year-old dragon for all you know. Like, can you imagine that? If I tied myself to Vosh? I mean, this is the same thing, but worse. This is actually the same, because, like, say what you will about Vosh, with maybe the exception of the very beginning of, right around October 7th, I think Vosh might have had some bad takes, but since then, he's been on the right side of history when it comes to Israel-Palestine. That's one of the few good things I can say about Vosh, right? So getting tied to Vosh, not being able to criticize Vosh, is ironically not as bad as signing a chorus contract and not being able to criticize David Pakman or Brian Tyler Cohen or who knows, what other, the centrist influencer that, what was her name? Olivia Juliana or something like that, right? You're tied to a bunch of people. You can't criticize them, right? This is worse than like it puts you in a place where you can't you're in an organization with somebody that is, pushing against doing what's right for by Palestinians, and you're not allowed to criticize them. That's fucking terrible. That's fucking terrible. And I want to think that for these pro-Palestinian creators that signed the dotted line, they did so because they didn't fully understand the implications of the contract, not because they were selling, not because they were selling out. Because that is what, not looking at them as victims, not looking at them as being taken advantage of, that is what that's the implication of that. If they're not being taken advantage of, then they are selling out, which is much worse. Anyway, let's try to finish this.
And it is, you get down the line, if these influencers become financially dependent on getting this monthly stipend,
boiling the frog,
you have a lot of control over them. So that's the way these things work. It's far more subtle than just like you're getting your talking points and you're going to stick to them and you're not going to do videos on this and you are going to do videos on that. It happens in a much more subtle way. And I saw it, I've told this story before, just to give an example from my own personal life and why, like the lessons we've had to learn through our careers and how we came to the business model that we have. When I was at MSNBC, this was back in 2015.
Oh God, I see the problem. Somebody tell James Hansen that they're watching the stream, like they're reacting to things that I said, I don't know, 20 minutes ago. No, they're confused, BCAT K. Does chat understand what's happening? Sometimes you, like, especially if you step, which was what I was imagining was the case with James. When you step away from the stream and then come back to it, you're watching it where you left off, maybe, right? I'm pretty sure that James is not current on the stream. Does that make sense? Can chat communicate? Because I can't. Like, right. What I'm saying now, James will hear 20 minutes, 30 minutes from now. I think that's the confusion, part of the confusion at least, right? OnlyFacts says tell the YouTube viewer to press the live button. The live button will fast forward to the live portion. That's probably what needs to be done here.
Before Hillary, actually, I think it was 2014, before Hillary officially got in the race for president, I did a monologue that was like, don't run. Please don't run, because you are not the person for the moment. I talked about her, her speeches to banks. I, said this is not the populist champion we need. It was very critical at a time when nobody on the Democratic side, nobody on MSNBC was being critical of Hillary. They let me do it, but after the fact, I was informed that any future commentary I did on Hillary Clinton had to be run by the president of the network. Okay, that is not a normal.
I really don't like to spend this much time on one chatter, but I think this is didactic. I think this is a larger. I have a larger educational purpose here. Maybe I just have more faith in people. Yeah, that's the problem. That's the problem. There it is right there. Faith in people rather than, oh my God. Well, anyway, this is going to be ridiculous until they hit the live button. But I mean, there's two ways of analyzing this, right? You can say, I know Brian Tyler Cohen. I know Olivia Juliana. I know Booker Squared, right? And they're not a bad person. I have faith in people. Maybe you don't. Or you could look at the facts. Some people prefer to look at only the facts and make their judgment that way. And also to understand that the implication isn't that your fave is problematic. Right? Your fave is a secret Zionist or something like that. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what Taylor Lorenze is saying, right? It's actually something worse. It's actually something worse. If they are a full-throated pro-Palestinian advocate, it is so much worse that they're getting used like this, right? If they're either a sellout or whatever, a crypto, Israel supporter, then it's actually, it wouldn't be as bad. It's like, okay, well, yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense that you're supporting this, right? The problem is people are supporting shit that they don't fully comprehend. Not that people are like secretly bad, right? And you're bad for watching them. That is not the implication at all.
Normal thing. Message was sent to me that this was not appreciated, and in the future, I needed to make sure I run it up the flagpole. So can I say for certain that that didn't impact my coverage going forward?
Oh, I see. You were just referring to something from 20 minutes ago. You weren't actually, you were just fighting the battle you lost 20 minutes ago. That's, yeah, okay.
That didn't make it so that if I was weighing two different monologue topics, I was like, well, I could do this one on Hillary again, or I could do this other topic.
You were relitigating, I see.
That I didn't take the easy way out and say, well, they're both important. So let me do this one so I don't have to actually get all of my words approved by the president of the network and piss off everybody involved this day. That's the way these things work, through these sort of subtle influences and pressures that every human is subject to. And so I think a lot of these individuals, they feel like, well, we're not corrupt. You know, we genuinely believe in the Democratic Party. And, you know, we got to fight fire with fire. We got to get in there and we got to fight against Trump. And we got to build up this creator ecosystem. Like, I think that's the way they're thinking about it, without realizing the subtle way that your coverage can be shaped and influenced the minute that you start taking cash. And especially when you have these sorts of very specific restrictions on the way you're supposed to go about your content creation, and you're required to go to a daily messaging check-in every single day. Of course, that's going to impact the way that you approach things, not because you're like inherently corrupt, because you're a human being, and we are all subject to those sorts of incentives and pressures, whether we even realize it or not.
I will just quote the great Noam Chomsky, quote, "The smart way to keep people passive and obedient is to strictly limit the spectrum of acceptable opinion, but allow..."
The only this makes me sick, chat. This makes me sick to see Sagar quoting Noam Chomsky against liberals, yes, but also against leftists. And that's the thing that's really frustrating. In case anybody isn't getting this yet, I am specifically saying that from what I've seen, members of Chorus are standing up. You know, there are members of Chorus who have called out the genocide. There are members of Chorus who have called out the DNC. That doesn't make it better. That actually makes it worse. That means that they're being used for a purpose that is contradictory to their beliefs, to what they have stood for, right? Oh my God.
Allow very lively debate within that spectrum, even encourage the more critical and dissident views that gives.
But yeah, this is what this is people like, you know, people, yeah, like liberals are one thing, but also leftists getting fucking flanked by none other than Sagar and Jetty, right? Leftist failing to apply the lessons of Noam Chomsky, who is as old as dirt, who is older than the dinosaurs, right? These are lessons that should be secondhand to us at this point. The only reason that he's able to do that is because there's people out there that just are not comprehending the implications of manufactured consent, which is, I hate to say, it's some basic, you know, shit. It's basic media literacy at this point.
There's free thinking going on, while all the time the presuppositions of the system are reinforced by the limits on the range of the debate. And then similarly, when he was asked in that famous BBC interview about whether people self-censor, he says, I don't say you're self-censoring. I'm sure you believe everything that you're saying. But what I'm saying is if you believe something different, you wouldn't be sitting where you're sitting.
James, you're putting words in my mouth. I didn't say they're not allowed to stand against policies. And also, if you're talking about the policies that are in the contract, right? No, they're not even allowed to acknowledge those. But no, I'm not talking about them not being able to stand against policies. I'm talking about them not being able to criticize other members of Chorus. Please just repeat what I like. Let me know that did not go in one ear and out the other, because I feel like a lot of what I say is doing that exact thing. I feel like I'm fallen victim to a psychic vampire here. Like, this is just not, like, if I have to relitigate and repeat an argument that the chatter has failed to engage with, or maybe even failed to listen to or understand, it's a bit of a waste of energy at that point.
Sitting. That's the question around court. So like you said, it's not that these people are, and let's even think about the whole Gaza thing. Do you think they're doing it because they believe it? I don't know Dave. I mean, I've talked to David one time. I have no hate for the guy. Brian, we interviewed him here. He seems nice. I don't think that they are actively covering anything up. You know what it is. It's division for Democrats, right? That's it. They're like, well, we can't divide the Democratic Party. And so,
Pakman,
okay,
at the beginning of the genocide, actively backed up Israel.
Fine, but BTC, all right?
Yeah.
I think for him, he's like, I don't want to cause problems for Alyssa Slotkin. I don't want to cause problems for...
Okay, we got 11 minutes left on the Vimyo's diss track super chat goal. We're looking for one orange super chat. One orange super chat if you would not like a nice palate cleanser from this in the form of Vimyo's diss track against Chud Logic. This is it's a trans person clapping back against a transphobe. It's 45 seconds, but it is fairly definitive, right?
Or Gavin Newsom. We need to train 100% of our fire on the right. By the way, the right does this all the time too, right? Although it's more complicated. More recently, they are willing to go after people on the issues that they care about, immigration in particular. I know Thomas Massey, right? They'll go single him out, or at least some people have. I'm trying to think more establishment, Mitch McConnell and others. They'll get their fire whenever they, quote, go against the base. And Republican creators generally are more likely to be able to do that. The Democrats, though, they all seem to have internalized this thing.
Okay,
about
I'm gonna put a I'm gonna end the YouTube argument, because now I've got Twitch chatters that are like, send them over here. Send them over here to Twitch. We'd like to argue with them. I've talked about one chatter way too much, but I just, look, it's not about the individual. It is about the individuals, specifically on Twitter and TikTok, that still don't seem to grasp what I think is pretty simple deductive logic. And yes, you do need deductive logic, because we're not showing you the contract, right? Again, that would compromise Taylor's sources. If Taylor showed the contract, it would be easier for people like BTC to figure out who is leaking, right? It would compromise her source, right? We're not showing you the group chat. We're not showing you the Zoom call, right? Taylor has all those things. She's drawn her conclusions from those receipts. She's shared those receipts with Wired Magazine, and they have signed off saying, yes, Taylor, we agree with what you say the implication of these receipts are.
About Kamala, where protesters and people who spoke out against Kamala and Biden were nothing but trouble, and that's the reason that she lost. Folks, it's just not true.
Yeah.
And it's like, that is it. That what they don't get is that, iron sharpens iron. Going through a deeply competitive, brutal primary does not weaken the candidate. It actually makes them stronger. It means that you definitively won the debate. Kamala never won shit. Literally, from the primary to her coronation at the Democratic Party. Those Gaza people, by the way, get mad at them all you want. They voted in good faith for Donald Trump or Jill Stein in the state of Michigan, and they were the exact margin of victory. Now, maybe it wouldn't have mattered in Pennsylvania, Georgia, Wisconsin, all these other. I know for a fact, 100%, it mattered in the state of Michigan. So that's on you. That's not on anybody else. That's not on some protester or anybody else. And that's where their theory of politics is just dead wrong. I mean, think about 2016 for Trump. It was savage, and he won. And not only that, he won the election. Well, Obama, Hillary, that was true. I mean, the juggernauts went at each other. Obama got a blowout victory.
And he was definitely strong. If you watch him in the beginning of those debates to the end, he was strengthened so much by it.
Yes.
But even put aside the Gaza piece and all of that, probably the worst mistake that Democrats made, political tactical mistake, was circling the wagons around Biden
100%.
and keeping out any sort of actual primary process and dissent, where his weakness could have been exposed earlier. You could have ended up with a much stronger candidate who actually had won a democratic process and had some sort of democratic mandate behind them. By circling the wagons and keeping all the dissent out, they led themselves down this disastrous path where then you have the debate, and we all know the rest of, how that history unfolds. So, I
feel like Crystal's overestimating a little bit the democratic nature of the process of the Democratic primary. Remember, the Democratic Party is a private club. It doesn't owe you democracy, and it doesn't give you democracy. We have a lot of things like, everybody remembers the super delegates, although that's not as much of an issue anymore. But there's a lot of aspects of the Democratic primary that are not democratic, not the least of which being, the coordination of all the shitlib candidates to drop out at the same time and endorse Biden in order to prevent what would have been a real democratic process in 2020 and ended with Bernie being selected as the candidate. So, but that being taken, compared to no real primary being run, compared to no attention. I mean, I guess there was one, but the candidates were just like really low quality. They didn't have chances. You didn't have Democrats. You didn't have Democrats that actually had a chance of opposing Biden running against him, because everybody kind of understood he was the incumbent and no one was questioning his ability to fulfill the role as the presidential candidate. And they should have been. They absolutely should have been. I'm tempted, in case there's a confusion about what exactly deduction is, or maybe this is something that people learned in high school or middle school or elementary school, and just it's kind of I know that means something to do with logic, and it's like proper logic, but I don't. Right, let me show you precisely what we're talking about here. All right. Let me open image in a new tab. Hopefully that gets it. Okay, make it bigger. All right, so this is a simple deductive puzzle. Now, just as the chatter did earlier, you could look at this puzzle and say, we don't have receipts to tell us where Laura, Marissa, Joe, or Becky grew up. We know, right? We don't have the receipts. We don't have the class directory with their hometowns listed. So how can you possibly know where their hometowns are? How could we possibly know that Taylor Lorenze is telling the truth when we're not seeing the contract, for instance? We're not hearing the voice call, we're not hearing the Zoom call. We're not seeing the screenshots from the group chat, all right? That's true. That's true. We don't have those receipts, just like the child solving this deductive logic puzzle does not have the class directory giving them the information that's asked for here, right? This isn't this isn't a place where you can copy and paste, right? We don't have the directory. We literally don't have it. All we know, so we're starting from the fact that Laura, Marissa, Joe, and Becky all grew up in different hometowns. None of them grew up in the same hometown, all right? So no one lives in a town that starts with the same letter as their first name. So what does that mean? That means that Marissa did not grow up, so we put an X on this town. What is this, Manasquan? We put an X. Marissa did not grow up in Manasquan. All right. Joe, let's see, there's no J's. B, Bloomfield. Okay, we put an X on Bloomfield because we know that Becky did not grow up in Bloomfield, but none of the classmates grew up in the hometown that starts with the letter of their first name. Okay. Lauren lives in Westfield, so we do have part, just like with Taylor Lorenze, we had a divulgement of some of the people who were part of Chorus. I think that maybe the people that self-identified, right? So Lauren lives in Westfield. So we check this, we put a check here, and we put an X. So deductive logic, if we know that Lauren lives in Westfield, and we know that they all grew up in different hometowns, from that we can deduce, and this is how, this is how we know that Taylor's telling the truth, right? you have to use a little deductive logic. So you deduce that Marissa, Joe, and Becky were not born in Westfield. Joe lives in a town with 10 letters, all right? Westfield, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait, let me make sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it could be Westfield. Manasquan, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So Joe didn't grow up in anyway. This is a puzzle that, although it doesn't give you the information that it asks for, you can deduce the truth of the situation rather than inductive logic, which is like, listen, Westfield is a dump, and I know Joe, all right? Or I know Westfield is a terrible place. I know Joe. Joe wouldn't have a terrible place as his hometown. That's not the Joe that's inductive logic, right? So we're gonna mark off Westfield for Joe because we just know that there's the kind of guy that Joe is, the type of character that Joe has. We know that that's not someone who could have possibly grown up in Westfield because we know that Westfield is a bad place. And that's definitely the kind of place Marissa would live, right? That's inductive logic. We start off from the, assumption and then try to prove it, right? Yeah.
That made him.
That was all it took.
Oh
my God. Okay, let's finish this freaking. Oh my God, where are we? Brian Tyler, there.
I think the lesson that Democrats should just shut their mouths and not ever criticize anything that any Democrat has ever done. I think that lesson has been one of the single most devastating ideas for the Democratic Party. If you just care about Democrats winning, I think that has been an utter and complete disaster. On the piece around the future of the Democratic Party too, for me, there's a battle right now. And this is why I think that even though, it's whatever, it's one dark money group. Let's all be really clear. There's tons of dark money flowing through independent media. There's tons on the right. Okay, this is not something that's unique. By the way, a lot of these creators spoke out against the tenant media scandal when that happened, which we did too, by the way, because it was gross and it was corrupt. But, they can't see the problem when it is on their side. But to me, there's a battle for the future of the Democratic Party right now. And I don't want to be overly simplistic about it, but it really is a battle between, is this going to be a party that's run by billionaires or run by the grassroots? Is that, is it going to be Zoran or is it going to be Kamala Harris? Is it going to be Gavin Newsom or is it going to be someone like a grand planner who has a true grassroots behind him? That's the battle of the Democratic Party right now. And we saw through the Kamala Harris campaign, when she started relying on, the Mark Cubans of the world and this billionaire-backed and approved strategy, that's when she truly that's when she truly destroyed her campaign and made it impossible to win. So I also see this.
Yeah, Heidi says, who's funding Chorus, MTG or Tucker? That is something that we cannot deduce, right? Chorus is set up through 1630 in a way as to make it impossible to deduce who the donors are unless they out themselves, right? I don't think it's Tucker. I don't think it's MTG, right? I also want to point out that Chorus's 1630 stated values aren't all bad, right? For instance, part of their plank is to oppose dark money. So I don't know if Chorus got to elect all the candidates that they want, maybe they would try to find a way to overturn Citizens United. Now, the Democrats pay a lot of lip service to that, and there's not been a lot of action, especially given that they take advantage of things like Citizens United. So you could say X to doubt, but at least their stated intention is not to advocate for dark money, it's to advocate against dark money. But as far as who's funding it, yeah, we don't know. That's by design, and yeah, it's dark money. There's a lack of transparency, and there's a huge lack of transparency through BTC. by which you might be able to deduce that BTC doesn't want you to know. Like, BTC could give you those, you know, if you wanted to prove your Taylor wrong, show the files. Show the Cohen files, all right? We want Trump to release the Epstein files. Now it's time for Brian Tyler Cohen to release the Cohen files. Release that contract. Prove her wrong. You say she's a liar? Prove it. You have the means to do it. All it requires is a little transparency on your part, and they don't want transparency, just like they didn't want transparency when Taylor started contacting people and the organization told them not to talk to her, and then tried to pretend that she didn't reach out to them when she did. And then later had people, you know, contact Wired Magazine, say, hey, I want to make my comment. I want my statement to be in there, and add to the thing, and then pretend that that's some kind of a retraction, right? We've got all kinds of signs that they are pulling the wool over your eyes, all right? Everything points to that. But some people would rather just go with the feeling and be like, nah. Some of my favorite creators are members of Chorus, and they would never do a bad thing. They would never make us, they wouldn't get hoodwinked by the likes of Brian Tyler Cohen and David Pakman. That could never happen. It's so frustrating. And I'm only entertaining, you know, this question, which is probably boring a lot of you. To a lot of you, this is really fucking obvious, right? But because there's people out there, you know, on Twitter still blowing this hot air up all of our asses. Or maybe blowing hot air up their own ass. Maybe pulling the wool over their own eyes, right? Again, a lot of this just comes down to parasocial. Like, a lot of this just comes down to, I like this content creator and I don't want to believe anything bad about them. And they're missing the point that the implication is not that your content creator is a bad person.
As a real struggle, because if you're taking this dark money from a billionaire-backed group, you are laying your chips down on the side of basically, we're going to keep doing the same thing we did in the past. And let me tell you something. If you consider yourself left of center in any way, you are not going to win a contest of who has more billionaires and for whom, which party is more comfortable for those billionaires. You have to play a different game. And that's why I think that this is really important and very symbolic of the fights that are going on, the struggles that are going on within the Democratic Party. And of course, Gaza ties in as well, because that's an area where you have a lot of organized money on the side if we're going to be with Israel no matter what. And so it's not the case that none of these influencers in this cohort have said anything about Gaza. It's not been a complete prohibition. But if you look at their body of work, there has been notably less focus on Gaza than among people who are, you know, much more independent, who really are out there, you know, saying what they think about what's going on in the world right now. So let me go ahead and play for you guys, Brian, a couple of the responses here. Let me go ahead and start with a portion of Brian Tyler Cohen's response, which I also have to say, I found these responses to honestly be kind of shocking in how dishonest they were, how frankly, like, Trumpian they were in their character. So let's go ahead and take a listen to Brian Tyler Cohen, who again is one of the co-founders, of course, so he is actually like at the head of this thing.
So here's what Chorus is. It is a scholarship program to teach creators how to grow their accounts, foster engagement, launch their own shows, and become profitable on their own. It's an incubator program to build the pro-democracy ecosystem. Influencers and creators have never been more important when it comes to how Americans are consuming their news. The right has been doing this for years, and the left needs to catch up. That's why we're doing this with Chorus. So let's talk about what Chorus is and what it's not. Chorus does not
Columbia Rican, it's also messed up when a content creator knows they have a parasocial audience and takes advantage of them, pushes bad ideals, which will keep billionaires in power. Yeah, it's I mean, I can see how it's tempting, right? You know, people want to make careers. To make a career takes creating a community, keeping that community on your side, maintaining their trust. And if you can do that with just their parasocial affection for you, with just their perception of you as their friend, which, you know, is an illusion. You're only seeing a part of the content creator. It's not the same as, you know, getting to know somebody as a friend. if you can project an image of yourself as a good person, get people to buy into that and refuse to question that, then yeah, you're protected from anything bad somebody might even, show about you, right? Even if they show direct proof, you're going to be tempted to not believe it.
Not pay creators for content.
Because of the illusion of the parasocial dynamic.
Does not tell them what to say, it does not control who they talk to or work with, and there is absolutely nothing in the contract that could even be reasonably interpreted to say that we do. Period. Full stop. I don't know a single creator who would willfully sign up for a program that would tell them what they can or can't say. That's not what this program is.
And luckily, that's not what Taylor Lorenze claimed, right? So this is what he's substituting, right? If you don't read the article, if you don't engage with what she's saying, and you just watch this, then you assume, oh, that's what she said. She's saying Chorus is making people say stuff that they don't believe. That's not what she said. That wasn't a claim that she made. But then you start to assume that's what was in the article because I didn't read it, because I didn't want to, because it hurt my feelings. I'd rather just listen to Brian Tyler. I would rather trust him. This is the whole thing. This is the person you should be asking for the receipts. This is the person you should be asking for the transparency. Instead, he's been successfully focused a lot of people's ire on Taylor Lorenze, and they're more willing to kill the messenger than to actually see what a load of shit he's trying to sell them.
Pay people to show up to workshops and technical trainings to optimize their content online. For example, we've got trainings on how to package content for YouTube, trainings on how to...
So like I said, I went over this. I didn't find lies in what Brian Tyler Cohen was saying, but I did find some very weaselly words, some very slippery statements, and some implications that would lead his audience to assuming something that's just not true. And that's, while not a lie, it is dishonest what he's doing here. But just wait. You'll see how dishonest it really is.
Optimize audience retention for Instagram and TikTok, trainings on how to form an LLC. There's the implication in the article that this is some arm of the DNC or the Democratic Party. We have literally nothing to do with the DNC. I spend 0 minutes of my day thinking about the DNC. The creators do not toe any party line. How could we? There isn't a party line. Creators are absolutely allowed to speak out against the Democrats, and in fact, plenty do.
If there was a party line, Taylor's story would have been about that. It wasn't. She didn't claim there was a party line. She didn't claim there was a platform. She didn't claim that people weren't allowed to espouse certain views or anything like that, right? Brian Tyler Cohen, much like a certain chatter in YouTube chat, is refusing to engage with the actual allegations, with the actual the actual content of the audience of the article, and he's assuming that his parasocial fans aren't going to engage with it either, aren't going to meaningfully read it, and aren't going to realize that all the things that he's refuting are not claims that Taylor has made. Because like I said, I was fully ready to deconstruct the lies in here. I actually don't remember finding any direct lies, any obviously false statements. What I found was weasel words and shoddy implications, and you'll see exactly what I mean in just a second.
And frankly, course creators should and do criticize Democrats when they suck, and quite often, they do suck. 1630 Fund is our fiscal sponsor. One of the largest documented donors to 1630...
It's not you, Donald. Don't worry.
...Fund is the same person funding Meteor's Reporters in Residence program, which Taylor Lorenze herself is a part of. And guess what her monthly stipend is? $8,000 per month. So she's criticizing...
I mean, Donald's lack of engagement with the content is because Donald Duck is content. Donald Duck is creating content. So, that's okay. We don't expect with you. We don't expect you to engage the content. You are content, Donald. You are content.
An entity that is funded by someone that she is currently taking money
in a good way
from. I guess it's okay when Taylor Lorenze gets paid, but no one.
So dishonest. So fucking dishonest, right? Let's go back here and see what I'll show you what he's saying, which, like I said, I don't see a lie in what he's saying, but I see a faulty implication that he's counting on his audience to make, so that he doesn't have to, his hands are clean at the end of the day. He doesn't actually have to say the lie. He just leads his audience to a false belief.
$1,000 per month. So she's criticizing an entity that is funded by someone that she is currently taking money from.
Sounds pretty bad. Sounds pretty bad. All right? Until we break out the MS Paint, which I'm tempted to do here, and show you that Pierre Omidyar, who funds Taylor's Writer-in-Residence program, donated to 1630 in 2020. That's a lot of numbers I'm throwing at you, but hold on, all right? So back in 2020, around the time of, I guess, the election, the benefactor, Taylor Lorenze's benefactor for her grant, donated money to the group 1630 that funds Chorus, all right? There's not actually, like, he's trying to draw an implication that she did, and again, you gotta do a logic check here, right? If Pierre Omidyar is this dark billionaire with an evil agenda to destroy Chorus, why did he donate to a group that funds Chorus? Doesn't make sense. But you have to pause the video and think about it to see that, and he's counting on you not to do that. He's counting on you just being like, yeah, that fucking sounds bad. That sounds like she's a hypocrite, right? This is fucking dishonest. It's not just dishonest, it's conniving, and it's Machiavellian, and it's Trumpian, right? Crystal is correct. Crystal is correct in calling this Trump. This is how Trump's propaganda works, right? Is this like fighting fire with fire? We're going to fight Trumpism with Trumpism? We're going to fight it with lies? Is that what we're going to do? We're just going to lie better than Donald Trump? Good luck with that.
I guess it's okay when Taylor Lorenze gets paid, but no one else. There are people like Taylor Lorenze who are desperate to tear the left apart, and in fact, it becomes clear who her efforts help when you hear stuff like this.
Genuinely, I kind of like Taylor Lorenze because I know that she actually believes what she says. Do you get what I'm saying?
So again, we sometimes talk about clip chimps. Usually this is in the context of Hasan. A lot of times you'll see people showing a clip of Hasan, and that's very short, and then filling in the blank of like, this is what he was talking about. This is what that's about. Oh my gosh, that's really awful. I can't believe Hasan said that. But then if you watch the original content, you watch it ahead of the clip and you watch it after the clip, you'll get the context. And once the clip is recontextualized, what Hasan's saying is not objectionable at all. Right now, so this clip is a very, very short clip of Tucker and Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens. All you're hearing Candace Owens say,
and in fact, it becomes clear who her efforts help when you hear stuff like this.
Genuinely, I kind of like Taylor Lorenze because I know that she actually believes what she says. Do you get what I'm saying?
I like Taylor Lorenze because she actually believes what she says. Is Brian going to fill us in on what she says that Candace Owens thinks she believes, that she likes about Taylor Lorenze? No, he's not. All he's got is like, look at that. Candace Owens said something good. A bad person said something good about you. Now, what is it that she likes about Taylor Lorenze? It's that Taylor Lorenze is up front as an advocate to prevent the spread of COVID. If I was going to be as bad faith as BTC here, I could draw the inference that I could draw a lot of inferences here. Oh, you oppose Taylor's stand on COVID? Really? Oh, are you anti-vax, Brian? But no, that's not what he's saying. And I'm not going to put those words in his mouth because I'm not a fucking scumbag trying to lie to you or trying to deceive you. Let me be real clear, right? Because I think he does avoid lying here. while being extremely, extremely deceptive. He's just relying on you to fill in the gaps there. Well, I guess Candace Owens must really agree with Taylor Lorenze. Maybe she's secretly a Republican. And I don't have to listen to her. And then this makes it all so nice. So the person that I like, my favorite content creator, is not bad. The person saying bad things, which I refuse to read about my favorite content creator, is actually secretly MAGA. And a friend of Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson's to boot. Wow. Wow.
So yeah, I generally don't align myself with friends of Tucker Carlson and Candace.
Oh my God, I'm sorry. Okay, so general public, you were right. I said that BTC didn't lie here because I was trying to be, I didn't remember him lying, but there it is. She is not friends with, oh my God, does he even believe this is my question. Does he even think this is a possibility, or does he know he's fucking lying? Because he's stating something untrue here. Candace Owens likes Taylor Lorenze because she's upfront about her advocacy to limit the spread of COVID. And Candace Owens thinks that's a loser for the Democrats. She thinks everybody wants to just pretend that COVID's not really a thing, go to your gym, work out, spread the fucking disease. And if anybody dies off, hey, it's because they didn't eat healthy. They were eating too many artificial food dyes and they didn't have a good diet. They weren't eating French fries cooked in beef tallow. They were eating French fries cooked in seed oil, right? This is what she's actually saying. This is the context that he is stripped from that clip. He could have shown you a longer clip. He could have told you what Candace was actually talking about, but that's not beneficial to his lie. And I will call it a lie here because he said that Tucker Carlson is a friend. Let me rewind that just so I can confirm that general public was right and I was wrong. I was being too good faith. I was making too many assumptions. I was giving BTC the benefit of the doubt here, and I shouldn't have been. That's my problem, Chad. I want to believe people, right? That's my fallacy. That's my bias.
I kind of like Taylor Lorenze because I know that she actually believes what she says. Do you get what I'm saying?
So yeah.
And even in that clip, Tucker is saying, I don't agree with you.
Yeah, I generally don't align myself with friends of Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens.
You lying son of a bitch. You scumbag. Fuck you, BTC. Fuck you, Dark Money, Brian Tyler Cohen. Holy shit. Chat, this is like to call Taylor Lorenze a friend of Tucker Carlson is not even supported by that clip, right? It was Candace Owens that was saying she appreciates Taylor's honesty, I guess. Tucker could not even, get on board with that. But Tucker has tried to has fucking directed harassment campaigns her way, right? And I think it goes back to the Libs of TikTok stuff. Remember, Taylor Lorenze outed Libs of TikTok, right? Libs of TikTok was an anonymous account spreading hate and doxing people, putting people in danger of violence, of stochastic violence, by like literally identifying them and putting them in front of a hateful right-wing audience, right? We know that Libs of TikTok is actually Chaya Raichik, a real estate agent, I believe, from New York, because of the journalism of Taylor Lorenze. And Tucker Carlson, basically tried to chase her into hiding after this, right? You could not, you'd be hard pressed to find a more obvious, more false statement than what he just uttered. I don't like to be friends. I don't like people that are friends of Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson. BTC, I hope you never live this down. You straight up lied. It's easily provable, and I can make that into a pretty short clip without taking you out of context. All the context is there. You're a liar. What a scumbag. I'm sorry, but if you believe this son of a bitch, I probably can't help you. I don't know how much more clear I can make it to you how dishonest this guy actually is. I don't like I said, I like to give people the benefit of the doubt. There's no benefit of the doubt for this guy. There's no way I can steelman this. He said what he said, and it's a straight up lie, and it's easily provable. And you know it's in it's in the Power User from 15 hours ago. If you want to go watch it again on Taylor Lorenze's channel, I've already been over it, right? But if you want to check out the history between Taylor Lorenze and Tucker Carlson, be my guest. You will find that Tucker Carlson is no fucking fan of Taylor Lorenze, let alone a friend. What the fuck? What the actual fuck, BTC? God damn. I'm sorry. That's like, wow. Wow.
Calling Taylor Lorenze a friend of Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens is wild. Wild. And he opens up this thing. It was kind of long, so we clipped it up and didn't play the whole thing. I wanted to give you the pieces where he's doing his best defense, whatever, to be fair to him. But he opens up the whole thing by being like, at the risk of giving more attention to an internet troll. You can say a lot of things about Taylor Lorenze, but this is a fully reported piece in Wired magazine. He also spends a lot of time doing this person online said this thing about it, which is totally untrue. And it's like, okay, but you don't actually deal with the very specific claims that she makes in her report about the requirement of non-disclosure, about the fact that they're contractually required to run all of the guests that they book, all of the government official guests that they booked through you guys in this approved channel that you have to go to daily messaging meetings. You don't deal with any of that. Instead, you shift the focus to these internet claims that were untrue rather than the actual reported out pieces. I want to deal with the piece that he says here about Pierre Omidyar, which I think is important. And I think it would be fair to question whether Taylor should be taking money from Pierre Omidyar. He has this reporter in residence training. But here's what's different. She was public about that.
I'll say something.
Who's funding her? And
I'll say something. I'll say something a little further. All right. If that was her criticism, if, as BTC said, she really did have a problem with these content creators taking a paycheck, right, from any source, then yeah, it'd be hypocritical. That's not the argument she's making. That's not what she's saying at all. Right? There are so many problems with this that Taylor Lorenze laid out in detail, right? Getting paid is not, necessarily the problem, right? It's the And again, if you're relying on the idea that she has a conflict of interest because she's paid by a guy that donated to 1630, that doesn't portray her in a bad light. That portrays her as biting the hand that feeds her, right? She's gonna summon a Titan, chat, because she's biting the anyway. Attack on Titan, obligatory Attack on Titan reference. That would be Taylor biting the hands that feeds her. That would be her showing independence. That would not be her showing a conflict of interest or being compromised. Quite the opposite.
On the website, and she announced it. That is very different than a program that you're not allowed to say you're part of, and you're not allowed to disclose the funders, and you're supposed to keep it secret. And by the way, we still don't know who all is funding the 1630 fund. So I think it's fair. There could be criticism of
Dr. McRib, what lobbies are behind the funding for Chorus? Dr. McRib, Chorus is funded by 1630, which is a dark money group, and they are not obliged to disclose their funding, right? The lack of print transparency is part of the problem. So yeah, it's not a issue or an implication. It's the implication is a lack of transparency. Yo, Omegastar, thank you for the gifted sub on Twitch to Sundry Clown Car. Sundry Clown Car. You just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. I mean, we do know some people that donate to 1630 have come forward. Pierre Omidyar, who we were just discussing, made a donation back in like 5 years ago in 2020. And there's, I think, a few other people. George Soros is it? It's literally Soros money. That's not the problem, though. I mean, it does make it, hard for if any one of these people want to, if a Republican comes to them and says you're funded by Soros, and they say nah, they can't say that anymore. But I don't think it's necessarily a problem. I don't think that taking money from Soros is necessarily the problem here. It goes a lot deeper. Put all my chips on Dim Tool, on Sam Cedar, or Dim Tool apologizes to Sam Cedar. Absolutely, Megastar.
There too. But to posture like these are the exact same things, that is just fundamentally dishonest, and he's smart enough to know that.
Well, God, after telling a chatter to make sure that they hit the live button and that they're watching me live, am I really about to tell Dr. McRib to rewind the stream? I think it might help you, Dr. McRib. I think you might have missed some important stuff. I'm sending some people forward in time. I'm sending some people back in time, chat. I'm like that character from Final Fantasy VIII. Do you remember her, Alone? Doesn't she sends people backwards and forwards in time? That's what I'm doing to the chatters today. Some chatters need to rehash the previous parts of the stream. Some chatters need to make sure they're not responding to me from 20 minutes ago. But it's okay. We'll all meet together, chat. We'll all meet together in a field of flowers, okay? If you come, I'll be there. And that's a promise.
Look, people have, there's a 4-year track record here of criticizing Taylor. I read the story. I don't take her word for it. I read the story. I make sure that it's sourced, and then I see the response. It seems to hold up. I think that's really what it's all about. So this isn't about Taylor Lorenze, no great big fan or any of that over here. I do think it was really dishonest to be like, well, Candace says, that Candace and Tucker say that Taylor believes what I actually agree with that is one thing. I mean, I don't like most of what Taylor believes, but I do think she actually believes
She genuinely believes it, yeah.
We could talk about that. It's kind of a different story. But the question here, and I think people are like, oh, is this ponderous? Why are we spending so much time? A lot of you guys are watching this stuff on the internet, and not enough people talk about the behind the scenes. So what you just talked about with MSNBC, talked a lot about here, our experience at the Hill, multiple phone calls, problems with coverage because it could affect advertising. And it's not, again.
James Hansen says, Ultimecia. I get that a lot. I get that is a fan theory, but maybe not one that's canon.
It's not in the stuff that people would think. Like, people would think it's Gaza sometimes, if it's controversy. It's really about business. And, that's the stuff that people don't get, criticizing or creating problems for potential events with Bank of America or Pharma or TikTok, Chinese advertising, where the actual dollars hit the bank. We were speculating with our staff, what's the stuff that we cover that would be a problem? I'll give you a perfect example. Gambling. The gambling stuff would be a real issue if you and I were advertising 100% focus. Yeah. A serious problem, because back in 2021, wouldn't have thought much about it. Maybe, DraftKings, FanDuel, they're offering googles of money, right? Or Polymarket, like some people out there. By the way, Polymarket is now getting into sports betting, as you covered, I think, previously. Robinhood, any of this, so financial services, credit cards. How much do I talk about usurious credit card rates and stuff like that on the show? That's not happening if you're taking American Express. American Express is a blue chip, brand, great brand. Who has anything bad to say about it? I do. Well, that would be an issue. I could go on forever, man. In terms of DTC that we talked about, all of these DTC companies, BetterHelp, I gave that one. How could you be against therapy? James Lee, who does segments for us, did a segment about BetterHelp. That's not happening if you have a $1.5 million a year contract with BetterHelp. But you probably sign up for it and you think, it's therapy. What's so bad about it? Well, maybe something. There's so many of the examples. Yes, Casper mattresses and all that stuff probably wouldn't be an issue, but you never know. And that's why we don't do it and have left, and I'm not exaggerating, millions of dollars on the table and have created instead an alternative funding structure, which enables us to just do what we want to do. But not enough people have thought about that. And I do think that the reason why these people can't escape criticism is not disclosing who you're getting paid for, is scum of the earth behavior when you are doing public media consumption for other people, because they have to know. One of the things, again, in the mainstream media in them is in ways they're more transparent who they take their money from.
Yeah.
They're public companies. They publish their financials. I know exactly who CNN gets its money from.
Yeah, you can watch the commercials, right?
And also they'll tell you during the ad breaks, presented to you by Pfizer, presented to you by...
And the whole allure of independent content creators is that they don't have that conflict of interest. They're not compromised in that way. They're not worried about advertisers withdrawing. When you join Chorus, you're actually reducing your value as a content creator. The reason the Democrats want you is because you're unbought. But once they buy you, they kind of killed the goose that laid the golden egg, because now nobody can trust you. Now somebody's put a collar on you, right? And you know, whether or not they're going to yank that collar or not is a question that only time will really there we go, will reveal the answer to that question. But you know, I don't know, what they're getting something out of their expenditure, right?
By American Express or any of these other people, and that has all kinds of pernicious downstream effects in a Noam Chomsky.
The only limitation that we've seen, like really 100% for sure, from the contract is that you're not allowed to criticize other Chorus content creators. That has the same effect as the White Leaf site that I was offered. If I was using Vosh's sysadmin to administer my website and to provide me servers, then I would know any criticism of Vosh I offered might end up with my, you know, some of my income being curtailed, right? You don't have to do it right away, but I know that that's there, right? There might be some things that I could say that are like, I disagree with Vosh on this take, or I disagree with Vosh on that take, that they're fine with, right? But at some point, they have the ability to pull the plug on a large portion of my income. That is why I did not accept that golden cage that they were offering to put me in, despite the fact that I needed money.
Chomsky sense, but it's very different than actually getting a direct check wired to you by your bank account. Mainstream media people are just W-2 employees. They get cut a check, which, you know,
Yeah, cats eating birds. I agree. Sagar is annoying. I don't want to watch too much of this. Oh, it looks like the Fimio's content, the Fimio's super chat goal timed out.
Don't really know how all the sauce gets made.
Yeah.
So that's why this is honestly kind of worse.
It absolutely is. It absolutely is. And
it's way worse.
It is also, so like you can think about, first of all, we need to come up with an agreed upon definition of who gets.
Columbia Rican Dragon says, of all the names, why Chorus? Bad name for dark money. Yeah, and they are all singing, ironically singing a chorus right now. Right? That's what we're seeing right now, is they're all repeating the same talking points, right? If Taylor Lorenze deserves to get paid money, then does she not think that other content creators that aren't former New York Times journalists deserve to get paid too? Sort of makes you think she's taking $8,000 a month from the Midyar writer in residence fund. Like, she doesn't think anybody else should get $8,000 a month either. Right? It's like there's so many things. I think I pointed this out the other day, that there's so many similarities in the and yeah, it's been debunked. A debunked article by I don't know. They're reading from the same hymnal, right? This is like why Chorus becomes a darkly ironic name.
To call themselves independent media.
Smart.
Because if you're taking dark money from a party-aligned super PAC, sorry, you're not independent media. I mean, you're just like, you can call yourself something else, but it ain't that. The next level, so that's like kind of like the worst level, is you're taking secret party-aligned money from billionaires. That, and you know, and you're contractually obligated to not disclose that. That is the worst level of, you know, potential compromise, and puts you the furthest from truly being able to call yourself independent media. You know, the next tier is like, okay, it's funding from these various corporate entities, but it's disclosed. You're doing the ad read, right? It's upfront. that's another level. You're getting sponsorships from this company or that company, and you're disclosing it. I don't take any of these decisions lightly, because we're really fortunate. We were able to build a business. You guys signed up right away. We're able to fund it really quickly. We stepped into the breach, and you guys were there for us. And I know that that's not going to be the case forever, because Sagar and I were already established at the Hill, and we had the benefit of establishing ourselves at the Hill when somebody else was paying the overhead before we went out on our own. So I don't really, I don't judge people who are making somewhat different choices than what we are making. But I think transparency has to be at the core of what you're doing, at the very least. If you're not in a position to say, listen, we're not going to talk to any advertisers at all, which is the position that we have taken to keep from having to ask ourselves questions about, well, what about this sponsor versus that sponsor? Is this ethical? Whatever. Is somebody going to think that we're not covering the story because we're taking money from this place? We've just decided we're putting all of that off the table. If you aren't in the position to make that choice, I have some sympathy for that. It's just, you have to be transparent. And if you're not, you cannot call yourself independent media. I hope that we can all agree that that's the case. And that's if you're on the left, if you're on the right. And maybe it's unfair, but I do think that the left should hold themselves to a higher standard, because we are supposed to be the people who oppose billionaire influence, who want campaign finance reform, who want to represent public interest and not have all of this nefarious dark money that is controlling so much of our politics. So yes, that is your obligation if you're going to call yourself someone who is on the left, is to be more pure than the Tim Pools or whoever are taking the tenant media, whatever cash they can grab. Because
that's a low bar too. To not be tenant media, to not be Tim Pool, to not have somebody like Edward Gregorian bankrolling you, and question who is Edward Gregorian, and why does he want to pay me this money? What is he getting out of this, right?
Frankly, that's more.
Also, a new super chat goal. We're looking for 5 yellows. We tried 1 orange to unlock the Femios content. We will now try to see if we can get 5 yellows, right? 5 yellow super chats will give you the Femios diss track against Chud Logic. We've got a trans woman taking down a transphobe, and it's pretty. I'm here for it. I'm here for those I'm actually surprised, right? Because when you hear a streamer's gonna lay down some bars, I'm not expecting that much, but I'm pleasantly surprised by Femios' diss track.
Consistent with their idea. If you're Ben Shapiro, and you're a standard issue conservative, and you don't think there's anything wrong with billionaires and billionaire influence in politics and whatever, that is actually more consistent with your ideology. So I have scorn for those funding models as well. But I do think if you're going to hold yourself out as being on the left, you do have to meet a higher bar and a higher standard. And as I said before, you're not going to win playing the game of who can get more billionaire dollars. You're not going to win that. And you are certainly not going to win a movement.
Okay, I'm gonna put an asterisk on what she's saying there, and say the way that you're gonna win the game of collecting the most billionaire donors is by acting in their interest. And if the Democratic Party is acting in the interest of millionaires and billionaires, if the Democratic Party is acting in the interest of the military-industrial complex, guess what opportunity that presents Steve Bannon and the like? I think Naomi Klein could answer that question for us, right?
That delivers for working class people. If you are relying on billionaire funding to get there, not going to happen. So that's why I think this is so important. I want to play
Okay, update on the poll. All right. Tim Pool apologizes to Sam Cedar is winning bigly at this point. I think MR reacts to Taylor Lorenze is in second place. We are getting the top 2 of these items. The question is, what will be the top 2? We might even get the top 3. We're 80 away from the top 3. MR just barely edging out Pisco versus Hutch. For second place, Tim Pool apologizes to Sam Cedar, fully and firmly in first place.
a little bit of, there's at least one person in here who she's a TikToker. She has been, critical on Gaza. She's been critical of Andrew Cuomo, of Cory Booker. So she's gone after Democrats, and she put together her response. She's a member of Chorus. She's in the Chorus cohort or incubator as well.
Maybe they'll find a bunch of billionaires that are class traitors. Yeah, maybe the right wingers are right, and actually the billionaires want socialism. That's a big brain take. Maybe. It's definitely not a mid-wit. It's definitely not a mid-wit take. I will say that as much. Did provide $17 worth of donos for, oh shit, I didn't add all your donos to Hutch and Pisco. Okay, it looks like Hutch and Pisco are ahead.
Put together part of her response, and it was amusing to me because she put parts of the contract that she claimed were debunking what Taylor was saying in the article, but actually just fully confirmed what Taylor had reported out. And then she does this thing that I found so incredibly gross. And there have been other instances of this in the defense of Chorus, where they're once again using identity politics to protect, to sort of rebut these claims of, potential like corruption and being compromised by this dark money. So let me go ahead and play this B5. Let me go ahead and play a little bit of this.
In the contract I signed, there is some language that says, hey, please, before you make.
So chat, if you're wondering when people say this has been debunked, if you're asking about where and when the debunking happened, I think they're referring to this TikToker. I think this is the debunk. Unfortunately for Chorus and for the content creator, they also show part of the contract which doesn't refute any of the claims that that Taylor made. It actually proves a couple of the claims that Taylor made. So of what we've been able to see so far of the contract, it does comport to the Wired story.
Make a public statement about what Chorus is, just check with us. The reason for that is that, as the article states, there's over 90 influencers in the program, many of whom have very small accounts and joined the program to get mentorship and happen to be immigrants or trans in a red state, right? And already happen to be kind of in extra danger right now. And so the goal with the please check with us clause was to make sure that small creators who already had targets on their back weren't accidentally featured on a huge page and then suddenly have an onslaught of threats from the right. Chorus has never been kept some nefarious secret, right? People have been talking about it.
Kind of standing in front of that contract, right?
Or just, hey, this is already an unsafe job for some people.
Yeah, I suspected as much, Bad Lefty. I didn't want to. I wasn't sure.
Check with us in advance so you don't accidentally add to someone's unsafety.
That doesn't make any sense. Okay, she's literally saying that they are keeping their dark money funding secret in order to protect trans creators in red states. That is her argument. That makes zero sense. Okay. Now, maybe it would make sense to say, hey, don't talk about the other people who are in the cohort. But for you yourself, how is it protecting a trans creator or an immigrant in a red state for you to not talk about your dark money funding? I'm having serious Hillary 2016 identity politics weaponized against the left flashbacks with all of this. There were other allegations that Taylor was anti-black woman for publishing this.
I believe that was.
I'm sure there are black women in the cohort. This lady appears to be white. There's
yeah, Booker Squared, among maybe others, made that claim.
All kinds of people. It's just, it reminded me of why I became such a vociferous critic of this type of identity politics, because you see the way it is being weaponized.
And look, I don't know. I don't want to relitigate the past 10 years of politics. All right, but I do feel like there's people that took that overreacted to and really bit that anti-id poll bullet in a way that's not helpful and that was actually a little bit reactionary. But we got to remember that the original sin here, thing that the dirtbag left was reacting to, including Crystal and Kyle, including Chapo Trap House, right, was Hillary Clinton's weaponization of identity politics to support a candidate who is objectively worse for all of the minorities that she's trying to use as a fig leaf, right? that was what they were reacting to, and I had a huge problem. I do think it was an overreaction in places. I do think that, yeah, like the, and yeah, the anti-id poll train is an easy train to accidentally ride to reactionaryville if you're not careful. You got to get off that train, right? Your issue is with Hillary Clinton, not with some random like a account on Black Twitter, right? And unfortunately, I think there was a lot of unnecessary left on left, friendly fire, not the least of which from the dirtbag left itself. But yeah, it's a bit complicated. I don't want to relitigate it.
Here when you genuinely have these communities that are under threat and they're cynically using this to protect their dark money funding source. That is disgusting. And one more thing I'll say about these responses is, again, if you are on the left, look, I get that there are, I think the best case you can make for them is basically like, look, the right is doing this and we got to throw on we're dealing with fascism, we got to throw on the playbook. And I get it's not ideal, but we got to fight against fascism in whatever way we can. And so that's why we're taking the money. None of them even really acknowledge that there's an ethical question here. And that to me is a real red. How can you call yourself on the left and you're not even contemplating the ethical dilemmas that are involved here and explaining, well, I get why it's a problem and maybe in another time, but here's why I came down on the side. No, it just was like all out attacking Taylor Lorenze's credibility, throwing up, she's friends with Candace Owens, this very aggressive response of there's nothing wrong, we celebrate what we're doing, we did nothing wrong, there was no moral or ethical dilemma here, we do it again 10 times over. And I find that to be a real red flag, that there wasn't even a willingness to grapple with the clear, ethical issues that are involved in taking this type of secret dark money.
Totally. And I know you're looking at it for the left thing, but I actually think this is much bigger than you may even realize, because this is all industry for all quote unquote independent. If you look in the world of sports, gambling runs sports now. I listened to a really interesting critique of sports journalism, which is actually very similar to where we are right now. It's not only that gambling sponsors all of the podcasts, it's also that the people who succeed and the most famous sports journalists are basically people who tweet whether someone has signed a contract or not, and they just get the first scoop. In terms of people who actually uncover information that makes people in power very uncomfortable, they are very few and far between.
Yeah.
What is basically being consolidated is that industry and money and influence is running the general ecosystem to make sure that things are positive in almost all cultural areas, from sports to, here's politics. That's number one. Finance is another one, by the way. Some of the biggest finance podcasts, All In is literally one of the biggest finance podcasts. Think about that. Chamath has conflicts of interest coming out of his eyeballs. It's every single one of these places is ridiculous. Or Bloomberg or any of these places. It was it says it in the name, Bloomberg. You think you're getting completely unfettered CNBC. I think this is actually a funding model question for quote unquote independent media, where when they're rolled up basically into the ecosystem, I think they broadly become more corrupt than a lot of the mainstream media, and trying to make yourself a separate part out of that is.
Yeah, it sucks that we have to hear this from Sagar. I feel like other people have commented on this as well. I feel like other people have talked about the potential for independent media to be corrupted in a worse way than the manufactured consent that we see from the traditional media.
It's just very, very few and far between. The money is hard to say no to, all right? I'll lay it out for you, and that's just our show. Think about, even the biggest shows. I'm talking, that's probably tens of millions of dollars. And so for people to say no to that, you got to have some real stomach to actually be able to do it, or bet on yourself in a different way and be true to some different values. So
yeah.
Anyway, I think that's why it's important, because that's a view into how it works for everything. I really do think it's everything.
Yeah, and I just got to say, for the people who sold out for this shit for $250 a month,
yeah, I know. That's
what are you doing with your life.
That's actually
if you're not in the $8,000 a month cohort, I really don't. The $250 a month people, like, what is that?
Well, it wasn't correct me if I'm wrong. Pakman was taking $8,000 a month. Is that true?
That's the assumption, because that's the highest band that you can be.
He's got like $2 million.
He makes millions.
Yeah, it's like,
I mean, that's the thing is,
do some back of the map math on the YouTube revenue.
Right.
Like, what are we doing?
That's what I want people to understand too. Is like, we have left, there's no doubt we've left millions on the table. By not doing ad read, there's no doubt about it. But guess what, guys? We're doing fine.
Yeah,
we are doing fine. Like, we are able to like have a good life. We pay our people well.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, when they ask for a raise, we're like giving them more of that.
Yes.
We're doing, you know, we're doing just fine over here. We're able to build this new set, all of that. So it doesn't require selling out to some dark money super PAC to be able to make it. And again, look, I get it. Sagar and I were both established before. We had the Hill, all of that. So we did have some advantages. I don't want to deny that. But, you know, Kyle didn't. And he's doing good too, right? It's, you don't have to take this money. And if there is money,
I'm sorry. She just little broed her husband. Did you catch that? Did you catch that? Kyle's doing okay too. You know, Kyle's not doing bad. I mean, I'm the primary breadwinner here, but Kyle's doing all right. You know, he's sitting at 2 million. I don't know. That was funny. That was fun. It's obviously no shade. I'm not like implying that she's actually being mean to her husband or anything like that. Chat, I am so hungry because I've streamed extra long. There's been a lot to cover today. I want to give you Taylor Lorenze, her commentary. I don't know. I might have to save that for the next day, but I'm going to be on here for a while. Yeah, I better put that off to the next day. We're going to be doing at least 2 bonus segments. It looks like right now it's going to be Pisco versus Hutch on chorus, and it's going to be Tim Pool apologizes to Sam Cedar. That's what appears to be in first and second place right now. Make sure if you haven't voted already, get your vote in. The vote's over on youtube.com/nocommentchick. That's where you vote. If you've donated already or you intend to donate, make sure to let me know which of these topics you want to see, because I want to count all of your donations, all of you that want to put your money where your mouth is. I want to count all of your donations and make sure that we have a final decision, right? Come to some sort of consensus on the bonus content here. Again, we're at 220 out of 300. If we somehow were to get to 300, then yes, I would do triple the bonus content. That is all the more reason, chat, that I need to order food. I'm buckling in. You should be buckling in as well, because I'm going to get some, I'm going to eat some veggies with tomato chili paste. That's my new favorite Thai thing to eat. All right. Let's finish this, and then I don't even know if I want to finish this. Yeah, we're 3 minutes left. It doesn't. Okay, so Taylor Lorenze spills the tea on Ethan. Let's just watch a little bit of this. I don't know, chat. And then what else do I have? Let me make sure. Like right now, yeah, it looks like. Yeah, Tim Pool apologizes to Sam Cedar, and Pisco and Hutch are in first and second place, right? Alex Jones is not far behind, 2 points behind Pisco and Hutch. All it would take is for people to put their money where their mouth is. If they really want to see Alex Jones, it could happen, right? You just got to, if you've donated already, let me know where to add your donation. If you intend to donate, when you do, let me know what you are donating for, if you want to put your money towards one of these topics, and we'll just go from there. We got 15-minute video with a Vanguard talking to Taylor Lorenze about Ethan Klein, and I don't know, or should I just, I don't know, should we just save this for later? Okay, discretion, better part of valor. Let's do the Tim Pool content. How about that? I really want to see this, but we're gonna have to save it for another day. It's not technically related to what I'm talking about today. And so, yeah. We already watched some Vanguard. Kyle had a segment today about Alex Jones. That is similar to what I'm going to watch. Actually, James, I'm going to watch the same segment from Too Lazy to Try, the George Costanza Avatar YouTuber. We're gonna watch the same. Wait, are we gonna? Oh no, that's about Alex Jones. If we get the Alex Jones content, that'll be the same source that Kyle got it from. So, yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about, James. Yeah, that was a good segment by Kyle, and that was a good video by Too Lazy to Try, who I don't know that much. For some reason, I used to think Too Lazy to Try was like a right winger or something. Wait. Let me smoke some weed and I'll get back to you. I might have to do that too, Donald. I might have to take you up on that. Constanza, Lord of the Idiots. Yeah. I'm a machine. Yeah. Well, I don't know. It's ADHD, I believe. And I definitely pay for it on the other end too. The ocean just called. It's running out of shrimp. That's true. That's true. All right. So yeah, as much as I want to watch this with you, that's gonna have to be for another day. We're going to have to save that for bonus content some other time, or an Ethan Klein. Oh my God, I keep on opening up Firefox. I'm trying to keep this closed to make sure that we have enough systems resources. So what got, okay, wait, I gotta, okay, what, let me put on some music, some thinking music, chat. I'm going to put on some thinking music. And I'm just gonna make sure that we're okay with going with what we've got right now, right? So again, if you're gonna donate, this is your last chance. If you want to try to get triple content instead of double content, or if you want to put your money behind a item that's not currently winning, you're kind of, you know, this is your last little moment to shine. I wish I could find this track on its own. Come on. Oh my God, chat. I'm gonna queue up the content.
Been searching all along, keep facing twilight on and on, without a clue, without a sign, without grasping at the real question to be asked. Where have I been?
I've got too much open. Come on. YouTube really has trouble handling playlists.
Hiding both face and mind, all free for you to draw. I'm a shapeshifter. What else should I be? Please don't take off my mask. Revealing dark.
Chat, that is a very real fire alarm, but luckily it turned off immediately. That scared me. Did you hear that?
A mirror right in front of me. That's where I find.
Hey, what did... Tim Pool apologizes. Okay, that's somewhere in here, isn't it? There it is. So we know we're gonna get this.
Chained down to my core. Please don't take off my mask. My place to hide.
Let me do the math. I saw a jump. My computer's running out of system resources. Oh, you saw me jump.
Just a cage of bones. There's nothing inside. Will it unleash me? Burning down
Gotta kill some processes here. No, it's definitely Firefox.
for me to break.
Or anyway, it's not Firefox. It's
Apples masquerade, hiding both face and mind. All free for you to draw. I'm a shapeshifter, have no face to show. Please don't take off my mask, my disguise.
I'm just killing some tabs here. The fact that the music track is stopping so much is a good sign that I am overextended on system resources. So I'm trying to shut some of those down. And shut this tab down. Who sings this? I think it's Len. Like originally, who sings it? It's the same singer that's on a lot of the Persona tracks. Her name is Len, L-Y-N-N. It's my tax folder. What? Where? How much RAM are we talking? Oh my god, it's not as much as it should be. I've got 2 extra RAM sticks, but my current computer does not support adding any RAM. Right? It literally won't let me add RAM. Huh. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna start adding up the donations along with the final totals here. Pisco versus Hutch on chorus has got 23. That's plus 17, so we get a total of 40 there. Alex Jones plus 22. I can always get a Chinese computer. Yeah, that's probably all I could afford out here. That's a good idea, Columbia Rican. I should get some advice on good Chinese computers. I probably need to replace my rig. So yeah, get those final votes in. If you got any final donations, let me know, right? Because if you want to add your money to a topic 31. Because look at this. This is how it breaks down right now. So Tim Pool apologizing to Sam Cedar has got 34. Pisco versus Hutch on the chorus controversy. Here, I'm gonna turn down the... Yeah, Vrixton, if you asked what song that was, it's from Persona 5. It's called Beneath the Mask. I believe it's Lynn who's the vocalist. I'm trying to remember. I think I've got do I have 8? I can't remember either. Either I have 16 and I want to add 16 to it to get 32, or I can't remember. No, it's the fan is in the way. So there's a place to add extra RAM, and the fan is in the way of it, right? The way that the motherboard is set up, the fan is screwed right in the way of adding extra RAM, which is so terrible. Get all needed parts from China, basically getting a damn good computer without relying on American brands. Yeah, and I don't have to pay the tariffs because I'm not in America. All right, so chat, this is going to be like a going once, going twice kind of thing. If there's anybody out there that wants something different, what we're set up for here is to watch Pisco versus Hutch and to watch Tim Pool apologizes to Sam Cedar. We're at 220 out of 300. If we get to 300, we will add another topic. If anybody has donated and they want to place their they want to add their donation to one of these topics, this is your last chance to do it. Last chance to do it, all right? What I need really is a bigger case for my computer, and then a motherboard that doesn't have the fan screwed in the way of the RAM expansion. just a really dumb the way that my computer was put together. I feel there's a reason for it. Like I bought it used, and I had the shop that I bought it from work on it for me, but for some reason they set it up like this. And yeah, Omega Star with the gift sub for Cats Eating Birds. Cats Eating Birds, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. Maybe a computer could be my next throne goal. That's a good idea. Yeah, I gotta figure out how to work that with like my the reason I haven't put any physical items on my throne is I'm not sure they could deliver them to Thailand without charging extra. Yeah, basically, Joel, basically that's where we're at. But yeah, 226 out of 300. And looking for anybody else who's donated to let me know which of the, if I haven't added your donation again. It is, yeah, 100% the tax folder. 24-hour stream inbound, that's what it feels like. We're already on 7. Oh my God, we're almost on 8. Okay, we gotta go. We gotta go. Or we don't have to go. Opposite of go, we have to stay. I gotta stay and I gotta do this content. But I'm just giving people the chance if they wanna, if there's anything else I need to add anywhere, or yeah, Tim Pool better buy some subs on this new channel. What did I hear about, like, no, it's Pakman. I think the Vanguard implied that Pakman might be botted. Yeah, what is Red Bar doing on here? That's an interesting story. And then the other one is from Live and Learn, I guess. Wait, did I? Maybe I have that on the... Did I put that on? Oh, fuck. We didn't watch this Hasan. Here, I'll put this on. Wait.
There's a new Verge article that came out from Tina Nguyen, how the Democrats keep copying the MAGA influencer playbook and failing, which is an update on, or a complimentary piece of the Taylor Lorenze piece. As the fallout of the Chorus influencer program reveals, the Democratic establishment seems sclerotic. How the
sclerotic?
You say that?
Is it this one?
These kinds of things are the exact same type of intellectual dishonesty that you expect from the right. This is not something that I want to see on the left. This is not something that I want to see from liberals either. David A. Pakman doesn't know how to pronounce AIPAC in a hilarious attempt to feign ignorance. Yeah, I saw that. That's like kind of that's an insane thing that he did there. I'm gonna be honest. I do feel like a lot of the content creators, like, who I am very cordial with, who you know, I have obvious disagreements with, but I'm like otherwise very cordial with regardless, have behaved in a way that I am kind of disappointed by. Not that it matters. I don't think these guys like me that much anyway, but you know, his brother worked for the ADL. No, I know I know he did, which is why it's like when I saw that, like, when I saw that video where he like talks about AIPAC or IPAC, however you say it, I was like, come on, man, like, what are you doing? Because it's a real, like, damned if you do, damned if you don't type situation for David Pakman. Because it's like, you act like you don't know what AIPAC is. Okay, like, you act like you don't know what AIPAC is, then, like, either you're one, you know exactly what it is, but you're just like lying about not knowing what it is, which is, again, disingenuous. Or two, you're a political commentator since like 2005 or something, and you don't know a very important lobbying group, like
major player, major
way,
player, yeah,
it's just like a horrible. It just doesn't look good. It just doesn't look good at all. Like, that's crazy. You've been doing this for 20 years, man. What do you mean you don't know how to say AIPAC?
Okay, chat, I'm going to play this a little bit. I'm going to play a little bit of this. If there's anybody that needs to get their last donation in, or anybody who has donated that wants to go on record as saying that, like, so the way that this works, see the math that's going on up there, right? We're deciding what bonus content to watch. Right now, we are set to do Tim Pool apologizing to Sam Cedar and Pisco versus Hutch on course. I've got those two videos open now, but we're watching Hasan so I can make sure, because I feel like there's a lot of people who have donated, and yeah, he's like, is it AIPAC? Is it iPad? What's that called? I've never heard of this, right? AIPAC? Wait, what? Yeah, he's so full of shit. He's so full of shit here. Kaya in the back, absolutely. So anyway, I'm gonna give, like, I don't know, 5 minutes for if anybody who's donated, because there are a lot of people who've donated and they haven't told me, or I haven't heard. Maybe you have told me. And is it 8-pack? Yeah, it's 8-pack. It's the 8-pack, the 8-pack lobbying group. That's right. They're lobbying for you to do more sit-ups so you can have an 8-pack, which honestly some people will never have. Chat, did you know that, like, the maximum pack you can get on your abs is determined not by how many sit-ups you can do or how strong your core is, but it is literally your genetics, right? Some of us can only get a 4-pack. Some of us can get a 6-pack. Some of us can get an 8-pack or even more. Some of us can get like a 7-pack. Like, we got like 3 on this side. It's just how many segments is your abdominis rectus? Like, right? Because it's usually divided into segments. Like, there's little connective tissue in between the packs, basically. Yeah, I'm making sure that if there's anybody that wants to go on record and add your donation, if you've already made it, or if you want to donate, add your donation to the topic of your choice, right? Because we're close. We're very close, right? 34 for Tim Pool apologizes, 40 for Pisco versus Hutch, 29 for Majority Report reacts to Taylor Lorenze. So I don't want to, I don't want to cover Pisco and Hutch and then Tim Pool apologizes and then find out that somebody that donated a whole bunch of money was like, oh no, I wanted to see Alex Jones. I wanted to see the Majority Report. And I donated this much money, and that should, it's like, well, you didn't say anything. Soundtrack of chorus while BTC playing Pakman while trying to avoid being exposed. Anyway, let me let Hasan rip for a little longer, and then I'll give people a chance to make their last requests before going into the content.
Weird way to play it from him. I know. I don't know why he's just like the thing is, for a lot of these guys, like, here's one thing I will say. Okay, I have personal opinions, and I openly state what my personal opinions are, and yet there are so many instances where a lot of people either punish me for.
Yeah, James, I do have to have a speak now or forever hold your peace moment, but I also have to have Hasan on when the food comes, because that's the only way that I can why can't I tip? Why won't it let me tip? Okay. Huh. I gotta have Hasan on when the food comes so that I can go down and get the food without getting sued by, I don't know, Tim Pool for doing a react, like a chair stream.
Or openly stating my personal opinions and yelling at me over it, while simultaneously assuming that, like, I'm actually cynically advocating for the things that I'm advocating for, and I'm not being 100% transparent or honest.
There we go.
If that was the case, I would never talk about NATO, for example. Or if that was the case, I wouldn't be consistently duking it out with like my left flank when it comes to certain issues. I have red lines that I don't
Yeah, exactly, James. Chair wars, Hasan versus Irene.
cross. Okay? The reason why I do this is because I think it's the most appropriate way to go about it. You have your opinions, you share them, you have your biases, you openly reveal those biases. And at the end of the day, if people appreciate your commentary, if people know where you're coming from and they agree with your statements, then that's great. Okay? If they don't, then they don't. It is what it is. You can't win it all. This kind of this kind of attitude, I think, this kind of attitude almost shelters the public from your perspective in a way that doesn't make any sense because you're a political commentator. Okay, it's just like it doesn't make any sense. Like why just you know what AIPAC is, man? That's crazy.
In the first 48 hours, took the Wired story and expanded it with even more outrageous claims, suggesting that it's AIPAC or IPAC. I don't even know how it's pronounced. AIPAC. IPAC.
Like
iPad. No.
That's crazy. That's crazy. You know how to pronounce it, man. Come on.
I thought maybe I could change the font to be bold on the stuff that's winning, on the stuff that I'm currently en route to watch, but it turned everything into bold and italic. Oh well. That's weird.
I guess like people also were yelling, I'll defend David on the Chorus Wired article, but pretending to not know AIPAC's a bad look. Like, does he think we're dumb enough to not know he knows what AIPAC, to not know that he knows what AIPAC is?
Omega Star, super chatted $9.99. We don't need no democracy, just idiocracy, butterfly.
Just idiocracy. Whoa, you just satisfied. Oh my God. Do you know what you just did? Oh my God, Omega Star, you just unlocked the Fimios content. Now chat, all right. I gotta warn you, content warning about this track. Fimios is a trans woman. She's gonna use a word which, if Chud Logic was saying it, would be a slur. All right. She's using it, I believe, in a reclamatory sense, right? Not in a pejorative sense. So just be ready for that. It's a song lyric, so we're in the clear for it. This is I'm not trying to get you into the mode of thinking that it's okay to say slurs under certain circumstances. However, I am trying to emphasize that a slur is not, when rappers use the N-word with a soft A, they're not saying a slur, right? That word doesn't mean something bad. And when Fimios is going to use the word that she uses, she is not. Wait, what the fuck? Did it not let me just like bust out with this? Oh, there it is. Oh my God, it's Chud Logic. It's Chud Logic. All right. So yeah, this is what happens when we unlock content, chat. Sometimes the content is a little bit spicy. It's spicy, but it's not against terms of service. If Chud Logic said it, it might be against terms of service because he is an actual transphobe, right? But since this is that clear, chat? Is that clear? Because I really don't like every time I try to explain this, like I got people with coming away with the wrong thing. Oh, so I can say the T slur too? No, you can't probably. Like, I mean, if you're trans and you're using it in a non-pejorative sense, then yeah, sure, right? But like people get this wrong all the time, like Keffels, right? She was like, oh, I have XYZ disability, so therefore I can use the R slur. Okay, if you're gonna use it in a but then Keffels turns around and uses it as a pejorative. Like, right? So when that's not reclamation. That's not really reclamation. You're supporting the dominant paradigm, the dominant ableist paradigm, right? If you were to say, like, hey, this R slur is not listening to any of your ableist nonsense, right? That's not pejorative, all right? Is Chud Logic like a lumberjack? I mean, he's like a lumberjack for transphobia, but also for being attracted to trans women. He's got both, chat. He's a transphobe that is attracted to trans... Wait, wasn't that the thing with Graham Linehan? Isn't that basically the same thing? All right, well, tell me what you think, chat. We're gonna listen to some bars of Fimios as I am waiting for my crunchy vegetables to arrive, complete with spicy chili sauce. Looks like that's gonna happen in like 15 minutes. He's a lumberjack. Oh, I get you. He's a lumberjack and he's okay. I didn't get that for a second. Anyway, let's see what Fimios has got for us this week. Are you ready? Are you ready?
I'm a lethal reader like how
Wait. Sorry. Can you hear her? She's... Oh, volume. Let's turn up the volume.
I'm a lethal reader like how Pyro is a feeder. My wife sucks, I beat her cause I know that she a cheater. When Deckard sees a teenage girl, he just wants to breed her. Donald Trump's a pedo rapist, bitch, he ain't no fucking leader. I'm just saying random shit, for instance, Redstone repeater. Chad is such a nasty chaser, vomit-inducing dick eater. He says tranny cum is sweeter than his millimeter. Failed breadtube streamer will make money, bitch, you'll never be Sam Cedar. Ethan Ralph's pathetic and should keep his tiny penis caged. Nothing else can stop him from his own man baby rage. He has no idea how bad everything he's said is aged. Cholesterol so bad and a liver that's seen better days. That fuck can't stop eating and won't tell us what he really weighs. Can't stop himself from drinking either. His BMI must be outrageous. Lack of self-control sadder than Dark Viper's 14 pages.
Okay, I'm gonna take off 2 points for fat phobia.
Hell yeah.
I'm gonna take off 2 points for fat phobia, but other than that, what do you think, chat? What do you think? Wait, was there more slurs? She calls Donald Trump a PDF. That was awful and bad at the same time. I mean, you're allowed to dislike Fimios's bars. That beat is Bach for real? Like actually Bach? Wait. What's 14 pages? There's a something about 14 pages. Okay. Here, let's listen to it one more time, I guess. Although some chatters not fans of Fimios's lyrical stylings.
I'm a lethal reader like how Pyro is a feeder. My wife sucks, I beat her cause I know that she a cheater. When Deckard sees a teenage girl, he just wants to breed her. Donald Trump's a pedo rapist, bitch, he ain't no fucking leader. I'm just saying random shit, for instance, Redstone repeater. Chad is such a nasty chaser, vomit-inducing dick eater. He says tranny cum is sweeter than his millimeter. Failed breadtube streamer will make money, bitch, you'll never be Sam Cedar. Ethan Ralph's pathetic and should keep his tiny penis caged. Nothing else can stop him from his own man baby rage. He has no idea how bad everything he's said is aged. Cholesterol so bad and a liver that's seen better days. That fuck can't stop eating and won't tell us what he really weighs. Can't stop himself from drinking either. His BMI must be outrageous. Lack of self-control sadder than Dark Viper's 14 pages.
Dark Viper's 14 pages. Oh my god, I should know what this means. Dark Viper AU was a streamer that complained about YouTuber who complained about React streamers reacting to his content, right? He is canceled like the rest of eternity. Well, I mean, I think Fimios agrees with you there. There's something about 14 pages that Dark Viper said. Let me see if I can look this up on the ye old internet. All right, what do we say? Dark Viper 14 pages. I think he had like a 14-page document. Dark Viper is mad at 14 pages. This is like from H3 Productions. They couldn't believe the size of my 14 pages. Oh god, I can't watch the Dark Viper video. This is the guy that like sues everybody and copyright claims them if they watch his stuff. He made a call out video against Willie Mack, makes a 14 14-page document about how evil okay, what the fuck is this? Wait, where's this? 14 page. Where the fuck is this coming from? I hate how Google search works. It's terrible. Okay, that's number 14. Where's the 14 coming up? God damn it. I don't see it. Dark Viper's gone off the rails after losing his GTA challenge to one of his viewers. It totally broke me. Okay, fandom dark. Oh god, this is the Dark Viper site, right? Dark Viper. Oh no, sorry, fandom.com wiki. All right. F 14. Where is the 14? 2014, 14.09. No! Stop. Not what I pressed. 14 page. Okay. In February 22nd, Dark Viper AU published a 14-page document titled How the React Grift Works, criticizing reactors for exploiting the less fortunate. Penguin Zero responded to... We can watch the Penguin Zero video. We can watch that. Let's find that. Penguin... This is a rabbit hole, chat. I didn't realize that Vimyos' lyrical stylings were going to lead us down a rabbit hole. Penguin... Zero, 14 pages. I think this is it.
Today's breakfast of champions that I'll be feasting on is some cereal with L's. I got the biblical smackdown laid on me by a YouTuber and it's time to talk about it. This all started yesterday when I made the video, Are React Streamers Bad People? This was a response video to a 14-page document posted by a YouTuber, Dark Viper AU. And today Dark Viper made a response to that video and it started...
Wait, there's another video.
Streamers Bad People. This was a response...
I'm so confused. There's another video? There's another fucking Penguin Zero Dark Viper AU. Come on. Dark Viper. Wait, I should just... Trauma response. Penguin Zero versus Dark Viper AU. Fuck, I can't find the first. Our React. There we go. Our React streamers bad people.
I know they say the Lord forgives.
Also, I need to thank somebody for. Oh my God, chat. Are we gonna hit the fucking 300? Wow, this is like a drama that I completely missed out on. It looks like Sasha G has just gifted 5 memberships. Let me read those out now. Roy Scott, you just got weaseled. Varp TM, you just got weaseled. Michael Portnoy, no relation to Dave Portnoy, I assume. You just got weaseled. And Joel.exe, you just got weaseled. Also, Goodheart Yoga and Health. You just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. And that brings us to... Now, has anybody added to the 251? We're 49 points away from getting 3 bonus topics. There's anybody that wants to did Sasha G put that towards anything? Any any donors have an opinion about the I forgot. Chud was originally a strong advocate for labor. James Hansen, you got the lore. You got the lore. And you were absolutely correct. I mean, that's what she was talking about, right? He was a failed bread tuber. That's that's Chud's story, right? He wanted to be a bread tuber, and to assume that he's a grifter based on that, considering that he now does anti-woke, anti-trans content, that is not. I don't think that's too much of a stretch. Anyway, let's see what this is about the 14 pages.
All sins, even murder. But thanks to one man, my third eye has truly been opened to a very hard to swallow truth that
And chat, as we all know, by his third eye, Moist Critical is referring to his butthole.
there's one sin so unforgivable that it sends the person straight to hell. It's React content. There is no forgiveness for React streamers. Those vile vermin that watch YouTube videos on Twitch, they're all bad people, downright evil with no exception. I remember in Star Wars they said only a Sith deals in absolutes. Well, not this time. Yesterday, a YouTuber and streamer named Dark Viper AU posted a 14-page document, which is the script for a video he's working on, all about how evil React content is, and it really heats up. This gets wild and wacky for the touchdown real quick. There's a whole section in here where he basically compares reactors to sexual abuse criminals and insinuates that they'd be likely to spike your drink at a party, take silence for consent, basically is comparing React content creators to rapists. Completely unironically, it's not
I gotta say, chat, considering how many people have responded to and reacted to, some of my controversial takes, some of my criticisms from for one of the largest panel hosts on Twitch politics, I would say that if this is true, I am like one of the most R-worded, and I don't mean that R-word either, persons in the on the platform. I am sounding way too much like a commentary streamer saying that. That is fucking wild. That is insanity. Your content sitting there on the internet, if somebody reacts to it without asking you for first, that's like they spiked your drink and R-worded you? Is that what he's saying? That is fucking wild. That is unbelievably wild.
not some edgy joke or anything, it's posting cringe on main that he truly believes and defends in the comments when someone called him out for it. He really doubles down, puts his nuts on the table and says, yeah, reactors are likely to commit sexual abuse. He says it's hyperbole, but only slightly so. The difference between actively ignoring consent for financial gain is not so far removed from ignoring consent for sexual gratification. In his own document, he admits that he himself was a reactor. He is engaged in a lot of React content himself. So at one point, were you a rapist, Dark Viper? Were you likely to commit sexual abuse? In fact, I'd argue you were on the upper echelon of React content because you were doing media share nights where your community donated money for you to watch videos as opposed to just watching videos.
Can somebody explain the media share meta to me? Does anybody understand that? I know that Stream Elements has some kind of media share. Yeah, like Stream Elements and Streamlabs have like a media share thing. I've never actually used it. I think what it's supposed to be is for chatters to like recommend content for me to react to. But I know Xander Hall used to use this. I never used it. I don't know what it is. I don't know how it works. It's worrying how he feels about rape and consent. Yeah, it kind of seems like he's making light of that sort of thing. Wow. They can't believe the size of my 14 pages. Wait, let's re-listen to that part of the track, just so I can fully appreciate what Themios is throwing down here.
What he really weighs, can't stop himself from drinking either. His BMI must be outrageous. Lack of self-control, sadder than Dark Viper's 14 pages.
Lack of self-control something than Dark Viper's 14 pages?
are all so bad and a liver that's seen better days. That fuck can't stop eating and won't tell us what he really weighs. Can't stop himself from drinking either. His BMI must be outrageous. Lack of self-control, sadder than Dark Viper's 14 pages.
Sadder than Dark Viper's 14 pages. Is that what she's saying? Is that what Femios is saying? Did I catch that correctly? Sadder than Dark Viper's 14 pages. Okay. That is amazing. Now, chat, it looks like my food has arrived, which is great because it means I'm going to be crunching down on some vegetables very shortly, along with some overly spicy chili sauce, chili paste.
Videos that you wanted to share with people and reacting to those, you had people pay you to do it, and then you made money on top of that from the videos you'd post from it. So you were a super reactor. Of course, you don't do that anymore, and you deleted
Yeah, the serial R-worder.
all the videos, but
according to the guy's own logic.
At one point you did engage in the exact same content that you're coming out so heavily against right now, and then tried to make your own justifications for why you weren't the bad guy. It's an outrageous claim, obviously. However, he does make legitimate points in the document. It's overshadowed by this unhinged rant that he goes on. I am familiar with Dark Viper's content. In fact, I was a fan of Dark Viper. I'd seen his runs. I didn't really see too many of like his rant videos, but I did see his content from time to time, and he always struck me as someone pretty level-headed. In fact, recently, he made a video correcting something I talked about, which was how much money YouTubers make from short content. I got some of it wrong, and not on purpose, but I just didn't know what he knew. He was very knowledgeable in short content and made a whole video going over some very insightful stuff that was a learning experience for me and his audience. I thought it was a great video, very well done, and it was super disappointing to read something like this from him. Now, I'm called out by name multiple times throughout this document because obviously I do react content from time to time, 100%. I'm not ashamed of it. I'm not trying to bury it in the past and hide it, pretend like I didn't, or try and justify it, because I'm not embarrassed of it. Look, I understand the stigma around React content, and I've always understood it. When I react to something, I'm constantly trying to either pause it and add something to it or interject comedy into it. I treat React content like Mystery Science Theater, where it is a transformative piece around the content. Now, of course, not every time is going to be a hit, which is why you'll find plenty of videos where I'm reacting to something like the downfall of Quibi, which comes from a great channel that I really like to watch, and I just got too engrossed in their storytelling and the way they presented it that I didn't add anything to it. So I ended up just kind of watching it with my community. Sure, and you know what? I didn't turn that into a video. I didn't do anything else with that. Ended up just really enjoying the video as it was presented.
Let's
really being able
let's
to
hit the highlights.
Actually went into that video that creates it, and he's totally right.
Okay, so I think this is the 14 pages. This is the rant that people are talking about. This is the Dark Viper. Like, I feel like Dark Viper, it sounds like a euphemism for a substance, doesn't it? It's like that TFW, that Dark Viper starts to hit. You know, you're starting to feel the Dark Viper come on. Like, we're smoking that shade-grown Dark Viper type. Oh my God. Chat, I'm sorry. I don't even know Dracula flow enough to, like, imitate it here, to be honest. A reactor will take the labor of others from within the market without their consent and use it to compete with the same laborers. They take a video that took 500 hours of labor to make, spend 20 minutes watching it. Yeah, so I can see there's some points here, but yeah, I mean, this is like Dark Viper's taking it way too far. Way the fuck too far. And put it back into the market as something new containing 500 hours and 20 minutes of labor. Then they will have spent none of the time and money the original creator did, but will end up with a competitive and compelling product. All right. Then they then do this maybe 3 times and in 1 hour, producing content with over 1,500 hours of labor. Okay, so there are 3 videos with 500 hours of labor that goes into them, which is, you know, yeah, it takes a lot to make a video. Like, right, a regular video where you edit it and everything, you write the script, you do multiple takes. Yeah, it can take 500 hours is reasonable, right? It's a lot of work, right? So if they're watching 3 of these videos that take 500 hours works, that's 1,500 hours of work. And then they're adding 20 minutes? They're adding an hour to 1,500 hours of labor. It doesn't, yeah, not very fair, right? I can see what he's saying. I can see what he's saying, right? I don't agree, but, you know, there's like there's a point, right? There's some kind of point in here somewhere, right? Normally, it does not take the normally required expenses. Obviously, normally no individual can create content consisting of 1,500 hours of labor in an hour by any other means. Thus, no non-reactor can compete. Okay, it's more efficient. The reactor is able to bring forth higher quality content far faster than anyone else on the market. The result is that they take a greater portion of the pool of exposure for themselves than what their 1 hour of labor would normally be able to pull unassisted. The more a reactor takes from the finite pool of exposure, the less there is for anyone else. I don't agree with that. This means that less original content creators can sustain themselves. Yeah, he's arguing that the streamer is an evolutionary, a stage of evolution in the content creator that the YouTube video essayist cannot compete with, right? And I don't think that's true. People still like watching video essays. If this was true, then yeah, we're cooked. I mean, like, or not, we're cooked. They're cooked. There would be no more YouTube video. That would be the goose that you kill the goose that laid the golden egg. That's what you would be doing. This means less original. Okay, well, blah blah. Less original content creators can sustain themselves, and they have to stop creating. Indirectly, the reactor gets all the merch sales, ad rev, direct donation that would normally go to other creators, absent of their theft. This is the same process that happens when a new talented content creator enters the space. But a reactor is different, as they are not using their own labor or the labor they have paid for. They are instead stealing the hard work of others for only a tiny fraction of the effort. Is there anything more to this? Most replayed.
Since 2016. So you knew I was doing all of that and you still enjoyed the content. Now all of a sudden you're coming in here and putting me on the same level as a fucking rapist, man. It's absolutely outrageous. There's still so many things I could point out in this document that are just blatantly wrong, such as this claim at the bottom. They will, of course, then upload this stolen content to their YouTube channels, as well as further maximize profits that would otherwise, again, go to actual content creators. Hey, can I get a source on that? Can I get a proof that, buddy, please? Each of these creators earns on average $20 million a year on the back of unpaid writers and content creators. Hey, can I get a source on that one as well? Where the fuck is my 20 mil a year? What an outrageous number to pull right from your fucking dick hole there. 20 million a year. Is that really what you think I make on YouTube, Dark Viper? Holy shit. Your CPM must be crazy to think that I would make 20 mil in a year. Bro, half of my content has a giant fucking dildo in it that's 3 feet long. You really think I'm somehow making 20 million a year? I can't speak for Hasan, Pokemon.
I don't understand what the dildo thing is about. I don't get the dildo reference.
Or XQC or anyone there, but I can tell you that this, just making this claim on average 20 mil a year is just so blatantly fucking wrong, it's laughable. And again, can I please get a source on the maximized profits that would otherwise, again, go to actual content creators? Can you prove that? Fuck, man, that'd be glorious. That average of 20 mil a year somehow going to the smaller content creators that would be unassociated with the React.
Yeah, so chat, this is the most watched part, most replayed part of the stream. I'm guessing it's because they liked the comment about the dildo.
Reacted to. Now, as I mentioned, I do fail sometimes where I just get too lost in the content where I didn't add anything to it, and I'm always embarrassed when that happens. I have a great example. There was a channel...
Okay, point taken.
To the smaller creators. You have no way of proving it. Nobody really does. However, off the top of my head, I can think of multiple examples in times where React content has genuinely helped smaller creators, like blow up their channel. My channel, I'm the perfect example of it. My channel literally got kickstarted because of Ray William Johnson reacting to my QWOP video in 2010. Without that happening, I probably wouldn't have this channel right now. I wouldn't be anywhere near the position I'm in right now if not for that reactor back then. So I'm the...
Okay, I think I got the point. I think I finally understand. I'm picking up what Femios was putting down. We got some various opinions about the quality of the bars that Femios has dropped. This is apparently a preview, though. Apparently, Femios has proposed potentially doing a whole track, right? This is a diss track that comes after Chud Logic pretty effectively, I'd say. Wannabe Sam Cedar that never made it in BreadTube, so he became an anti-SJW content creator, a transphobe that can't stop thinking about, you know, and objectifying trans women. Absolutely spot on there. Ethan Ralph is a Nazi, so fuck that guy. I mean, I don't know if she's being kind of, you know, fat phobic, talking about his liver and his BMI and shit like that. But, you know, obviously I'm not crying any tears for Ethan Ralph, but I don't know. I mean, I was taken aback. I was surprised, right? At the insight of the bars, at the how well the diss track actually functions, and I would be interested to see more. I get that some of you in chat have heard enough of Fimeo, so we probably won't necessarily watch more on stream. But what I will do is get us back to that Hasan content. If I can find it. Oh, here it is. Yeah, put on the Hasan content. I'm going to go down and get my food. I will be back as quickly as I can. I've got slippers on. I will probably wear the slippers outside just so I can maximize or minimize my time away from the stream. Hasan, please don't sue me. Please don't write a 14-page manifesto about how I'm stealing your content. Dark Viper, don't let Dark Viper in, okay? If Dark Viper tries to get into the chat, you know, ban him. All right, we don't want Dark Viper coming in here. So with that, chat, I'm gonna get some much needed food. I'll be back as soon as I can, very quickly. It'll probably take me like 2 minutes. I hope, maybe 3 if I pee. I might have to pee. So 3 minutes is what we're shooting for, chat. I'll be back as quickly as I can.
It is one of the most well-known, powerful lobbying groups in the U.S. and has been talked about plenty in the last decade. To pretend that he doesn't know what AIPAC pretending it could be pronounced AIPAC is just insulting to anyone who follows this channel. All these years we defend this dude against AIPAC affiliation accusations, and he insults us by pretending not to know how to pronounce it. Like, I don't think David Pakman is like funded by AIPAC, for the record. I've never stated that. I don't think that that is the case. But obviously, like, this is an area where he is heavily biased, right? Israel is an area where he is heavily biased. That bias both stems from his own personal opinions about the state of Israel, but it also stems from his personal opinions when it comes to American foreign policy. Like David, regardless of his socially progressive attitude, for years and years, has had a lot of differences of opinion from someone like myself when it comes to American foreign policy. And he lands on the side that almost always is on the side of the United States, that rehashes and repeats whatever the State Department line is on a particular matter. Okay, so there's multiple reasons. He responds and says, guys, give me a break. I'm not pretending to not know what AIPAC is. I'm just unsure on the pronunciation. It's the same as how I get mixed up with the first O in sorrow is pronounced, or how the first A in Lara is pronounced. I mean, I don't know about all that. I think it just like, it feels as though he was just saying that to be like, I don't know, what is this AIPAC thing? And of course, there are a ton of videos where he's saying AIPAC correctly. Like, I mean, that's
things. Number one, AIPAC is a more right-wing group, and Jews in the U.S. are very, very liberal. So yeah, there are Jews who support AIPAC, who vote in the United States. But look at evangelical Christian support of AIPAC and of Israel. That doesn't even seem to be mentioned here. It's an important fact.
Like, he is a lot more knowledgeable on this issue than he lets on, is what I mean. Of course he is. He's been doing this for 20 plus years, man. Like, he is a very knowledgeable guy. And the Christian Zionist pro-Israel, the Christian Zionist pro-Israel contingency is a very real one. It's one that I talk about quite a bit. It's one that I talk about quite frequently. He's a very smart guy. Like, he's a very smart guy. He's the notion that he's like oblivious to how AIPAC is stated is a way to just like make it seem as though he's like, he has this like dedicated blind side to this issue, where I don't think that's the case. I think he just doesn't want to say what his opinions are on this.
Factor. But then we get to the bigger picture. You can recognize that this is playing on longtime anti-Semitic tropes and still support boycotting Israel, for example. And the reflexive reaction I saw from many on the left to say this can't be anti-Semitic because they felt as though it would in some way invalidate their support of boycotting Israel or their opposition to Benjamin Netanyahu, separate the two things. You can be an opponent of Benjamin Netanyahu and believe that Ilhan Omar here is knowingly or unknowingly playing up anti-Semitic tropes. You can be for...
I'm so glad that I stood in opposition to this kind of stuff when Ilhan Omar was on the right side of history and was absolutely correct and was getting blasted by both the Democrats and the Republicans. This is when, remember that Donald Trump clip that I play all the time? May Allah awaken the people to the evil doings of Israel and the United States of America. That's Donald Trump quoting Ilhan Omar. That's when people were basically like ripping into Ilhan Omar for saying that. Way long time ago. Okay. That is Donald Trump doing, because there's a point in time when like Donald Trump would go up on rallies and put Ilhan Omar's face on the TV in all of these stadiums, in all these arenas where they were actively trying to get her assassinated. Okay. Wait, that clip is not AI? No, that clip is real. You guys are so funny. You didn't know that? The May Allah awaken here. Send it to me. Send me that clip. The May Allah awaken the people to the evil doings of Israel and the United States of America. That clip right there is a real clip. Here.
Is an America hating socialist.
Look.
Yeah, Congresswoman Omar is an America hating socialist. She minimized the September 11th attack on our homeland.
Yeah, it's a clip chimp. For those of you who don't know, like he talks about like all of these like idiotic, which by the way, you might have noticed a very interesting line of attack here. Whenever someone is a Muslim, okay, and they're like anti-American imperialism, it doesn't take much for people to immediately go, you love 9/11, you minimized it, you actually want more 9/11 to take place. Yeah, I mean, here's my video on this from 6 years ago. Pathetic Democrats won't defend Ilhan Omar again. What the f? I'm just like driving around. I was a car guy. It's a car ramp, boys. But yeah.
Where far more than 3,000 people died, saying some people did something. Big deal. Some people did something. She pleaded for compassion for ISIS recruits right here in Minnesota.
It's also bullshit. Like all of this stuff is like classic bullshit. You're just leaning on tropes.
Omar laughed that Americans speak of Al Qaeda. You remember that tape? Speak of Al Qaeda. But when we say something about the United States, you just don't say America with any intensity. Remember that?
Chat, we almost had chair versus chair. My chair versus Hasan's chair. We almost got that. I mean, to be fair though, he wasn't taking a piss. He was just getting a drink. So he's still in the room, but we almost had a chair after Dark Viper, a chair versus chair stream. That's pretty cool. That's pretty topical. Anyway, let's I'm gonna get out some crunchy vegetables and some spicy chili paste.
Representative Omar has a history of launching virulent anti-Semitic screeds, whether you like it or not. She said,
and as an anti-Semite, I like it very much. No, that's...
The U.S. support for Israel is all about the Benjamin.
Oh God, chat, that's gonna get clipped.
She said that pro-Israel...
You know what's funny? If you were to run this clip again, every single person in that crowd, or not every single person, but like most people in that crowd would be in agreement with Ilhan Omar. They would go, oh my God, that's crazy. look at how based Ilhan Omar was. Why the did we hate her? Okay. And for the record, the notion that like it's all about the Benjamins is anti-Semitic was another completely insane media cycle. God damn, we've gone through so much. It is crazy. People in the United States of America love punishing those who are bold and are on the right side for just simply being on the
Holy
right side,
shit.
for simply demonstrating the moral courage to say the most basic shit.
Israel lawmakers have an allegiance to a foreign country. Omar wrote that Israel has hypnotized the world. May Allah await.
If we wanted to get into the whole Trump versus Ilhan Omar thing, I could probably show you Donald Trump talking in front of a room of I think it was like a Jewish group he was speaking in front of, and he's like, and just like you, I love to renegotiate. Like, right? Donald Trump is the last person in the world that should be calling anybody out on anti-Semitic dog whistles, right? Complaining that Jewish voters don't vote for him enough. Like, I take very good care of you and you treat me very badly. He's literally complaining to like the Jews, like, right? Like, you know, like, why don't you vote for me? Why don't you like me? Why don't you trust me? Anyway.
Awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
Yeah, this is from this is a classic faucet that you see, a classic like unlimited faucet, where when someone is obviously Muslim, it works a lot better. They tried to do that with Bernie Sanders too, but Bernie Sanders is Jewish, so it didn't work. When you are a visibly Muslim person, you're hijabi, you're black, you're a Somali refugee as well. Like, obviously, it is significantly more impactful. You and Noah talked about this moment, consistent.
No, I mean, it's just like to address the first part of this, because this is like now a multi-stage controversy. To address the first part of it, like what she said was not anti-Semitic. It is a stretch to call it anti-Semitic. It's a real stretch.
Yeah. February 13th, 2019. Liberals are caving to the right once again. I still got the same day one homies. We're still saying the same exact, which is why it's so funny. It's so funny when people try to act as though I have changed. Okay? What the hell are we talking about? I've changed.
I don't know what you're talking about, Hasan, but I'm talking about vegetables, some of which I gotta be honest. Anybody know what this is? It's some kind of herb. Some kind of leafy green like vegetable here. Somebody out there knows, right? Somebody's got to know. We got the leafy greens here. We got the Thai eggplant cut in a very specific way to maximize the surface area to allow me to dip this into the spicy depths. We're going to dip into the spicy depths of the chili sauce right there. With this raw eggplant, right? This is they're smaller than the eggplants that maybe you're used to. They're more round or oval than like a Japanese eggplant, right? It's green too. I guess maybe that's a new thing for some of you. Yes, a green eggplant. We got cabbage. We got cucumber, and it broke my computer. Best eggplant I've ever had was in a Thai dish. Yeah, it's gonna be so good. An aubergine. Yeah, an aubergine even. Yeah, I love that. Wait. Reset, reload and refresh. If anybody can hear me now, type that in chat. Are we back? Let's type it in chat. Reload and refresh. Stand back and stand by. All right, and then I'm going to type this into YouTube chat as well for anybody that, reload and refresh, stand back and stand by. Did anybody figure out what this is? I swear to God, I've seen, there was like a chart of like Thai vegetables, and I think I saw this on it before. I'm going to figure it out. I'm getting some cereal. I'm peckish too. I'm right in the same boat as some of you out there if you're also feeling peckish. Yeah, I think if anything, Ilhan Omar was referring to isn't there like a rap song that's like, it's all about the Benjamins? Meaning the $100 bills. And, Donald Trump and other people interpreted that as it's all about the Benjamins, as in that, the idea that Jewish people are all named Benjamin. And someone said basil. It's Thai cilantro. Yeah, I don't think it's that. I'll figure out what it is, chat. If anybody, is it holy basil? No, it is. Holy basil's really good though. I had, when I lived in America, I actually lived near a garden that I had access to that grew holy basil. And from time to time, they would sell off their vegetables and I'd buy some, but I would never know what to do with it, right? The only thing I knew to do with holy basil was to like make a tincture. And like, given how it tastes medicinally, I didn't think that it would be, I couldn't imagine cooking with it, but oh my God, I like holy basil actually a little bit better than Thai sweet basil. I don't know though, I like both of them. I'll figure out what this is, yeah, it's a long stem, a single leaf, serrated, and like kind of heart-shaped. That's what we're dealing with. Regardless of what it is, it tastes good as fuck. And then we got some long bean, chat. We got some long bean in here too. Long bean, cabbage, cucumber, carrots. I don't know. I'm really excited about this. I'm gonna tuck in. I never understood, why does Guy Fieri say tuck in? Like, how are you tucking in? Like, how is that? I don't understand. Why does he say tuck in? Could be coriander or cilantro. I'm pretty sure the leaf is a little bit too big. And it doesn't taste like cilantro either. But I think that leaf is a little bit too big to be cilantro. Also, cilantro would have multiple leaves at the end. Coriander / cilantro would have multiple leaves at the end. These all, these are all long stems that end in a single leaf. It's kind of serrated, and it is heart-shaped. Holy basil via tincture can stop anxiety attacks? Nice. Is it rhododendron? Wait, isn't rhododendron how they get mad honey? Tuck in your napkin? Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Actually, I'll buy that. Tuck in, like scooting your chair. Tuck in. Okay, I get it. That makes more sense. I swear I've seen this listed on a guide to Thai vegetables. I'll see if I can pull that up and tell you what exactly I'm eating before I eat it.
You've changed. You just didn't listen to the things that I was saying back then. It's so ridiculous. It is so ridiculous that these motherfuckers try to be like, oh, Hasan, you've changed your mind. It's like, bro, there is not someone that is more consistent out there. How is calligraphy Jews Benjamins not anti-Semitic? What does that even mean? Calligraphy Jews? No, when she says it's all about the Benjamins, she's talking about money. She's talking about the pervasive influence of money and lobbying on American Congress, which is ironic because we're about to talk about that right here.
I think that the canard of like a Jewish conspiracy and Jewish financiers controlling the world, controlling and ruling the world, like Protocols of the Elders of Zion stuff, like that's totally that like as a canard and as a trope, it exists. It's like it's a noxious myth and it is a long and sordid lineage or whatever. But what Ilhan Omar did was actually use the word AIPAC to describe like the term AIPAC, which is not a Jewish organization.
Okay, so I found the eggplant in Thai. That's pronounced. You call this Makwe. Wait, I gotta like look this up. I gotta see how this is pronounced. I don't actually know how to pronounce this. F, chat, refresh, reload. It's almost like she's saying mak prao, because prao is the second half of it, but the first word is like M-A-K-U-E-A. Mak prao. It's not P-tips. Ooh, it kind of looks like Chinese celery. Kun chai. I think it might be kun chai.
Organization. It's not a Jewish organization. She didn't say Jews. She didn't say any of the things that would have identified this as, you know, like an anti-Semitic remark. She talks about AIPAC, and she says that they spend money to, in the case that she was referring to, that AIPAC and organizations like it spend money to support Republicans in Congress, and that the incentive and the reasons for, like, you know, Kevin McCarthy to say that, you know.
Oh, Chad, I found it. It's pennywort. I think this is pennywort. Bai Bua Bok or Pak Nyong. Yeah, I think where I'm at, it would be called Bai Bua Bok. Bai Bua Bok. It grows wild like a ground cover, tastes a little bitter. Yeah, that sounds like it made into a juice that is called Nam Bai Bua Bok, and is eaten raw with coconut noodle, curry, pad thai, or lab. Damn. That's so cool. This is penny. I keep on hearing about. Yeah, I think it's pennywort. I'll show you a picture.
Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar are, you know, anti-Semitic, is because that's what the donors and the people who are part of the Israel lobby want. Because
I'm gonna be honest, I'm so proud of my friends. I'm so proud of this community. I mean, we've been at this battle for so goddamn long. This is also part of the reason why we're like, when people are like chirping at me because they feel as though like my support for Palestine and Palestinians is like conditional or something. It's like, yeah, whatever, dude. I'll let that wash away. It's all good. You know what I mean? There's never, like, I have never, ever stood down from this position, ever, in my freaking life, okay? There was a chatter in here who said, by the way, look at the top dono, it's BDS. Clips like this only remind me how confused I was after October 7th when a bunch of chatters acted like you changed your positions. Like, couldn't figure out if we'd been watching the same streams. Yeah, no, it's just people weren't paying attention to it. Like, I think people just basically drop certain issues. Like, there are a lot of people who were who had been oblivious to the way Israel behaves, and I guess they like completely tuned out when I was talking about this issue for years and years and years, right? How do we arrive at this? Because we were talking about Ilhan Omar, because here's an older video of David Pakman saying AIPAC correctly in the process of also shitting on Ilhan Omar.
Or against boycotting Israel or Israeli companies or whatever, and still recognize that it's a really bad idea to even go near approximating these anti-Semitic tropes. It's bad for Democrats. It's bad for the progressive movement. It's bad for those who want reform in Israel. That's okay. You don't have to feel as though merely admitting that this was a mistake, that it was either ignorant or malicious, and both are problematic, and that doesn't change the validity of your perspective on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, or what policy should be towards Israel. And I was concerned before the election that exactly this type of nonsense would start flying after the midterms.
Yeah, it's just like this is in the process of like criticizing Ilhan Omar
From AIPAC, AIPAC support AIPAC.
Yeah, so he knows how to say AIPAC, man. That's crazy. Did anyone actually claim AIPAC was funding chorus? No. And also, I think there's a problem with this. There's a problem with what's going on here, with the way that people are actually tackling the chorus situation. And I think it's like something that a lot of people say I do whenever I get criticized, right? I try to, first and foremost, tackle the major issue whenever I get like hit from my left flank about whatever particular matter that there is disagreement over. In the process, I also do talk about like some of the most edge cases and some of the most insane smears that I am receiving, right? Yeah, I mean, David Pakman's brother, who worked as a producer, was a regional director for the ADL. Of course, yeah, he did. I mean, he knows how to say AIPAC. Anyway, that doesn't matter. His brother's involvement doesn't matter. My point is, I feel like this is, it's a way to try and escape the criticism that I think is valid, as far as like saying, look, this is being funded by the 1630 fund. There's a lot of misinformation flying around. There is a lot of misinformation flying around about this stuff, and I'm going to address every single one. But as far as like getting funded by like a dark money, a dark money pack like a 1630, and as far as like the contractual obligations goes, I think like it was a mistake to put forth contracts like this that are very heavily redlined, and that obviously editorial independence is incredibly important, right? Editorial independence is obviously very important for independent media, and we are going to be better than the Republicans on this issue, and therefore we should always disclose, regardless of whether the law wants us to disclose or not, in order to make sure that you understand, if you're a part of this audience, in order to make sure that you understand that, like, you know, there are people who are funding this process. If they were to do that and then move on, like, I wouldn't have as much issue. But there has been also misinformation surrounding this stuff, like people saying like, oh, these guys are funded by AIPAC or whatever. No, of course. Chorus is not funded by AIPAC. Here's another misinformation that I've seen. People talking about how 1630 Fund also funded RFK Jr. Yes, the reason why 1630 Fund funded RFK Jr. is not because they were aligned with RFK Jr. The reason why 1630 Fund funded RFK in his campaign was because they saw him as a spoiler. Okay, you know, I have seen a bunch of different like pieces of misinformation of people like criticizing 1630 and not doing the correct criticism. So when there's like incorrect,
wait, anybody understand what Hasan's saying here? They saw Robert F. Kennedy Jr. as a spoiler, so they funded him. Were they like a spoiler for Trump? Did they fund him as a way of trying to harm Trump's chances? I don't understand that. I think Charlie sometimes rides around on a go-kart fashioned out of a Moby. Wait, what's a Moby Huge, Purple Sage? But anyway, we figured out the mysterious leafy green was just pennywort, and that headplant is good even when it's green. What's a spoiler? Hasan's saying that 1630, which is it's the group that funds Chorus. It's also the group that the Omiyar, the guy that funds Taylor's scholarship, Taylor's grant for journalism. 10 years or so, five years ago in 2020, Pierre Omiyar donated to 1630. 1630 is a dark money group, basically, and somebody was saying that they donated to RFK Jr. and people are trying to figure out what that's about. And Hasan is saying they donated to RFK Jr. because he's a spoiler. But I guess my question would be, a spoiler for who? I'm assuming for Trump, right? It wouldn't make sense for a group like 1630 to, I don't know, donate to, you know, I mean, obviously they're not for Trump, right? They're anti-Trump. Remember during the run up to the elections, specifically hoping RFK was going to be a split. Yeah, I remember that. I think that's what it's about. That's got to be what it's about. They funded a pro RFK campaign when he was an independent candidate. Oh, okay, I got it. Against RFK. Yeah, when he was taking more from Trump than he was from Biden. That makes sense. Omidyar was also the money behind The Intercept. Yeah, that's correct.
Criticism, I think these guys just kind of grab onto that and then simply use that as a jump off point to be like, well, we're not funded by AIPAC. I don't think this person is funded by AIPAC. Okay, I don't. I think that's ridiculous. If anything, it would be J Street and not AIPAC if someone were to be funded on the progressive side. And even then, I don't think this person is funded by J Street either. I think this is just David Pakman's own personal opinion on the matter, okay?
That is funding this show or other creators. Of course, not true. That the DNC is involved, not true. Some creators in the first 48 hours took...
Did Taylor actually accuse him of AIPAC funding? No, no one did. I think like people just went along with it because people just use AIPAC as like a catch-all for every type of like Israel lobby activity. It's wrong if you're going to be like super specific. But no, Taylor Lorenze never said that. The only thing that a lot of people noticed in the aftermath of reading this article was that a lot of these content creators, especially big ones, right, and even smaller ones, were all content creators that had like either aligned with the previous administration, or had been noticeably absent from the conversation when it comes to a major issue such as Israel's genocide of the Palestinians. And that is the reason why people were like, are these guys getting paid to be silent on Israel? And I tried to explain at that point where it's like, well, there is editorial control over this process, at least contractual obligations that require some semblance of editorial control, which I think is like not great. These guys mostly are self-selected. But the reason why people say David a Pakman or he's being funded by AIPAC or whatever is not because people legitimately think that AIPAC, a far-right pro-Israel lobbying group, is like directly funding him and his operations. The reason why they say that is because he's either A, noticeably absent from the conversation on Israel, or B, when he talks about Israel, it's usually in a way where it's fairly... I mean, it's just like a liberal Zionist position. That's it. That's the reason. Yeah, we no longer take AIPAC money, says U.S. Rep. Morgan McGarvey at a town hall in Louisville, Saturday. The group previously backed McGarvey in 2022 and 2024 elections. This shows progress of sorts, but if AIPAC is just replaced by DMFI or the dozen other pro-Israel groups vaguely aligned with the Democrats, then this risks becoming a box to be checked without substantive change in incentives or more meaningfully political outcomes. Exactly. I do think that I do think that it's like kind of silly to make it seem like you don't have any knowledge of this pivotal. You don't have any knowledge of this incredibly important lobbying group in American politics, especially right now, more than ever before. More important than ever before, I would say, when it's top of mind. Yeah, I saw the Matt Lieb riff. That was pretty funny, where he said, squinting as my wife shows me the credit card statement, $15 a month for only funds? Fangs? What even is this? That's a good meme. That's a good joke. I mean, it just gets right in heart. I don't.
How is talk about a comedy power couple? Every single joke that I hear from Francesca or Matt Lieb, it's like all bangers. It's like all. It's uncanny. It's uncanny. I've never seen like a tweet or a joke from like Matt Lieb and been like, yeah, like whatever. Right? It's fucking
get
on point.
Why so many liberal pundits don't seem to understand the majority views of their own candidates. I think the reason why a lot of people just like choose to be silent on this conversation is because they are they're in a bubble. They're afraid of cutting through. They're afraid of they're afraid of exhibiting any sort of bravery, any sort of moral consistency, they're just like, by the way that this like job works, when you're in Congress for an extended period of time, you are entirely sheltered from the public opinion. And the only time someone is reflecting on what the public opinion is when you're on a phone call with like a pro-Israel lobbyist guy who's telling you the public opinion is pro-Israel. Okay, that's it. Some people are cynical. They recognize what the truth is and they choose not to hammer on. Some people are oblivious because they're bubbled in. It doesn't matter. The outcome is still the same. But we're talking about politicians. If you're talking about like someone like David Pakman, I think he knows. He knows what's going on. That's the reason why he's silent on the issue, right? Because if he felt like there was a lever here that he could pull, if he felt like there was an angle here that he could take that still maintained like some semblance of a pro-Israel position as a progressive pundit, then he would do it. It's just he's choosing to keep quiet because he doesn't want to say something that would reflect poorly on him and his commentary, especially right now, because people will go, "What you are saying? You're pro-Israel. This is crazy." At a time like this,
I agree.
Israel's doing a genocide. Why aren't you?
Yeah, I think he was self-conscious, and I think he does at least part of his. Chat, can somebody correct me if I'm wrong? Does David Pakman do at least some of his like clips or some of his segments are like stuff he does live? Like it just feels like he was self-conscious. He's like he just doesn't want to, I don't know. He was about to say like, I'm not funded by AIPAC or whatever. And then he's like, somehow it's like, is it AIPAC? Is it, I don't know. It just feels like he's self-conscious.
Saying Israel's doing a genocide. Like that would be the argument from his own audience. And he doesn't want to deal with that, I think, which is why he just like chooses to stay silent on the issue. It's not that he's oblivious to what's going on. And I say this like the reality of the matter is like if he had an opinion that he wasn't worried about, if he had an opinion that he wasn't so worried about, like he would say it. He would say it out loud. He'd be like, Israel's doing a genocide. It's unimaginable. It's really up. And also we have to put a stop to it. You know, we have to put a stop to it. We have to put an end to it. It's just plausible deniability. It's a way to create plausible deniability. There's a new Verge article that came out from Tina Nguyen, how the Democrats keep copying the MAGA influencer playbook and failing, which is an update on or a complimentary piece of the Taylor Lorenze piece. As the fallout of the Chorus influencer program reveals, the Democratic establishment seems how the f do you say that? Sclerotically. I've never read that word before in my.
I'm sorry. Hasan, you're clearly a med student. You know exactly how to pronounce sclerotic. And you're just trying to pretend, you're just trying to throw us off the beat. We know, chat, that Hasan is in med school, right? He's just pretending he doesn't know how to pronounce that word to throw us off. But he's also a college professor. Yeah, just like his mom. They're all college professors, chat. He's just trying to throw us off. I pretend it is a tricky word. Yeah. If you're not used to, if you're not like immersed in, I don't know, case studies and stuff like that, like, medical cases. And yeah, it's a word that you wouldn't have heard that much. He's captured by big sclerosis. There we go.
Entire life. Sclerotically incapable of existing in a media environment it cannot control. I got it. Sclerotically. That is crazy. Reading comprehension at all-time lows. Yeah, no, that's...
Meaning that it is calcified. It is set in its ways. That's what the author is trying to get across with the... Hey, Burple, at least it's not big phimosis, right? That would be another matter entirely.
English is my second language. Some of these words are insane to pronounce, okay? Do you want to know how that would be pronounced? Tina Nguyen wrote, as a senior reporter for The Verge, wrote this article about the chorus and updates on the chorus, specifically the story that has evolved away from chorus getting funded from the 1630 fund all the way down to the way that some of the chorus content creators have like responded. Recently, Wired published an article revealing the existence of a secret Democrat influencer incubator that trained liberal and progressive content creators to push coordinated messaging across their shared social media platforms and paid them handsomely to do so. The fallout has been chaotic, at least in the left-wing influencer world. Creators are shanking their rivals for participating in the program, and paid influencers are trying to defend themselves for taking the money. But the controversy around the Chorus Creator Incubator program stems from the fact that it was so secret, participants had to sign contracts that gave Chorus control over their interview bookings, limit what they said about other creators, and non-approved political figures, and were forbidden from even acknowledging that they were part.
All right, Chad, now here's a word that I legitimately don't know how to pronounce. This is a squash. It's either a coyote squash or a coyote squash or a chayote. Does anybody know how to pronounce this? It's like a green squash. I think it's called... Is it called a coyote squash? Is that how you pronounce? I legitimately don't know. I promise. I promise. I'm not faking unfamiliarity with a concept that I'm, you know, as much as I've been in the garden, I don't know. I don't know. I'll look it up in a second. I don't know how to pronounce this squash. Here, I'm going to get more chili paste to make it spicier.
Part of the program. In response, Chorus, a group funded by 1630 Fund, a liberal 501c4 that's often drawn comparisons to the Libertarian Koch network and often outspends them, has stated that it was trying to organize left-wing influencers to match their counterparts in MAGA world. In a statement to The Verge, Chorus founder Brian Tyler Cohen defended the program and said the program has achieved hundreds of new applicants since the Wired story received. I'm incredibly proud that Chorus has received financial support from over 1,000 individuals who recognize that there's a desperate need for more pro-democracy voices in the online space. They want to fund a bunch of diverse creators to do this full-time who wouldn't be able to pay their bills otherwise.
Brixton says Hayat. Is that it? Hayat? Oh, yeah, like if you pronounce it like Hanukkah. Yeah. Hayat.
And we're incredibly grateful. After the regulator newsletter was sent to subscribers on Tuesday, the 1630 Fund sent a second statement from President Amy Kurtz disputing Wired's claims about the restrictions Chorus placed on creators over guests, content, and disclosing their participation in the program. So what's interesting about this is that they keep saying this is not real, but in every single instance where they've tried to talk about the debunking, where creators that participate in the program have tried to like say that this article is actually false, they openly reveal that there is no dispute in the reporting whatsoever. My longtime readers will know this about me, but if you discover me through The Verge, I should probably give you a little context. Last year, I published a memoir called The MAGA Diaries, which goes a bit into how I got ensnared in right-wing activism in my early 20s, specifically how I got lured into the right-wing media career pipeline as a college student seeking journalism internship in 2008, placed by my program mentor in a post-grad job at Tucker Carlson's Daily Caller in 2011, and then was nearly sent to Wisconsin to work at a fake newspaper funded by dark money that wanted to undermine the teachers' union protests, all under the guise of credentialing a journalism fellow to write hit pieces on them. Instead, I quit the journalism network on the spot, yeeted myself out of Washington, and began...
Wait, coyote is pronounced different in every state, but this is a word with a CH. C-H-A-Y-O-T-E is how it's spelled. I just don't know how it's pronounced.
Magazine writing career in New York, so I'd never had to deal with the conservative movement ever again. Unfortunately, the arc of history...
Wait, Cohen has always been a Destiny fan? Are we talking about Z... Cohen Sanchez?
Other plans. The Chorus influencer program in many ways. By the way, you don't think this is like a interesting article to read? Like you are in here, you're in here right now, which means that you are invested in like political media and how political media is created. I mean, this is a profoundly important aspect of political media, both on the independent side and also on the mainstream side as well. Dark money funding is a major part of political media. And it's not
Chad.
Like liberal.
It's chayote. It's chayote.
Chayote.
Chayote. You say
Chayote.
Chayote.
Chayote. Chayote.
Okay, well, we learned something. It's called chayote. And then that green leafy vegetable that I ate all of it, it's pennywort.
Liberals either. This is not just about liberals. This is like a consistent and pervasive issue in every aspect of your lives. In every type of like political content that you consume, there could potentially be some secretive organizations that are taking advantage of the lack of transparency and funding that are funding some of these movements. And it happens all the time on the right, all the time, with regular frequency. The Chorus Influencer Program, in many ways, is a Dem-coded version of the right-wing journalism summer camp that I attended during my sophomore year of college. But let me back it up a bit. I thought I had received a paid summer internship in journalism for liberty-loving students, funded through the Institute of Humane Studies at George Mason University, which promised to get me hired at a non-right-wing place like MSNBC. Seriously, the program advertisement said alumni got placed at MSNBC. The generous internship stipend was contingent on me going to a week-long journalism seminar and assisting in research about the Founding Fathers' views on state-funded education.
The woman who debated Jink and Jubilee was named that Cohen? Wait, what is the woman who debated Jink and Jubilee, is it her name Z? Z-E-E? Butter my butt and call me breakfast?
But looking back on it over a decade later, it was actually a training camp on how to be a proper libertarian thought leader. There were a lot of lectures about liberal media bias, breakout discussion groups on whether Obamacare was an overreach of federal powers, and tips on how to write a resume for when applying for jobs. And of course, no one in my cohort got a job at MSNBC. Dozens of other right-wing journalism talent incubators exist inside the conservative movement, some of which have been around for decades and are constantly learning how to leverage
Yeah. Oh, okay. The same Cohen woman that's friends with Destiny. Yeah, that's Z Cohen Sanchez is her name. And yeah, that explains something, right? Because she's running, what is it called? Ground Game USA or something. It's supposed to be like Turning Point USA. They're trying to make their own Turning Point USA. Given that she's the head of an organization that's trying to compete with TPUSA, very public facing organization, I was honestly a little surprised that she hasn't distanced herself from Destiny yet. But if she's like a DGG for lifer, then I guess it makes perfect sense, right? It's not good for her org, right? It's a really bad idea. Like the best thing for her org to do would be to have a conversation with Destiny and be like, listen, I'm still with you. I still stand for you. Don't come anywhere near my organization. All right. Because yeah, having him is an absolute albatross around their neck.
Political gain. I'll give you a great example of
it.
it.
Yeah, especially considering that it's supposed to be competing with Turning Point USA. It's like, not kids necessarily, but it's the target demographic is like college age. Brian Tyler Cohen, is tight with Destiny. I saw some. I guess he's talked to Destiny about. Is he still close with Destiny? Like you'd think that like after this last one where he's just like there's all these. Like he's talking about, have you seen the 15-year-olds they're putting out these days? Whoa. And then literally sexting with a 17-year-old. You'd think after that they would at least be like, okay, maybe at least Brian Tyler Cohen will stop collabing with Destiny.
David Horowitz is a massive piece of shit. Former Trot turned into a neocon, turned into a monstrous piece who is a major Islamophobe.
Trot to neocon pipeline. It sounds wild, right? Trotskyite to neocon. It sounds like what? You were a leftist and now you're a neocon? But yeah, apparently a bunch of these people existed in the 60s. They were Trotskyites, and then come to like the year 2000, they're behind people for the New American Century, right? A lot of the people that signed on to PNAC, which was the group that basically planned out the war on terror before 9/11 ever happened. Oh my God, chat. Oh my God. I sound like a fucking conspiracy theorist, but I am just literally recounting the truth. That is wild. That is wild. But yeah, they used to be Trotskyites back in the 60s. They were part of what's called the New Left. And somehow over the years, they became neoconservatives and came up with this great idea that has fucked up the very first part of the 20th century for so many people.
Died recently, rest in peace to David Horowitz. David Horowitz is responsible for Candace Owens, for example. These guys pluck talent early on from the independent media sphere and basically elevate them to prominent mainstream.
And for anybody that doesn't know, Candace Owens used to be what people like Crystal Ball would call an idpol liberal, right? She would she would have been considered an SJW back in the day.
Figures. David Horowitz and Ben Shapiro played a formative role in legitimizing and making Candace Owens a major political figure in the American conservative movement. Okay? Think about that. Both of these guys are entirely invested in being as pro-Israel as possible and maximum Islamophobia. And yet Candace Owens not only was anti-Semitic on her rise to power, but she was also pro-Israel until, you know, the tide shift took place and she became openly anti-Israel while also being anti-Semitic. And that was a bridge too far for Ben Shapiro, and they had a falling out. Now she has still a fairly robust independent media career, but she got her start from these guys, the right-wing version of what we're talking about, the one that is like most pervasive, the one that has always existed. Over the years, other boot camps and programs have opened up for aspiring social media influencers, live streamers, and the like. I recently learned at the Leadership Institute, a group that's been turning young college Republicans into powerful elected officials since the 1970s, just launched a conservative podcasting school. But ask any right-wing influencer if they've gone to some training camp. Hell, ask them in public, and not only will they quickly say yes, they'll also tell you what program they enrolled in. The reason why we know about David Horowitz, for example, is for this reason. Because these guys are proud of these programs. These guys are proud of them. They are like, yeah, this is our bias. This is our political movement. Not only will they quickly say yes, they'll also tell you what program they enrolled in, who they took classes with, and what they taught of their coursework. They might even be proud of getting into some elite program or getting accepted into a certain seminar. But one can't simply copy the right-wing formula and paste it on the left. The famous Andrew Breitbart saying politics is downstream from culture isn't just an observation, but an organizational principle on the right. If you can use culture to change people's values, then you can then get them to vote a certain way. There's a lot to be said about the right's attempts to drive culture forward or backwards, but they were far better at manipulating and taking over where it existed on the internet, or in most cases, ceding control and ridding the wave of the internet entirely, so long as they ended up in power. On the internet, it helps to be shameless. Either way, MAGA influencers have the ability to define what is and is not culture because their followers want to follow a culture warrior, damn it. Why do you think they try to make everything about what is and what is not woke? In contrast, I'm hardly surprised that Coors and the 1630 Fund went to these lengths to restrict what these creators could say. The octogenarians of the Democrat establishment and the rising young leaders who remind said octogenaries of themselves seem sclerotically incapable of existing in a media environment they cannot control. The culture is no longer run by the blue donors in Hollywood and New York. After all, its last president, Joe Biden, had an extremely hostile relationship with reporters and celebrities asking too many questions about his age. And his last presidential candidate, Kamala Harris, was so allergic to appearing on popular podcasts that she would only do so if the host flew to her and conducted the interview on a set.
So yeah, this is the problem, right? This is the essential flaw of the modern Democratic Party. They realized that they lost in part because of social media and their particularly independent media. And their first reaction is like, how do we control our social media? How do we get control over it? Not what policies could we adopt that would make these people that are plugged into the culture like us and say better things about it. It's like, how can we get them to say better things about us without changing anything? Because our policies are set, and everybody knows this, right? It's almost a platitude at this point, right? The policy of the Democratic Party is set by the donors, right? The actual policy is set by the donors. Sometimes you will get rhetoric that diverges from that, but you will not get policy that diverges from that. And so it's just like, it's too outside of the box for them to think about, if we change our policy, if we stand for, things like Gaza, right? They cannot see that in any other way than a liability, even in the face of polls that say 70% of people are in favor of us cutting off aid to Israel. They think it's a fluke. They think it's a hallucination. It's wild. This is what I'm saying about this is what makes me so scared about the Democrats. Because look, I am not one of these people that's like, yeah, we could make our own party and fuck the Democrats. They should right. I'm not cavalier about this at all. I don't underestimate how difficult it is to make a new party. I don't want to make a new party. I would rather the Democrats be better. And whether that has to come through, them changing their mind from pressure from their base, or whether that has to come from replacing the leadership with leadership that's more amenable to that, right? That is obviously the easier route. However, I'm not sure if it can happen. These Democrats are showing time after time, again, they are objectively incapable of doing the things that might save the party. And that puts us in a really bad place, because chat, I do not envy the idea of trying to put together a new party, you know, before even before the 2028 election. Chat, that is some heavy lifting. That is some very, very heavy lifting. Can you imagine if the Dems tried to do a Project 2025? Yeah, I don't know. It would be Abundance, wouldn't it? Isn't that the left-wing Project 2025? It would just a more detailed version of Abundance.
Completely controlled by the campaign. She reportedly refused to appear on the Joe Rogan Experience if they had to go to the host Texas studio, and reportedly shelled out 6 figures to build a DC-based Call Her Daddy set for her interview with Alex Cooper, who records her podcast in California. That interview got like what? Not even a fraction of the views that the Joe Rogan Experience got with Donald Trump. There are obviously other issues here as well. Kamala Harris's incapability of coming across as authentic in a long conversation was going to be a major hurdle. Kamala Harris's inability to recognize that people wanted more from her, that they wanted her to represent a change from the Joe Biden administration, and her refusal to recognize that or even say things in line with that was another major hurdle as well. So obviously there were other issues as to why she couldn't do these sorts of podcasts, and why Donald Trump is a uniquely telegenic figure who can do these sorts of podcasts as opposed to people like Kamala Harris. But this was a flaw. Though they've tried to avoid being described as a liberal copycat, the 1630 Fund has been compared to the Koch network, the secretive group right-wing bill.
Oh, you mean if we saw the Democrats' inner dialogue projected as some sort of a plan a la Project 2025? Yeah, that would be wild.
That created, among other things, this right-wing media training camp that the fund is trying to counter. We reject any notion that the right wing has been more transparent in this area. STF takes great pride in supporting critically important causes, Kurtz said in her statement to The Verge. As a Koch alumni via technicality, I think they're pretty dang similar, even if they're somewhat faster to fess up to their involvement. Between 2009 and 2016, the Koch network was unparalleled in funding the rise of the Tea Party. This is true. The Koch brothers created the Tea Party and the Freedom Caucus that came out of that movement. As I've said over and over again, these are like dark money influence in American politics is not just quid pro quo. You go in, you just fucking say, hey, this is the bill that we wrote for you. You better pass this shit and we'll give you money and you'll win your election over year. That's not just the only aspect of dark money funding in these operations. There's a pervasive influence peddling operation that exists as well. A lot of you, for the first time ever, started recognizing this for like AIPAC, for example. But AIPAC is the tip of the iceberg for one issue, for Israel. There are a million other groups like this, most of them like ALEC, all these think tanks like Heritage Foundation, American Enterprise Institute, all these places that create subsidiary funds, that create umbrella organizations, that try to shelter who the donors are, the oil lobby in and of itself, the Wilkes brothers, the Koch brothers, like they exist in every aspect of not just like the legislative agenda, but they exist in every aspect of media manipulation as well, okay? There are people that are going and working at think tanks like the Manhattan Institute. You might know Christopher Rufo, if you recall, Mr. CRT, Mr. Anti-Woke. And they sit around and they...
Yeah, the guy responsible for the moral panics about DEI and the moral panic against trans people, right? That's Christopher Rufo.
Try to find new things to get people pissed off about, new fake shit to get people pissed off about. And they get paid handsomely to do this. And then they take these talking points, they create controversy, and they pump these talking points into this network of...
Wait, Aaron Parnas, is that the guy that they call the Gen Z Walter Cronkite? Or the Walter Cronkite of TikTok?
Influencers, okay? And there is massive horizontal and vertical integration on the right-wing media ecosystem, as I have designed.
Oh yeah, no, James, I pointed that out, right? A lot of what 1630 is, like what they state their agenda is not. In fact, I'll go further than just pushing for abortion access, which you mentioned, and I don't doubt. They're for abolishing dark money, right? Their official standpoint is that they are in favor of laws that would make what they're doing illegal, right? And that's definitely better than a dark money group that's like, nah, dude, dark money's cool as fuck. Now, just like the Democrats, you can question how earnest they are about it, but that is their official statement. And I've tried to point that out. I've also pointed out that there are good people within Chorus, but that honestly doesn't make it better. It actually makes it worse. Because good people being used towards bad ends is a tragedy, right? And the point of my problem with Chorus is not that the people that signed on are scumbags. I do think that Brian Tyler Cohen, we can probably agree now, after seeing him claim that Taylor Lorenze was BFF with Taylor was BFF with Candace and with Tucker. I think we can all agree that he's a liar and a scumbag. But the individual creators in Chorus, I would imagine some of them are actually pretty good, right? I've seen examples of very strong voices, pro-Palestinian voices that have gotten wrapped up in this. And that makes it even more of a tragedy, right? If it was all David Pakman clones, if it was all people that believed exactly like what David Pakman does about Palestine, it would just be like, well, yeah, of course they're going to support this. It's like, you could even say that, they don't, like, they're just getting paid by somebody that supports what they're doing. That's not what's going on with Chorus. It's something a little bit more insidious, right? Anyway, chat, I want to watch more of this. This is so good. This is so good, but we're never going to get through the content, are we? We got a content beast. I gotta, fuck. This is so good though. This is such a good article. Read it read it on your own. That's your homework. How about that? I'll try to read it too. You voted for content. All right. You put up 251 points on that board. That is good for 2 bonus content. The reason I'm stopping Hasan a little early here, the reason I'm not watching the remaining 15 minutes of this is that I realize we're close enough to 300 that there's a chance that I will be doing triple bonus content today. And these are not, the Hutch versus the Hutch versus Pisco, I think is a fairly long segment, right? So I gotta pull us off of this right now and get to the bonus content. Right now, as it stands, Pisco versus Hutch on Chorus is in first place. Tim Pool apologizes to Sam Cedar is in second place. MR report reacts to Taylor Lorenze is in third place. And Alex Jones calls himself mom. Somehow in fourth place, but it's because we got such good content. I understand exactly why it is. It's all filler. It's all filler, no filler. All killer, and it's no filler, right? So if anybody has donated and they want to get their, speak now or forever hold your peace, all right? I mean, I'll try to pay attention to anything that happens during the reaction to the content. If the number goes over 300, we'll add another segment to this as well, which right now looks to be Majority Report reacting to Taylor Lorenze. That's in third place, but of course things could change. And if you've donated, you have the ability to let me know in chat what you donated and where you want that money to go, and I will add it to the bonus on your, topic of choice. Right now, Pisco's got a lot of oomph, got a lot of movement. So we're gonna start with Pisco versus Hutch, I guess. Jones has got to be coked out of his mind. There's something wrong with Alex Jones. That man is not right. That man is not healthy. That man is not okay. Here it is. Trump accused of dying.
Hell yeah.
You're in
Are we live yet?
soy pills world now.
Fuck.
Now, the question I want to ask you, right off the bat. We're looking at Hutch once again picking a winner. We're looking at I'm Really Important. If you don't know, I think I've mentioned this before. His name is Guy, right? His first name is Guy, and he's actually the guy in the video for the song Pretty Fly for a White Guy. He's the guy. He's the guy in the video. He's the white guy that's pretty fly in that video, okay? And you're going to hear him talk about his relationship with the band that sings that song, The Offspring, which apparently he's still getting invited to their shows, right? And then, of course, we know Pisco, DGG's law tuber. I kid, Pisco. I feel like you're moving away from DGG. I would love to hear it out of your mouth, like, you know, what you think about DGG, what your like orientation towards that whole toxic mess is, because honestly, you seem too good for them. You seem too good to be DGG's law tuber, but you know, DGG's law tuber, you will remain until you tell me different, right? And then we got Soy Pill. Now the question, chat, is we got 3 cringe lords on the screen. Who's gonna win Cringe Lord of the Week? That's what I want to know. This is a strong competition. Just like the poll was a strong competition, right? IRI, Hutch, Soy Pill. Who is the cringest of the cringe? And can we give them a medal?
Fuck yeah. Wait,
Yes,
so who's
we
going to take on the... if you're doing the actual stream, does that mean Soy Pill is the guy, or is Hutch because he has the greatest seniority?
Dude, Soy Pill, I feel like he's got the riz, man. not that I want to pass the buck. If you guys want me to do it, I'll do it. But.
That's what Riz looks like to this crowd. That is what I missed the Insta roll. Wait, Insta roll? Hutch has already had his thumb on his note. The Insta roll. Oh, he rolled it. Oh, I did miss it. Did he roll? Did bro roll? See, that's the whole thing, is we don't know that you're picking your nose until you roll, right? Up until the point you start to go like that, you know, you could just be scratching your nose. Maybe you've got a hair that's itching. Maybe your nose itches, right? You're just giving it a little scratch. But when you start to go like that, when you go like that and then like that, I mean, the gig is up.
I think you have a very strong lead that you're going to take on this next topic.
Chat, that is in fact Pickle Rick with a Mario Brothers hat right behind the Soy Pill.
But I can lead into it, because what we're going to do first here is we're going to talk about this chorus story, right? So I think you've got a lot of opinions on this, Hutch, and I'll let you lead the discussion, but I will introduce. Guys, hello, everyone. This is Lib and Learn, -1. Josiah is quitting Lib and Learn forever. He's never coming back. No, he is taking Labor Day off. I'm sure he's spending time with his family, or, you know, receiving some sort of dark money deal and reworking it, so he can't be here today, but I am temporary guest hosting, even though I'm also a co-host, so technically I'm always a host. But with us, as always, as every single episode, are Pisco, Hutch, and IRI. Welcome, everybody.
How we doing,
What's up,
folks?
boys? How's your weekend, guys?
Real good, man. A lot of wonderful times were had. Had some ice cream.
Now, know what you're saying? Ice cream? Wait, did he say ice cream? I know what you're saying. Why am I watching the chit chat? There's a reason, chat. There's a reason that I'm watching the chit chat.
Welcome, everybody.
How we doing,
What's up,
folks?
boys? How's your weekend, guys?
Real good, man. A lot of wonderful times were had. Had some ice cream.
Do his kids call it ice cream? Is that what it is? Is that what's going on here? Is this a family joke? I don't know if Pisco, for the record, I don't know if Pisco has kids, but it sounds like what a little kid would call it. Ice cream. I want ice cream.
Everything was good.
Nice.
Yeah, I got to go on stage in front of 8,000 people, join the Offspring for a show on Friday. That was cool.
Wait, what the
hell?
Hold on. Let's dive into that a little bit. How often does this happen?
All the time, my friend. All the fucking time. Anytime that he wants to go to an Offspring show, this guy gets in for free. Because he made the Offspring. He is the Offspring. He is the beating heart that is the Offspring, right? Without him, there would be no white guy to be Pretty Fly, right? He gave their song meaning by embodying the character that the Offspring created, like no one else could.
Last time we did it like a decade ago. This time I got hit up by the
Oh shit, I'm sorry. It's been a decade?
Lead singer. I've been friends with him for a while, and once in a while we
2015?
Just talk, and he's like, "We have a show coming up in LA in a few weeks."
But wait, you should know his name. You're the white guy. You should know the lead singer's name.
It'd be really fun for you to come on stage in the outfit. And so they made me like a custom one, because I have the original, but it's in a frame.
I mean, I bet it's falling apart. Or covered in stains. I don't know. Either way.
And so I just came out and came on stage, and it was a lot of fun.
Wait, he came on stage? Oh no, he just came on. Okay.
That's awesome.
What is that
That's
like? Is it just like a
sick.
fat adrenaline rush or what?
I mean, it's a whole.
I would describe it as pretty fly. I would describe the experience as a pretty fly, as a matter of fact.
Experience, because like I go to the like his house and I get to like hang out with the rock stars, and like I rode with him in a bus to the venue, and you know, we get to talk, and then you know, you're backstage and it's just like everything you can imagine, you know. And then
okay, one chat, do you think one in chat, if you think, does the Offspring party backstage, or are they like in their 40s and maybe like too old for that shit?
it's just a big rush getting on stage and being in front of all those people. It's cool.
It's a full body high.
A body high. So what are we talking about? That sounds like an indica that you're talking about, Pisco.
Yeah, I gotta be careful. I'm getting old, so I got to stretch and stuff, warm up. But I think it's a trip for the audience, just because it's like they don't expect to see a character on screen.
He's got to warm up for the white guy dance,
like from screen to stage, you know.
And it's probably like a ton of like millennials and Gen X, right? So they probably remember that video, huh?
It would be funny if Hutch had said it's probably a bunch of baby boomers, right? It's like the silent generation, man. That's crazy.
Yeah, and everybody told me I look the same, which is so weird. They're like, "Have you guys been keeping that guy frozen?"
Does he look the same? Oh my God, chat. Have they been keeping him frozen? I don't know. Let's see. I'm not sure I remember a pretty fly for a white guy. What does he look like? Yeah. Oh my God, chat. He kind of does. Low key. This guy kind of looks the same. Oh my God. Oh my God. Open image in new tab. Open image in new tab. Let me show you what we're dealing with here, chat. What do you think? Does he look the same? I think they froze him. I think he's an unfrozen caveman. I think this is Encino Man, chat. I think this guy might even, I'm not even sure, chat. This guy might wheeze the juice, right? You got to be careful. If this guy comes into your gas station, you got to make sure to tell him not to wheeze the juice, right? Because he's going to definitely come in there and he's going to try to wheeze the juice. He's going to put his head right under that slushy machine and just, press the button and get a big face full of the slushy. What do you think, chat? I think he looks the same. Same dude, same guy. It's literally same guy, because guy is his name. Look at that. He's the same guy. He's the same boy he used to be. Wow.
And not letting him age, or what's going on?
That's a compliment, bro. That's a big compliment, man.
Wait, how old are you?
I'm 45.
Shut the fuck
But just if people don't know, I
Self-Esteem was a way better song.
played the character.
Is that the one where the guy gets cheated on?
Of the
serious? Are
fly
you
guy.
45?
I am 45. Yeah.
The song is over 25 years old? Yeah, because late 90s. Yeah, it would be.
What?
Malibu's not wanted. He's not the same. That's a different guy. That's an actor, right? I don't think that's. Is it? He's not Malibu's most wanted, is he? I think that's a different guy, but pretty much the same vibe.
When I was 18, I was started my acting career, and I did it for quite a few years. And I got this role as the pretty fly guy in The Offspring's Pretty Fly for a White Guy. So that's what we're talking about.
And then from then on, I was typecast.
You do definitely look pretty young.
I can't
you've
tell if
aged
you're
a little
gaslighting
bit
me
since
now,
that
'cause I've only
video.
known you a few weeks.
Yeah, my face is a little heavier. I was looking at like myself in the outfit, and definitely look a little older, but it's still pretty close.
A little older, yeah.
Oh my God, that is you. What the
Isn't
hell?
that sick, dude? When I first found out, I was like in rejection mode. I didn't want to believe it, but it was true. And as I come to grips with it, it's like it's sick that they still have a relationship with you, man.
Can I share?
Yeah, I really cherish it because I'm a fan of the band, and I always was, and so it's just cool to be able to hang out with them.
Yeah, look at this.
This is IRI.
Yo.
Hell, bro.
Look at it, bro.
I genuinely didn't believe you. I was like, you look like you're like 32. That's wild. You look
No, I thought he was
just
trolling
making
too.
that shit up.
Yeah, like 30. He looks 30, don't you think?
I thought he was fully trolling the first time he told me that, and then I looked it up on stream. I was like,
Well,
what
so did
the
I.
fuck? Yeah.
Looks like Jamie Kennedy, kind of.
Crazy.
Awesome.
That's a different guy. Malibu's most wanted is a different guy. Wasn't saying as a joke because we don't care about this dude and his dumb experience. Yeah. It's it's a different guy, same vibe, I would say. Yeah, top tier banter, right, King of William?
Let's dive into some topics. There's some memes going on with Trump dying. We got some controversy with this chorus, what have you.
Let's do the chorus thing.
Yes, good call, Soy Pill. Good call.
Because I think you're gonna have a lot to say about it, Hutch. I've seen you're parading yourself all.
I gotta say, I feel like the Soy Pill might need to change up his personal trainer. He's got some gains. He's got some sick gains, but they're not balanced, right? His muscle growth is weirdly unbalanced. And I feel like he is in danger. He obviously lifts, right? But I feel like this guy's in danger of picking up some compensation patterns that could lead to a injury when he is I'm really important's age.
All over Twitter, and I'm furiously liking all of the tweets because I just think your opinions are so objectively correct.
What do we need more deltoid? Maybe no.
I mean, I'm just pissed. I don't know about you.
Some tricep, maybe.
I'm pretty pissed about the whole thing. You know, Brian Tyler Cohen, I would consider him to be one of the like the stronger voices in the space. He's somebody that avoids drama.
He's definitely got some pec hypertrophy, but I don't know. Is his back not matching his pecs?
Never seen him like denigrate other creators. Immediately after the election, he was speaking a lot about the asymmetry in alternative media between conservatives and liberals and progressives, specifically with funding. He was pointing to ventures like TPUSA that pull in, you know, 80 million.
Columbia Rican points out IRI has no political ideals. Look at, yeah, he's blue no matter who, I guess. We got Biden and Harris. I think there's a Bernie, Kamala for the people. Wait, Angela also Brooks? Who's that? Biden, Harris.
$1 million a year of private funding. And they're going out there, and it's hard to argue that TPUSA is not having an impact. When
I don't know, maybe I just don't like the spaghetti straps.
We look at these demographic shifts. Are they
I mean, as somebody who wears spaghetti straps, you'd think I'd be more forgiving.
Responsible for all of it? Probably not, but I think it's naive to suggest that what they're doing is not having an impact. And so then you have someone like BTC who...
you know what I'm going to guess, chat? I'm going to guess it's the pecs, and that he needs to do more exercises to target the upper fibers and the lower fibers of the pecs. Yeah, pecs and neck. Yeah. Neck is not balanced.
You know, as you were speaking to Pisco, I saw you were commenting on it. I watched a little bit of your conversation with Aaron. BTC was Brian Tyler Cohen was pretty open about what this thing was, like before it was made. And you have this guy that's like, he didn't even take a salary. Like he was just doing it for the love of the game. He was
what a great guy. What a great guy, BTC. Wow.
Devoting ostensibly like hours of his week devoted to
with no ostensible benefit for himself other than the fact that he has now got the stands of 90 TikTok creators defending him online. No upside for Brian Tyler Cohen. Needs to swim. Yeah, swimming's a good exercise.
Program that was
a lot of people where they fall down is that they'll work out. You know, a lot of their work will be in one plane. So like chat, this is like the sagittal plane. You know, if I'm doing this stuff, I'm all in the sagittal. You've also got, you know, the transverse plane, which like bisects my body, you know, like at the belly button, right? And then you've got, let's see, sagittal, frontal. Yeah, frontal is, if you imagine a sheet of glass comes down and just cuts me in half right where my headphones are, that's the frontal plane. And the problem is that people will usually do exercises like when I'm doing curls, right? That's all in the sagittal plane. If you can incorporate some rotation, you can usually work multiple planes, and that's like a more natural motion anyway. That is a more, you know, human activity rather than just, you know, something you can do on a machine. And this, it's a good way to balance. It's a start as far as thinking about balancing out your you know, the muscles that you're working, because you know there's a lot of accessory muscles. There's a lot of you know, there's a lot of stuff that can get missed otherwise.
It's meant to mentor, fund.
Oh, we were saying IRI needs to swim
and uplift like smaller creators. Like he actually like walked the walk in a way that I haven't really seen anybody else in the space do. And then this article comes out, and I'm just curious to hear, you know, I'm actually especially curious to hear what you have to say about this piece, because I think you might be more familiar with contracts and these sorts of things. So why don't you open this conversation up with your sort of summary of the article? Did you have any issues with it? Yeah.
Well, let me start with what I take to be a genuine critique, and one that I think is worth talking about, which is I think there should be a social norm among commentators to disclose revenue streams related to their content. I don't think that that's a bad thing to point out. And I said on my Twitter that I think that it's a mistake to the extent that they weren't disclosing that they were receiving funds from Chorus. I take that to be a genuine mistake and something that, you know, should be rectified. I don't think that it should be overstated or we should be bent out of shape about it, but I just think as a social norm, it should be disclosed. And that applies to any kind of funding stream related to your content, just for appearances. And so there's no, you know, appearance of a conflict of interest, or that people, you know, have access to potential biases, you know, and so it's an even playing field. I don't say anything more than that. But other than that, I kind of find the discourse around the piece and the piece itself to be riddled with falsehoods, disingenuous narratives, and frankly, I find it pretty reprehensible, or at least some aspects of it. I'll give you a couple examples of what I'm talking about.
Before you go into this, Pisco, I do want to ask, just on principle, as someone who has received now financial help from Progressive Victory one time, and they might give me more later in the future, but they were, you know, helping me out. They gave me some money so I could get some more editing equipment so that I could edit on the road while I was with Rokana, who they also connected me with. And my question is, I don't think I've ever like made a video that's like, hey, just FYI, everyone, Progressive Victory.
I feel so bad for somebody that like signed on with Progressive Victory without potentially even knowing who Brianna Wu was. Like, right? Like, you know, I don't know. It's one thing if you've been around and you know who she is, you know that you understand the people in that network. I don't know. I mean, maybe he's a good fit. Maybe he's a good fit for this set of XDGG orbiters.
He gave me some money for a laptop so I could edit. But if anyone asks, I'll say it. What's then the decorum? Like every time anyone decides they want to, you know, help me out, if it's greater than a super chat, I have to then declare that someone is helping me out, even if it has nothing to do with like my ideas or a video being made. Like,
I think you're probably right that there's some de minimis threshold. But I think that in the main, this is not something that you're going to disagree with, other than maybe some de minimis programs or some, you know, one-off super chats where there's not an expectation of return obligations, right? A super chat is like a donation, and the money is sent before there can be a return obligation. But you know, a contract, which this is a contract, is bilateral, and there are you know, obligations that are being put forth and expectations from the other side as well. And so, yeah, I would maybe put some de minimis threshold, but I don't think in general you'd have a disagree with this social norm. Like, so I'll just ask you directly. If I were being paid by Breaking Points for my appearances, don't you think that that's something I should disclose? If I had, you know, financial relationships with Breaking Points, or hell, with fucking the culture with Tim Pool, don't you think that's, as a social norm, that's something that I should disclose?
It depends. Like if you're being compensated, for example, Tim Pool paid to fly me out. They paid for my hotel.
I feel like the real place that, you know, you'd want to disclose that would be if you're, and honestly, look, they are, you know, they're paying him somehow, even if it's through exposure, which is shitty, right? There is some relationship. He is getting something out of the Breaking Points appearances. Otherwise, he wouldn't be making them. But I think it'd be more like if you were defending Sagar or if you were defending somebody from that network, or I don't know. That's where the, you know, disclosure maybe is more important.
I
that's
don't
not
think
what I'm talking
that's
about.
like right. I know, but I'm saying like those things. Like I never said those like as like I felt obligated to. It's just like, yeah, of course. And some people don't. By the way, like some people, Rokana's team didn't pay for me to you know, go with them. I had to do all that out of pocket.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that disclosing your source of your funding, it really, you know, it comes into. I mean, you know, best practices is to like always disclose it. If somebody's paying you, like they already said, de minimis exceptions, super chats don't count. But I'm trying to think of an example, because I have seen Twitch donos be used to get good creators to do bad things. There was a friend of mine from the old days on Twitch that was always nice to, it still is. Whenever I see him, I say hi and he's really chill to me. But I did see one of his streams where he was covering my controversy and he was defending me. And then a hostile streamer raided in. I can't remember who it was, and it probably doesn't matter because it's been so long. A streamer that hated my guts raided in, and they had a certain notorious whale, a certain notorious Twitch whale was in there, and it was very strategic, right? The way that they did this. They didn't like that this guy was defending me. They didn't like that anyone was defending me. So they raid in to show, hey, look at this. The other side, can increase your chat, can increase the size of your viewership, like, I don't know, 7-fold, right? We can hit you with raids if you play ball, right? That's the first thing. They hit him with a raid. And the second thing is the whale that was in that chat started donating subs to this guy. And all of a sudden, he shut up about defending me, and he let, I can't remember who it was, come on and talk shit. It was the craziest thing I've ever seen, right? I've never seen, and I'm not going to name names, all right? Because, chat, I do believe this is a good person, and I actually understand why he did what he did. At the time, this might, some of you out there that have been around Twitch for long enough, you might be able to figure out who this is. Please don't say his name. I'm not trying to, hurt his reputation. I actually understand where he's coming from, because he had a family member that was really sick and he needed money, like really bad. And he flipped on a dime. I mean, he didn't shiv me himself, but he let me get character assassinated on that. His stream then turned from a defending Irene stream to let's bury Irene. And all it took was, a raid and probably like 100 subs. Probably, I think they hit him with like 100 subs plus, right? And they just took over his stream. They just straight up took over his stream. Yeah, it was really sad. It was really fucking sad. So, this, as much as Pisco's putting out a de minimis exception for super chat, yes and no, right? A de minimis exception for somebody that's making like a $10, $20, $30 contribution. But if somebody's dropping $500 super chats on you and you're not getting $500 super chats from anywhere else, but obviously when the super chat, you can see it, right? You can see who's making the super chat. You can see the conflict of interest, right? Here we're talking about, I don't know, whether you got paid for an appearance or something like that, which I think would come into play if you were defending Crystal or Sagar. Maybe we'd want to know full disclosure. And I think Pisco would do this. He seems like a stand-up guy. I'm pretty sure he'd say full disclosure. I am paid by breaking points for my appearances there, right? That's all you'd have to say. And then give your opinion. And now we know, kind of where you're coming from. You're not trying to hide anything. That's the important thing, I think.
Pocket. So it's like, okay, well, sometimes I get paid for something.
I'll make this easier.
But if they were saying, here's $10,000 to come on our show, I think you should say it insofar as this could have an effect on what you're saying.
100%. So example. I'm just giving you an example. Let's say Hasan Piker paid me $2,000 a month to appear on his show and to talk about legal issues. Do you think I should disclose that?
Yeah, I would say so, yeah.
Okay. And if Hasan Piker was doing some kind of incubator program where he was, getting up-and-comer lefty people and training them up and saying, these are the good messaging, you would also say, as a social norm, that should be disclosed, correct?
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Okay, so it sounds like, and I want to know if there's any disagreement on this panel, to the extent that Taylor Lorenz's critique, and we're going to eviscerate Taylor Lorenz's article in a second, so don't be worried about that. To the extent, and only to the extent that Taylor Lorenz's critique is, these people should have disclosed their income streams. I think everyone here, related to their content, again, putting forth like the de minimis limits, whatever you want to say those thresholds are. But I think $8,000 a month.
That must have been really disappointing. Look, I was in too much shock at the time. I was honestly fucking traumatized by all that. And it was just another, you know, I guess I was used to it by that time. I was kind of used to being, stabbed in the back by friends by that time. So I guess I didn't really notice that. And you know, it was also obvious to me too that he was doing what he was doing, or really not speaking against, you know, the people lying about me, out of concern for his family. So I never really blamed him for it.
The extent that some content creators were getting that, passes that. Do we all agree that that is something that should be disclosed?
I mean, I think like the general rule of thumb is probably to like err on the side of caution and like over disclose. Like you can't get in trouble for doing that, because I think that the problem here is like the appearance of the potential for like corrupt influence or something like that. You were talking to IRI. What do you think?
I say no. I'm sorry. I understand that it's for the greater good, but is it absolutely necessary? No, I don't think so. And I don't think, why should it change anything for people to disclose? What if there's a guy who comes in my channel and donates $1,000 a month? Should I disclose that?
Yeah, so I think the expectation, as I explained before, is one in which there's a contract. A contract is a meeting of the minds in which there's, you know, a mutual, you're mutually being bound by something. You know, a donation is a one-time thing. Perhaps there's some sort of social expectation.
It's a one-time thing, and it's right there. It's right there. The name of unless somehow you're able to anonymously, but then you wouldn't know who's donating to you, right?
But there's no formal requirement that to give some obligation back, right?
Right. It's not about like the legality, Pisco or IRA. I think what the issue is if it comes out and you've been hiding it this whole time, and it's from someone who would otherwise be someone that you are maybe disagreeing with, or you purport to agree or disagree with, and it's like, wait, are you doing this for money? Because you were hiding this. So now it comes into question your character and like what kind of content you make. Like, I understand that there is this sort of like social expectation of, hey, if the Democratic Party is giving you this much money, like, how do we know that you're going to hold them to account? Now, to be clear,
I think, the two cases are conflict of interest or the appearance of conflict of interest, right?
In this story specifically, a bunch of these people totally criticize the Democrats. People are trying to use the stories to say, like, this is why so many of these influencers won't criticize Israel when
and we'll get to that stuff.
Yeah, we'll get into that.
But I think it's like
James, I still think you're only looking at one axis of possible manipulation. I've been around the block a lot. I've seen a lot of different ways that people can be manipulated, and I'm telling you from experience, that's not the only one, right? Knowing the source of your money is not the only way that you can be manipulated.
Someone is paying you that much, like, and you are making videos about topics that, you know, specifically are downstream of those people's politics. You probably should say, like, by the way, these people give me money. Now, to be clear, people, and I really hate how misleading a lot of the reporting on this is, because everyone's like, yeah, all these creators getting $8,000 a month. Like, first of all, that was the cap. Second of all, there's a bunch of different things that people could be paid for. And my understanding is some people, something like David Pakman or BTC, I don't think they're getting paid $8,000 a month to just exist in this thing and go to these trainings. If anything,
BTC's not getting paid anything. I think they know that. I think somebody already said he's doing it for the love of the game. I would say that it's more than the love of the game, that the benefit that he's deriving from it is something else entirely. Again, somebody that's doing as well as BTC, like $8,000 extra a month isn't going to make that much of a difference. That's actually not that coercive for a guy like BTC. But he's not the one, I think, that's being coerced. He's the one that seems to be doing the coercing, right? And we've seen how the results of that coercing is a chorus of his PR talking point going out from, like, I don't know, 20 different streamers to defend him. He's now got 20 different streamers defending him, and the downstream effect of that is their stans are also going to defend him. So even though he and Pakman are getting torn up, I didn't even show you Pakman's comments, all right? But Pakman's got a full-on revolt on his hands. But yeah, this is the reason that it looks like it's controversial. It looks like there's it looks like there's a legitimate excuse for this shit, because they got so many people, reading from the same hymnal, singing in the same chorus.
Think they're helping and they're part of the mentorship program, right? And then you've got smaller creators that are getting paid a lot less to, hey, make some content like every week, make a short,
yeah, King of William. All right, Pisco, let's cut to the chase. Is there a lawyerly way we can weasel out of this?
You're improving your game. We're trying to.
Now, for the record, chat, I don't know that any of these guys are paid by Chorus. I suspect that Hutch might be, but I haven't seen confirmation of that. So I'm going to remain agnostic about this. As far as IRI and Soypill, I would assume that if any of them were being paid by Chorus, they would have mentioned that up front. Maybe. No, actually, I can't assume that, can I? I can't assume that because there are stipulations in the contract about how that information can be revealed. And the feeling I get is that unless like BTC or Chorus leadership give you the go-ahead, I don't think you're supposed to reveal anything.
Expand your ideas. Like, this is a widespread thing, and I don't know if you would have to disclose, like, hey, I'm part of a training program, right? Like, it really depends.
Yeah,
on
I'm
what
not
you're
saying
doing.
that. I just want to be clear about what I'm saying before IRA responds. Like, I'm not saying you disclose the amount. I'm not saying you disclose other contract terms. But the mere fact, if there's a formal relationship with the contract and mutual expectations, I'm not saying anything else about the article is accurate or true. I just think that there ought to be a social norm.
Yeah, good point. Mika's headphones says Guy would not disclose. He just argued he wouldn't need to.
IRA, I think that you would grant that. Like, if I were being paid thousands of dollars by Hasan Piker for the same kind of incubator program, that you would feel that I should disclose that. Because then people are going to say, well, the only reason he's not criticizing Hasan on global entry stuff or on this or that is because he's getting paid. And I think that that's something that you would expect.
Not necessarily. I think, because to me, it's like people are projecting what they think these creators are going to do with that money. And if Hasan's paying you to come on his show, Pisco, I trust you that you're going to stick to your guns and that you're going to give your true opinion. You're not going to be motivated by the money. You're just appreciate that he's paying you.
You see what we're relying on here? And this might actually be true for Pisco, maybe IRI, I don't know. I don't like relying on this shit, right? I don't like arguing. I don't like relying on the idea that we know Pisco, he's a good guy, he would never do anything untoward. We're going to give him the pass, right? Have as much conflict of interest as you want. We will assume that it's not going to affect your judgment, it's not going to affect your statements, when we know that shit like this can happen unconsciously. Easily, chat. What do you think the phrase boiling the frog is all about?
You for your time to be there, to give your opinion and be yourself. That's how I see it. So I don't know why Taylor went off on this thing about how, well, these people are doing this or that based on getting money. It's like you're projecting what you think you're capable of, not these guys. That's how I look at it.
So here's where I want to meet Pisco and Soypill like a little bit halfway and then push back at the same time. So like, I think the reason why the general practice to what Pisco and Soypill were saying should be to disclose is to avoid situations like this. Like, why are we even having a conversation about this right now? The second part about this, though, is that, to be clear, there was never any established deliverables. Now, a lot of people are having a difficult time wrapping their minds around that. And there's a lot of like conspiracy brain analysis going on in certain spaces about like, we'll put 2 and 2 together. What do you think they were given that money for? They explicitly described what the program is for. It's essentially like a scholarship program. The whole point of it, as Brian...
There's mutual binding, though.
Bro, it's like a scholarship. Bro, it's like a scholarship. You know what a scholarship is, right? That's a good thing. That's not a bad thing. That's not something you should have to disclose. Do I have to disclose to my classmates that I'm on a scholarship? And that, like, the donors to that scholarship might be affecting the things I say in class when I raise my hand? I don't know. This is silly. This is silliness from Hutch.
I'm not trying to say that there was a deliverable expectations in terms of specific content. I think that you're correct about that, and I think even Taylor acknowledged that. So I think that's what you're referring to, Hutch. And so I'm not, but I just want to be clear about what I mean, which is basically they're promising to use the Chorus News network. They're binding themselves in a formal contractual way. That's all I mean by that. That there are some restrictions in their conduct that is formalized in a contract, and there are mutual expectations, and they're mutual promises to be bound, which isn't the same kind of dynamic and just a one-off donation. That's all I mean. I know what you're referencing is it's not a one-for-one editorial control, one-for-one, money for content.
Yeah, not a quid pro quo. Yeah,
but that's all I meant.
And that's what he's implying when he starts talking about deliverables, with the implication being that this could be the only way that manipulation could occur.
In practice, though, there was never like a single instance where there was any kind of demonstrated influence on the content output. I think so just to put a finer point on it.
Yeah, it's a scholarship, says MAD5. It's like educational, bro. Come on. I feel like we need Zach from the Vanguard to do the bro. You know how Zach does that character where he's like, bro. It's educational, bro. Oh no, I'm sorry, it's Kyle. Isn't it Kyle that does that? I think I'm thinking of Kyle Kalinske. Bro, come on, bro.
Anytime there's like deliverables. So like if this group hired these or onboarded these smaller creators.
I believe that Hutch's deliverables are the ones that he's rolling between his fingers.
And then, gave them instructions about like what topics to cover and these sorts of things. In that instance, you would be legally obligated to disclose. In this particular arrangement, there is no legal obligation. Now, that being said, like I said, I think it probably should. If I was in the program, I think I probably would have said something. And to be clear, it doesn't look like they're
not would you should.
Okay. So he's there. There we have the closest thing to a denial, maybe that we're gonna get, right? In fact, I'm gonna take that as Hutch saying that he's not a chorus member. He was singing from the hymnal, all right, but he does that, chat. Trust me, Hutch does that all for the love of the game. I don't think he's getting paid. There we go. One question answered.
You, not would you, should people disclose?
Well, that's why we're having this conversation. I mean, I can see kind of both angles of this. Like, there's no, I think you're correct to point that the general best practice would be to disclose, just to avoid this kind of conversation. However,
to avoid conflict of interest or the appearance of conflict of interest, right? That's what we're talking about.
Obviously, people are taking the story and going in completely unfounded directions. Like it's a really mainstream narrative, and I don't even have to name any names, but pool of creators in the space that have collective millions of audience members are theorizing that these people were paid to be silent about Israel-Gaza and push the party line, and there's no evidence for this.
I don't think that, and that's not what Taylor was saying. She was talking about more of a future hypothetical situation. She was talking about more of a boiling the frog type situation, right? Currently, yes, there are members of Chorus that have called it a genocide, that have spoken up about what's going on in Gaza, and that have criticized the DNC. I am not disputing that, and neither did Taylor, if you actually read the article, which some people seem to. I don't know. Reading's hard, chat. Reading's hard.
Whatsoever. So that's something maybe we can unpack a little bit more.
I would prefer to just have Hasan do it for me.
IRI, you want
the subtitle? Do you understand where titles and subtitles come from, James? If I publish an article in the New York Times, are you going to hold me accountable for the title and the subtitle? Are you going to honestly, like that, like that's not how journalism works, right? You don't get to, unless you are so fucking huge, you do not get to you might be able to suggest a title. That's about the best you could hope for.
Wanted to continue there?
Well, I'm just building on what you're saying. I don't think these people that are being critical of the Chorus group care at all. I think they're just using it as something to push a false narrative. But where do you draw the line? What if you're banging somebody who's of a different political leaning, right? What if I'm banging a conservative? Do I have to reveal that to you guys? Because maybe I'm not being as harsh on MAGA because I'm banging some hot MAGA chick now.
What do you think, chat? There was a power couple. James, oh my god, what the fuck is his name? The Raging Cajun guy, James Carville, and Madeline. What the fuck was her name, chat? What the fuck is her name? Snarky. That sounds like some Ethan Klein shit there. Anyway, what was his wife's name? There was a Democratic operative for Bill Clinton who married a Republican. I think, was she like a Bob Dole advisor or something? Anybody remember who I'm talking about?
Oh, I mean, like, where do you draw the line on this
This
stuff?
is a funny example, but I unironically think that if you have a message and an idea that every time you're talking about how MAGA is this like baseless, immoral movement, and then it comes out that you've been keeping secret that you associate deeply with a specific MAGA person and are okay with that, and it goes against kind of what your values are, yeah, I would think that would be a similar thing in the same way that a lot of these left and lib left people probably say they want money out of politics, and this, if you don't really look too deep on what is actually happening, you just see, oh, they had money in politics here, they're getting paid to say things, looks a lot worse, and that's why I do think the article is a lot more misleading than people are letting on, because that's not really what's happening. It's not like it's like, here's 10 grand, kid, now go say Biden is cool and hip, you know, like that's not what was going on. It was, hey, we want to promote these creators, we're going to give you money to, you know, establish yourself more. Now, the only thing that I have seen is there was like, hey, if you're going to interact with or comment on a politician or topic using our money specifically, run it by us first. Not you can't do it. Just, hey, if I'm going to give you 10 grand because I'm trying to promote left-wing creators, and then out of nowhere you use my 10 grand to go do like some tour where you talk shit about every single DNC and say they're all awful and subvert exactly the reason this money
and
was
that could be
fundraised
campaign
for.
finance related compliance too. So about
It 100% is.
Yeah.
It 100% is. Yeah.
Because these are non-taxable entities, and so electioneering communications, there's restrictions on specific electioneering communication. That doesn't mean any ideological communication. I see some confusion there. So I think some of these contractual provisions range from
the subtitle, an initiative aimed at boosting the Democrats' online influencers up to $8,000 a month and to push the party line. And all they have to do is keep it secret and agree anyway. I think that subtitle is reductive. I think I can't actually say whether this is true or not, because it's speculative and it's reductive. Yes, this is what could go wrong. This is the harm that could happen. Has the harm happened yet? You know, it's a statement of like intention, right? But again, do you understand how titles get written? Have you had experience in journalism? Because you don't have to be like not understanding who decides on the title. How an article goes up in a major publication does not mean that you're stupid. You know, I could say that it implies a certain degree of ignorance, but in the same way that, you know, that somebody might be ignorant about the specs of a microphone, the microphone that I'm using right now, right? Am I going to call somebody stupid for not knowing this is a dynamic mic? No. Are they ignorant of very commonly used microphones in podcasting? Yes, it's an SM7B. Of course, yeah, it's fucking dynamic. I think you're taking it too personal.
Being careful.
And again, like, this is a warning, right? That is a red flag of some kind of parasocial phenomenon at work, right? As is the assumption that that you know somebody and they're just not like that, and you're just going to believe them and not actually engage with the actual, you know, what she did and did not say, right? Because there's a lot of words being put in her mouth. There's a lot of straw manning that's going on. There's a lot of arguments being refuted that aren't actually anything that Taylor Lorenze is saying. And it's not just you, James. It's not just you.
Characterized completely wrongly in the sense that like they're there for compliance purposes or being, you know, subject.
But you are kind of Course's strongest soldier in the chat right now. So, you know, go on just with the knowledge that it could provoke another feeding frenzy like what happened earlier. And you know, I don't know how much you want to go through that again.
To the direct usage of the funds, which I think is totally fine, and everyone understands the brand and reputational risk associated with, like, you know, your funds being used in a smear ad against something that the Course is like not opposed to, and then or being like totally misconstrued you know, in the case of the disclosure provision. So I agreed with you on the characterization there, but I do want to address what IRI said head on, which is this kind of...
Yeah, James, there's being ignorant, right? Which is actually a more charitable interpretation of what I was seeing. And there's playing ignorant, which implies bad faith. And I wouldn't jump to that assumption with anyone.
Like, where does it end, the disclosure stuff? I think that there are absolutely some personal relationships, perhaps, that in context would be the kind of thing that you should disclose for sure. If you take a certain position, for example, like let's say that you take a position that, you know, all illegal immigrants should be deported, and then all of a sudden, you know, you're having sex with an illegal immigrant, or you're one of these people who like is against gay people and think that gay marriage should be outlawed, and you know, you're not disclosing the fact that you in fact are having sex with a gay person and you are gay yourself. I think that there are certain situations, you know, I can't define them all in which maybe disclosure would make sense, but just because I can't put a fine line on where exactly.
If you're going to treat the contract, if you're going to treat the Zoom call, and you're going to treat the group chat as a black box, which we cannot possibly know the contents of because Taylor Lorenze did not make those things public for reasons that she explained, for reasons that I tried to relay to you, right? I don't know what the alternative, you know, to that is, right? That somehow that there is a lack of the ability to apply deductive reasoning, right? If you're demanding that in just such a like you know why she can't come forward with that stuff. You understand if I'm talking down to you indeed, then you should understand why journalists can't reveal all their information and why the absence of us seeing the contract does not allow the Brian Tyler Cohens of the world to, you know, play fast and loose with what might be in there, accuse her of lying by putting words in her mouth that she never said, and then saying, there we go, debunked, right? That's bad faith. And I would go one step further. It's motivated reasoning, right? And look, that's the other thing that inductive logic can be. If it's not parasociality, if it's not unconscious, the other alternative is that it's motivated fucking reasoning, and you're perfectly aware of it, right? And I'm not trying to make that I'm not throwing that accusation around at a random chatter.
The disclosure is required, but that's making the perfect the enemy of the good and saying just because I can't.
I'm sorry, James. That's deflective. That's deflection. That's not. I think you have deduction mixed up with deflection. With that statement, my deductive reasoning is that I want to win elections, and we've done more harm to the side that's fighting with ours. That is deflecting. You are changing the subject, and I think that everyone in here knows exactly why. All right.
Find the contours perfectly around what should be disclosed, that therefore we should never have any disclosure ever. And I think that when we're dealing with this kind of thing, money, the exchange of money, that is like in the core of what people expect for disclosure. They expect it for FARA when it's like some foreign money coming in at bare minimum. And I think a social norm for money changing hands in political commentary domestically, that should be expected.
Well, again, what does it do though? Like, and again, I think Soypill pointed out a great point that it's up to 8,000. I guarantee there's 3 people out of 90 that are getting 8,000. The rest of them are getting $1,200 a month. People are acting like this is game-changing money for most of the creators. It's probably not. And so, you know, they're just getting a little bit of help to show up and get some instructions on how to post stuff and some ideas and, you know, how to set up an LLC. Like, I don't know, man. To me, it's like, it's just like going to some sort of business school for a little bit or something.
So no disclosure ever? You don't think that there should be a social norm of disclosure no matter how much money in any situation?
I'm just trying to think of the positives. Like, is it going to make anyone feel better about the situation if you disclose this? I don't.
It's basically Skillshare for libs. Yeah. What's your problem? It's just Skillshare.
No, like I saw what happened.
Do you not? Are you against education? Do you not believe in education? Do you not want leftist creators to learn and share knowledge share what works on YouTube with each other?
Progressive Victory when I was involved in that, and people just went.
You need a dark money group to be able to do that, to share knowledge. You need a dark money group to fund you. That's the only way that you can possibly do something like that.
Insane, thinking the worst things ever, and it did nothing of value if you disclosed or didn't disclose.
What the fuck is that?
Well, in some cases, like with Progressive Victory, there were some like disclosures that people should have been doing, but like you're right about the conspiracy stuff.
Are they playing music? What the fuck was that?
Situation if you disclose this, I don't know. Like I saw what happened with Progressive Victory when I was involved in that, and people just went insane thinking the worst things ever, and it did nothing of value if you disclosed or didn't disclose.
Well, in some cases, like with Progressive Victory, there were some like disclosures that people should have been doing, but like you're right about the conspiracy stuff. Like I get people in my mentions now, like every day by the dozens, that are accusing me of being paid by Destiny. They're calling it the Destiny Pack. So they're theorizing.
Hutch, you're not getting paid in money by Destiny. You're getting paid in ego points, all right? Your concurrent viewer count is vastly different than what it would be had you not been involved with Destiny. All right? That's not a payment, but it's also not nothing. That being said, I don't know. I don't want to make too many assumptions about Hutch and Destiny. Maybe he's does anybody know? Has he distanced himself from Destiny? Somebody said that he said, what was it? Like, was he the guy that said like maybe Destiny could be okay in like 5 years or something? I don't know. But you got to understand, right? If somebody called me a Destiny orbiter, okay, obviously that's not true, but I wouldn't like, I don't know. I would know where it comes from. I'd be like, okay, you saw me talk to Destiny about Demon Mama. You know, I disagreed with them and whatever, but you know, you're saying like, right, if I was defending Destiny, I guess that would be like a reasonable deduction to draw, right? But it's a little different with Hutch. It's a little different when you've appeared with him multiple times, when you're a recurring character in the Destiny cinematic universe, and yeah, even if you do remove yourself from Destiny, just like Pisco, it's going to take a little while to wash that stink off.
I think the whole thing was funded by Destiny, and that it was like a Zionist operation. So they're saying that we were paid by Destiny to do Israeli propaganda, which Progressive Victory had fucking nothing to do with Israel, and they collaborated with Destiny, I think, twice on canvassing events. Like he wasn't like funding the whole operation. That was their logic, was like they didn't want to like force people to disclose. And then if you have some small creator, you know, we all saw like the backlash to this and the conspiracy theories that went wild based on absolutely nothing. So, I mean, I'm sympathetic to the argument that like, because they're not legally required to disclose because there are no deliverables, then I'm sympathetic to the idea of like protecting smaller creators as being a part of this thing. It kind of makes sense. Like they're going after them like really fucking hard right now.
And I just want to add that when
okay, look,
start making enough money that this stuff seems like it has any impact, then I'll start making noise about, hey, we should disclose this or that. But most creators are barely making it, barely survive.
Look, I mean, if there are, if people are taking this shit out on the content creators, like the smaller TikToks, you know, the TikTokers and stuff on, and I don't think that's right. You know, I don't like them killing the messenger with Taylor Lorenze. I don't like them, you know, propagating the chorus PR talking points about that. But there's a difference between somebody that has been manipulated, maybe even without realizing it, and the person doing the manipulation. Most of my smoke is going to be towards the person doing the manipulation. I think if that's true, that's fucked up. I do suspect, though, that the degree to which people are going after the chorus creators is being a little bit exaggerated here, right? People are going after Taylor Lorenze, right? People are repeating literal right-wing smears from the likes of Tucker Carlson, who, contrary to Brian Tyler Cohen's lie, Tucker is not Taylor's friend. Tucker has put her fucking life in danger.
When creators start making enough money that this stuff seems like it has any impact, then I'll start making noise about, hey, we should disclose this or that. But most creators are barely making it.
Oh my God, classic Twitch poll argument. Hey man, we're so small, what we do doesn't matter anyway. Why are you on me about conflict of interest, man? It's too small to care about. What do you think, we're huge creators here? What do you got, an ego?
Surviving. So I trust that they're not going to have their views changed by some organization trying to give them a little help with the business side of things. I mean, maybe I'm naive, I don't know, but it's just like, to me, people need all the help they can get. Why are we trying to put rules on it?
If they're so small that this money could be the make or break between whether or not they're able to make more content, don't you think that would give them more of an incentive to agree with whoever's giving them money rather than the people who don't need it, right? Like,
good point, Soy Pill.
Like, I think the problem is when it's like, hey, you're an independent creator, and it's like, hey, I'll give you this money, just don't say this thing. I'm not saying this is what happened, but this is what people are worried about, especially for the smaller creators, because the smaller creators are the one who have more, vulnerabilities.
There's the appearance of that kind of impropriety being possible, but that
kind of conflict of interest. I love how they're dancing around this concept without actually saying the word.
But that should lead people to think like, okay, well, we have the names of, what was it, like, I don't know, 12 to 15 people that were either named in the article or came out afterwards. Like, there's plenty of content on their feeds to sort of browse through. Is there any evidence that these people were, super pro-Palestinian or were sounding the alarm about Gaza, and then they joined this program and then that stopped? Like, is there any actual evidence that they were swayed in one direction or another? Like, no.
Yeah, there's like the one thing they keep throwing around, Hutch, is like, what's her name?
Again, if we were trying to damn these people and cancel these people and ruin any chance of them ever having a career as leftist content creators, that would be a reasonable argument, right? That you need proof. You need to see that they are doing a quid pro quo, which is Hutch's standard, right? I think the standard is different when we're talking about not the manipulated, but the manipulators, which is what I'm talking about. And I hope it's what other people are doing as well. Because again, you should be able to understand to a small content creator, $8,000 waved in front of your nose is so hard to turn down. So, like, guys, life-changing money, chat. That's more than 4 times my fucking income. All right. And, for all I know, some of these creators might be smaller than me. Yeah, it's life-changing money. And so I don't blame the, creators as much as I do the people that are setting this up. And I think the people that are really benefiting from this, right? And we've seen how that works. Brian Tyler Cohen is able to, spout bullshit. Money talks and bullshit walks.
Liviana or whatever, it said Alyssa Slotkin is cool. She's one of my favorite Democrats. And it's like, I can maybe you could purport that is the reason why she said that, but in my experience, when you hang out with a lot of really involved people and you get to know them and they talk to you on a personal level and explain their politics, it's like, I like this.
Hold on, wait, hold on. I want to jump in. This is like social media echo chamber shit. The idea that somebody can't organically like Alyssa
I'm agreeing. I'm saying it's stupid.
Oh, okay. I thought you were letting credence to that.
No, I'm saying look, it's like I say that I like Rokana now, and that's not as organic as I just read his platform on Wikipedia. I got the opportunity to go along with his campaign and see the inner working.
M85, come on. Basically, their argument. Yeah, no, I think it's actually come on, bro.
And talk to him on a one-on-one basis, and I'm like, yeah, I think this guy's got his finger on the pulse. I like his politics, but the exact same thing could happen for an Alyssa Slotkin when someone like Oliviana or whatever, I forgot how to pronounce her name, is
Oliviana or Olivia Juliana, is that her name?
Hanging out with the Biden and going to the White House, and it's like, yeah, of course she's gonna start liking these people more. So it's not like they're paying her to say Alyssa Slotkin is cool. I think that's kind of absurd.
Sorry, go ahead.
Just to answer your question, Pisco, if you're being sponsored by a campaign or by an organization to promote their message, yes, you should disclose that.
Okay.
But if you're just getting paid to get help with your content,
Infallible, super chatted $5. I don't want to be combative, but people should look into the sources themselves. Chorus has donated to Justice Dems, so it's not strictly libs ****.
Okay, Infallible, you're making a good point, and I have said as much. If you're just getting here for the stream and you're really, you know, there is, yeah. I've pointed out that Chorus is, or that even an organization, even the dark money group behind Chorus, 1630, has some objectively good policy positions, right? That's not the problem. And you're right, it's not strictly libs. Right. I've also pointed out that there are creators within Chorus who have called it a genocide, who have called out the Democratic Party, and who are doing good work. But that actually doesn't make it better. That makes it worse. To be folded into Brian Tyler Cohen's PR op when you are a content creator standing on the right side of history, when it's been very hard to do, that's even more of a tragedy. Yeah, no, I agree.
I don't think you need to tell everybody that.
Interesting. So it's not, if there's sponsored content, whether it's organizational or whether it's related to a campaign, so it's the link between the specific content and what you're
and the
producing as a
deliverable
product and the deliverable. That's where the disclosure. Okay,
Yeah, you're legally obligated to in that spot. If there's any kind of deliverable, you have to disclose that.
Like, if anybody's claiming that every Chorus creator out there is a shitlib, that is incredibly reductive, right? I mean, one would assume that that's going to be the slant of the overall organization, but we've seen some notable exceptions to that. And again, like I said, getting folded into BTC's you know, PR operation when he's straight up lying. We caught him just lying. Just, there's no doubt about it. I tried to be good faith about it. I tried to be like, well, maybe he's not lying. Maybe he is just leading his audience to a false conclusion in a slippery way. That's not exactly the same thing as lying. No, he said that Taylor Lorenze was friends. He said that Candace Owens and Taylor Lorenze were fucking friends. All right? Based on a chimped clip. Based on a horribly, you know, out of context clip of Candace Owens saying that she appreciates Taylor's honesty because she, like, you know, Taylor is 10 toes down, you know, pro-COVID prevention protocols. A lot of Dems won't even talk about COVID anymore because they think it's a losing issue, right? Candace Owens said she appreciates that Taylor Lorenze is upfront about her, you know, she continues to mask, she continues to care, she continues to advocate for you know, things that would reduce the spread of COVID or any pandemic. That's what Candace Owens was saying, is that she's fucking useful for PR, right? She wasn't saying that she actually is friends with her. And this is what Brian Tyler Cohen lied to you about, straight up. There's no getting around it. I tried to be as good faith as I possibly could, right? Because there was a lot that he said that was deceptive, that I think was dishonest, but was not an outright lie. That shit right there, beyond the pale. I will never trust that guy again, all right? That's a lie, and I'm going to say he knows it's a lie.
I'm not sure about that. Like, I know that there's like consumer financial stuff of disclosures and things you have to put like ads and shit. But, you know, I don't know how much I can stretch this, guys. Like, if I'm getting paid for a
message talks, money walks,
like an influencer, like incubator by Daily Wire, and they're paying me $8,000 a month to give, and I have that financial relationship. I think, again, I'm not saying there's some legal imposition. I'm not even saying we should get all bent out of shape about it and like not support Chorus anymore because of this mistake. I think it is a mistake. I'm just saying, like, I think I should disclose that, man. I mean, that's a lot of money. And I think that the audience has a right to know And when I say right to know, I don't mean legal right to know, but that it's good for lib content creators and for us generally in the media space to be upfront about that stuff. And
yeah. I mean, the worst lie is that Tucker is friendly with her or is friends with her, right? That's even worse than the implication about Candace Owens, because not only in that clip did Tucker Carlson disagree with Candace Owens saying that she appreciated or she thought that Taylor was honest, right? Not only did he disagree, right, with her in that clip, but Tucker Carlson has conducted a hate campaign against Taylor Lorenze. Like, Tucker Carlson has done things that put her fucking life at risk. It is crazy, chat. That's like saying that, I don't know. I'm trying to think of like the analog, like, that's like finding a Loner Box clip where he says that he appreciates how honest I am about calling, you know, what Israel's doing in genocide, in Gaza, a genocide, because it makes it easier for him to argue that I'm an anti-Semite, right? Like if he was interpreting me calling a genocide as anti-Semitism, and he said he appreciates my honesty because it's much easier to put me in my box than, right? That would be like saying that, oh yeah, she's friends with Lonerbox. Anybody that knows me, anybody that knows Lonerbox, anybody that knows the history between us knows that I am the furthest thing possible from a friend to Lonerbox, right? I would assume that I think the difference between like the hatred between Taylor Lorenze and Tucker Carlson is orders of magnitude greater than the hatred that Lonerbox has for me or the disdain that I have for him, right? That is a crazy thing to say.
And then people can like judge for themselves.
Her parents were both swatted multiple times. Yeah, because of Tucker's fucking hate mob. Yeah, exactly.
They trust, you know, IRI or Pisco or Hutch, given that financial relationship. But it's the same kind of shit I think that we would look when we look at the Trump administration. Do you trust Trump to be impartial when he gets the Qatari airplane, or when all these people are sending him basically legalized bribe to the crypto stuff, in some cases illegal stuff? No, I mean, we all understand that money's a little different, and how money influences people, that there's a potential for bias there, and I'm totally fine saying that there should be a social norm in disclosing that. If it bears on content at all or relates to content at all, I can't define the exact scope of when that turns into a mandated disclosure ethically, but I just think that there's some duty there.
But Pisco, you maybe buried the lead a little bit there by saying it was a mistake. What didn't they disclose? Did they not disclose their part of Chorus? Did Chorus not say they gave them a stipend? Like,
I don't know for each creator. I think that they disclose that they're associated with Chorus, and to the extent that Taylor is accusing them of not doing so and just generally secretive, I think that is a distortion, and that's wrong, and that's part of this, what I take to be the disingenuous attack on Chorus. So I think that they were disclosing the relationship with the entity, but of course that's not a disclosure of financial compensation or you know.
Bad Lefty says, well played, Irene. Almost a Sam Cedar level analogy. Yeah, I feel like the Sam Cedar analogy would be saying that, finding a clip of saying, well, at least Sam is, I appreciate how honest Sam is, right? And being like, yeah, look at that. I don't like people who are friends with Tim Pool, Sam Cedar. It's fucking crazy. Yeah, Sam Cedar, Tim Pool is probably an even better comparison than Irene Lonerbox.
Some kind of award. And so I do think that there's an additional obligation specifically to disclose that you're making money, and there might have even, I haven't seen a denial of this, contractual language to the effect of you're not allowed to disclose that you're part of the program or getting money. Again, not the same thing as being forbidden from being told about the association, or sorry, from telling about the association with Chorus itself. But I do think that there's, again, I don't want to spend so much time focusing on it because I think that this should be an easy thing to agree on. Maybe not, that you should disclose that you're getting paid additionally to the associational relationship.
Well, let's dive into the particulars of the article that we take issue with. I'll kick off. Like the most egregious thing in that article for me was actually in the subheading.
In Sue Fairy Dust, B says Tucker is another down low. Is possibly on the down low, huh?
The subheading, she said essentially that these creators were paid to.
Yeah, he did have a strangely homoerotic segment on. It wasn't like Fox. Fox gave him like when Tucker was on Fox. There was some kind of weird thing where they did like, I don't know, they had him produce content, right? It wasn't the Tucker show. It wasn't his nightly show, but it was like something else. And yeah, it was all this stuff about like guys getting their balls tanned, like tanning their balls to increase their testosterone production or something. Like, you're not a plant, bro. You're not doing photosynthesis with your balls, all right? You're not getting testosterone from the motherfucking sun. Like, Apollo is not shining his he's not radiating his masculine energy down on your balls.
So the
Fox Online, thank you. That's what it was, yeah.
Party line. Like, that was the thing that I felt was the...
Wait, did I see the article about Mike Johnson was discovered to be on Grindr? Is this confirmed? Wow.
Most disingenuous.
I mean, I guess it doesn't surprise. It does. Yeah, it wouldn't be. Yeah, perineum sunning.
And malicious aspect of that reporting, because, you know, she might say she was looking at the contract. You know, she reached out to various creators, and I don't think any of them agreed to speak with her before this. Now
they were warned by the organization not to speak with her, right? She talked to someone, they talked to Chorus. Chorus put out the word, do not talk to this woman. She means us ill, right?
Now, she had written an article previously.
Sunning the balls works, what, for testosterone?
And some of these creators had expressed kind of shock with the way that she was framing things before. So I'm really not really sure why they didn't want to speak with her or give her any kind of comment. But if she would have looked into, like, I know there's like 90 creators, but it's like your job. If she would have like looked into these creators' feeds.
I don't know that she has the names of all 90 creators. Do we have any indication of that?
She would have seen that there were many of these creators were not keeping it a secret. And there were plenty of creators that were.
Again, I don't think she implied that there was some strict like vow of silence,
speaking out against
the as far as I understand, the contract stipulates that without prior approval, that they have to run this kind of stuff through the leadership,
the Democratic Party and Israel specifically. There was one creator.
What good is the sun if I can't photosynthesize? Good point.
It was like so intense. Like, there was one creator, I can't remember her name, but she was basically
featured on the page too.
Yeah,
right?
She was featured on their website, and she basically was like calling the Democratic Party like complicit in genocide.
Yeah, I pointed that out. I've been very upfront about this, chat. I'm not trying to, ignore aspects about Chorus that are inconvenient to my argument or that make the truth a little bit more complicated. But I don't. My analysis of the situation is that doesn't make it better. That makes it worse. If they were all, Hasbro bots, what harm is coming from that? They're already, it's just a Hasbro. It's just like a Hasbro organization paying content creators for content that they like. The thing that makes it fucked up, the thing that makes it manipulative, is that they've looped in people that are not on in agreement with Pakman, for instance, about Israel Palestine.
And if this was really a program that was meant to incentivize people with a wink, wink, nudge, nudge to just like push the party line, there's no explainable, no plausible reason why someone like her.
Again, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I think wink, wink, nudge, nudge implies more complicity than certainly than I am assuming, and I would think that than Taylor is implying.
Not only in the program, but as Soypill said, her face was on the website. Like, she was featured on the website. I'm curious, what were some of your problems with the article? Everybody on the panel.
Chat, when does Steel Ball Run come out? We need to watch that on Discord. When Steel Ball Run comes out, oh my god. I think it's like this winter, right?
Well, I think just in principle, it seems like the narrative that people are.
I'm sorry, people got me thinking about balls and like, you know, masculine exuberance and two cowboys riding horses across the country.
Taking away from it is, like you said, something that's not true, which is people were being paid to say things that they wouldn't otherwise say, or being tailored in their content and restricted in ways that would otherwise kind of suggest impropriety. And I have yet to see evidence of that. I have yet to see this kind of like, this person changed their
Hutch picking his nose is annoying you. No, I noticed it the last time we watched him, right? Not only picking, but also rolling and flicking, right? At times. At least we haven't seen any, he's not doing a Nick Fuentes, right? I haven't seen him put anything in his mouth.
Opinion. This person was not allowed to make content on this. That's the thing that I think would really upset me. I think Taylor has since kind of clarified, or maybe, I don't know if you want to call it a walk back, but on Twitter said it's about not saying that you got money from 1630, which is like the fund that paid Chorus to then pay, who then paid these stipends to these creators. But I don't even know if these creators know anything about 1630. They just know they signed up with Chorus to make stuff. So it's like, why do they have to then look at who's funding the nonprofit? Like, why do, like, that part to me is just like not on the creators at all. If you want to criticize Chorus for not disclosing that, maybe, but like,
sad shriveled long gun. That's a ball I will not be putting in my mouth, chat.
Yeah, I just don't see like what the ultimate like thing anyone
it's too dry. It's too dry. It's
mad about, considering there's so many programs like this, and as far as I can tell, no one is saying any lies or tailoring their message. But
wait, does Irene have sexy neighbors? I have one. I should say this very quietly because he's right across the hallway, right across the hall from me. But damn, yeah, I've got one. I got one neighbor that there's no way that this guy's natty. This guy, there's no fucking way that he's got a physique like that without some special sauce, without a regiment.
It does seem like it's part of this narrative of, hey, the Democratic Party lost 2024 because they wouldn't be critical of Gaza. They don't have their finger on the pulse. They don't know how to do influencer ground game. They're struggling now to find.
And again, they're concentrating on the wrong thing. Like, even if you think that like somehow this is a benefit of the to the Democrats, right? If you think that playing the Republicans' game with dark money is going to help them, you need to understand they're using this shit to try to control independent content creators, to control social media, rather than changing their policies, which would get them more support from independent content creators and the base in general, right? They're control freaks. This is the only thing that they know. They can't fathom like anything that lets the Democrats get out of the fact that they need to change their policies. They need to change their rhetoric. They need to, if they never again say, we got the most lethal army in the world. That's fucked up, all right? That's not helping you. Nobody's looking for Diet Evil or Diet Dr. Evil what is that? Diet Dr. Pepper, Diet Dr. Oh, the guy from Austin Powers. Anyway, chat. Nobody's looking for Diet Evil, right? If they want evil, they got the Republican Party. They can go for full calorie evil, right? They seem to think that there is a lane open that is just not open. That there is a Liz Cheney voter. There is not. There is not a Liz Cheney. It would be convenient for them to satisfy their donors if there was a Liz Cheney voter that they could appeal to, if there was still just like there's a whole bunch of wine moms out in the suburbs and they love Liz Cheney, and they want to kick some of the immigrants out. They believe that some of the immigrants are raping and murdering. I don't know. This is hurting the Democratic Party. This is not actually helpful.
The Joe Rogan of the left, they're spending $20 million to like reach out to young men.
You can't astroturf this shit, and they keep on trying.
And this is just another story that fits into that narrative of, and they're dumping all this money in to secretly fund creators to say what they want to spread their message because they're not authentic. And that's why I think,
holy shit, chat, this is an absurdly long stream. I just realized.
I think it's resonating with the Taylor Lorenze and Hasan crowd, but it doesn't really fit I don't think it's checks out. I think it's just nothing.
I just want to react to just one comment that I'm seeing from Bad
Enchilada. I don't know who that chatter is, but great name. Chat. For my own good and the good of the viewers, I feel like I have to move to the Sam Cedar content, the Tim Pool content, all right? This is the other thing that you voted for. I don't know how much. I'm guessing there's like at least 15 minutes left of this debate, if you want to call it that. I don't think the debate, I think that the Tim Pool, the Tim Pool apology to Sam Cedar, we need to watch that and finish it, and then I need to sign off, because otherwise I am going to miss another stream tomorrow. And I've already missed 3 streams this week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, all because I was confused about how a motherfucking e-visa works, how you book a, how you book getting a Vietnamese e-visa through an agency. I was totally confused. And it's a good thing I hesitated, because I at first thought that I was booking for when I want my visa to start. If I had booked this for Sunday, chat, I would probably be screwed. I would probably not get my e-visa in time. And when I got to the airport, they would not let me on that plane. I wouldn't even get on the plane, chat. We're not even talking about getting turned around and sent back to Thailand. We're talking about not even getting on the plane. So, yeah, I mean, I guess I needed to take some days off to figure that out. I did figure that out. And I got my e-visa now, but yeah, I missed 3 streams already. I don't want to miss a 4th this week. I try to take at most 2 days off per week. Sometimes that doesn't happen because of visa stuff I have to do, but yeah, let's just, enough apologizing.
Sarah super chatted $19.99. Travel Insurance Fund Part 2.
Yo, thank you, Sarah. Thank you so much. That was really nice of you. And yes, I will, in fact, I might look that up right after I get off stream tonight. Yeah, whoa, look at that. 276. Amazing. All right, let's watch the Tim Pool apology video. And look, I'm ready. If we do hit 300, I will be ready to cover one other topic. But
I'd like to formally apologize to Sam Cedar.
Aww. Chat, is Tim Pool a sweetie? Do you think he's realized the error of his ways? Do you think he's gonna apologize to Emma too? I'm sorry I called you a pedophile, Emma. That was really wrong. That was really inappropriate of me. I'm sorry I participated in your blackballing, Sam. That was really wrong of me.
Sam, I'm so sorry for hurting your channel, and it's
hurting your channel. What is he talking about, Tim? You're obviously a net benefit to Sam's channel.
It's rough, but I want you to know that I sincerely mean this. That because I was sick for the past 3 weeks and you didn't have any videos to make, your views are down and your subscriber count is down. And it's all true.
It may be true, but like, is this the flex that you think it is? You're saying, you're flexing the fact that Sam is farming your ass, Tim.
All true. He's down 5 million views for August because I was out for 3 weeks. He didn't make a single video about me for 4 weeks because I wasn't here. And without me here, he just couldn't do it, could he? What up, loser? Welcome to the first video on...
Yeah, that's right, Tim. He's the loser. He's the loser, not the guy that lost his own SEO to Sam Cedar, because Sam Cedar is making more interesting videos about Tim Pool than Tim Pool, not because nobody wants to listen to Mr. Tenet Media. I thought Edward Gregorian was a real guy. Mr.
Tim Pool.
Mr. Ukraine is our enemy. They're our enemy, right? This is that guy.
Channel. Shout out to YouTube for giving
That's not the loser.
Channel, which I never had, but now we do. And
okay, so let's look at this. At Tim Pool, right? This is a new thing. I believe the other channels are like, yeah, Tim Pool Show is the name of it. The at of this is at, it should say it somewhere, right? Where does it say it? I don't know. It says it somewhere. Look, if we go to maybe this, it'll say it. Yeah, it's a new channel for Tim Pool. Apparently someone else had at Tim Pool, and he badgered YouTube to give him the to take the ad away, make them like at Tim Pool 123, and now he's at Tim Pool. Now he's the original. He's got 3 videos on this, one supporting PBD and the Jubilee thing that he got embarrassed of. We haven't watched this yet, Chad. I forgot about this. Was really funny watching PBD get washed by a bunch of anti-capitalists. Scammers attack YouTuber, catching crooks in Paris gone wrong. And of course, Tim Pool issues formal apology to Sam Cedar. This is his second best performing video at 97K, right behind the PBD Glaze. Look at that. He's a PBD orbiter now, chat. How the mighty have fallen. How the mighty have fallen.
I'm going to make just whatever videos I feel like making whenever I feel like making them. And, you know, the goal is, in the long run, to win back my own SEO. Because none of my channels are actually Tim Pool. It's like Timcast or The Culture War, Timcast News, or IRL. Everyone else who says my name but me, you search for me, you get them. I was like Sam Cedars.
Chat? This is Tipster's problem. Do you remember when Tipster had this problem? Now, Tipster has since, I'm going to say, Tipster's got a lot more respect now than he did before. He apologized for the Lowly Hill stuff. I don't know if he apologized for the Keffels shit, but Keffels isn't around anymore. Like people low-key kind of like Tipster now, for whatever reason, right? But Tipster had this problem where his channel was doing in the single digits of, you know, like he'd do like, you know, 5K views on his better videos. And people that did videos about Tipster were getting in the hundreds of thousands. Even though his channel was huge, Tipster was like over 100,000 subs, right? He's Tipster. Oh my God, chat. I did not think here. I'm going to have to, you're making me bring up Discord, right? Tipster's got a bit of a redemption arc. Yeah, I'd say so. Did Sam Cedar take the money? No, this is bonus content that you're into the fun half. One car. This is the fun half. We are now we've left the free half, and you are now in the fun half. Due to the generous donations of viewers just like you. James Hansen not having the Tipster redemption arc. Look, I'm not saying I like Tipster. I'm not saying Tipster is good. I'm not saying I won't make fun of Tipster in the future. SEO. Okay, so we're talking about, it sounds like he's saying SEO, Emily French, but he's actually saying SEO, search engine optimization, right? So what he means is when you search Tim Pool, you're low-key more likely to come up with a Sam Cedar video about Tim Pool than a Tim Pool video. And this was the issue that Tipster had. You were muted for 30 minutes? I do that all the time. I accidentally leave myself on mute. And then people in chat have to tell me I'm muted. What are we doing? Oh yeah, Discord. And oh my God, come on. Come on. Chat, if we're gonna talk about Tipster, we gotta remember the, oh my God, I gotta like let people into the Discord. People are wanting to get into the Discord. There you go. There you go. Wait. I see like 2 people of the same name. I let one of Omega Magic. I let one of you in. I'm not sure what the other account is. If you let me know that that's also your account, I'll let it in as well. Let me see. What am I doing here? Discord. And let's go. All right, so we're talking about Tipster again, chat.
Oh shit, oh shit.
That's right, Tipster, yeah. Tipster, if you don't remember, he's the guy that says,
Cheers, my dude. Love ya. No homo.
well, he's popping open a beer, right? So yeah, that's our friend Tipster.
It's a great example. That's why I want to shout out Sam. But it's also Red Bar, who made this video and is talking about Sam Cedar. I'm going to play the video for you. It's funny.
That's right. You remember.
Shout out.
That's right, or else ellipsis. You remember. Tipster is, if you don't know who Tipster is the Nicholas Diorio for the gays, right? Just like Nicholas Diorio is the, wait, what was the thing? Oh my God, chat. There's so many memes. And I've like forgotten all of them.
Here you go.
I thank you. I appreciate it.
Hey, yeah, no problem. Thank you.
But what can you do with this information?
What is bro smoke? What is bro smoking, chat? This is the Red Bar guy. I don't know much about this guy. I've seen him shit on Ethan Klein, and it looks like we're about to see him shit on. See, I've never seen a guy with that much gray wear long sleeves. This is kind of new. Do we still have the Dingus Gambit? Yes, we do. We do. We very much have the Dingus Gambit. It's all there for you on Discord, chat. Anytime you go into my Discord, I'm talking about NCC. We probably need to put up some sound bites on Weasel Cord too. I don't think I've done anything in that regard. But yeah, anytime you go in the VC on the Discord, you too can use all of the sound bites that I use because they're all on the soundboard on Discord.
Want Tim Pool's name out of your goddamn mouth.
Yo, what is this? Or else ellipsis? Red Bar is a hater. He shits on everyone. Apparently not Tim Pool. Apparently, just like it's no longer cool to hate on Tipster, I guess it's no longer cool. Hating on Tim Pool has jumped the shark, and Red Bar is letting us know.
Tim Pool is up here. You
sir.
are all the way down in the
Wow.
Okay. You ever heard anyone say that? Let me guess.
You ever heard anyone say
Dingus Gambit? Tim Pool's beanie. How wonderful. How thoughtful. Let me guess.
I mean, the beanie is low-hanging fruit, right? We all know why he wears the beanie, chat, is that he has a son. His son is a little baby, and he keeps that little baby on top of his head. And because he wants to take his kid to work, but he puts the beanie over it so that the kid's not getting exposed to, media, right? It's a way to take his kid to work without, putting his kid on film, right? We all know why he wears the beanie.
You hate Tim Pool. You want to make fun of Tim?
He looks like an 80s surfer.
Pool, I'm going to make fun of you the same way you treat Tim Pool.
See how you like it, Sam.
Okay. Sound good? I am.
I'm kind of liking this, chat. I feel like we should. What do you think, chat? Is there any downside to telling Sam that he's in a one-sided beef with this Red Bar guy? Should we let it? Should we not tell Sam and let it remain a one-sided beef, or should we tell Sam and embrace the subsequent back and forth?
I'm livid at this, man. Let's see how he wraps this up. Let's see how he handles it.
Whether or not it's true is not what matters. Though it does play a role.
Not funny. Don't show me your teeth. I'm getting ideas.
What? What ideas are you getting? Does this guy like to be glazed with the teeth? What ideas is he's getting? Ideas of what?
This is what Sam Cedar does. Let me just address these clips, right? I mean, if you guys watch,
is he imagining using Sam's face as a fleshlight? Like, what ideas is this guy getting?
My content, you must have a general philosophical understanding, moral philosophy, the philosophical consequences of quantum physics.
Oh yeah, good point. Good point, Emily French. It is a baby homunculus, which means it's a little version of Tim Pool. And yes, in case you're wondering, the baby also wears a beanie. And in case you're also wondering, yes, there is an even smaller baby under the baby's beanie. It's a recursive baby, right? It's babyception. It's Tim Pool beanie babyception. Beanie, it's his beanie baby. He's got a baby under his beanie, and then the baby wears a beanie, and under that beanie is another baby. And if you went to that baby, I bet you it would have a beanie too. I mean, it's too small to see. The resolution's not good enough for us to know. It's basically like 2 pixels, right? But I bet if we could computer enhance that shit, you know, we could go into the baby's baby and take its beanie off and see another even smaller baby that would be a quantum baby. It would be a baby smaller than, you know, the size of an atom. The quantum beanie baby.
Interesting things, I will say that. One thing that I've mentioned over and over and over again in context is that as it pertains to the culture war, it doesn't matter what's true because people believe whatever they want. You can argue with someone day and night that we did land on the moon and that the earth is round, but it doesn't matter. The truth is immaterial to these individuals. Thus, what Sam Seder does is, because his viewers are low IQ and because Sam knows what he's doing. Right.
Unlike the viewers of Tenet Media, the Timcast. I'm sorry. Did I say Tenet Media? Nobody watches Tenet Media, chat. I meant the Timcast. A heartbeat starts at 2 pixels.
I will make a philosophical.
No wonder Tim Pool is pro-life, right? No wonder he got so weird about abortion with Lance.
Point that in the context of a culture war, the truth doesn't matter. People will choose to believe things that are obviously fake because.
So he's talking about negative polarization. A nested baby doll? What is that called? Chad, there's a name for that, right? The Russian doll? Oh my God, I should know it.
It fits their worldview and they want to believe it. Sam will cut everything out and play a clip of me just saying the truth doesn't matter. It plays a role, but ultimately, and then say,
yeah, just like he took your song and he put the filter on it, the filter that makes good music sound bad, so that people would think that Tim makes bad music when in reality, he makes really good music. Yeah. What if Tim Pool's head is originally shaped like he's wearing a beanie all the time? Oh, like there's a divot? A Matryoshka. Thank you, Bad Lefty. Yeah, a Matryoshka doll. And got a tattoo to make it look like... Wait, his head is originally shaped like he's wearing a beanie. Oh, wait, no, you're not talking about like a divot. You're talking about like the opposite, right? His head is beanie shaped. So you're saying there is no beanie? The beanie doesn't bend, you do. Something like that?
Ha 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 ha, look how dumb he is. He's telling people to believe fake things. If you're stupid enough to believe it, there's nothing I can do to help you.
No, Chad, I gotta be honest with you, all right? There's no beanie baby under Tim Pool's beanie, all right? The only thing in that noggin of his is Sam Seder, who lives there rent-free. Sam Seder occupies a larger portion of this guy's thoughts than I even realized, right? Sam Seder has an all-access pass to his head. Sam Seder's got a key card, chat. Anytime he wants to. Sam Seder, goes to the concierge desk in Tim's brain, and he's like, I'd like you to take me up to the penthouse suite, please. He lives in a penthouse suite in Tim Pool's brain, okay? I'm calling it.
Yeah. But let's play more from Red Bar.
I put in a Tim Pool thing in Slack. We could play it tomorrow, where his perspective on...
Oh, you use Slack? I will be hacking that now. Nice.
Got him. Just like Keffel's hacked into Xander Hall's Google document, he's going to hack into the Majority Report Slack and cause all kinds of chaos. Right? All kinds of chaos.
You just doxed yourself.
You just doxed yourself? What? I'm sorry. I think Red Bar just doxed his IQ.
Liberals and
it's a negative integer.
Our perspective on
talk about what just happened now.
Liberals and I guess presumably the left as well.
This is a typical leftist trick called taking a dip in the pool. Now this is where you start immediately.
Wait, the Tim pool? Taking a dip in the, it's like a Dutch dip, like where where rich people try to hide their money, or a Irish dip where people try to hide their income by running it through an Irish bank or something.
Talking about Tim Pool to distract your audience from how badly you've been exposed.
Wait, I'm sorry. The exposure? Are we clipping Red Bar out of context? Was there an exposure of Sam Seder that I didn't see? Or are we assuming that Sam Seder, while he was making the clip that you're reacting to, was aware and conscious of you reacting to his clip, and so he should know that he's been exposed by you? Is that what we're saying? Wow. It's like Hasan living rent-free in Ethan's Giardia-stained brain, yeah.
Now, that must stop. You cannot erase me with some Tim Pool shit, and I am not doing a bit.
I'm sorry. I don't think that Sam is aware of you, Red Bar. No offense. Chat, I'm lost from the jump. Wait, what? I actually don't understand what Red Bar is saying here. Both ends are shallow. Oh, the exposure was his teeth? Wait, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with Sam's teeth? What is he saying? Does Sam... Who is Red Bar? I honestly don't know. All I know about this guy is he said some kind of unhinged stuff about Ethan. It wasn't really funny. It was just kind of fucked up. Are they veneers? I don't know. What is Red Bar? Good question.
He's doing a bit. I'm safe. You're not safe.
Broadly
Legally.
speaking, don't understand what slavery is.
Because you're not having real conversations.
Let's take another call. Calling from
unbelievable. There he is.
He's taking a call just to deflect from how bad I exposed him just there. Sam Seder pretending like nothing happened. He's just going to go on and take another call. Because he can't handle the heat from Red Bar. That's right.
Sam Seder.
Red Bar is a podcast that's been going on for like 20 years. Has it always been on the internet? Or is this like a talk radio guy?
Give him a light scare. Get in those comments there. Let's see how we could rile this guy up. I would like to see this video that we just watched.
He bullied Andrew Worski. Well, I guess he's a equal sided offender or something. What? I'm so confused.
Watch as these.
Is he sending a brigade at the Majority Report channel? Chat, has anybody seen any of Sam's videos getting brigaded?
Start.
Does this guy have like a big fan base?
Of a beautiful scare ship with Sam Seder.
Like a relationship, except you're scaring him.
To be one of my regulars who I'm constantly catching off guard. Wouldn't that be lovely?
I mean, completely off guard, given that he doesn't know you exist. Yeah.
Teaming up with Crowder. We're going to be teaming up with Tim Pool.
Oh, are you going to bring in Crowder and secretly debate Sam Seder? But then you'll be like, it's actually Steven Crowder. And Sam will be like, Steven Crowder, what a nightmare.
No, Crowder
How do you guys feel that now that everybody is into making fun of Crowder and Tim Pool?
Yeah, it's not cool anymore. It's not cool anymore to make fun of Crowder. It's not cool to make fun of Tim Pool. It's not cool to make fun of Tipster, chat. He does have a large fan base. I mean, like could he successfully brigade a Majority Report comment section, do you think? Ethan Klein tried to brigade the Majority Report and got permabanned. Nice. Wait, Ethan himself came into the chat? Is that real? How did I miss that? Oh, you know how I missed it? It's because the Majority Report comes on at like 1 o'clock my time. At least the fun half is 1 o'clock. Red Par is the mosquito of Sam the Elephant's ass. Yeah. But people are telling me he does have a yeah, he wouldn't be noticed. The brigade wouldn't be noticed in live chat. Maybe it would be noticed in the comment section. People are telling me though that Red Bar guy does have an audience. So I think Red Bar is probably conservative. Haven't watched him long enough. Yeah, I don't know where he's coming from.
It's kind of mainstream.
People pay $11 a month for it to get Red Bar's content. Oh, his content is not. Oh, so it's a smaller audience, but they're a paying audience. He covered one of Kanye's songs about his cousin. The song where he talks about the sexual experience with his, I think it sounded like he was getting abused by it. I couldn't tell what that was about, but oh my God, there's so much nope. So much nope in that Kanye song. Also, the next song he released was the literally the Heil Hitler song. So
it is
I feel
mainstream.
like we now have to team up with them.
Yeah.
And like them.
I don't know, Red Bar.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
So I don't mean that in any way disrespectful or anything. I don't know him personally.
wait, they love Adam McIntyre? Wait, do they harass Adam McIntyre or do they actually like him? Red Bar seems center left, mostly apolitical, kind of like come town politics. Okay.
Or anything like that. I appreciate.
But here he's got the social blade. He's going to show. Look at the shame, chat. Now look, chat. When I show you Ethan Klein's social blade, it's because it's in the negative. I want you to take something in, right? Tim Pool is not showing anything in the negative as far as Sam's, gained subscribers or views. I mean, obviously, negative views means you deleted a video, but negative subscribers would mean there's more people unsubscribing or more, inactive accounts being deleted than there are new subscribers coming in. And we do see, wait, what is he trying to point to? July? Okay, what does this look like? June. It looks like June is the low point. Obviously, September's numbers are going to be like, they're not even in yet. They're showing as low. It looks like he's showing some of the September numbers, but there just aren't any to speak of yet because it's just barely September. But yeah, August is not. It looks like okay. So yeah, it looks like June. So April was really good. May goes way down. June is the low point. July it starts to come back. August it's come back even more. I don't understand. This doesn't look like a bad social blade, honestly. This looks like a pretty good social blade. And yeah, do people get less views in the summer? Yeah, because people are doing stuff other than watching YouTube.
The kind words and mocking Sam Cedar. About my apology.
Okay, I gotta point out too, the thing that gave Tim Pool the courage to go after Sam, to strike back, to try to take his SEO back with this video, which, it's almost broken 100,000, was Red Bar? Red Bar agrees with me. Red Bar, a fucking troll that I don't know if he's serious about anything. Adam has had some really good okay, so it's because this guy doesn't like Ethan that he does like Adam. Does he not know that Sam has gone after Ethan too? What's he gonna do when he finds out?
Here's Sam Cedar in July. 40,000 subscribers gained. Look at that. And oof. What happened in August, Sam?
Wait, I'm looking at the same thing. He's pointing. That's not August. He's pointing at September. What the fuck, chat? Tim Pool, at least make it challenging for me to dunk on you. What are you talking about? Like, chat, do you see? Look, let me raise the resolution. Okay, I'm gonna raise the resolution slightly. No, we're already at the highest resolution. All right. Let me just August. Chat, he's pointing at it doesn't say September, but it's after August. I don't understand what he thinks he's doing.
Yikes. We can see for July 2025, he had 24.
Okay, now look under where he's pointing. The letters are AUG. All right. That's August. Does he need to put on his reading glasses? I don't understand.
A million views.
Oh wait, no, it says July. on his little I'm so confused. It says July when he's holding that over, right? But if you look down, it says August. And it makes sense that you'd see a big fall off in September, because September, we've only had 3 days. Now it looks like September 4th. Yeah, we've only had 4 days of September. I'm a little bit confused about how Tim's social blade is working.
It was very impressive, very impressive. And then we can see in August only 19.5.
Only 19.5 thousand. Oh, you're really falling off, Sam.
That's 5 million less views. Sam, what possibly could have happened?
There's a Tim Pool shaped hole in Sam's heart. That's my conclusion. Yeah, he's missing. Sam is sitting and he's thinking about Tim Pool, and the song Missing by Everything But the Girl is just playing on repeat through his mind. And I miss you, like the deserts miss the rain. And I miss you, like the deserts miss the rain.
What possibly could have happened in August? Oh, Tim Pool was sick for 3 weeks.
I took a 5 million view chunk out of you, Sam, by being sick. I outplayed you.
Waiting for this moment. The last video he made about me was 4 weeks ago. 4 weeks ago. I went to his channel and Sean sent me the red bar thing, and he's like, this is funny. Because he just makes videos about me out of context all the time. It's all he does. Dude came here. Check this out. Sam Cedar came here, asked.
He wrecked my toilet. Absolutely destroyed it. That toilet still does not flush properly.
Me a hypothetical about abortion for which I don't actually have a stance on. And then
you had a stance on abortion when you talked to Lance from the Surfs.
Pretended to get really, really angry. And once he was done, he goes, okay, that's the clip I was trying to get. And I was like, oh, okay. Because I'm pro-choice, right? I'm like old school.
Is the prop clipping thing?
School pro-choice. I think some of these states have gone crazy with it. I don't here to talk about abortion.
Well, I'm not about what the Democrats like to do, which is they'll kill the baby after it's born and call it an abortion. I don't approve of that. All the babies that are being murdered by Democratic doctors, where the mom doesn't even want an abortion. The mom's like, oh, my new beautiful little baby. And the doctor's like, here, let me kill it for you. Let me kill it for you because I love abortion. We love abortion so greatly. We even do it after the baby is born. After the baby's already come out, we perform the abortion and kill the baby and hand the body to the mother. And it's like, what the fuck? I'm sorry. The shit. Yeah, that was, I believe, what Tim Pool was talking about. The last time I heard him talking about abortion, that does not sound very pro-choice. I'm old school pro-choice.
But I'm like, I don't know how the government just outright bans this when there's medical procedures involved and doctors sometimes have to move quickly. It's a big challenge, right? And so he tries taking me out of context, what he does, saying that, like, I'm calling for rape victims to go to prison and I'm pro-life. And I'm like, I'm none of those things. But this is what he does. It's all fake. It's all fake. And so this is another really great example. I have 2 videos on
fake news
on South Park. The first was, I want them to make fun of Trump, but their jokes are old. They just took the Saddam Hussein joke from the 2000s, late 90s, and then put Trump skin over it. So it was like dejected. I'm like, guys, can I help you write an episode making fun of Trump? That'll be epic. Let's make fun of.
I like to get a prop clip when I get my hair cut. Yeah, I like to. Yeah, dude, can you do the prop clip thing on my hair?
Trump together. And then Sam Cedar takes it out of context and he's like, Tim's mad they're making fun of Trump. What? No, I'm glad they're making it. I want them to do more. So then they apologize in a fake apology. And so I made a video saying they nailed it. They're not going to apologize. They're going to do whatever they want. And that's fantastic. But the funny thing about...
Did I see Tim Pool's social bad? It's so bad. How is this an own? Majority Report did 19 million per month. He does a little over... Should we tell Sam about this clip, chat? I'm sure that there's people in chat that could make it known to Matt or to somebody from MR. In fact, I could probably even send it. I could probably even relay it through Bender if I wanted to, right? Should we just let Sam find this on his own?
Sam Cedar is both videos were wrong. Me saying, guys, make better jokes. Tim's a moron. Me saying, guys, these were great jokes. You nailed it. Tim's a moron. Oh, Sam. Sam, I'm so sorry I wasn't here for a month and your views are down. How are your kids going to go to college? You know, I'm half expecting a phone call from one of Sam's kids being like, Tim, please make videos again. Because, you know, that's a 20% loss in revenue for the month because you weren't here. You weren't there for us. Oh, Sam. Tell your kids they can call me anytime, and they can let me know that they need, you know, Tim, you got to make more videos that we can lie about you so we can make money. That's the Sam Cedar. Can I just point this out again? Sam is down 30,000 subs for August because basically what he does. Congratulations on March though. He did a good March. Even in May.
All right, let me look and see if mine does the same thing that his does. Yeah, this says June, but it's in July. What if I move over here? Oh, okay, wait. So, like, it still counts this part as June, even though July is right under here. But if I move one to the right, it'll say July, and then it'll say August. Oh, it's so confusing. May, April, March? Even though that says April down there. Oh, I'm so confused. February, January, December? This says 2025. Oh my God, chat. Okay, so anyway, yeah, I feel like 19, yeah, there's only 1 month this year that Tim's done over that low for the majority report of like 19,000 views. May, we've got 15,000, April, 16,000. March is the only good month for Tim, according to this. Although I don't know if it's March or April. It looks like it's on April. It says March. February, we're about down under 20,000. Yeah, I would say Tim. Yeah, and you know what? Like, this isn't that surprising, right? Because what's happening over here? What's happening in like September? Like the spike right there, November, right? Like, this is election season. Oh, but look at that. 2023 was much better than 2024, and 2025 so far is much worse than if anybody's falling off. And look at this, like with Tim, we didn't see this. February 2023, was this when the tenant media thing hit? He lost 10,000. Again, you know, he's not in the red. He's not in Ethan Klein territory. He has some pretty low months here. Let's see, the good month, October 2024, right before the election. And we crashed down after the election. Get a decent January, terrible February, terrible March, a little bit better in April. Back down in May, way down in June, up in July, and then down in August again. So, yeah, this is Tim's, these are Tim's numbers. He's already given up the idea of like outperforming Sam Cedar, which I think he was. I think they were probably outperforming the majority report like in 2023, but shit's gone way downhill for this guy. Does he blame Sam for his fall off? Because I don't think that it's Sam. I think it's Tim. I think it's Tenant Media. I think it's a series of L's. I think he like, you know, he has the kind of community where if you take too many L's, especially if there's other up and coming creators that people are more interested in, you will fall the fuck off the map. And that seems to be what's happening with Tim Pool anyway.
20,000, 30,000, he's going up. What he does is, this is what I'm talking about with search engine optimization.
Oh wait, you were missing some of the screen. Yeah.
Sam has got the best Tim Pool SEO ever. And it's because
we'll fix that in post-production.
Because I never use my own name. I don't introduce myself. On Timcast IRL, I never say I'm your host, Tim Pool. I never do.
Oh, I should start doing this. Every stream, chat. Every stream. I should I forgot that Leftist Mafia. Wait, was Leftist Mafia was like last night, right? Are they doing okay? Like, was there drama on Leftist Mafia over the Chorus Media thing?
Do that. Only recently, I started putting Tim Pool in the title of my videos because we were encountering this problem where fans of ours were like, I search for
Tim has more L's than a Welsh village.
you and I don't get your videos. And I'm like, see, this is why Sam Cedar gets so
Oh, I keep on forgetting. Yeah, it's Thursday for me. It's Tuesday for you. It's so confusing, chat, living past the international date line. I basically live in the future. And if you think that's bad, chat, think about it this way. Your time, American time or British time or Irish time or, Mexican time or wherever you're at, most likely, it is 2025. For me, it's 2568. The year is 2568, and it is not Wednesday. It is already Thursday. Actually, wait, is it Friday? It's Friday. It's Friday. It's technically Friday. No, wait, is it? No, it's Thursday. It is Thursday. Oh my God, chat, I get so confused. You've caught up. It's now Thursday for you as well. Wow. Okay. Bill address. Wow. Okay. So there is controversy. Yeah, I'm not sure how this is going to play out. Like I said, chat, my smoke is not for people like that might have taken money from Chorus Media as much as it is from the lying liars like Brian Tyler Cohen and David Pakman. That's why we're so rich over the dateline. We know the lottery results.
so much Tim Pool traffic because he uses my name more than anybody else. Say my name, baby. Well,
it's because, yeah, that's right. You got him, Tim. You got him.
I'm actually a little worried because, one thing you're always trying to do in media, you're trying to get as much name recognition as possible. That's why I buy billboards. Did you know that?
I have the lottery numbers, but unfortunately, all that information is in Thai, and I'm going to have to learn the language to be able to translate it for you, right? It's all written out in, funky Thai script.
We have over 100 billboards
It's all go guys and kokais, right? It's not A, B's and C's and D's.
Across the country right now. Many of you have seen them. They work, and they're not that expensive. It's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy.
It's all Nung Song Sam Si. It's not 1, 2, 3, 4, right?
I've seen people all over be like, hey man, I seen I saw your billboard, and I'm like, wow. And the YouTube ads work too. It's incredible. Name recognition. So it's fantastic. That's what we're trying to do, build brand and all that. So look, there are people that are going to hate me and lie about me no matter what I do. It's a double-edged sword. The problem with Sam Cedar is that he makes things up. Hate me for who I am, you're allowed to do it, but Sam lies about who I am. And what ends up happening because of scumbags like Sam is that...
I feel like it would be less interesting if he lied about you. I feel like the truth about Tim Pool, that's the interesting stuff. You couldn't make up shit about that. I think that Tim Pool is beyond parody. How long have I been in Thailand? 6 months. I've been here for 6 months.
I was talking to a friend recently. We're trying to hire somebody, and he's like, someone hit me up and said this thing about you, and I'm like,
Majority Report has to get a troll overlay. The Majority Report with Tim Pool, featuring Tim Pool, yes.
That's not true. And it's like, yeah, I thought it was weird.
They need to get Tim and his band to do a cover of Pilot Light, chat. Do you think they could get that? Do you think we could get Tim Pool to cover Pilot Light?
Weird. And then I talked to him about it. Sure enough, it's Sam Cedar.
Oh my God, no. This part is too juicy. I need to be paying attention. Let's hear that again.
You're allowed to do it, but Sam lies about who I am. And what ends up happening because of scumbags like Sam is that I was talking to a friend recently. We're trying to hire somebody, and he's like, someone hit me up and said this thing about you, and I'm like, that's not true. And it's like, yeah, I thought it was weird. And then I talked to him about it. Sure enough, it's Sam Cedar. He just makes things up. That's what he does. And there are people who don't know about it because I've been watching Sam for a long time. Well, Sam.
This SEO thing he's talking about, I feel like this is something Ethan Klein could relate to, right?
You've exposed yourself. Actually, I'm sorry. I've exposed you. And
I feel like TYT relates to this with the Vanguard. I feel like Ethan Klein relates to this with Denims, right? Or I don't know. Who's making videos that's popping off about Ethan Klein? Hasan, yeah, it's all Hasan videos, right? I feel like Tim Pool, or I feel like TYT, Tim Pool, Ethan Klein, they could just form a support group, right? Of losing control of your own SEO. How does it feel? How do you deal with it?
I feel bad. I do. Oh, it must be so embarrassing to have your views go way down when you can't make videos about me anymore. I half expected him to pull up old videos of me to try and squeeze blood from a turnip. Oh, man. I love it. Don't you love the data, Sam? That when Tim Pool is sick for 3 weeks, your views and your subscribers go way down?
Chat, he's not okay.
Wow. I'm going to refrain from swearing because it's a new channel. We're just kicking it off. But how pathetic are you that I can actually pull up the data? I'm going to tweet this at you, bro. I can pull up the data and be like, when Tim Pool is off.
Got him. You can pull up the data, Tim, and then I could pull up yours and show you that Majority Report used to the reason they started doing videos on Tim Pool was because Tim Pool was a right-wing channel with like very high views, right? It's not for nothing that they started covering Tim Pool. Oh my God, I'm killing my voice here. We're going on like a 12-hour stream. What the fuck? Let's finish this up. But yeah, just a reminder, Tim Pool used to be the bigger streamer, used to be the bigger content creator. Now he's been leapfrogged by Sam Cedar. That is probably what's getting to him.
Sam crashes. Woo! That.
All right, chat. Here's the sound drop, right? Sarah, if you got it, I don't know. You may be too busy. You may be otherwise occupied, but if anybody wants to clip this sound drop right here,
I'm going to tweet this at you, bro. I can pull up the data and be like, when Tim Pool is off, Sam crashes.
Right here. Listen.
Woo!
That's so good. What was the other sound that he made? Whoopsie. Yeah, this is the new whoopsie just dropped. We have a new whoopsie, chat.
Ooh, that must be embarrassing for you. How embarrassing for you. I'm going to tweet this out right away. Sam's views are down 20% and his subscribers are down because Tim Pool got sick.
Okay, well, I guess we don't have to tell Sam. It sounds like Sam. Have I drank enough water? Does it sound like I haven't? Oh my God, yeah, I was a little dehydrated.
Aw. Now, to be fair, I guess that means I'm what?
Emily French says, starting to sound like Ethan Klein. I agree.
It was only 3 weeks that I was out. So we could call it what? I'm 25% of his views. I'm everything you've got, Sam. I know you want me.
How should I'm 25% of his views, right, chat? This is like pointing at a snake and being like, I'm 25% of the calories that you consumed. Ha ha ha. You don't get to eat me because you already ate me. And now you have 25% less calories. What now, Python? What now? What now, boa constrictor? Ha ha. What the hell? This is grim. This is fucking... I probably did not need to make that Vor reference. Danarchy could do so much with both of these sound bites. Absolutely. We need these sound bites.
Bro.
I would clip this myself if I hadn't just like expended all of my energy in... Sorry, I gotta stop making the snake metaphor. No.
Bad for you. You know what Sam's excuse was? He was like, if I want to talk about Social Security, saying Tim Pool gets me more views instead. Bro, he knows what he's doing. I'm glad I can.
Yeah. He's platforming an issue that should be watched, that should be viewed, that people should be thinking about, that they think is too boring, because with a little dose of drama, it's like putting Velveeta on your broccoli. That's what he's doing. That's what he's doing. He's putting Velveeta. Oh my God, Zara, thank you for, I clipped it and you prop clipped it. Zara has just told me on Twitch that she prop clipped it. That is 43 months for you. Thank you for the resubscribe. And did you get to lock in on the September rate? I hope you got a deal on that. Sounds like he's off his meds, possibly.
Butter your bread, baby. You're a
butter your bread.
I don't know how some people don't have scruples. Do you think like Sam cries at night when he's like, "Oh, this is all I am." He's like Tim review channel. If like let's take a look at his views, right?
I'm thinking somebody probably cries at night. It's not Sam though.
Tim Pool, 187,000 video views a month ago. Look at this. Imagine Obama, 18,000, 36, 51, 53, 49, 35. He gets no views. Okay, wait. The Bassem Youssef one he did got
chat. I mean, it was a long time ago, but yeah, at some point, a few people were getting like more views off of shitting on me than I was getting for my videos. I would not go and be like, haha, look at that aristocracy. You got more views for this video lying about me than you did for the next video about, I don't know, castles or whatever the fuck she talks about. Like, right? About how awesome settlers are, or whatever kind of propaganda she's doing, right? I'd never crossed my mind. It never crossed my mind.
Got 247,000, so that ain't bad. But here you go. Theo, talking about Theo Von. Hey, he gets more. But look how very few views. He gets no views. He gets nothing. Here's one where he finally hit it, right? Americans are fed up. But
what Temple is realizing right now is that his SEO works, but only in reverse. In other words, videos about Temple, shitting on Temple, are able to get more views than videos by Temple. This is not the flex he thinks it is. This is proof Tim doesn't have any friends to give him good advice about not doing the back and forth crying on the channel. Yes. Right? I mean, yeah, God, look, I've got wow.
After his video, it's in the gutter, dude. Let's look at this. Where is he without Tim Pool? 55, 66, 27, 35. Oh, 2.9.
Fighting against the GOP's war on voting rights. Yes. You are correct. An interview with Ari Brennan about voting rights doesn't get many views. That's there you go. Got him.
15.
People don't want to eat Sam Cedar's unflavored asparagus. That is correct. Even though it's pretty good, once you get over the like you put a little salt on it, it's pretty good.
7,000 views.
But if it was Tim Pool laughing at, like, I don't know, the Voting Rights Act or something, and Sam was responding to that, you're right, it'd be over 100,000. You're right. It's orders of magnitude difference.
Oh my God.
Just brought up Tim Pool's videos. He barely can get close to 9K per. Those are Xanderhall numbers. Those are fucking Xanderhall numbers. Chat, this guy is doing Xanderhall numbers. What the fuck? And I just closed down my, I closed down my Gmail, so, I heard a noise, though. This is the sound of my voice. What is this song, chat? Why do I find it hard to write the next line? Oh, I want the truth to be known. I should not try to sing right now, especially not that song, because I feel like that song has an extra high note, and my voice is so fucked right now. Yo, look at that. What now? Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Anonymous. You fucking kicked my ass right there. What now? Anonymous. you know, who I'm calling anonymous just because you didn't put your name on it. If you want to claim it, feel free. But yeah, anonymous just put us over 300. This is the sound of my world. The sound. What is the song, chat? I need to listen to this song. Is that Spandau Ballet? That's why he has the fun. Chat, we're going to be streaming. We're going to raid into the majority report. If I keep streaming, Sound of Silence is, what is that? Okay, wait. There's a Sound of Silence that's like, hello, darkness, my old friend. Do, 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 do. I'll come to sleep with you again. It's Art Garfunkel and Paul Simon. And then there's the like, Enjoy the Silence. That's like, words right through me, cuts right through me. Down to, how far off are we from majority report? Are we legitimately in a place where we could, no, I think we're a few hours before they even start. We're there. There's no way we'll make it that far. But chat, we do have another video to watch. Is it majority report reacts to Taylor Lorenze? It looks like it. Unless somebody wants to put their, somebody who's donated wants to put their money down on one of these topics and change the game. It looks like the third place video is majority report reacts to Taylor Lorenze. So if you have donated, it was you. It was me. Wait, what is that from, chat? What is this? What am I remembering? It was me. It was me. Oh no, chat, it's Vince McMahon. It was me, Austin. It's Dylan Burns. It's Dylan Burns. Dylan Burns donated the 18. It was me, Irene. I finally got you. Ha 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 ha. I was unable to cancel you, but I'm gonna make you do a third piece of content. It was definitely Dylan Burns, and he had his Vince McMahon cosplay on, right? He still has that shit, I'm sure. We're on a roll. Yeah, just keep paying her and she'll stream forever, apparently.
Here you go.
Ooh, I was the gaming it is. Okay, that doesn't change the results, but that does
At least you got to
put us a lot closer to a gaming stream. Soldier Boy? Wait, am I singing Soldier Boy by accident? The guy that says it's me. Oh no, it's McMahon, right? It was me, Austin. It was me. What was the whole thing? What was that when he pretended to be black? Was that when Vince McMahon like pretended to be like which one was what was the it's me McMahon? What was that from? I don't even know wrestling enough to know what the exact reference is from. I do know that I'm gonna lose the ability to talk really soon. Really interesting to see majority report react to Taylor. Okay, anyway, let's get through this. Then we'll watch the majority report. Unless somebody else, if you donated, you can add to this, right? You can tell me which thing you favor. I think Burple was the last donor, and put that 18 towards video. Oh, look at that! Look at that! Look at that! What does this go to? 81. Look at that. We're really close to a video game stream.
Democrat senator on, or no, it's Crystal. Is that Crystal Ball? 225 a day ago. That ain't bad. That ain't bad. And the
Democrat senator. Oh yeah, they were dunking on Slotkin.
Generic. This changes everything. Got 160.
I don't know if that's generic. What is this changing everything about?
See, I'm not saying he gets no views. I'm saying he's down 20% without me. Without me. Come on, Sam, make another video about me.
Feels so empty without me.
Say my name, bitch.
Wait, who says say my name? Is that, what? My name is what? My name is what? My name is Slicka Tim Pool. Okay, we got through the Tim Pool content. Now on to the majority report, I guess. Unless any of the donors want to put their donation to something else. It looks like we're gonna do. We do have the Alex. Well, it's probably a good thing, Chad. I need to cover the Alex Jones on a different day, because my voice is just not gonna be. It's not where it should be. For Alex Jones, right? I would have to yell back at Alex Jones. I don't think I could do that. I can't do that, Dave. Where is this? Philip DeFranco. Hasan. Oh no, I think I got this open, don't I? Oh, here it is. Yeah, here we go.
Out in Wired that's generating quite a bit of buzz in our corner of the internet. Wired, one of the best publications right now, you know, broke all that Doge stuff, broke the Jeffrey Epstein, there's metadata showing that they edited out minutes of footage of his cell in Adobe and that they left that in place. Like,
was that Wired or was that CoffeeZilla?
Still think that story should have way more legs than it does. They left.
Oh, Anna, no. I mean, like, no. Look, way more legs than it does. All right, you say, It's the sound of my voice. Oh my God. You know what should have more legs than it does? It's too bad that general public is not here to enjoy this. More legs, something that should have more legs than it does?
Trallallero, trallallà, porco Dio.
Porco Dio, porco Allah.
Io e porco Allah. Ero con il mio fottuto figlio merdardo a
More, don't you think this should have more legs?
giocare a Fortnite, quando a un punto arriva mia nonna. Ornella lecca cappella.
Yeah, I feel like Trallallero, Tralala should have more legs than it does. AI slop. God, it's so cursed.
Tralalero, tralala.
Patapin, tralalero, tralala. Patapin, tralalero, tralala.
Cappuccino, assassino, liri, lari, la.
Anyway.
For the FBI agent who did it left breadcrumbs or was too sloppy.
Was the back shoe a right or left shoe? We don't know. There's no way to tell, right? And look, because it's cursed AI, depending on the version of Trallallero Tralala you see, sometimes it will have 4 legs, sometimes it'll have 2 shoes in the back, and sometimes it's only 1. It's a ripoff of the AJ Tracy video? Maybe not. I don't know.
And show that they edited footage out of that jail cell thing, but it just, you know, there's so much news, and that's what benefits Trump here. That's a biggest.
Wait, IOF soldier getting a helicopter out of Gaza? Wait, what?
Side. So Taylor Lorenze had this article entitled "A Dark Money Group is Secretly Funding High-Profile Democratic Influencers," showing that essentially there have been some Democratic, or liberal influencers and podcasters like us that were offered $8,000 a month to take part in a secretive. It's just like, oh my God, that's That's like a full salary per year for like a high salary.
That's
like
yeah,
100K.
Look, that plus my current income. Like if I was a no morals Andy, and I took 8,000 in addition to my I'd be making 100K a year. Which not really though, because I think 15% of that would be garnished. Sadly.
Yeah, $8,000 a month to take part in a secretive program aimed at bolstering democratic messaging on the internet. But the contract sent to them from Chorus, a nonprofit arm of a liberal influencer marketing platform, came with some strings. Among other issues, it mandated extensive secrecy about disclosing their payments and had restrictions on what sort of political content the creators could produce. I wonder if Palestine is like a little bit of a do not go there kind of deal.
You're going to see me with a really nice watch, and I'm going to be like, I won't endorse Zoran until I have a constructive conversation with him.
And community-based constructive conversation. The folks that were, I guess, in this kind of group of influencers that this thing called the Chorus Creator Incubator Program.
Chorus is how I'm able to live in Thailand for 6 months. I love the idea that it would be really expensive to live in Thailand.
Funded by a powerful liberal dark money group called the 1630 Fund.
It sounds expensive, doesn't it? Right? It sounds fancy. It sounds like, the beach and the durian and I mean, I don't know. It could be like if you ate durian every meal, it could be really expensive. Right? If you went to the nicest restaurant and you got a, I don't know, penthouse apartment, yeah, I guess it could be expensive. Yeah, the cost of living is pretty low here. Also, the pay rate, if I ever end up having to supplement my income by teaching English, I will be getting paid very low. They'd pay more in 15% tax that I get per year. Oh no, I'm talking about garnishing. I'm talking about straight up like student loan shit. I don't even know. That's that's before taxes, I think.
They included I don't know what that means. The program kicked off last month, and creators involved were told by Chorus that over 90 influencers were set to take part. Creators told Wired that the contract stipulated they'd be kicked out and essentially cut off financially if they even so much as acknowledged that they were a part of the program. Some creators also raised concerns about a slew of restrictive clauses in the contract. Influencers included in communication about the program, and in some cases on an onboarding session for those receiving payments from the 1630 Fund, included Olivia Juliana, the centrist Gen Z influencer who spoke at the 2024 Democratic National Convention.
Yeah, chat. Unironically, it was a good move to Thailand. If I hadn't done it, I would, at the minimum, be couch surfing and relying on friends, and more likely than not, be homeless. I mean, I don't even have a car anymore.
Lauren Peretra, a former Playboy executive, I've never heard of her. Hosts the Occupy Democrats podcast. At least it has Democrats in the title where you kind of know what you're getting.
Who's listening?
I don't know.
Occupied by Democrats?
Barrett
Film Gang is based.
Dare, a content creator who runs an American Girl doll themed pro DNC meme account.
Has anybody seen this fucking American Girl doll pro DNC meme account? This sounds so cringe. I think it's on Instagram.
$8,000 a month.
Seems made up.
What is her name? Barrett Adair?
God, I mean, and for a fraction of the reach that, like, I can't imagine that they're getting great bang for their buck there. I haven't heard of most of these people. Suzanne Lambert, who has called herself a Regina George liberal. This is
oh my god,
fucking horrible. So you're both like, so you're a bitch, and then also a supporter of like Adam Schiff. Is that what that means?
I think so.
Ariel Fodor, an education creator with 1.4 million followers on TikTok. Sander Jennings, a former TLC reality star and older brother of trans influencer Jazz Jennings. David Pakman, who hosts an independent progressive show on YouTube covering news and politics. Lee McGowan, who goes by the online moniker Politics Girl, and dozens of others. According to copies of the contract viewed by Wired that creators signed, the influencers were not allowed to disclose their relationship with Chorus or the 1630 Fund, or functionally that they're being paid at all.
Here's a fun game I want people to play. Who's the most pro-Palestine person implicated in any of this?
There's none. None, exactly.
Who's the most sort of even like socialist?
I think they got that wrong. I think they got that wrong, right? Now, as far as who I implicate, like I say, my whole point is my smoke is more for the manipulators than for the manipulated, right? You know, but I think there's at least one content creator that was, that called it a genocide, that that criticized the Democratic Party. I think there's at least one person like that. And chat, that doesn't make it better. That makes it worse, right? If these were all Hasbro bots just getting paid, this would be business as usual, right? Destiny, I mean, I don't know what the deal is with Destiny, but he does seem to have gotten, you know, a trip. I'm assuming a comp to him, like the Destiny loaner box trip. You know, I don't know, like so it wouldn't even be that weird if they were just Hasbro bots. If these were just like your standard like DNC shitty centrist libs, I don't think it'd be nearly as bad, right? Because nobody would be really getting corrupt